Live from the Monster Rod Holder Studio, the first virtual conference, the single largest event in catfishing. It's the 2021 Catfish Conference. And welcome everybody live from the Monster Rod Holder Studio, the first virtual conference, the single largest event in catfishing. It's the 2021 Catfish Conference. And welcome everybody live from the Monster Rod Holder Studio, the single largest event in catfishing.
Well, welcome everybody. Lyle's having some technical difficulties. We'll bring him back on. Mr. Lyle, as soon as you give us a thumbs up, we'll bring you back on there. Welcome to 2021 CatCon.
Hey guys, welcome.
We're gonna do it the COVID way, and we're having a virtual catfish conference. Welcome to everybody in chat. We'll bring Mr. Stokes back up on here in a minute as soon as he comes back in. But we thought it only proper to have the voice of CatCon, Open CatCon.
Right. He's done it ever since the very beginning. We appreciate what he does for us.
So we have some great events coming up for you. If you'll notice, I'll just go over kind of like a format. If you'll notice on the bottom, we have a rolling ticker, which I'm going to try to keep updated, which tells you who's coming up next. And in between each vendor or presenter, we'll also have thumbnails to remind you of who's coming on. Also, if you want to go to the Catfish Conference Facebook page or the Catfish Conference website, you can see the schedule and the events coming up throughout the day. And maybe if you're at work or you have something to do today and tomorrow, you can just come in when you want for the vendors that you want to see. Isn't that right, Steve?
That's right. And by the way, folks, my name's Steve Douglas. Most of you guys know me from the Catfish Conference, but I do want to introduce Kevin Lakin.
Lakin.
He's from Palmetto Cats. He is my live IT guru, I guess. He's helped us quite a bit with this. Well, he's helped a lot with this event. So we appreciate you coming down. And he's actually in our studio. So he's made a big effort to come down from South Carolina to help us out, and we really appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate being here, and thank you. And that's how nervous we are a little bit because I didn't even introduce us, but I figured you knew who this guy was. But yeah, my name is Kevin. I run a YouTube channel called Palmetto Cats. But before we get going on, we're going to bring Mr. Stokes back up on. It looks like he's got everything worked out. Mr. Lyle, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I didn't have anything on except what we have on right now. I just shut it down and restarted. I don't know what went on, but damn,
that's live TV, isn't it?
It is, and I've been practicing up for Steve. I wanted to do him a good job today.
Well, hey, let's do it over. I'm gonna give you the screen, sir. Here we go.
All right, live from the Monster Rod Holder Studio, the first ever virtual conference, the single largest event in the sport of catfishing. It's the 2021 Catfish Conference. How's that? We got Steve and Kevin in here with us. And Steve, I know that this is a little different than what's been done in the past, but we have to modify it. We have to adjust to what the world gives us. And you guys have made this happen. I think that's a wonderful thing. When you're talking about an event that attracts the biggest majority of catfishermen in the United States to come together for bargains and deals, and more than anything else, camaraderie, you guys got it going on. And even though we're not there shaking hands and man hugging, we're going to be in the chat, carrying on the conversations and going on just like always.
Exactly.
That's right. And for those of you, and I was talking with Steve, I said one of the things that this is going to do for some people is, it's going to allow more access to Catfish Conference camaraderie and deals for people who can never make it or will never be able to make it.
That's exactly right. And you know what? People save up vacation time. They save up days off from work, sick leave, whatever they can scrounge up to make the Catfish Conference every year. And this time they didn't have to do that, but they're still going to get the benefits out of the discounted prices. And some of these vendors, I've seen the discounts that they put up, and they're scary. And then you get to order it up, and they'll deliver it. Most of them have free shipping, is my understanding. So this is going to be a great event. I'm excited for it. I'm really pleased that you guys got to make it happen, because I think when Steve announced that they wasn't going to allow him to have the event down there, it was just like, oh, what are we going to do now? And then this come along, and everybody just kind of picked back up. But, we're here. We're going to make it happen, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, we're going to have the opportunity. I think this is, like Kevin said, it's going to open up an opportunity. We're actually going to do this even when we're in person next year, hopefully. We're still going to try to attempt this live for the folks that cannot attend. And by the way, if you guys don't know this, Kevin also has a new what is it, a program? The Golden Whisker Awards. That is a really cool thing that he did for YouTube, and I think we're going to try to get him over there next year and do the Golden Whisker Awards at the Catfish Conference. And he really paid tribute to a lot of the folks in the industry on YouTube. For what were some of the categories that you had?
So we had like a Blue Cat Award. We had a Spouse Award, Flathead. We had Steve won the Legend Award. Mr. Lyle won the Best Live Stream Award. So we had a bunch of different ones, and we're adding some. It took off, and Lyle and I have talked about this, and I've talked about this with other people. It took off, and Lyle, to his bit, he saw it. He knew that it was going to take off. Lyle's been doing the live stream gig for over 7 years now, right, Lyle? And so you knew that it was going to take off. Yeah. And so after it was over, I was so blessed and appreciative of how many people supported it. And so we're adding awards. So we'll have an international award next year too.
That's outstanding.
It's going to be a really fun addition.
It is, and congratulations to Steve for the awards he won. He well deserved. I felt honored to be put in the category with Steve and Chris Flores and some of them guys that's been in the business a long time. Of course, we're older, Steve, than a lot of these guys. I don't know if that makes us eligible for those.
Just a little bit.
I don't know if that makes us eligible for these awards or not, but it is a great event that he put on. I think having it at the Catfish Conference will be a great asset to both of you. And no, we're not giving away the boat. But the award thing was very well thought out, and it was an honor to receive an award. And some of the guys got several awards. And I'm looking forward, because I know people are actually planning videos and stuff now to try to qualify for awards for this year's stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun, and we're looking forward to adding Kevin and his thing to our Catfish edition.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea and benefit from all.
Yeah, and if you guys want to, anybody who's a YouTuber here, and that's the great thing about the awards, you don't have to be a YouTuber. If you just have a video of an awesome catch, that's all you need to have. We just need to see a video of it. And there's a Facebook group called the Golden Whiskers. And the only thing that's posted there is nominated videos for the awards next year. So that way, when it comes time to vote, they're all in one place. And you can just go to the Facebook site and check it out. So if you haven't yet joined that Facebook group, head on over there. And maybe one of the moderators can put that group in the chat as well. So I also wanted to go ahead and, the bloopers. We've had so many videos already for bloopers. It's crazy. So listen, if just a little bit about the format here. So we're going to have vendors and clinicians and seminars all day today and tomorrow. And some people are asking, well, where will the discounts be? And that's a great question. So I have a little pad here, and we're going to write them down as they're presented, of course, and then remind you of them all throughout the show. Also, they'll be transferred to the Catfish Conference website, and that's www.catfishconference.com. and you can go over there, and we're kind of filtering the traffic that way. And then the vendors' websites and discounts will be on that website, so you can check those out.
Very good. Very
awesome.
good.
Well, we have 142 people and on YouTube, and then we have 199 total. So we have a lot of people joining us from Facebook too. There's Diana from Mount Washington, Kentucky. I saw some people from Texas, all over the United States. I wonder if we have any international folks in here today.
If you do not now, you will have.
We have a lot of big YouTube names in here. And if you guys want to, how about this? Since we got a few minutes in chat, if you want to throw up where you're from, we'd like to see all the different places represented. And we won't be able to put them all up on screen, but we'll try. North Carolina. Yeah, and I'm from South Carolina. My wife and I drove up to Kentucky to be with Steve and his crew here at the Monster Rod Holder Studios, as we called it. And my wife is out shopping, y'all. So y'all please pray for me. She's out shopping and visiting with friends, and so y'all pray for my pocketbook there. And I want to take advantage of some of the discounts too, but I don't know if I'll be able to.
The question is she shopping for catfishing gear or something else?
Yeah, I doubt it's catfishing gear.
Well, I'd say if you don't have time to shop today, I'll call some of these vendors and get you an extended discount code.
An extended discount.
Extended discount code.
That'll work. So I'm throwing them up here as fast as I can.
Well, and I also want to say too, guys, we couldn't do any of this without our vendors. So all the vendors and seminar speakers, catfish cook-off guys, we appreciate everybody's time you've spent with us, and hopefully it benefits everybody.
That catfish cook-off is one of the things that I'll miss most of all. Man.
Well, you'll be able to see it. I've got two guys cooking fish this time. I got one on Friday and one on Saturday. So, and the one on Saturday happens to be our two-time Catfish Conference champion.
They put some pretty good stuff on.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Drummond say I took the day off for this. Way to go, buddy.
Heck yeah, man. Hey, if you want the deals, this is where they're at. So, you know, it's not just one vendor. They all got them. So you might as well spend the day and buy what you need and stock up.
Yeah.
That's awesome. The whole idea. The only difference in doing what we're doing today is we're safer from the COVID, and you don't have to do all that walking, Steve.
My wife reminded me about that. But, you know, I still like the live one better, the one in person.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not. There's nothing like going up and shaking somebody's hand and visiting with them from a few minutes. But at the end of the day, if your legs was as sore as mine was after being down there walking across that thing, you know, Kevin and him, he could probably run up and down them miles, young as he is. But you and I are not going to do much running, Steve.
No, I'm not going to do much running, but I'll tell you, I did put a lot of miles when it goes. I got to organize, get everybody in there and put them up, and then they're going to
answer all the questions.
They need chairs. I got to run get chairs. So yeah, it's. I do like the in-person one better, but we're going to be happy with this. I agree,
but you know, maybe next year we'll be back to that. We hope that this will all be over and done, and that's the biggest thing. And all these folks that are in chat, you guys can all come when it's back to normal, and we're back down at Louisville. You can all come down there and walk around, and we're hoping to be able to shake hands and visit with everybody.
Yeah.
And do all the stuff just like we always did. And hopefully this will be a one-time thing, and it'll be one and out. And I'm looking forward to the next one. I was at the first one. I've only missed one of them, and I enjoyed every one we was ever at. It was just always a blast.
Yeah, Anna and I had our hotel since like September. And so we were looking forward to it. And we still actually got to come, but we just didn't get to meet everybody like Lyle and all the rest of you out there.
You didn't get to use that motel room, did you?
No. Well, thankfully Steve and Herve hooked us up. So We actually did get to use a hotel room.
Yep. You know, you have a great asset with Herve. He really makes a lot of things happen and gets things going for you. I visit with him throughout the year, usually every year. Great guy. Great. It's a great thing to have him as a part of this conference.
Well, I think Herve might have just chimed in. I can't be for sure because I'm not on the computer over there. But he also wanted to remind everybody today you didn't have to pay for parking.
That's true. That's an issue. I remember that.
Well, everybody, Mr. Lyle, thank you so much for opening us up today. We really appreciate it. It's always great to visit with you.
Always glad to help out. You guys have a great conference, and I'll talk to you both real soon.
Thank you,
yes,
Lyle.
sir. Thank you.
All right, guys.
All right, and so we'll see. I'm sure we'll see Lyle in the chat throughout the day. We have about 4 minutes until our first presenter comes up, and that'll be Rod Rippin Catfish Trail, and we'll be back when they come on. So hang tight. Welcome back, everybody. Our first vendor or presenter, I guess you could say, of the 2021 Virtual Catfish Conference is the Rod Rippin Catfish Trail, and I'm going to bring them up right now. Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Good morning.
Hey,
Good
guys.
morning.
How you
So,
doing, Steve?
why don't you introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about the trail?
My name's Damon Clark. I'm the director of Rod Rippin Catfish Trail.
I'm Jeremy Farrar, and I'm the assistant director.
Awesome.
We have 8 tournaments. 2 of the tournaments are annual tournaments. The one in January is the King of the Green. The one in July is a benefit tournament for Friends and Centers, which I'll elaborate on that in a minute. And then we got 6 points tournaments. Them 2 tournaments are not point tournaments, but our first season opener for the points tournaments is April 10th at Rocky Point at 7 a.m.
Guys, tell everybody where you're from and where these tournaments are taken. I mean, I know you know where they're at, but let's let everybody know where.
Yeah, and how you got started with the whole tournament trail. I'm interested in that too.
Absolutely. So I'm from Owensboro, Kentucky. He's from New Harmony, Indiana. Our tournaments are based on the Ohio from Leavenworth, Indiana, all the way to Shawneetown. How we got in it is one of the guys here in Owensboro run a tournament trail for several years, and he decided to give it up. So we decided that we wanted to take it over and rename it and have more of a Christian moral tournament. So we started Rod Rippin Catfish Trail. A lot of the things that we've done, we've consulted with other tournament directors and got their opinions on how it should take place and what schedule. Different spots on the river at different times of year, and we did that because we think the fishing's best at that time of the year. You got anything you want to elaborate on?
Again, we just wanted to keep something rolling here locally because Josh Vanover with JKB decided not to go on next year. So we wanted to take over. We already had some local anglers that were vested with us, and we're just trying to expand this area. We love the sport of catfishing. Our trail wants to be a family-oriented trail. We're great with kids fishing, with their parents, their aunts, uncles. We're trying to make it a little more community-oriented. The first tournament we had and going through the year, we served chili dogs for free at our weigh-ins. We're trying to pump our weigh-ins up, make them exciting. Just something different, us together fish different tournaments all over, big tournaments, small tournaments, and we just want a local trail in this area. Ohio River is a great fishery, as you guys know, and we just want to invite everybody that we can and keep it going.
The entry fees are $100 per event, besides the Rumble on the River. See, the Rumble on the River is for a nonprofit organization called Friends and Centers. It's a Christian rehab, and the reason that it means so much to me is because I'm alumni from there. In 2009, I got in trouble, and God radically changed my life in 2013. So that tournament entry fee is $150, with $30 of that going to that 501c3. That's a nonprofit organization, Friends of Centers, and the $120 will go back to the payout. That tournament is Indiana, the state of Indiana versus the state of Kentucky. And what makes it so cool is that I'm from the great state of Kentucky, and he's from the great, well, I ain't going to say great.
Well, I understand, too. I talked to another fellow the other night. Aaron Wheatley's helping with you guys this as well.
Absolutely. I couldn't, listen, he's kind of like my mentor. I fished with him a couple days ago. He put me on a 53-pound blue cat in the Green River, and he'll tell you about it.
Aaron's been doing this for 10 or 11 years.
I've looked up to him for years. When I first got into catfishing, he lives here locally. He's become quite my friend. And matter of fact, he's the one that invented the Rumble on the River. We had a meeting with Joe Wells, the director of Friends and Centers, and we sat down. And he's the one that come up with the idea, and we went with it, and he's helped me all the way along the way, which it has been an asset because he's run one of the largest tournaments in the world. Yep.
Aaron's a good guy to have on your side.
Absolutely. And I think that a lot of people that get into these trails, that if I could give them any advice, is to reach out to the older guys that's been through there, because they've already crossed them bridges, the problems or whatever arises up. So it's always to get good advice from them. And Aaron, he critiques me, and he's hard on me, but I'm grateful for him.
We thank you, Paint Services by Steve, for the $50 donation.
Yes.
He says Steve and Kevin, he probably meant the Whisker Awards. Awesome. And I saw a donation from Fishing with Clarence earlier, and I didn't get to shout it out. So thank you, Clarence. We appreciate that.
Yes.
So back to Rod Rippin Catfish Trail. So what kind of payouts does your trail offer?
So we are 100% payback.
Oh, okay.
Besides the Rumble on the River, but the
Right.
Rumble on the River is still 100% payback. But within that entry fee is a donation, a $30
Right.
donation.
Right.
Is why it's inside the entry fee. But we pay back 100%. During the points tournament, we take $15 from every entry fee and apply that to the points program. So the championship, first, second, and third. So we take throughout the year, we'll take $15 off of each entry fee, put it in an account, and then during the championship, we'll pay that back first, second, and third in points.
Awesome. So you're a true trail. So at the end of the season, you award a points leader an award per se.
Yes, and how our point system works is that we will give 1 point per pound of fish that you have. I know a lot of people go off of points, whether it was first, second, or third, but it's so much simpler and easier. And in my eyes, I like it better. Is if you're the best, then you'll have the most weight at the end of the year.
That's right. That's a good idea.
Yeah. So that's how we're going to do that this year. And really, this year is a learning curve for us too. Even though that we got them guys that are overlooking us and watching over us, it's also good for us to make our own mistakes. And if we do, to be able to correct them and see how it goes. Maybe next year it'll be a little different. But as of this year, we're going to stand firm on our dates and our rules and everything. We're just going to stand behind what we've said because we don't want to falter one way or the other. We want to what we said is what it is.
Gotcha. So with all the tournament trails around, what do you offer that's that you could invite or entice people to come fish your trail? Like what kind of do you have a membership fee, that sort of thing?
We don't have a membership fee. A couple things we've done already, and I know right now it's real controversial with the ACA, and I'm not going into any of that controversy right now. But we are an ACA Alliance member, and what that means, and the reason we did that, is any people that fish our trail that are ACA members, they get those benefits. They get to be in the ACA points race. All of our events are Division 4 events this year. So anybody that fishes with us that's an ACA member, they'll get their points through the ACA. They get their shot at the free boat at the end of the year for every event of ours that they fish. Also, we just got set up with Cabela's King Cat as an affiliate trail. So if anybody that wants to fish with us is a member of Cabela's King Cat, that's another opportunity for them to qualify. So we're awesome. as a trail, this is our first year. We're just trying to do the best we can for all anglers, no matter what their opinions are about different things. One thing we are strongly, and we'll use this opportunity to talk about, is conservation. We're going to keep a good eye on water temperatures, the time of the year, 3 fish weigh-ins versus 5 fish weigh-ins. We're not going to, at this time, just tell everybody what we're going to do. We're going to take that into consideration for each event. None of our events besides one are going to be trailer events. All of our events except one is going to happen at the boat ramp. You'll have to launch from that ramp and then weigh in at that ramp. So fish health is very important to us. I just wanted to put that out there. So safety as well. We're going to ask it, our rules are on Facebook. I'm not going to go into that, but we're going to ask people to wear life jackets at launches and, try to be as legit as we can. Like Damien said, we've got a lot of learning to do.
That's good. And you're thinking, you're having forethought with it, and you have the resources, it seems like, to get that that mentorship to make sure you're doing everything right.
We've also applied with Steve, and I think Steve was on board about his rewards program. I talked to him a couple weeks ago, and I know that he's had all this going on, so he's going to reach out later. But he was all on board for that, man. We've been using monster rod holders. Well, look, he got a tattoo. He loves Steve so much. He got the monster logo on his full arm.
Hey, guys, I appreciate y'all. Y'all doing good things over there. You keep it family-oriented. You got some religion in there. You've got some conservation. You got some camaraderie. What else do you need? That's all.
That's right. And that's what we wanted. We wanted a good, honest run trail where you, as the angler, seen where the money went. Like if you count the boats at our events and see that it was a $100 entry fee, you know that if there's 25 boats, there's $2,500 getting paid out. You get to see that. You get to see that, and you also get to see that I'm not a pushover, and the rules are what the rules are, and we're going to be no respecter of person. We're just going to go up, show up at the events, and have the best time that we can have. And like back to conservation, during the hotter months, we'll have the scales open all day long. All day long, somebody be at that scales, man, because I know from experience that during them hotter months, them fish struggle more. And it's important that we get them weighed in and put back in there because I want to catch them in a couple years, or I want you to catch them in a couple years.
Good point. Thank you, Lee Evans, Catfish Kentucky, for the $2 donation. We appreciate that.
Yes.
All right, as we're wrapping up, fellas, what else do you want to tell everybody? You want to tell everybody about your website, your Facebook, where can we find you?
We are on Facebook at Rod Rippin Catfish Trail. Come check us out. I've got our rules and our schedule pinned to the top of that page. There's contact information on there. Damien's phone number is on there. I think our email's on there. Anybody has any questions, please contact us at any time. We're usually pretty quick to answer those questions. And come out in 2021. Join us. We want you. We need you. The world, the way it is right now, in me and his hearts, that's why we're doing this. There's nothing better than catfish. There's nothing better than seeing a kid hook into their first catfish.
That's right.
And teaching them how to set a drag, teaching them how to play a fish. I've got a 12-year-old daughter. She'll be 13. Nothing puts a bigger smile on my face than to see her catch a fish and enjoy it.
Well, awesome, guys. I really like to see the younger folks getting involved in this, so we appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Mike Greenwell said, Damien, I don't catch some Chad.
Well, Steve, listen, now I know you're from Kentucky, so I want to see you at that rumble on the river then.
Well, Aaron's done told me I need to fish that, so I guess I'm going to fish that.
I'm going to tell you why, Steve, because the director, the guy that runs Francis Centers, he wants to fish with you. It's been his dream, so maybe you can make that a reality.
Well, stay in touch with me, man. We never know.
All righty.
All right, fellas. Thank you so much for being on here.
Yes.
We hope you have a blessed day. And feel free to come in the chat and chat with everybody. And I hadn't seen any questions, but I'm sure if you go in there and chat, maybe somebody will have some questions for you.
All righty.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank y'all.
Yep.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, fellas. And we got a $20 super chat from Twisted Fishing TV, just supporting during this odd pandemic time. Amen.
Thanks, Frank.
Awesome. So yeah, and we have some moderators in the chat. So if the moderators would, they can post those Facebook sites and the links to the websites, all of that. Please feel free to do that, moderators, as well as keeping the riffraff out.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Well, next up at 8:55, we have the All-American Catfish Tournaments. So we'll see you back when we come on for them.
Cat River Anchors.
go. Oh, well. There we go. Oh, yeah. Nice fish.
Okay, let's find a boat.
Let's go fishing.
Biggest thing about catfish for me is the accessibility of spending time with my kids, getting them out of the house, away from all the electronics and stuff, and just spending some true time with them, teaching them how to catfish, like me and my father did when I was growing up. We did a lot of bank fishing, but it was definitely some good memories for me that I want to pass down to my kids as well. Hopefully they're taking it all in, and one day they'll be able to take me catfishing. This brand, what it embodies, is way more than just apparel. It's a lifestyle. It's a family. It's nice to have a company in the catfish community that cares about the sport as much as we do.
I'm really thankful for my dad getting me out of the house, even though sometimes I don't want to. Either it's too cold or too early. At the end of the day, these memories will last forever.
This is the most important part of what we do, is to release these big fish so my son can take his son fishing just like my dad did to me when I was young. All right, let's go, baby.
One
One lifestyle, one passion, one brand.
Can't hear me. Now you can hear me. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the conference. Next up, we have the All-American Catfish Tournaments coming up. Mr. Tim Berger and guest. How you doing, fellas?
Pretty good. How you guys doing this morning?
Awesome, awesome. So tell us a little bit, a little short synopsis about the All-American Catfish Tournaments, when you started, what's the when you started everything up, and what you do.
So for us here at All American, we're going into our 5th year, and we're anchored out here in Kansas City, Kansas. But we do have events in Missouri and southern Kansas, so we go to other places. And we do things a little bit different. We're real active in our group, All American Catfish Tournaments on Facebook. We do raffles and giveaways. We really just give guys a safe, positive forum to, just talk about catfishing and do things. It's not just event driven. We're real active in the community with developmental projects on the river. We work with conservation the last few years for their big migration study. The other thing we do that's a little bit different is we have food and drinks at all our events. Last year, because of COVID, we had to scale that back, but you come to our events and part of your registration, you're going to get sodas, coffees, cocoa, donuts, chips, all that kind of handful.
Man, I'm liking this already.
And then at the end of at weigh-ins, we have, if it's a night event, in the morning weigh-in, we'll have biscuits and gravy and things. Again, all the drinks. If it's a daytime tournament, we can have chili dogs, pulled pork, creamed corn, that kind of thing. And the reason that is food brings people together.
That's right.
And these guys, they've been out there working all day and come in, and they don't have to stop on the way home to have something to eat. They can eat there, talk to their friends, and then they can move on. So, talk about giveaways. We have a lot of giveaways on our event. And so right after this episode here, this segment, we're going to have a post up there. It'll automatically post. If they share the page and tag Catfish Conference in the comments there, we're going to do a rod and reel giveaway for Macy's Fishing Fun.
Nice. So if they share the
Facebook page to like it and share the post and tag the Catfish Conference in it.
So if they share your Facebook page and tag the CatCon, then they could win a rod and reel combo, right?
Well, it'll post on there and it'll give the instructions. They have to share that post, but in the comments, tag Catfish Conference, and then we'll close it tomorrow night after the Catfish Conference ends, and then we'll take the names out and do a live raffle and pick one name next week. And the prize is what again? A rod and reel combo. The rod's going to be a Catch the Fever rod, and then the reel will be a Penn Squaw, I think I put in there, or equal value. And we'll work with them to get what they want. We always do.
Right.
Tim, real quick, who's with you here?
This is Josh Hamburg. He's Josh and I worked together for years and years, and we were always, BSing in the office about going fishing. And one day we decided, hey, let's just go freaking fishing. So we just took off, went fishing, and hadn't looked back. We both fished growing up all the whole time, but we got into corporate America and it kind of slacked off. That's how we got into catfishing. We were both, somewhat new to the Midwest, and we started fishing and started seeing these big fish. And like, hey, we got to get involved in this, and started chasing them, and we haven't looked back.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely moving here out to Kansas City with the Kansas and Missouri rivers. There's so many big fish out here, and it's pretty enticing. You go out there, you start off with just an 8 or 10 pounder, and then you end up with 50s and 60s and 90s, and you get your blood going.
Yeah, definitely.
A good deal.
So tell us about kind of like your tournament formats. What can people expect if they come out?
Yeah, so we saturate them with information. So we have a website that's got everything outlined there. I'll start from the registration. So our registration, again, is a little bit different. You go onto our website, allamericancatfish.com, and you'll have a separate registration for each one of our events. But what we do is you have a placeholder that allows you to register and get your place in order for launch. So if you're the second person to register and use a placeholder, you have a placeholder option or a full pay option. The placeholder is only 25% of the entry fee. That way you don't have to fork over the cash all at once. You get your placeholder and how you register, and that's again coincides how you launch, but also gives us a gauge of how the enthusiasm is for that event, and we can plan accordingly. So it's a little bit different, again. So when you go to the website, like a $200 event, $50 your placeholder, pay the rest of registration. You're good. You don't have to fork over the money at once. Allows you to register for multiple events. But we get there well in advance, register everybody. We launch in groups of 5. We have a PA system. We play the national anthem before the launches. Everyone has a good time, and it could be, 8-10 hour tournament depending on the season, or a night tournament could be up to 14 hours. Bring everybody back in. They pull their boats out of the water. We give everyone a paint stick that when they leave, that paint stick has to be in the bucket. We have 2 buckets, a gold bucket meaning you're going to weigh fish, a black bucket means you got skunked or you're not weighing fish.
That's interesting.
And that way we can track all the boats and we can track who's weighing and who's not weighing. We're not guessing. And those sticks have to be returned into the bucket by the end of fishing time. You don't have to have the boat out of the water, but you have to have that fish in, or that stick in there, and you're done fishing. Pull the boats out of the water, pull up in front of the scales, the signs, get weighed. We do live feeds for the weigh-ins. Again, last year because of COVID, just to keep all the critics down, we didn't live feed everything. But it's very efficient, very fluid. We take a lot of pictures, so everyone in our event gets pictures taken. Christy Berglund does all our photos, and she's everywhere. She takes pictures of everything. So, it's about the anglers at our events. And not saying it's not for other people's, but
right.
We really highlight the anglers, make sure they have a good time, make sure they're taken care of, have something to eat, and have a good day, make some positive memories, and send one down the road at the end of the day. And then, plaques, trophies, different things like that. And this year, we have some pretty big events out of Kansas City. The Heartland Challenge, that's $10,000 added money. It's capped at 80 boats. And that's going to kind of set the standard for, next year. We're going to probably we're shooting to have a couple of pretty large events out of Kansas City, working with several different businesses in the city on that. But the other thing we do that's totally different, and not totally different, but quite a bit different than a lot of other event planners. What keeps us from having to go to multiple different locations is in the region is we promote other trails in the region and kind of, encourage people to go fish other trails and grow the sport. Don't be so territorial that you only fish your one series. There's a lot of people out there trying to do good things. Get them out there and fish those other series and support them. And
that's awesome.
And so we share the schedules with everybody on our website. We got other tournament schedules out there for people to see. As long as we all get along, we're good. We don't get along, that's all right. We'll sketch you out.
I hear you. Hey, thank you, Lee Reed, for that $20 donation. We appreciate that. We did have a question from Brian Norsworthy. How far into the Missouri River does your tournament trail run?
Yeah, so we like Lexington. We went down. So we don't have boundaries on it. So we've fished out of St. Joe before up north. Upstream, we go downstream, Waverly, Lexington. You can travel as far as you want, as far as the time allows you to. And we try not to. We've looked at Jefferson City. It's just we had some issues with flooding that year. I tell you, the last few years we had 2 years of bad flooding and 1 year of COVID. So
it's been bad for a bunch of people.
But Truman, Lake of the Ozarks, Truman. But on the river. We've had events planned for Jefferson City. It just, the flooding took care of that.
Right.
Now, Tim, tell us, I've been supporting you guys as Monster Rod host for a few years, but what drew me to you guys was was you're the one that did the war, right? Where the North versus South. Tell us about that one.
Yeah, the border wars. So, it's a big sports thing, but it goes back. There's a historical little bit of history about the border wars here between Kansas and Missouri. But in sports, all different sports, there's always the border wars competition. So we had the border wars catfish tournament, for a few years here, and we went away from it. We changed it to the Heartland Challenge there, but the border wars was really just to get people here to have fun and fish. But everyone thought it was exclusive because of the historical content or context. They looked at it and said, well, it's only between Kansas and Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
So, and unknowingly we were capping ourselves right there. So we just changed it, said Heartland Challenge. And
I got you.
So that's replaced it. This year, the Heartland Challenge is a one-day event. Next year, we'll most likely make that a 2-day event. But that, to your question, the border wars, that's what that was, and we just changed it to that.
I got you.
And so the Heartland Challenge, and just like anywhere else, we see what happens in catfishing, when the boats are vulnerable, when guys are out fishing. So we'll have security at all our, those events, the big events there. We'll be there all day too. The hotel's going to have security. That's where we are right now, is our host hotel, Hilton Garden Inn here in Kansas City, Kansas. They've taken care of us. They're looking forward to taking the anglers. You're going to see it this weekend. We'll have links to all the pages, or all the blocks for hotel rooms will be posted on our site. So you click on there for the time frame. We also have a business account with them. So if you come out to Kansas City to pre-fish or recreational fish or anything like that, you can get a room here. Tell them you're part of the All-American Catfish tournaments, and you'll get a discounted rate all year round. That's applied.
Oh, wow. So just to wrap up here, we got about 2 minutes left. Do you want to ignore? Oh, and the security thing. Somebody was asking about that early, and I think that's an amazing security, knowing that you can go to sleep and you got your rods and everything ready in your boat, and you don't have to worry about people stealing. I mean, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. I definitely don't leave my rods in the boat, but
you didn't go that far.
I want to look at those as I wake up through the night. But
last minute here, do you want to talk about, number one, tell us where we can find you on Facebook again, any other social media, and then anything else you want to wrap up with?
Yeah, so I'll really quick. It's All American Catfish Tournaments on Facebook. AllAmericanCatfish.com is our website. You go to our Facebook page. The cover photo's got all our events, our sponsors. We got more sponsors to add to our signage and everything. I do want to point out that we do a lot of things in our community, and I'll just take a second here, but I just want to make sure I point this person out. We had someone that unexpectedly fell to a serious illness this year, and the catfish community, just like always, rallied around them. But and one of the persons not even here, never fished one of our events or anything, but it's Josh Brown with Backwoods Catfishing Guide Service. He reached out and donated a trip to Brian, the person that was fell ill, and that's catfish community coming together and supporting people. And we want to thank him for that. Another person we want to thank is John Orr. We see John Orr out there with Cat River Anchors, supporting everybody in the country. He's driving around all the time, working hard, supporting. So we want to take care of him and make sure he gets recognized. And Macy's Fishing's fine. All the products, Monster products, everything's up there. Check them out. They're our sponsors. We'll post all our sponsors out there later on today for everyone to see and get to know.
And so once again, if you go to the All-American Catfish Tournaments Facebook page and you tag Catfish Conference in the comments, and and so basically go to their Facebook page and they'll have the directions there. And they'll have a live raffle after the Catfish Conference where you can win a rod and reel combo. But you have to go to their Facebook page and you have to follow those directions. Is that right?
Correct.
Awesome. Well, fellas, we thank you so much for coming on.
Tim, I appreciate you. You've supported the Catfish Conference for years, and I really certainly appreciate you continuing and being involved with us today. You're a big part of the community and appreciate you.
Hey, Steve, I appreciate you. And I got to call you next week because you're not checking your email.
Well, we've been busy.
A little bit busy.
I get it. I'm just teasing. You guys are doing a great job. Good job, Kevin. Yep, great job, Kevin, and great job, Steve. We'll catch you guys later.
Thank y'all so much.
Take care. All right, y'all. Another great presenter. Next up at 9:15, we'll have Denny Ransom of Float Fish Adventure. So stay tuned. We'll be back.
There we go. Oh, well. There we go. Oh, yeah. Nice fish.
Welcome back, everybody. We got sound right away this time, so we're learning. All right, next up, our next segment, and throughout the show, we'll have some various YouTubers come up. And our first one is Mr. Denny Ransom of Float Fish Adventure, one of the Kayak Kings. He didn't know I was going to say that.
Wow, what an intro. Thanks, man.
Well, now I just put you on the spot. How's it going, man?
It's going all right. How are you guys doing this morning?
Good.
Doing good, man. We're rocking right along. Denny, tell us the name of your channel again and how you got started. I know it didn't start off as Float Fish Adventure. Do you want to tell us a little about that?
Yeah, sure. So, the channel is Float Fish Adventure, and when I first started, I had no interest. I mean, it was just like a personal thing, and it was tactical kayak angler, and that was based off of something that was sort of an inside joke. And then when I started to get subscribers and viewers, there was part of me that was like, that sounds really arrogant. You got to get rid of that title. Right? Plus, it's hard to say when you've been drinking, right? So we made a brand change and made something a little more that sort of captured, more what I do.
Gotcha. So what bodies of water do you fish? And I guess, where are you from?
So I live in Iowa. I'm right outside Des Moines. So I'm in the heartland, and we have a fair amount. We have plenty of smaller rivers here that have flathead in them. So I do a lot of fishing the local rivers for flathead catfish, and then we don't have any blue cats close here. So I travel and hit different impoundments throughout the Midwest fishing for blue cats. So it's sort of depending on the time of the year and where we are in the season. I'm usually I'm focusing on one thing or the other typically.
And so what can viewers expect to see when they tune into one of your videos?
Adventure, chaos,
floating, fish,
right?
Adventure,
glorious train wrecks, right? So like, if there's anything that I'm known for, it's got to be how ugly my catches are, right? Some guys it's beautiful to watch them catch a fish, and with me, by the time the fish is in the kayak, you're like, how did he even pull that off? I got lines crossed, and it's mayhem. It's mayhem. So, but it's fun, right? And it's kind of entertaining to watch.
Danny, tell us about your kayak setup. How do you use your electronics? I mean, your cameras and all. You've got to have some kind of battery packs or something. Explain that.
Yeah. So that's been actually when I started trying to film. Like once I started, fishing out of the kayak, and I really, really enjoyed it. And then I was like, well, what can I do to make this a lot harder? I can try and film, right? So it's a whole different kind of game in a kayak. So it's evolved. But what I have now is I actually have a camera that's mounted on the bow, and I have a hole that goes through the hatch that's sealed, so it's running off a large external battery, and then I have a remote, so it's on all the time, but it's not recording all the time.
Gotcha.
Or sometimes I will leave it record for hours and just like in dash cam mode, The only downside to that is it can be very time consuming to go back later and grab the clips that have the fish on it. So I do have a remote on it so I can start and stop recording. So if I'm paddling from one spot to another, there's no reason to record. So I will stop recording. But when I'm fishing, I try to let it run all the time because that way you get the takedowns.
Right.
And people like to see the takedowns. That's the exciting part. That's where all the adrenaline, So
I think some people would be okay if you and me and Steve and everybody just showed a takedown and then the fish coming up out the water. They really don't care too much about maybe on your channel because you're in a kayak, but they love those takedowns and then they want to see the fish. They don't really care about in between.
Well, have you ever caught a fish so big that it pulls you around on your kayak?
Oh yeah. Yeah. So surprisingly enough, I mean, an 8 or 9 pound channel cat will pull you around in the kayak.
Oh, really?
Right. So, I mean, that's one of the things that really, when I started fishing out of the kayak, I wasn't into catfish, right? I mean, I grew up fishing farm ponds for bass. And when I got the kayak, I was bass fishing. And I started doing a little catfishing.
No, that's a 4-letter word here, right?
I call them bait now, right? But
continue. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No. But so I started catching channel cats, and they were so fun to catch. Just the little ones were pulling me around, and I'm like, oh man, this is where it's at. This is fun, And then obviously sort of zoning in on that and then learning to target bigger fish. But yeah, I've had some big blue cats, especially in shallow water, right? Because they can't go deep. They just make lateral runs, and you get spun in circles and drug around. And I've had fish pull me sideways.
You're at their mercy then.
You are. It's fun. I love it. I love it.
Thank you, Catfish and Pappy, for that $5 super sticker. We appreciate it. Denny, so there's more and more kayak cat fishermen coming out with channels, which is great. I think the more exposure that catch and release CPR is represented in the community, the better. The people without YouTube channels, they'll start doing that as well. So everybody has their own unique thing. What makes Float Fish Adventure unique? What is one thing that sets you apart that's just different, not better or worse, but just different than others?
Besides the ugly train wreck catches. So I guess probably one thing that you'll see on my channel that you won't see from a lot of the other guys is just when I'm into flathead fishing in that part of the season, you'll probably see more flatheads on my channel, and a fair amount of them are going to be caught on less than 10 foot of line. Because I love fishing that way, right up close to heavy cover on a short line. And when you get bit, that fish is right there and he's not running anywhere. You're just holding on, trying to keep him out of the cover. And it's kind of a rush,
Now, Benny, I've seen a couple of your videos before, and you're like sitting right on top of that brush pile. What's the rig that you're using to dip down into that pile?
Yeah, so I've it's evolved a little bit over time too. Last year, I started using a knocker rig more, and that's pretty much my go-to rig there now. I'll use a knocker rig.
Explain that.
Yeah. So I mean, I got my main line and my leader down to my main line down to my swivel, and then I have the leader, and I'll have the leader, and it will have an egg sinker on it that slides down to the hook, and I'll have a rattle or two. I'll have the hook, a bead, one or two rattles, and then the sinker. So it's sliding right up against the hook. And then more often than not, here lately, I've been using J hooks, and because I'll drop my bait, I'll feel around, like if there's some debris on the bottom, I want to get my bait right next to it. Or I'll pull it just up enough off the bottom so that it's struggling and trying to get to something. The game is a lot of times it's positioning, right? So I have to make sure that I'm positioned in a way where when I get bit, I have to think it through. Like, if I get bit here, where do I have to try and keep the fish?
What's my next move?
Where do I have, I've got I've got open water here between 11 and 2, and I got to keep them there, because if they get anywhere else, I'll lose them, so. What's
your catch rate trying to pull them up out of them snags and stuff?
Pretty good.
Really?
Pretty good. There's some heartbreak. You're playing with fire, so that's part of the game. But if I get bit, I'm going to say I'm probably 75%.
You've had your heart broke before, I'd say, in that tree, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. It's not fun. There's crying sometimes.
There ain't no crying in catfishing. Come on.
Oh yeah, there is. It's just off camera.
Yeah, we edit that stuff out.
So, have you found inspiration from any other people, not necessarily YouTubers, but have you found other inspiration to step up your game, whether it's as an angler or as a YouTuber?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So, my biggest inspiration around fishing was, my grandpa, when I was a little kid. He's the one who used to take me out fishing and got me outside, and he was, the farm ponds and bass, and that was cool. When I got more serious about fishing, I got really into buck perry, and I still count him as a huge influence about how I pay attention to structure and like how fish move. Even though he was a bass angler.
Terry is the fellow who invented the word structure or explained the word structure and cover and that. Am I getting that right?
Yep, he's the grandfather of structure fishing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right, and like understanding that fish don't just live in shallow water; they have game trails from deep water to shallow water, and you figure those game trails out, and that's where you focus your energy.
Yeah.
You know? So, and it's the same in rivers, but it's a little different in rivers. But that's so he was an influence. And then I don't know. I mean, as far as video editing, I used to like when I started fishing out of the kayak, I was trying to learn more about it, and I was researching on YouTube like most people do, and I kept coming across people fishing for giant fish out in saltwater, and they were, and there would just be like music videos, and I was like, well, I got a camera. That looks pretty fun.
Yeah.
So when I first started, I had it was not like I'm going to show, teach you how to fish or because even still, I'm sort of reluctant sometimes I'm happy to share what I know and what works for me. But I mean, there's so many people who've been at it so much longer, and I think who are so much better at it. All I wanted to do was like just get people excited, right? I want to this is so much fun. I want people to see how fun it is to get them maybe motivated to, spend less time on the couch and more time going out and doing something that they're going to really remember,
So what would you say to guys like me who are a boat guy and Steve and any other ladies or gentlemen out there in the chat? What do you recommend for like a starter kayak? Like they don't want to put a lot of money into it. They just want to see if they like it. Because that's kind of where I am. People keep asking me to try out kayaks, and I hadn't convinced myself yet.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question too, because find somebody who does it, who's got a kayak, and ask them if you can go out and you can paddle around with them, or just go out and paddle their kayak around for a little bit. There are some solid entry-level kayaks. There are also a lot of kayaks that you will regret. You'll regret not spending an extra $500 on, because comfort is, you don't understand how important comfort is with a kayak until you spend 4, 5, 6 hours in one. And then, that extra $500-600 is everything, and I mean, there's a lot of little differences that you can't tell. If you get out and paddle one around, you'll get a feel for, I understand what people are talking about when they say this is more stable or less stable or a sit on top. And you're way better off getting a little time on one, practicing or not practicing, but trying out a couple of different ones from people who have them, so that you know what you want. Because so many people, they think they want something just to get in, and they go buy a cheap one, and then they regret it.
Right.
And they end up buying a more expensive one next year anyway. So better off to do a little research up front. Definitely do a little research and get on one.
What's your favorite kayak brand?
So I'm on the Wilderness Systems team right now, and I have an Attack 120. And man, I love fishing out of that thing. I love fishing out of it. I can't say enough about how happy I've been with it.
Awesome. Well, Denny, we're wrapping up here. Probably got about 30 seconds left. Anything you want to leave the viewers with? How can we find you? Do you have any social media? Share all that stuff.
Yeah, sure. So it's Float Fish Adventure, right? YouTube is like the main hustle. There's a Facebook page, so you can find me there, and there's Instagram, the main things. You can look me up, and if you have questions or whatever, I get questions from people all the time. I'm happy to answer. Otherwise, the only thing I would say is make some plans to get outside this summer.
Amen.
Well, Denny, we appreciate you spending your time with the Catfish Conference today, our virtual Catfish Conference.
Yeah, thanks for having me. You guys have a great weekend.
All right, you too, buddy. Thank you.
See you guys.
See you.
What a great advocate for kayak fishing, and Denny has some great videos of. If you haven't checked him out, I've seen the moderators have been putting his YouTube channel and Facebook into the chat. Please go check him out. He has some serious takedowns. He even got nominated for the takedown of the year for the Golden Whiskers, and you won't regret it. Go check him out. All right, next up, I believe we have Seaark Boats. So we'll be back at 9:35 with the folks from Seaark. See you then.
Cat River Anchors.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Our next vendor, our first vendor of the day, is Seaark Boats, and we're going to bring them up here in just a second. How you doing, fellas?
Hey guys, how are y'all?
How are you?
Good, good. We're anxious to hear about Seaark Boats. First of all, tell us who you are and just a little bit about the company, when it was started, how long you've been in business.
Yeah, so my name is Jeremy Cole. This is John Warden. What did they call you, Swamp?
Yeah, sort of.
John Warden's one of our pro staff guys from right below St. Louis, and then I'm our territory sales manager in Texas, Louisiana, and part of Arkansas. So, but yeah, Seaark's been in business since the 50s under Monarch. The Monarch sold to Brunswick, and one of the partners in Monarch ended up starting Seaark Boats, and we've been going ever since. Same factory that Monarch was built in the 50s, and we're building boats that for a lifetime, boats built for a lifetime. So still out there, and got a lot of new exciting things. Got a lot of new catfish models that I know everybody's seen, and we've got a few sitting out here. So behind us here, we've got Steve Henderson, our president. We got Chris Yaney, our sales manager. We got Doug Rice here. We got Ryan Casey. We got Roy Hartness. Got the Massengales coming. Got Jeff Dodson. You know, for the Catfish Conference, we figured it would be best just to come to Wheeler Lake and do it on the water. But it's like 5 inches of rain out there right now.
Oh, really?
So where are y'all at?
We're at the cabin right here at Wheeler Dam. So,
okay.
We were going to try to be out there and catch a big catfish, but it was just a little nasty right now. We were still eating breakfast, so we're just kind of hanging out. But
So have you got some boats to show everybody?
We do. I can walk out there here in just a second and show.
Are you going to get wet?
Yes.
Probably. Yeah, it's all good though. It's all good.
But you're doing it for the CatCon people, and they came here and they want to see a Seaark boat.
That's right.
Jeremy,
so when we walk out there, I've got our brand new Dynasties. We got a big red and white one, and we got Roy Harkness's big camouflage Dynasty out there. John Warden's boat's a ProCat 240 out there. So, John, what do you got to say about Seaark? We going fishing?
Well, I think we're gonna, we're actually calling for a little window about 1 o'clock today, so hopefully we'll actually get out on the water. It's been absolutely pouring since before daylight, so far this morning, but it'll be a good
good test.
Yeah, good test.
Our Seaarks are built with a 15-degree dead rise on the back. It's like 28 degree in the front, and the wind was whipping yesterday, and the boats did great. So that's one of the things that sets us apart, just alone in our hulls and our ProCats and our Dynasties as well. But the cool thing about our Dynasties is they've got a deeper side than our ProCats do. So not only do you get the big windshield, you get the deeper sides. It's just a little bit better boat than the ProCat, in my opinion. A little bit more creature here.
How big is the Dynasty? How many feet can you get that in? A 20 and 24?
22.
22 foot.
It's got an extended deck, so it feels like a 24-foot boat, but performs has the speed of the 22-foot boat.
Right.
Yeah, and one of the things that impresses me, of course, it's all rated for a 300 horse motor. Both of them out here's got 300 Suzuki's, and I know Roy's will run right at 60. Which to me, Suzuki is a bulletproof motor, but they're not near as fast as Yamaha and Mercury. So for it to push this boat 60 mile an hour is really impressive. And then we got one out there with the Yamaha as well that runs mid 60s, almost 65. So it is a fast boat, especially with the 100-gallon live well and all the stuff built into it. So when I can crawl in the live well, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Well, Seaark's been around a long time, and they really did a lot for the catfishing community. I don't run a Seaark, but I do appreciate what they've done over the years with the community. They have their own tournament, an owners tournament. Tell us a little bit about that, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's one of the exciting things. We're actually going to do a little bit of filming to promote our upcoming owners tournament. It'll be April 23rd and 24th, right here on Wheeler Lake. It'd be up at the Decatur side though, and it's always an exciting time. I actually never got to make one because I was always running tournaments somewhere else in a different part of the world. But John, you have been to many of them, so I'll let you handle the owners tournament. I know it's going to be like 200 boats, and you always see big fish here on Wheeler Lake.
Yeah, it's always an exciting time. I mean, people come from all over the country for this tournament. It seems to be growing every year. I mean, it's a couple hundred boat tournament. This is our 10th year, I guess, even though we got canceled last year with the COVID and everything. But it'll be an impressive tournament. And, all you have to do to win a brand new Seaark is catch a single fish and weigh a single fish in.
Yeah,
that's a lot of what draws people into this tournament. Plus, it's on a great fishery like Wheeler.
Yeah,
awesome.
And you can come fish in a 16-foot Seaark, and it can be a 1990 model Seaark, and you can come fish. All you have to do is provide your registration. And like John said, we're giving away a ProCat 200 with a 150 Suzuki. Or 200 Suzuki.
So if a guy has a 16-foot Seaark that he bought in 1990 and he got it registered, he comes to your tournament, catches one fish, weighs it in, he's got a chance of winning a brand new boat.
Yep.
Brand new.
One in 200 and some odd chance, however many people enter.
Yeah,
that's not bad.
That is. It's pretty awesome, and I think Ryan done one too, so we had to take him out of the field. So.
Ryan Casey's there.
I won the first one. I'm living proof that anybody can win one of these things.
Yeah. Well, in a couple
how
years
you doing,
ago,
hey, buddy.
We had a couple down here that I think they were down here just sort of fishing and found out about the tournament and happened to have a Seaark. Entered the tournament. They wound up being drawn for the boat. So, they didn't even come down here initially for it, but just heard about it. And, so anybody can win it. All you have to do is weigh a single fish. And they caught a small catfish and weighed it in.
There you go. Well, fellas, we're kind of short on time, but how can we see some of these Seaark boats? Who's going to brave?
Let's walk out here, okay?
Who's going to brave the storm?
And as we're traveling out, and people in chat, if you have any questions for these fellas, let us know.
All right. So I got my big bay boat. I'm excited about my bay boat. But here we have the Seaark Dynasty. So that's why I was talking about the sides here. We've got a different hull on it. But 28-inch sides. And then, of course, rated for a 300. And a little bit different. It's kind of the same as our ProCat, but it's laid out a little bit different. You got your 100-gallon live well right here in the back. And one of the cool things about this boat that I've seen Jeff Dodd, this is Jeff Dodd's Pro Staff boat, and he's using as well. But this box in here, Steve, come over here and open this box. That other side of it. I get Mr. Steve in there. So this is like a step-up box, and what we're using it as in this boat is a sinker storage. So you can put all your sinkers in there. Just a little extra storage. All of these boats come standard with a seat suspension. Jeff did put Wave Pro in here, but all these boats do come with front seat suspension on the passenger and driver side. And then I don't know if you can see it, but right there in the middle is a rod storage. So right there in between the consoles. So you got, holds up to what, 7? He's got about 20. I think it takes up like 7 foot. And then, of course, you come up front here and you got storage. You got a windshield that is completely dry. Ain't no water going to come through. And then our front decks are self-bailing as well. Anchor storage. And then you've got the extension that John Warden was talking about that overhangs on the boat where you can hang lights on the bottom if you're running at night. Mount different kind of stuff. It's a pretty cool add-on that we add to our duck boats called the Timber Runner package, but that comes standard on our Dynasties. So like I said, that's the Pretty Red Dynasty here. And then we got Roy Harkness's big camouflage Dynasty with the amp package. One of the cool things about Seaark is we do have amp packages and matching trailers that match the orange or the blue or the red. And we do offer those on the Dynasty now as well. So, but you can get full enclosures and basically everything you're used to getting in a catfish boat. So, It's a pretty cool boat. Like I said, if it wasn't pouring down rain, we would go run it and be on the water trying to catch catfish. So
right.
Hey guys.
So tell us, we got a comment in chat, and he says, well, I'll simplify the question. Where can somebody go to order a boat? Because obviously, we have to go through dealers and things like that. So is there a page that we can go to find a dealer? How do we order one? Things of that nature.
Yeah, so you can go to SeaarkBoats.com and get on there. We've got a dealer portal. You can just put in your zip code, and it'll bring up your nearest dealer. We've got 90-ish dealers all over the country, from Pennsylvania, Florida, all the way out to Kansas and far west Texas. So we got a lot of good dealers that can take care of him. But like I said, you just get on SeaarkBoats.com and go to our dealer portal, and you can find any dealer, or you can give us a call and we can put you in the right direction.
Brian wants to know, what's the wait time when ordering a new boat?
Ooh, that's been a killer in the boat world. It's been one of the best things that's happened to the industry, the outdoor industry. I've got a buddy that works at Walmart corporate, and they can't even keep bicycles. So the guys that we have, the guys at our manufacturing plant are top notch. We got the best guys in the business, our welders, our finishers, our painters. And I can't give them enough credit because they work all week long, and they work over the weekend, last weekend, to try to get caught up from the ice storm. But, right now we're way out. But we've got a lot of dealers that have stock boats in inventory, so you can give your nearest dealer a call, and then we can replace stock boats with a customer boat if they wanted to have a custom order boat. But a lot of our dealers, we're caught up. It's just such a demand that the demand is way further than we can build. So we're starting to ship a lot of boats. There's a lot of boats out there getting back in inventory again. So if you're looking for a catfish boat, the Dynasties, our new Pro Guide that we come out with, and our Protege are still a little tough to get, but Pro Cats are getting back out there quite a bit.
Awesome.
So what, even though the wait time, well, first of all, your boats are welded aluminum, right?
Yes. Our boats are all welded from front to back. It's all aluminum. So except for the foam around the live wells and the foam in the boat.
Right. So what are you running any promos for the Catfish Conference, even though, you won't be able to get a boat for a while?
Well, Steve told me that he was giving me a boat earlier, but I guess that's the only
He told me that too. Remind him that
was that why he brought the red Dynasty out there?
Yeah, I think so. Or the camo
I
one.
figured it would match the red, the monster. And well, you need Palmetto Cats is orange, isn't it?
No, it's green. Green.
It's green. Well, then we just need to get you an amp green boat. That's all we need to do then. So.
That's I'll settle for that.
Yeah, one last thing that I have is all of our new models. Right when I started back in the last summer, man, they were pumping out brand new catfish models, and the Dynasty had just come out. The Catfish Conference last year was when it was unveiled, and we've made quite a few changes and have been working on improving the Dynasty since then. From what it looked like at last year's Catfish Conference. But we did come out with a new model called the Pro Guide, which is like a 26-foot long Pro Cat 240. It's just 2 foot longer. And you can have up to 3 rows instead of 2 rows. You can put 3 rows of seats.
Yeah, I saw that on the website.
I know, it's a Haz. It's like a big guide boat, but, I think a lot of these guys were in our pro staff deal when we were filming it and taking pictures of it. And I'm not too sure that it's not our best riding boat out there, and you got all the room to do what you want with.
Right.
It's probably my favorite out of the Catfish series. And then of course we brought out the Protege, which is our price point boat if you can't afford a Pro Cat and are just getting involved in the sport of catfish. You can get in that Protege for less than $40,000. So
yeah.
Awesome. Well, what size? One last question: what size can you get in the Dynasty?
What size?
Yeah. What's the biggest Dynasty you have?
There's only one size. It's 22 foot. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Right now,
so,
just one size.
Are you running any promotions for the Catfish Conference?
We are not. No,
Okay.
not at the moment. We're so far building boats, and it's been a crazy year. So hopefully next year we'll be able to, give all kinds of.
Awesome.
Well, gentlemen, I appreciate you all always. You supported the Catfish Conference from the beginning. I appreciate you guys sticking with us and doing this today. Tell everybody I said, hey, that's with your crew today. I'm totally jealous because I'm down here with no water, but that'll be all right. After a couple of days, I'll be back down with you guys probably. But
yes.
Anyway,
we appreciate what y'all are doing. Y'all are doing a great job. We've been watching it all morning, so pretty awesome. So we appreciate y'all still making it happen, and I can't take credit for it, but these guys are what make Seaark what it is, and we're glad to have everybody on board. And look forward to seeing everybody somewhere out on the tournament trail this year. Come out and see us at our owners tournament.
And when's that tournament again?
April 23rd and 24th. You can get on the website, seaarkboats.com, and register right there and get meal tickets and everything. So,
good deal. Well, gentlemen, we certainly appreciate it. And we got any questions or anything for anybody?
Not really. I just wanted to say that tell Steve I'll email him my address, okay?
That'll work. That'll work.
All
We'll
right.
bring it to you. That's how we do it at Seaark. All customers.
We'll film it and make a great video about it. It'll be awesome. All right, guys. I'll take care.
See you.
All right. So yeah, if you're interested in a Seaark boat, you better order now so you can have it sooner than later. And that's great that the business is so good, and they're great boats. I've never actually been in one, but I've seen plenty of them on the water, and I've seen plenty of people in them.
They've supported the industry for years, so it's a good thing. But the COVID thing stopped that too. I think they had to quit work for like 3 months.
Wow.
So that put them behind in
production.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So a lot of challenges, and we're just happy that they were able to stay alive.
Right.
And staying alive, keeping your business alive during COVID has been a struggle for a lot. So they're blessed to do that. All right. Well, next up at 9:50, we will have Smooth Moves boat seats. So stay tuned, and we'll see you there at 9:50. Well, hey guys, I'm back. We're just I think we're having some technical difficulties. This whole live stream thing is new to a lot of people. And so, as the thumbnail said at 9:55, we're supposed to be on with Smooth Moves boat seats. And so Mr. Douglas went off to try to get in contact with them. But I just wanted to take this time to recognize people in chat. We got Catfish Fever and Outdoors, Alicia Barnett, Mr. Gadget. Thank you for that offer, Mr. Gadget. I appreciate that. Make sure you hit that thumbs up. And again, if you have questions that you want to ask these vendors, and you can look at the schedule. And as you look at the schedule, then you can have your questions ready for them when they come up, and you can pop them in. As you saw with the Seaark Boats, we ran out of time. We actually went overtime, and that's one of the challenges of the virtual Catfish Conference, because you have these time slots to fit everybody in. So we have to fit everybody in these nice tight spots, and then we have to get the questions in so that everybody can feel like they're being heard. We got Catfish Fever and Outdoors, Sharp Fishing TV. They're Smooth Move. They're coming on. We're going to let them get set up, and we'll be back with them in a second. Let's see, Eric Burnside. We got a lot of great people in chat. We have 253 watching, whether it's YouTube and or Facebook. All right, cool. Looks like we're set up, so we're going to bring on Smooth Move Seats. How you doing, gentlemen?
Hi, guys. Good morning.
How's it going over there? How's the weather?
Sun's shining, and it's above zero, so it's a great day.
The sun, what is that?
Yeah, we had missed it for a while, too. My name is Kevin Christensen, and this is Mark Sims to my left.
Morning.
We're the guys you talk to when you call us on the phone. And we've been in business now since 2010, and we'd like to show you some of our products. I'd also like to thank the people that are watching this today.
Awesome. So when did you start the Smooth Moves Boat Seats company?
We started in 2010.
Okay.
I traded a bus garage for it.
You traded what?
We've been rocking and rolling ever since.
What did you say? You traded a what?
A school bus garage.
Nice.
I used to have school buses, and then my partner at that time in the Napa store was Brett King and Fishes the Walleye Tours. He's the one that originally started the company, and about 3 years before that. So
Awesome.
and I was building the suspensions for him. So then I ended up trading the school buses garage for him. And that's how we started out this company in 2010.
Perfect. Well, I'm going to give you guys full screen so you can share some of the wonderful products you have, okay?
Yes. What I'm sitting on right here is our air suspension that's got a built-in air compressor on it. And all you do to let the air out is you pull the button out. And then when I put air in, you just push the button to pump it up. This one really shines on the guys that weigh that 280 on up. It really works slick for them guys. Mark's over there with the mechanical one. It's got a spring tension in there with a hydraulic dampener shock. Both of them are set up so that they can swivel right there, and they also slide back and forth. This one here retails for $6.99. That one retails for $5.99. Mark, would you like to show them how that one works as far as adjusting?
So this is our Ultra system that we're using right now. We're looking at right here. We got a handle down here that adjusts your height. You got 2 inches of travel up and down on the suspension. This handle in the middle sets your spring tension for your weight. Probably one of the most important things we want to do with our Smooth Move seats is get them set up for your weight. We're a company that wants to absorb shock, so when we sit down on this seat, you can see that this seat collapses about 1/4 to 1/2 of an inch. And that's when you know you have your seat set up properly. So when you're riding, you're just getting this nice smooth ride all the way across the water. Your seat's going to move probably 1.5 to 2 inches is all we want. So when you get this thing going, there's no bottoming out. There's no ejection mode. There's nothing. Everything just flows on the water. We're taking the shock out of that wave, putting it in our suspension so it's not going in your body. And that's the key thing about the Smooth Moves. Whether you're doing the Air or the Ultra, if you set these seats up right, you're going to have the ride of a lifetime, and we're going to have you on the water the next day feeling as good as the first day. That's the key to a Smooth Moves.
So if I were to sit, I'm a lot bigger, and so if I were to sit in a seat rated for your weight, you would have to calibrate it so that, because I'm going to go down more than an inch.
Absolutely you are. So what you would do is you would sit in here, you would just take this handle clockwise, and you might go to an 8 where I'm at a 3. And you just keep turning that up. And once you get your seat set, every time you get up, your seat should only go down 1/4 inch. Doesn't matter if you weigh 180 or if you weigh 240, you set that seat at 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 of an inch collapsing, and you will get the same. See, now I'm not moving at all because I went up about 5 turns, and I'm just barely getting about 1/2 inch of cushion. So when I turn it back down to where I'm ready to go, when I get back down to a 3, Now I'm getting my inch and a half of suspension by just applying a little bit of my weight as a wave, per se, a wave. And
so on the air ride, you would do the same thing, but you would just add more or less air, correct?
That's exactly correct. Once it gets to its top level, you keep that button pushed. It accumulates more air in the bladder, and you just set it right there. So when you sit back on that seat moves 1/4 of an inch, and you are set right there for your ride. And it'll do the exact same thing. You're set up. The difference would be is this seat is adjustable up and down about 2 inches with this knob down here to where the air system sets itself at its height all the time. You're usually fully expanded on your seat, where the Ultra gives you a little cushion in and out for your height. It's important to set them so that your feet are firmly on the ground and you're sitting there, and it just absorbs that shock going across the water.
Now, was this inspiration from the bus company?
Not really. No, it's not.
Just coincidence?
I was more worried about getting the kids home without beating up on one another. No, this didn't come from the bus company at all. It was just that me and Brett King were partners in a Napa store together, and he started fishing the walleye tours, and that's where it come from.
Now, looking at the seats, where I'm looking at it, the left-handed seat, I heard an air pressure or something going. Is that included in the price of the seat, or is that something extra on top of it?
That's correct. It is included. It's all built into the system here. So
you have to wire that. You'll have to wire that to some 12 volt then, correct?
Correct. Either that or you can plug it into a power point. The end of the cord has a power point on it. There's also a place where you can disconnect it right here and put that power cord into your glove box. They do seep, but so you have to add air about once a week. There's not a lot of air volume in there, so they do seep a little bit. They're like it's built on the same concept as your farm tractor suspensions in your tractors.
You have a question. Do you have one that will mount on a bench type catfish boat and not a floor mount?
Yes. What we do is we eliminate this. Your pedestal and your spider. So you take and you mount that suspension right on top of that box. The problem is it's going to add 10 inches to the top of that box. You got to figure out to make sure if you can fit underneath that, or it's not too tall for you.
Catting Around Outdoors said put a recliner and call it the cat napper.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, they do got some seats out there. And basically, guys, this is what the plate looks like that bolts to your seat cushion. This is a 5 by 12 inch bolt pattern. And this is for your 5.5 by 5 bolt patterns. So it'll fit either your smaller seats or your big captain's chairs, the ones with the armrest. Usually are the 5 by 12 inch bolt pattern.
Hold it up to the sign there so they can see the bolt pattern. Your shirt's black. So there you go.
We've kind of made that universal.
Cool. As we're wrapping up, what's the max weight capacity that you could have in one of your seats?
I got a gentleman up on Mille Lacs Lake that weighs 500 pounds on that air suspension. He's been on them now for 4 years. He just bought a new boat last fall, put the same set back in. He never had any problems with that first set he bought.
Excellent.
Our Ultras usually run up to about 250 pounds.
Oh, you can go
300, yeah, 250 to 300 for this one here.
For the mechanical, okay.
On the mechanical, yeah. And then we like to ladder you up to the air suspension if you're above that. For your customers out there that are looking at a smooth move seat, our inventory levels are perfect. We'll have them shipped out to you next day. We have a full 3-year warranty on our suspension. Our customer service is phenomenal. And just to let them know, an important measurement that we need on these seats is from the floor of your boat to the flat of the bottom of your seat. That's an important critical measurement. Yep. We have a 4 3/4, a 6 inch, an 8 inch pad.
That's what determines. We come out with a box system now where you can get it lower in the boat. The system bolts right to the bottom of the suspension. This bolts to the floor. And then we put our swivel on top.
This is a heavy duty swivel that's designed right here full 360, locks in both ways, and that would go on top of your suspension when we use the box mount, because otherwise your Garrelec swivel would be your 360. This is designed by Kevin, and it's ready to go, heavy duty swivel for your customers on the box system.
Couple more things we offer guys is some guys got a square pattern for their pedestal in their boats. We got a plate that adapts it to take a regular pedestal so that we can fit in your boat. Another thing we got, if you're too close to the steering wheel, we got this plate, and this plate will bolt. You grab your 6 holes that your pedestal's got already, and then slide your pedestal back 3.5 inches. That's another product we come out with.
Are you running any Catfish Conference specials today?
Yes, we are. We're going to knock 10% off anything between now and noon on a week from today.
10% off anything until next week.
Yep, we're going to run it till next Friday at noon. Give us a call. Tell us you watch this video, and we will give you that discount.
Do you have any social media sites that you want to plug or websites?
Well, we have a Facebook page, of course, Smooth Moves, and then you can look at our website at www.smoothmovesseats.com. Moves is plural, seats is plural. It gives you full instructions on how to measure, how to install, anything that you want to know about the seats. Gives a full array of product on there, has some tutorials, so it's all set up and to help you do it. Give us a call at 888-583-2701. Kevin and I will handle that. Tammy will be there. We answer the phones right away. We got it all set up, and we'll take good care of you and make sure that you're going to have a good day out on the water.
Awesome. Do the seats fold down?
These do.
Yeah. Remember, when you do a Smooth Moves, you put your seat on our suspension. Okay. Gotcha. So you take your boat seat out, put it on that universal plate. That universal plate mounts right on our slides, and you're set. So we don't got to match any interiors in you guys' pretty Catfish boats.
Awesome.
Well, gentlemen, I appreciate you coming in and participating in our live event. I know you guys have been with us like 2 or 3 years now at our real Catfish Conference, but I appreciate y'all's support, and hopefully you guys can get some good sales off of this virtual stuff due to the COVID. But we do certainly appreciate you guys hanging with the Catfish Conference.
And we appreciate you guys too for doing this.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You guys have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Take care. All right. Well, smooth. A lot of people in chat are saying that now they're going to save up so they can get those seats.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I didn't buy mine from Smooth Moves, but I bought a boat that had Smooth Moves seats in it. So they don't have so much rough water. It saves the spine. Most of these guys that have been on this rough water in these John boats will know when you come off of a wave and that butt hits seat hard, and then your spine goes to hurting.
Those vertebrae compress, and you just get tense.
But if you're going to fish the big waters like Wheeler, Wilson, Santee Cooper, I've been on Santee Cooper when it's rough.
Yeah.
When I didn't know anything about Santee Cooper in a little bass boat, you don't want to get stuck out there. What do they call it? The hatchery out there? Is that
any place really?
Yeah.
The hatchery is where you'll hit the stumps in the rough water.
I was in that rough water out there when I didn't know what I was doing. But anyway, Smooth seats, they're great.
So we have a recap next. So basically, we want to just remind you to go to www.catfishconference.com to see the specials that have been run. Mr. Herve is feverishly trying to put those up on the website as they're presented. And we'll just run through. We only have 2 so far. Let's run through who we've had. We've had the Rod Rippin Catfish Trail on here. We had them on first, and they talked about their tournament, their values, and where you can find them. If they have Facebook sites and a website, and they talked about their payouts, their charity event, and just the general what they believe in. Then we had the All-American Catfish tournaments on next, and they said that if you go to their Facebook page and you follow the instructions on their Facebook page, that you can enter to win a rod and reel combo. So go check that out. Who doesn't need a new rod and reel combo? Who wouldn't want one? But so go check that out. Next, we had Mr. Denny Ransom from Float Fish Adventure, and he talked about his channel, Float Fish Adventure, how he got started, and he talked a little bit about kayak fishing with us. So, you know, while we're waiting for the next event to come up, if you want to, you can scroll back and go check those out. Then we had Seaark Boats, and they talked about the construction of their boats, the Dynasty model, and a couple of their other new models. They have a Pro Guide boat out now with 3 rows of seats, but you're going to have to order now if you want to get it. They're pretty backed up due to COVID and just the massive amount of orders there that are coming in.
And they have a tournament as well.
They have a tournament, owners tournament.
Yeah, owners tournament. If you own a Seaark boat, no matter what year, as long as you can prove that has the registration, you go fish a tournament, catch a single fish, then your name is put in a hat for a ProCat 240, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe a 200, but it's a free
new
boat.
Seaark boat.
Yeah.
And they also said they were going to deliver one to my house. So let me not get that rumor started. And then just now we had the Smooth Moves boat seats. Make sure that moves is plural when you go search for them. Smooth Moves boat seats, and they talked about their air ride system and their mechanical ride system for the boat seats, where you can take your own seat and mount on the Smooth Move system. And they are running a conference promo, 10% off anything purchased from now until Friday at noon, next Friday, so 1 week from today. So if you go on their website, check them out, visit their Facebook, and then you can get some discounts on seats.
Right.
And then next up, we have Fishing and Stuff. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a minute.
Okay, let's find a boat.
Let's go fishing. Biggest thing about catfish for me is the accessibility of spending time with my kids, getting them out of the house, away from all the electronics and stuff, and just spending some true time with them, teaching them how to catfish like me and my father did when I was growing up. We did a lot of bank fishing, but it was definitely some good memories for me that I want to pass down to my kids as well. Hopefully they're taking it all in, and one day they'll be able to take me catfishing. This brand, what it embodies, is way more than just apparel. It's a lifestyle. it's a family. It's nice to have a company in the catfish community that cares about the sport as much as we do.
I'm really thankful for my dad getting me out of the house, even though sometimes I don't want to. Either it's too cold or too early. At the end of the day, these memories will last forever.
This is the most important part of what we do, is to release these big fish. So my son can take his son fishing just like my dad did to me when I was young. All right, let's go, baby.
One lifestyle, one passion, one brand.
Hey guys, fishing and stuff. Today, we're at the 2021 Catfish Conference. Well, we're in my building, okay? But this year's Catfish Conference is virtual, so technically, we're at the 2021 Catfish Conference. If you don't know who I am, I have a channel on YouTube, and it's called Fishing and Stuff. And believe it or not, I build fishing stuff. I do lots of different kinds of DIYs. If you've never seen it before, go over and check it out. I think you'll like it. This year is my 4th Catfish Conference. And this year's Catfish Conference is kind of cool if you think about it, because I hear people all the time saying, I wish I could go to the Catfish Conference. It's too far away. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it. This year, everybody gets to go. And everybody gets the benefit of the great savings that they have at the Catfish Conference. From my experience, there's 2 times a year that's best to buy fishing gear. The first best time of the year to buy fishing gear is Black Friday. All the different catfish vendors have good deals on Black Friday. The other best time of the year to buy fishing gear is at the Catfish Conference, because at the Catfish Conference, they get all the vendors together and you can find just about anything you're looking for. From bait tanks to terminal tackle, it's all at the Catfish Conference and it's all on sale. And though I'm gonna miss the in-person Catfish Conference, there's some other good things about this. I mean, it usually costs me $600 to $800 to go to Kentucky. I rent a car, get a motel room, pay for gas, pay for eating. You can spend all that money on fishing gear, plus you ain't even gotta pay for parking. Yeah, this year's Catfish Conference is gonna be awesome, but there's still things that I'm gonna miss about the in-person Catfish Conference. So, I made a list of the things I'm gonna miss about the in-person Catfish Conference. Anyway, the first thing I'm gonna miss about the Catfish Conference: hanging out with other YouTubers. The Catfish Conference is basically like a big YouTube meet where you can see just about any fishing channel or any channel having to do with catfish in general. They're there. But I love going to see the other YouTube channels that show up at the Catfish Conference. And let me tell you, there's some characters there.
Really? Oh, hit me. Yeah, right now.
Another thing I'm gonna miss about going to the Catfish Conference in Kentucky, even though this is a virtual catfish conference, we're not gonna get to catch the virtual catfish. Every year Big Cat Fever brings a virtual catfishing machine to the Catfish Conference. And it's really fun to watch the kids of all ages try to catch catfish on this thing. I mean, it's a blast. It's always one of the biggest hits of the Catfish Conference. I'm also gonna miss the Catfish Cook-Off. Every year at the Catfish Conference, they have a Catfish Cook-Off, and they let teams enter into a competition where they all cook different catfish recipes, they pick judges, and they give out trophies to the winners. And that's just another thing to miss about the in-person Catfish Conference. When you get to go to the Catfish Conference, there's pros there, there's tournament anglers, there's every level of fishermen there you can think of. I mean, you can really learn a lot from these guys. Plus, if you see one of them walking around, you just whoop out your phone and say, "Hey man, can I do an interview?" And they'll tell you anything you want to know. I want to ask you a question. What's your secret to catching big catfish?
Go where there's lots of big catfish. I mean, it's the dirty little secret, right? You know, man, I don't catch catfish in crappy lakes.
Luck. I mean, Let's gotta have luck. But I guess the secret is time on the water. You gotta fish a lot too.
Bait would have to be number one, and then putting in the work. You know, if you go out and sit in one spot all day and just say, "Oh, the fish aren't biting," you know, that's what I feel like a lot of people do.
What's the most important piece of gear you use catfishing?
Be a rod and reel, because you can catch bait with a rod and reel if you had to. Then you can turn around and catch a big fish.
With the number one bait that I like, it would have to be bait tanks.
It's genius.
It'd probably be my good looks.
You'd probably.
I catch anything with that.
If you can only use one bait the rest of your life.
Gizzard shad.
Okay.
It's hot dogs soaked in Kool-Aid.
Gizzard shad.
Gizzard shad.
Easy peasy.
In my water system, it would be skipjack herring.
Probably had to be skipjack.
Probably Moona.
But be careful, because every once in a while, they'll lie to you. Mr. Tuttle Spud.
Tuttle Spud Productions.
I just had a question for you. What's your favorite catfish bait?
It's a hot dog.
At the Catfish Conference, you said you soaked them in cherry Kool-Aid.
Hey, weren't supposed to tell nobody about that. It's a secret. Hello, Dieter.
Hey, Dieter, I got a question for you.
I got an answer.
If you could only take one bait, what kind of bait would you take? Come on now.
One bait, I had to say.
One bait.
You know what I want to say?
Say it.
Strawberry jelly chicken.
Now at the Catfish Conference, you said shad. Kind of busted you there a little bit, didn't we? See there? You can't trust a fisherman. And something else I'll miss is looking at the boats. Oh, they got boats. They got pro cats. They got storm cats. They got bay boats and pontoon boats. You name it. And they got them all in one location. That's what's cool. And you can see all the new features and the new boats that's come out on the market. And you can make plans in your head for what you'd like to have. Even though I can't afford one, I still like looking at them. Something else I'm gonna miss about the in-person Catfish Conference is all the catfish gear. There's nothing like getting to pick up a rod or a reel that you've been eyeballing for a while and getting to feel how smooth it is or feel the action on it. Or getting to handle all the terminal tackle they got there. I mean, they sell everything, even the best clothes for catfishing, you'll find it there. But you're also gonna find it here today and tomorrow. But the number one thing above everything else that I'm gonna miss about the in-person Catfish Conference is getting to see you guys face to face and talk to you. I really am gonna miss that. So get your credit card out, get ready to save you some money. I got mine out. Anyway, I got some shopping to do. So as always, I appreciate you watching, and I'll see you on the next build.
Man, wasn't that an awesome video?
Yeah, he's fun.
Keith always does a great job fishing and stuff, and you know, he has a full-time job too, and he was able to put that video together, and he spent a lot of hours putting it together just for you all. So if y'all wouldn't mind, if you don't already know who Fishin' and stuff is, I'm sure people are putting his link in the description or in the chat so that you can go check him out. Now, he talked a lot about the in-person Catfish Conference and what he missed, and I'm not qualified to talk about that because this is my first experience with the Catfish Conference. So, Steve, why don't you kind of do you feel the same as Keith did?
Yeah, it's like, say, a big family. Everybody gets to come in and see everybody, and like yourself, you've seen Catfish Conference for years, but you've never been to one and experience, and this is not the best way to do it, but welcome to the Catfish Conference your first year. But yeah, it's the camaraderie. It's you get to see people. You know, you chat with Facebook guys or YouTube guys. You've never met them. Actually, me and you first met yesterday.
Yeah, we've met for the first time yesterday.
We've talked for a long time, but yeah, it's just and the deals you get. So a lot of fun at the Catfish Conference.
And from what I've heard from a lot of people is just the availability of the products to put your hands on them and hold them. So I think for me, other than meeting guys like you and Keith and Dieter and, you know, the list goes on, Chris Flores, you know, we've been friends now for about 6 months and I've never shook the man's hand.
Well, but Chris is a good guy. He's you'll love it.
Yeah. So that's the other thing is I was really looking forward to putting my hands on some products, you know, trying out a Hellcat, holding it, fighting that fish or looking at lines or tackle or, you know, whatever it may be, jumping in one of those boats that, like Keith said, that I can't afford. But
well, yeah, and there's different, like, it's hard to buy a rod over, you know, you got to feel that, and the Catfish Conference is the best place to do that. And there's so many different rods out there nowadays too, and price points. So you want to know what you're getting when you pay for it. So it's great for the Catfish Conference.
Yeah, and you know, we're just talking about what we missed. So how many? I have to guess. Like last year and years past, how many actual people do you think you've met each year? I know I put you on the spot with that question.
A lot. And you know, I'm not going to be complaining, but when we do the original Catfish Conference, I'm coordinating everything. I'm running from here to here to here, but I really can't take 2 steps without somebody saying, "Hey, Steve, how you doing?" And it's great. I love to take pictures with everybody. I hope some people understand that I'm supposed to be over there real quick. I don't mean to be, but yeah.
You just got to dress differently. You got to put on a different hat and different
disguise. Yeah. But it's great. And like I say, we've seen it grow each year. The first year we did it in Jeff Jones Marine's garage. I mean, we cleaned up. Chris Flores come down and helped. Luke Nichols come down and help. And we had about 1,500 people the first Catfish Conference.
That's awesome.
And then last year we had right at about 5,000 visitors
right
from like 20 different states.
Yeah.
So
I just saw a question. Travis Lee Woodruff need to start talking about the kayak catfish anglers too. Actually, Travis, I guess you're a little late. Our third presenter was a kayak catfishing angler.
Yeah.
Float Fish Adventures. So if you want to see that, go back in the chat and check it out, or go back in the stream and check it out before our next vendor. But yeah, so you've met thousands of people, and whether or not they knew it or not, you were probably hustling back and forth to make sure everything's running right.
Yeah. But everybody's the same. I mean, they got catfishing on the mind. They've got the fever, and they just love coming and talking. And the seminars, we have a lot of seminars. People enjoy that as well. The in-person seminars is great. I don't know how this is going to be, but we're still going to get the same knowledge from excellent anglers today as well.
Right.
Just in video form.
Yeah, slinging baits. This is my first ever Catfish Conference too. So, I guess you can only go up from here.
Yeah.
We're trying our best to make everything run smooth, and it's hard to coordinate so many people, especially through like links and emails and phone calls. And, I think I've tested video links like 12 or 13 times over the past 3 days. And, I think it's going to be what it's going to be. And it seems like it's going off pretty well. I've seen a lot of positivity in the chat, and I appreciate that. And y'all keep that positivity up, because it makes Steve and his crew feel a little better about what they're doing. Let's see. Yep, the catfish ad had a kayak angler in it too. So, yeah, I just think Travis just came in and missed it. No big deal. Travis can go back and check it out. Cool. Well, we got 300 people in here. We've had a little over 300 earlier. So make sure you hit that thumbs up, y'all. And we have tons more vendors. We're going until like 7:40 tonight.
Yeah.
So we got 12 hours of presentations and YouTubers and vendors, and it's just going to be an awesome day. Our next vendor is going to be MondoCat at 10:50. So we got a little bit of time. So if you want to go grab a snack or grab another cup of coffee, or if you're at work, go ahead and do a little bit of work so that you can get back. There's fishing and stuff. Great video, man.
Great video.
Great job. Thank you for that. And I'll shout out a few more people. We see Jason Ward in here. We did something earlier since we got time. Put your state, put where you're from, and show Steve and the gang, where you're all coming from. We do have, a lot of people in chat, and the Catfish Conference is being run from another location. So if you have questions specific to the Catfish Conference, you can ask in the chat. Also, remember that all of the conference specials are being pushed over to catfishconference.com. And so you can check out all the deals that'll be running for the day, and you won't miss that.
Yeah, I want to say also too, guys, if you see me over here kind of looking down,
Me too.
I'm not playing on my phone. We're communicating with our other guys to make this thing a success. So I'm I'm not chatting on just anybody. We're making things happen.
Yeah, we're not Facebooking or wheeling a deal. I want to shop these deals, but like I said, my wife be shopping right now, so I probably need to lay off buying some rods. Man, we got a whole bunch at North Carolina, a lot of North Carolinas, Arizona, St. Louis, Nebraska, Indiana, New Mexico, Chesapeake, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Nebraska. Now, the MondoCat company coming up, I think they're actually from Nebraska.
Okay, awesome.
I think. Don't hold me to it.
Let's see. Kentucky, I got Virginia. I saw Texas, Shepherdsville. We got a lot. Ohio, North Carolina, Baltimore, Maryland. Another South Carolinian. Whoop, whoop. I'm from South Carolina. We got Colorado in here.
Oh, mercy.
Kansas. Let's see. Lots of North Carolinas. Awesome.
Well,
awesome,
we appreciate you guys hanging with us. I think we're going to have a good day, and everybody's going to have some fun. So stick around and tell your buddies to come join us as well. Everybody needs the deals that we're going to be putting out today. Everybody needs a deal. It's a good time. I know when my time's up for Monster Rod Holders to do, we're offering free shipping. I know some of the other guys are probably going to do that as well. So even though, you know, it's better in person, if you still get that free shipping, that's
huge.
Yeah.
Especially if you're buying a rod or
Right.
rod holders or things like that, or a net. Free shipping is huge. Texas. All right, cool. Everybody's chiming in. Awesome. So I hadn't seen any Californias, but we have the whole East Coast, the Midwest, the North represented. Anybody in here from California? North Carolina, Kentucky. Brian said, I've been here from the start. We know, Brian. We've seen you. Cindy Stokes is in there from Missouri. Hey, Miss Cindy. And we have some awesome moderators in here. I just went through and we just named some moderators that I know are going to be in here all day. And so those moderators are going to keep the riffraff out. And by riffraff, we just mean spammers, y'all.
Yeah.
So feel free to drop questions. Uh-oh, here we go. I'm not shopping yet, so you still have your wallet. Well, the day has just begun. I'm just kidding. My wife is awesome, and she would never go spend all our money. That's 22 states so far. Thank you, Michael Murillo. 22 states represented.
That's about what we get at the regular Catfish Conference, but they converge on us.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Well, we're going to pop off screen. Next up will be MondoCat, followed by Jeff Jones Marine. And then after that will be Slime Line. So stay tuned. Continue to chat. Build everybody up, and we'll be back soon.
Cat River Anchors.
Telly here with Hooks and Hammocks. We recently became part of the catfish community. We were immediately accepted and supported. We wanted to do our part to give back, and this is our way of doing it. So to the lucky winner, congratulations, and we hope we see you all soon.
So later on today, and I wanted to play that, later on today during the Monster Rod Holder segment of the show, you'll have an opportunity to win a $100 voucher to Monster Rod Holders thanks to Hooks and Hammocks. So make sure that you're chatting and you're participating, because during the Monster Rod Holder segment, we're going to choose participants out of chat, put them in a randomizer, and choose a random winner to win a $100 gift card, you could say, or $100 voucher to Monster Rod Holders. And so you can win that. So make sure you're here for the Monster Rod Holder segment later on this evening, and you'll have a chance to win that. Our next vendor is MondoCat, and they'll be up in 4 minutes, approximately 4 minutes. So hang tight.
I hope they're there.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you, Painting Services by Steve. He dropped another $20 in super chat.
Thanks,
Thank you
Steve.
so much. Yeah, from one Steve to another, he says thank you. All right, next up is MondoCat. Looks like they're about ready, so we're going to bring them up on the screen. Hey, how you doing over there?
Hi, how's everybody out there?
We're doing great. We're doing great.
How you doing, Brian?
Hi, Steve. Hey, Steve, I am excited to be a part of the Catfish Conference. Thank you for letting me be a part of this. Who's your sidekick?
What's that?
Who's your sidekick?
Oh, I'm Kevin. I'm Kevin from Palmetto Cats.
I'm glad to meet you too. I don't think we've ever met before.
No, I streamed with your counterpart there. So we tested it with your counterpart. So tell us a little bit about MondoCat, when you got started and what you do.
All right. Well, my name is Brian Milledge. I started the company MondoCat, and here at MondoCat, we build and manufacture products for people that target and go after catfish, especially big catfish, Mondo catfish. That's what we're excited about. Mondo catfish, we strive to build products that are built exclusively here or completely built here in the United States. We have a full line of rods built to catch the big catfish in your life. All of our rods are built here in the United States. Our bait and rod factories are actually in our hometown here in Auburn, Nebraska.
Awesome. Well, what products are you going to show us today? And I'll continue to give you the full screen.
With our fishing poles, because that's kind of our flagship. Our fishing poles are built on blanks, like I said, made here in America, but specifically these blanks are built to our specifications. They've been designed to get a feel that we particularly asked for. We went to the blank manufacturer and said, here's what we want as a finished product. So these blanks have been made especially for us. We own these blanks. They're built here in America, and we're the only ones that get to use them. These are our blanks. So the blanks we start with, made in America blanks, and then we assemble them here in Nebraska. They're all built with a paracord handle to give you a good grip when they're wet or slimy or bloody. Have a good butt end to hold, keep your hand from sliding off. We build them both graphite and aluminum reel seats. The graphite reel seats, they have kind of a bad name. Well, they're not good. Well, there are different kinds of graphite reel seats. There's good, better, and best. We use the top of the line graphite reel seat, and then we add a backup nut that helps lock that down, keep the foot of the reel good and tight, even when it's under a big load of a big catfish. All of our guides are stainless steel with no metal inserts to fall out. They're 2 coats of chrome overlaid over the stainless steel, so braid does not bother these guides. All of our guides are underwrapped, meaning we put underwrapping underneath the guides, and then we overwrap and put 3 coats of epoxy over the top of that. Gives those guides very good placement. They're not going to come loose. We put a lot of guides on all of our poles, give a good line placement when it's under a load. Keeps the line going through the guides and not touching the rod. These are top shelf, high quality fishing poles. If you're looking for heavy duty, high quality catfish poles for that big catfish you want to catch, please take a look at our MondoCat fishing line.
We had a question from the chat. What colors do you offer?
We build our blanks in 2 colors. We have the yellow that's part of our brand name, our color, and then we also have black that we build different configurations there as well. We have pink poles and our Patriot poles. So basically yellow and black are our 2 colors that we use for our blank colors.
Excellent. What else you got for us?
Well, we have a lot of little stuff that I'd like to just kind of show you a little bit. We have our line breakers. The line breakers, a lot of the big catfishermen like to use braided line. Braided line works very well, it doesn't break. Well, the problem is when you get snagged, it doesn't break. So we use our line breaker to wrap around, and then we can pull on it, and it'll break down to leader, and you get to save all the braided line. So we have our line breaker. We also have our line cutter you wear on your finger, or you can put different places in the boat or on your tackle box. This is 80-pound braided. It just cuts it like butter and leaves it nice and no frays, so that it's easy to tie again. So we have our line cutter. We we make our own stringers, heavy duty propylene rope, a stainless steel eye, an old shank out of aluminum arrow. These are very heavy duty stringers. They will hold multiple large catfish. We build them here in Nebraska as well. One of the things that I'd like to talk about is our line of landing nets. We have a very high quality assortment of landing nets, all the way from our smallest up to our blue cat basket, which is an extremely large. If you're after that record 140-pound blue, you need one of these big blue black basket nets. Our nets are also made here in America. They have a wrapping on to give a very good handle grip. They're easily extended. You get out there a long way. They're easily stored. They come apart very quick and easy. Snap back, go back into business. The nets themselves are built with latex infused. And what this does, if you practice CPR and put the fish back in the water, you don't want to get the slime removed from the catfish. When this latex infused netting gets wet, it's very slick and slimy itself, and the fish don't lose their slime. You put the fish back in the water, they go back with no damage. Aluminum built, very sturdy, very solid. We very proud of our nets. These are nets that are made to catch that really big catfish.
So
Also,
we had a question, a couple questions. Do you have a shop in Auburn?
We're basically an online company on MondoCat.com. We do have stores around the United States that sell our products. I do have a small store here in Auburn, but it's really not a retail store or manufacturing process. We don't sell any of our stuff in the big box stores. All of our products are sold through mom and pops stores, tackle shops around the United States. If you see some MondoCat product that you would like to see or to purchase, and you want your local tackle shop to have it, please have them contact me, and we'll set them up as a dealer so your product can be right there at your local store. But we sell either online or through mom and pop tackle shops.
Excellent. Do you what mesh size is that net? You have a question.
This is our most popular net. This is the one I actually use in my own net. This net is our Fat Flatty, and it has a hook size of 24 by 30.
1 inch.
24 by 30, and this is the 1 inch netting. We have the Fat Flatty 1 inch, 2 inch. If you're fishing in a lake, the 1 inch works good. If you're in river has current, the 2 inch opening has less drag and it's easier to hold when you have it in the water. But the advantage of the Fat Flatty is the deep net, very deep, thick net. You can get a big 50, 60 pounder here real easy, no problem at all.
There's a lot of interest in the net. Another question about how heavy is the net or light is the net?
Weight wise, this net weighs, the handle and net together weighs about 6 pounds.
Okay. Cool. You had a lot of questions, so I'm going to make sure I get those in. And for those of you asking about promotions, we'll let him get through his presentation, then we'll talk about that. What else you got for us?
We build a line of rod holders. Our rod holders, a lot of different configurations. One of the very popular is our land-based rod holder. Very sturdy, aluminum, won't rust. Nice big opening for spinning rods. Easy to put into the dirt. You get your foot right there and push down on it. Very solid, a very good rod holder for bank fishing. One of the things that I want to talk about is our Patriot pole. Our Patriot pole has just been redesigned. It has all the other aspects of all our other rods, the paracord handle, the blank that we use of our own, the stainless steel guides. But we have hooked up with a group on the West Coast called Fallen Outdoors. Every Patriot pole we sell, we donate $15 of that purchase price to the Fallen Outdoors organization. The Fallen Outdoors organization uses their donation money to take veterans out fishing and hunting. We're very proud to be hooked up with Fallen Outdoors, and the fact that anybody that buys one of our poles, they're now helping contribute to Fallen Outdoors Veteran Society. So we're very proud to be hooked up with Fallen Outdoors and doing our part to help veterans. So buy a Patriot pole, $15 for Fallen Outdoors.
Awesome. I guess what as far as your rods, what action do you or heavy do you offer, like a medium heavy, that sort of thing?
We're pretty simple at MondoCat, so we keep things kind of simple. We have medium heavy, and heavy. Our red is our heavy, our blue is our medium heavy, and our green is our medium. Our flex pole or drifting pole is our flex pole. It's kind of a turquoise color. And then the 4 different configuration we have in action. This is a medium, it's a green, and it has a lot of flex, a lot of feel to it. But the difference is when you do get it under a good load, it still has backbone here. It's not parabolic, it has a good feel, and it has a strong backbone to really lean back and pull that big pole. So heavy, medium, and then a flex pole that we use for drifting and smaller channel cat.
Excellent. Is that the only bank? Someone asked, is that the only bank rod holders that you have?
The bank, yes, this is the only bank rod holder we do carry, yes.
Cool. All right. What else you got? Anything else?
One of the things I wanted to bring up was MondoCat.com, where all of our products are. We just got done with our own virtual show, the Two Fish Fishing Show, also a great success. We're very happy to make the jump into the virtual world. But the Two Fish Virtual Show had quite a bit of online specials, and we're going to continue and honor those same specials for the Catfish Conference. You can go to MondoCat.com and see all the specials. We have combos, a lot of stuff, but the big kicker is free freight. Any purchases over $30, we'll ship out free of freight. There's one caveat. We have a big net, the big blue basket that's about this big, and that one there has to be some freight on that. But everything else, any purchase over $30, anything you sell during your show today or tomorrow, we'll ship out free freight.
So that's your conference special, everyone. So free freight on any items. Is that just today or today and tomorrow?
Today and tomorrow.
Because you'll be on with us again tomorrow, right? For those who missed?
Yeah. Any order today or tomorrow, any order over $30, free freight.
Now, Brian, I noticed, I kind of watch you guys throughout the year. Didn't you just pick up a bait manufacturer? Are you manufacturing bait now as well?
Thank you very much, Steve. I do. The Doc's catfish bait, one of the most respected line of prepared catfish baits, had an unfortunate accident. They had a fire, and they burned down their factory. And Bob House, the owner of Doc's Catfish Bait, and I made a deal. He was a wonderful gentleman. It's one of them old-time deals where we shook hands and said, let's just do this. We now own the Doc's Catfish Bait, and we're manufacturing the bait here in Auburn, Nebraska. So we have a line of prepared baits, the Mondo Mash, which is the exact same thing as the Doc's Catfish Bait. We also, matter of fact, are also selling the Doc's worms that you use with prepared bait. The bait can be bought online, and there's also a lot of mom and pop stores now selling it. We have it in the 12 ounce, the 45 ounce, and the gallon or 128 ounce tubs. These tubs are in either blood or regular right now. The extra stiff will come in about another month and a half, but we have blood and regular right now in the 12, 45, and gallon configurations. They can be bought offline, and we can ship them right to you. Or there's a lot of people starting to stock this stuff and sell it at location. So it's the Doc's brand catfish bait. We're very proud to be bringing the Doc's back to the market. A lot of people are missing that pretty good. So the Doc's bait and the Doc's worms are back on the market again.
So the Doc's worms is designed to dip down into that bait, and is that the thing that's got the ribs on it that holds the bait?
The Doc's bait, the Doc's worm, one of the reasons they have kind of a claim to fame is their ribbings actually face up. So you take a stick or something, do not use your hands. You push the worm down in there, move it around a little bit. When you pull it up, the cups on the worm actually hold the bait. As you bring it out, it holds the bait better than a lot of the other worms. So the Doc's catfish worms are one of the ones on the market that people say that works the best.
Do your rods have Made in the USA logo on them?
Most of the stuff we do, and some of the stuff like the Doc's catfish bait, we have that. But yes, all of our products that are made in America do have a sticker that say Made in America. We're very proud of that, and we like to show people that products are made in America.
So there's a question said if they'd like to become a dealer, how do they do that?
There's a place on the website on MondoCat.com, dealer inquiries. They can get a hold of do the dealer inquiry through the website.
Awesome. So just recap you got about 4 minutes left. You want to recap what you got for us?
Okay, MondoCat.com. We love catfishing. I do it as many days a year as I possibly can. The products that we sell have been used by our own family. We use stuff very hard. We fish very hard.
Oh, we lost him there.
Uh-oh.
Thankfully, he had already gotten all of his products through, and by the time he gets to come back on, we'll be moving on. But again, he had a couple rods there. He's coming back in now.
There you go.
Got you back. There you go.
Technology.
Yeah, technology, right? Go for it. Go for it.
One of the things I will say is we're customer oriented. Something can always go wrong. I've had products that I know won't fail, and something went wrong. I give people the access to my cell. They can call me. So we stand behind our products very, very good. We are a family-owned company. We believe we're making a product that is bar none in the marketplace. If something doesn't work, if somebody's got a problem, all they got to do is call and say something went wrong, and I'll stand behind my product.
Awesome, and that's good. That gives you a good peace of mind when you're dealing with a company, and you know that you can just call up the owner and get it straightened out.
Yeah. So if you're looking for products for catfish, tackle, poles, bait, apparel, rod holders, we can keep you covered.
Awesome. Well, y'all visit MondoCat's website, mondocat.com, and they're offering free freight for any orders, $30 an order, except for the giant net. And you can get that today and tomorrow just for watching the Catfish Conference. So thank you so much for that. Any last words you want to leave us with?
Hey, fish big or go home.
Thank you so much, Brian.
See you later, Steve.
Take care.
All right, bye-bye. All right, well, next up we have Jeff Jones Marine, and we'll be back with you as soon as so that starts at 11:10. So we'll be back with you at 11:10. See you then.
There we go. Oh, wet. There we go. Oh, yeah.
All right, guys, we're backstage at the Catfish Conference, and I'm in the Monster Rod Holder Complex, and these guys are working feverishly over here trying to get things set up. Say hello, fellas.
Hey, Kevin. Hello.
So we're trying to get things set up. We're working hard here, trying to make sure everything runs good. So I hope you're enjoying the show. Let me know if you are in the comments section. Come chat with us. Please go share it out. I'll show you a little setup we got going here. Got everything set up, ready to go, right here at the Monster Rod Holders Studios. Stay tuned. All right, we're back, and we're back. All right, next up is Jeff Jones Marine. We got Frank over here waiting to come in. Let's bring him in. How you doing, sir?
Doing good. You hear me okay?
I hear you. You sound great. Look great.
Yeah. Man, you guys are living the high life. I seen that Monster Rod Holder studio. I need that over here.
How you doing today, Frank?
I'm doing good.
Good.
Well, tell us a little bit about Jeff Jones Marine, and I think we'd like to hear about the first Catfish Conference, just a little tidbit of it.
Well, I believe it was prior to me, and I think it had a lot to do with Jim Hopper and Steve Douglas and Jeff Jones and coming together and say, what can we do for the catfish community and how can we bring these people together? And that's how it all started out here, matter of fact. And it outgrew pretty quick. I think it surpassed everyone's expectations. So I heard the stories and I try to imagine it here at this place. And I'm like, there's no way. But
we got video. I can show you.
Yeah, I like to see that. But
cool. Tell us a little bit about what you do and what you're working on, what you got to show us today.
Well, we're one of the probably first really catfishing dealer in this market. Got in and, we sell Seaark, G3, Excel, and that's kind of our bread and butter. And it's kind of funny because, even on like, say, G3, you'll get guys in West Virginia and Virginia. That whole area is G3, and Seaarks, it might be certain areas. So we really service all over the country. And, we just kind of take care of customers' needs and whatever they want, try to be as transparent as possible. That's what we do. And we'll really customize the rigging aspect. So if somebody wants monster rod holders or, anything else, we'll put them on. I think that kind of helps out. Get it water ready, as they say.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize, but buying the boat is only half the battle. As someone who just bought a boat in May of last year, you buy the boat and great, you're out on the water, you can cruise around. But if you want to fish off that boat, now you got to rig it. So tell us about all the rigging. You just alluded to the monster rod holders, but what other rigging do you do for your boats?
You name it, we do it. I mean, seriously.
Electronics,
3 monitors, lights, anything you could possibly think of. Garmin live scopes to whatever, because, a lot of times people have done their research and they kind of want to know, they know what they want. So it makes us jobs a little bit easier because we're just installing it and taking pictures, and we'll do a little live and this goes here, and make sure it's, because they may live in Oklahoma. I had some people come down from Kansas yesterday just to look at a Seaark Easy Cat. True story.
That's a nice boat. I was talking to Steve earlier. I was like, if I had to pick one of the Seaarks, that Easy Cat would be it because you got them couches on the front. So where are you located, Frank?
Snack storage, man, is what I call it. You put your snacks in there.
Yeah. We'll talk about snacks all day, man. Don't get me
we're in Versailles, Kentucky. We're about 10 minutes from Lexington, maybe an hour from Louisville. If you drive like Jeff Jones, maybe a half hour. But yeah, that's where we're at. And really, it's been a very interesting year with this COVID as a dealer standpoint. And I'm sure everybody knows this because typically we have about 70 boats on our lot right now. 40 would be Seaark, I'd say right around there. And we probably have about 14 right now. And out of 14, 7 don't have motors. So that's kind of where we're at. And if it's a hit to us, I'm sure it's hit to, across the board other dealers.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is that an industry wide?
Oh, absolutely.
Motor shortage and boat shortage. Is that, I guess that's due to COVID, people being off work for the first part of last year. Yes, and you got to be able to relay that to the customer. All the dealers out there, and manufacturers are doing what they can, but they can only do what they hear upstream. Right. It's kind of how it is right now. Well, are you going to show us any boats today, or are you kind of stuck behind that? Well, I might be able to grab the laptop, but we don't have a ton to show, to be honest with you. We can take a little walk though. Let's take a little walk and see what Jeff Jones is about. Yeah, man, I'll just grab this laptop. Hey, I'll tell you what, that Keith guy is a trip. I've never seen him before.
Really?
He's fun.
Oh my gosh, it's like I'm watching a family reunion. Yeah. Man, that's my cousin Larry and Jerry right there.
He might be your cousin. I don't know.
You never know.
No, Keith is great. He's got a channel. He's almost to 100,000 subscribers. So.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he's reaching Steve Douglas level over here. But yeah, we love to see, and this is something that guys and girls would probably want to see, since ordering a custom boat is so far out right now.
Oh, absolutely.
Seeing what's in stock.
So let me see if I can flip this around. Well, here's one. I love this color combination, man. Can you see this okay?
Yes, sir.
That's your boat you were just mentioning. Seaark Easy Cat, because it has the couches in the front.
That boat.
You need some oars with that boat, Steve said.
Yeah, it's 26 foot. Beautiful. Seaark changed the consoles compared to the previous one. I mean, it's an awesome rig.
Show us them front seats, man. That's where the money's at.
Yeah, that's where I said you hide the snacks. Yeah, right there.
Man, that's like a pontoon boat setup in a John boat. What do one of those things run? What's the price on one of those things?
Man, you're anywhere. Completely depends what's rigged. You're up, mid 50s up to 70s. This one's actually going to go to Texas, if that gives you an idea.
Wow. So people are ordering all the way from Texas.
Yeah, absolutely. Texas, like I said, that one, Kansas.
Yeah.
And you can see our lot. Like, this lot is always full, right? And it's good for people to know this, because we get so many calls. People are calling around looking for boats. Then they want you to spec one out and an ETA on it. But like I said, this lot's full. And here's what we got.
I've never seen that lot so empty.
Yeah. So if you look closer, Steve, no motors. I don't have any motors on these boats over here. If you see that.
Right.
Yep. And I don't know when any motors are coming in. Now, I will say I have some G3 2100, 2400 with motors. And I got two 2020s that are awesome price.
Yeah, we're losing you. You might not be able to go over there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're losing you.
I'll go back inside.
So do you carry the Angler Quest pontoon boat? Someone was asking.
We did. We no longer carry them. We sold. We were probably with them for about 3 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Goodness.
And there's really not. I've seen another fishing pontoon out there. That's comparable. Here we go.
Really? There's another model that's comparable to that?
Not really. I mean, it's set up for fishing. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome. So tell us where we can find you. Like, where can people get in contact with you?
My cell phone number.
Uh-oh.
Easiest way. I'm brave. So
put it on out there then. Let's show us how brave you are.
It's 859-992-4339.
There you go. Maybe a moderator will put that in the chat there.
Something we're going to do this this year. It's coming out probably within 2 weeks, which I think is awesome. Jeff and I is putting together is we're going to do a Jeff Jones Marine Junior Pro Staff. So we're going to nominate 6 kids every year, different kids every year, and we're going to put a package together for them.
Now, is that all boats or is that just catfish?
No. This is just like a rod, a jersey, tackle, and a little contract in there. So what we're going to ask for is their name, age, where you're from, why do you love catfishing, and the weight of your biggest catfish. And we're just going to do 6 kids every year. And we're going to take care of the jerseys.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what it's about, you know? So I thought
y'all don't sell bass boats up there anymore, do you?
No, we did. Man, we just don't move them. We're catfish guys, brother.
That's what I thought.
They didn't do good for us.
That sounds like a cool program.
Yeah. So
once again, if y'all didn't hear that, Jeff Jones Marine is going to be starting a junior pro staffer package. And there it said something about a rod and reel, jerseys, and then a contract. So that's fantastic. I know several kids around that area just from their dads being on YouTube and on Facebook that could take advantage of that.
Right.
Yeah. And what I was saying outside, you probably didn't hear. I have some G3 Sportsman Series catfishing boats, 2100, 2400. I got 2 2020s that need to go. So if somebody's looking, give me a call and I'll make you a heck of a deal on those boats.
Awesome. One more question about the junior pro staff.
Yeah.
Did any kid join that from another state? Do they have to be in Kentucky?
Yeah, anywhere. We're going to grab 6, and after the end of the year, we're going to do 6 totally different kids, and it's just get them into plugged in, man. And what was cool, why I like this is, I called one vendor. I told him what I was going to do. They're like, man, that's a great idea. I want some rods. Tell me how many you need. I said 6. He said, I'll give you rods. So that type stuff. I called Catfish Clothing. What do you need? I need a hat and shirt. I want to send it to you. So all those guys, Kaleb Page was the guy I was referring to.
What's the age limit for that?
30 South Dragon weights. What do you need? So, that's how this community is, which is really cool.
What's the age limit?
I think we're going to do 10 to probably 14 in that age group. We're trying to think more middle school area, 10 to 14.
Gotcha. There was a question, and I don't quite understand it. If any of the MFG have updated info on when they'll be back to normal ordering motors and boats.
I'll tell you what, I was
okay.
Yeah, manufacturing. So I was so worried. I drive to them and find out for myself because I got customers, I got to be able to report to, and I want to make sure, put my hands on it. So I don't see it changing much this year, man. I really, really don't. And that's just my feeling on it, my gut feeling. Everybody's doing everything they can. All hands are on deck, but I think it's going to take a little while to get back to normal.
I think you're right. Well, we got 1 minute left. Let's wrap it up. Tell us one more time where they can reach you. And I think a lot of people are going to be interested in this junior angler program.
Yeah. So check it out on Facebook. We'll have everything on Facebook. Jeff, and our website's jeffjonesmarine.com. And on Facebook, just look at Jeff Jones Marine. You'll find us. And we're going to put that probably, I'd say by Monday, about the Pro Staff Junior Edition on there, which that'll be awesome. These kids getting a care package, So, I'm excited.
That's a great idea. Kudos to you and everybody supporting you on that.
Yeah, awesome. But
Man, I to be honest with you, I think I'd boost that up to 16-year-olds.
Will you? Okay.
Yeah, I think I would. Because once they get a car and they're driving, but most 16-year-olds don't have their license yet. I think they're still young enough. Mom and dad still packing.
We're open, so it'll be set on there, and maybe we'll do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'll be awesome.
Well, good deal.
Paint Services by Steve said, "I'm 10, not 9."
Hey,
Thank you for that donation, Steve.
I'm getting blown up here. They want to know, Mickey, I am not wearing parachute pants. I just want to let you know.
Well, thanks, Frank. We appreciate you coming on.
Yep.
All right, man. Awesome show.
Take care.
All right.
Thank you. Take care.
All right. Well, that was Frank from Jeff Jones Marine. If you have a junior angler that's interested in his pro staff package that he's going to be putting together, make sure you contact Jeff Jones. I didn't see his number typed in there, but if you go back on the stream, you can get his actual phone number. Next up, we'll have Caleb Page from Slime Line Products. So we'll see you then in a moment. That starts at 11:30. See you then.
Hey guys, welcome to the virtual Catfish Conference. I hope you're enjoying your time today. I want to thank Kevin Lakin again for helping me host this thing. It's been awesome so far, and I appreciate everybody coming in. Stick around. We got more stuff coming.
Welcome back, everybody. Next up, we have Kaleb Page from Slime Line Products. We're going to bring Kaleb up on the screen. Mr. Kaleb, how are you, sir?
I am doing good, and I hope you guys are as well.
Oh, man, we're having a great time over here. You know, it's got its natural hiccups, and as you know, you live stream quite a bit often. You know that there's the hiccups that go along with it.
You never know what's going to happen when you go live, you know. It's usually going to go really good or something's going to throw a wrench in there, but it's all good.
Well, welcome, Kaleb. Thanks for participating with us today.
Hey, thank you so much for calling me and having me here, Steve. And I've been watching the show so far, and it looks like it's been really good. It's been a hit.
Good.
Awesome. Well, without further delay, tell us a little bit about Slime Line and how you get started, and then show us what you got for us today.
Absolutely. Slime Line Fishing Line is a company that we started in the latter part of 2017. Of course, as a lot of guys who are watching this know, we started out with Catch the Fever, a rod brand, and started off getting some success with that. And we decided, it was time to do something with our fishing line. We were also frustrated with our fishing line. We wanted to do something different. We wanted to do something unique, and we wanted to formulate a line that had our spin on it and that we really could back and be proud of. And that happened in the latter part of 2017 when we came out with our high-vis slime green that a lot of guys are very familiar with. A lot of anglers have used it. Since then, we grew into about 30 other SKUs of slime line fishing line. It's been something that guys can use all the way over here on the East Coast, all the way as far as the West Coast and some of the parts of Northern and Southern California. And it's just been a lot of fun, and it's a really good product that we're really proud to offer.
Cool. What are some of the lines that you have? Show us a little bit of your products there.
So some of the lines that I'm going to show you today are on our website, and they are actually 15% off for the Catfish Conference. Like I was saying earlier, a lot of guys who follow our brand, we don't do sales generally but one time a year, but we are making a special discount for the Catfish Conference. Now I'm going to show you what some of these lines are. So starting on this side, on our high-vis slime green and our brand new neon orange, these lines come available in 4, 6, 8, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, and 50-pound tests in our filler spools. When I say filler spools, these are the spools right here, guys, that I'm talking about. These are on our website today. You can also find these in retail stores. And a lot of guys have been asking me, believe it or not, who's been wanting to try our brand new neon orange. They say, what's the difference other than the color? And it is the same formula for our high-vis green as our high-vis orange. So to tell you a little bit about this line, we wanted to manufacture a line that offered as much characteristics that a guy wants when he's out there on the water. Of course, abrasion resistance, knot strength, those types of things are super critical. But we also wanted to put a line out there that had a little bit of stretch when you're using circle hooks or when you're dealing with big flatheads and big blues. You know, when you get them up beside the boat, that's when those critical moments really happen, where you either land that fish or you lose that fish. This line does offer you that abrasive resistanceness, and it also has the ability to give you a little bit of stretch when that fish surges. We didn't want to make a line that would pop on you when that fish took off. We wanted to make a line that kind of gives you a little bit of time to kind of back off, and it's got some forgiveness to it, which also comes in the form of just a little bit of stretch, which can be important if you're catfishing, with fishing for those big fish and they make a run. But these are our two main products right here that guys are very familiar with. Like I said, this is our slime line high-vis slime green, and this is our high-vis neon orange. This is a brand new product that we just came out with. Let me put these back up there.
I see some smaller spools back there. What else you got back there?
Some of our smaller spools. You mean like right over here?
Whatever that round thing is under the.
Right here?
Yeah. What's that?
This has kind of been our new baby as well. Something we're very proud of. And this is our slime line heavy cover leader line. So that line right there, this is a copolymer line as well, being that it is formulated with more than one polymer in order to formulate a line that really offers that abrasive resistanceness. Now, we did a test. I don't know if you can see it here by now. I don't think you can. But we built our own sunken revetment. We were actually here in the showroom, and when we were working with our manufacturer to create this line, we knew we had something that was dialed in that was going to be perfect. First and foremost, we wanted to make sure the line was pliable. It was something that you could easily tie knots with, snail knots with, because when you're dealing with higher diameters like 50, 80, 100-pound tests, a lot of the problems are when you're snelling those hooks, it tends to not want to stay cinched down. So we wanted to give the guys that they could snell a hook, even using these big diameters, but not compromising abrasiveness, and also, stretch strength or shock absorption. Whether you're snatching it off of a snag or whether a fish makes a run, something that can hold up against that. So we decided to create our own sunken revetment. We actually went around the warehouse, which is where I'm at now. I'm in our showroom. And we picked up rusted rebar. I'm actually going to show you that. I'm going to pick my laptop.
Yeah, show us.
All set up.
That's why I came back on to tell you to show.
Yeah, right there, guys. We made that and concreted it. And we, as Fishin and stuff was saying, we have an in-house fight simulator, and it's right over here behind me. And we ran this leader line. We spooled up an entire reel with this leader line, and we ran it through that sunken revetment, and we filmed a commercial showing that line going through forwards, and backwards for 15 minutes, fighting a fish, showing guys that this line you can put it through the ringer. That's the one thing we do. Whether we've done a deadlift 4 years ago with our products, or whether we take this leader line and we tie it around rusted rebar and we put our fight simulator on tuna mode, and we fight a big fish. Yeah, that's what we call it, tuna mode. We want to show guys that we put in the R&D. When you invest in our products, when you buy our products, we're not just over here on the East Coast smoking cigars. We take that money and we put it back into the products to try to one-up ourselves every year. And it was a success. If you hadn't seen that, go to the SlimeCat Fishing Line Facebook page. That video is available there.
So what tests do those leader lines come in?
The leader lines come available in 50, 80, and 100-pound tests. Those are the size there. They come on 175 feet rolls. So that ought to last you pretty good, depending on where you fish. Out here on the East Coast, if you're doing a little flathead fishing, you'll definitely go through that. But our lakes, typically for the most part, don't have a bunch of snags in them. But places like the Mississippi, the Missouri, and places Steve and you guys fish, you can definitely go through a little bit more. But we put 175 feet on those rolls, so you don't have to keep buying it over and over.
Now, Kaleb, I know Slime Line, you're messing with catfish people today, but Slime Line, you also have it for crappie, bass, and one thing that I think I've seen. You have some stretchy stuff?
Yeah, absolutely.
What about that?
And, Steve, that's funny you bring that up, because we are talking to the catfish audience, and we did start out in the catfish market. But crappie fishing, I'm on the East Coast, so I say crappie. You guys might say crappie.
Right.
Crappie is, you got it right.
You got it right. That's an argument for another day. But crappie fishing is actually our biggest market, and that's kind of hard for guys to believe. Guys also use the high-vis orange and green offshore. But, yes, let's go over that super stretch. So the super stretch is very unique. This was kind of our way of basically proving to the industry that we have the ability to do absolutely anything as a company that we put our mind to. And this package right here and this product is proof that our products are not a default product. We put the money in, we put the time in with our manufacturer and make products that don't exist. And this is called Slime Line Champion Edition with Super Stretch Formula. Ronnie Caps and Whitey Outlaw are two anglers who've won over $1 million in tournament winnings. I mean, they go all across the country. I've been to their homes, and their man caves are literally littered all the way around of trophies from their success. Of course, they've got their products in Walmart and stuff. And they actually called me and said, Kaleb, we've heard about the Slime Line Fishing Line brand. We've heard about the name, and we'd like for you to bring you out here to our home, to one of our writers' camp. And I went out there, and they said, Kaleb, can you truly formulate line? And the reason why we're asking you this is because we've worked with some other brands, but we want to do something that's never been done. I said, if you can give me a reason for the product that we're creating and the problems that's going to solve, there's nothing that we can't do. We sat down that day. We went out fishing that next morning. And what this product does, guys, if you're a crappie fisherman, when you're out there, we were over those lily pads, and there's 2-pound crappie out there on Santee Cooper. If you're around South Carolina, if you live around there, you know those crappie get big. We were in those lily pads, and we were hooking those fish and bringing them up with that jigging pole, and the pole was maxed out. And swinging that big fish in the boat, we would either bend a hook 3 out of the 4 times, or sometimes it even averaged out to about 50% of the time on those big fish. We'd either bend a hook or the fish would shake off. The first time that happened, I reached over the boat to grab the fish on top of the lily pads. Whitey grabbed my neck and he said, "Hey, Bo, you ain't in North Carolina no more. There's gators in this water."
That's right.
That crappie, you leave that crappie alone, because you're going to be fishing with your right hand if you keep reaching with that left, because I'm telling you.
Yeah, that crappie became alligator bait at that point.
That's exactly right. And but those guys really showed me what happens in a tournament situation. And they said, if we had that little bit of stretch, when that rod is maxed out, it's done its job. And we're swinging that big fish to the boat. If that line can act as a shock absorber, it gives us that 2 seconds or that 1 second to get that fish in the boat. And then also what would happen is when we go over to brush piles, we drop that bait down and those fish would be in that brush after they get it, and you're putting tension on them, trying to pull them through there. And what would happen is those fish trying to come up, it would rip the hole in their mouth and eventually the hook would slip out. Well, what this allows you to do is with the stretch in this line, it allows you to be able to give the fish a little bit of slack. But when you've got stretch, constant pressure, it still keeps pressure in that spot. Where if you think about braid, when you relieve that rod just a little bit, there's slack in the line. If you've got spring-loaded tension, you can relieve it without unloading the hook. So it doesn't tear a bigger hole in the fish's mouth. It keeps that fish loaded. He's not able to throw the hook. This stuff is like gum on the bottom of your shoe. When he gets it in his mouth, he can't get rid of it. It's going to stick to him. It's going to keep that hook pinned in there. And that is a really special product.
How long did it take you to come up with that analogy?
These guys have been fishing professionally for over 35 years. So they already had it figured out. I just had to go and try to make that happen on our end. But it was roughly, it wasn't as long as you would think. We actually met up with our manufacturers. So that sped it up. So about 8 months from the time we started on it to the time we actually got it completed. Now, something a lot of other guys say is, okay, when you're dealing with stretch, as something stretches, it gets weaker. The more it stretches, the more it stretches, the more it stretches, the thinner that line gets, the weaker it can get. Well, this line, what makes it a special formula is that it will actually come back to its original length. So those tournament anglers who are stretching that line out all day, when they go back, put those rods on their boat and go out there the next day, they're going to notice that it comes back to up to 60% of its original length, which is huge, which gets you through a tournament and keeps those fish pinned up time and time again.
Do you think that stretch will affect the hook set at all?
That is something a lot of guys ask, and it doesn't. And for every action is a reaction with any product, and if you have too much stretch, it does. And in the early testings, we had some line that we tested out. Whitey and Ronnie both would say, this has too much. It is almost like too much like gum, where it stretches out too much. And when guys are long line trolling and you've got 50 feet out behind the boat, that's a lot of stretch you've got to pull out. So it has to be the right balance. And that was really the hardest part of not compromising a hook set ever. And then at the same time, having it to where, it's got the right amount of stretch when it's under pressure. And this is where I tell guys like that. They say, well, you're the owner, so of course you're going to tell us that. I'm telling you, these guys are winning $30,000, $60,000, $100,000 tournaments. They are not going to give up the chance of losing that tournament over pushing this product. I can promise you that. And when they said it was good, it was good. So
awesome. Well, somebody asked about your large spools back there. You want to tell us what capacity you have and what price points you have on those?
Absolutely. In our high-vis slime green and our neon orange, they come available in 20, 30, 40, 50, and 60-pound tests in our bulk spools. Our 20-pound tests bulk spools will range anywhere from 1,500 yards. Our 30-pound test is 1,750 yards. Our 40, I used to know all this off the top of my head, back when we had about 8 SKUs, but I don't do that anymore. It's 1,370 yards on a 40-pound test, 1-pound spool. And for 50, it's 1,300. I don't have 60 here with me right now, but it's 900 yards on our 60-pound test bulk spool.
How long did it take you to come up with that analogy, the like gum on the bottom of your shoe?
About 5 seconds ago. Let me tell you something about me. If you give me a script, I will mess it up. I'll never be a TV actor because I can't memorize scripts. I can talk easy when I just talk about the things I love and the things I know, and that's fishing. I never have to make anything up. I can just always talk about fishing. That's easy to me. I can't talk about math or English or any of those things. We talk about this stuff.
I tell you what, man, it's evident in the way you present today, and we appreciate you coming on.
Yeah.
So, y'all, in case you missed it, Slimeline is offering 15% off. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct. Yes,
How
sir.
long does that run for, Kaleb?
We're going to run that from now until the end of this week for the Catfish Conference. We were just going to run it today, being our segment was today, but we're going to run it all the way through the end of this week because guys, of course, they're working today. They might get tomorrow. If you're anywhere where we're located, it's raining 24/7. So they might grab a cup of coffee tomorrow and get called up, and I'll still want them to get that discount.
Right. That's awesome. Well, you were at the very first Catfish Conference, and we just want to appreciate you guys coming in and supporting us all these years. So I don't think you've missed a year, have you?
I haven't, and I never will, as long as you guys have us there. The Catfish Conference actually got Slimeline its start. I remember when we started the Catch the Fever brand with the Big Cat Fever rods, and I remember we were doing well, but all the money was going back into that product and to keep that product growing. I remember telling my boss man, and if he's watching this, he'll laugh. And I said, we got this idea about fishing line. I said, I just need some side money to get it started. How much do you need? And I told him, he was like, whew, good luck with that, So we were making sales daily on the website. We went to the Catfish Conference, and we did really well, man. We knocked it out of the park. Steve and those guys at Jeff Jones did their part to bring the crowds. They bought the product. We took that money, invested it into Slimeline, and that's where it's grown today. So we've been very fortunate to be a part of the Catfish
Awesome.
Conference.
Well, we thank you guys for hanging in there with us this year as well with this COVID deal. So
absolutely. Well, I've told you before, anything you got going on, I'm always going to be there to support it because you guys
perfect.
Amen.
Well, thank you so much, Kaleb.
And a lot of people were asking about rods, and I'm sure Kaleb will bring up the rods when it's time for Catch the Fever time. So y'all stay tuned to that. If you want to hear about rods from Catch the Fever, you got to come back.
That's right.
That's exactly right. But y'all go to our website. Everything's 15% off and get you some of this Slimeline, some of those other products.
Awesome. Awesome.
Thanks,
Kaleb.
Thank y'all.
All right. Well, that was awesome. Kaleb is a natural speaker, and like he said, I can't believe you come up with that just off the fly. I think that should be the motto.
Winging it,
like gum to the bottom of your shoe.
Right.
Well, next up we have Cat River Anchors at 11:50. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll see you back here then.
Hey guys, welcome to the virtual Catfish Conference. I hope you're enjoying your time today. I want to thank Kevin Lakin again for helping me host this thing. It's been awesome so far, and I appreciate everybody coming in. Stick around. We got more stuff coming.
Hey guys, Christy and John here with Cat River Anchors. We're excited to be part of the Catfish Conference virtual show for 2021. We want to have a few moments of your time to let you know a little bit about our product and about the sale we're going to be running for the Catfish Conference. I'll hand it over to John to tell you a little bit about our anchors.
The first anchor we want to talk about is our original Cat River anchor. This model is available in 10 pound, 16 pound, and 20 pound versions. You'll notice our anchor is a little bit different from everybody else. We have a laser cut fluke, we have a powder coated finish, and we have a release system that's second to none. I'd like to show you the anchor from this angle here. You'll notice on the bottom we have 2 heavy flukes, and on the chain side we have 2 lighter flukes. The reason we do this is that release system. As this anchor falls down, gravity will tell us that the heavier side will fall to the bottom, exposing that chain to the top, and that's what increases our odds of getting our anchor retrieved should it get hung up. If your anchor is hung up on the bottom, all you have to do is reverse the movement of your boat. What it does is it pops the zip tie, and it takes that anchor and it'll pull it out the way it went in. And that is the beauty of a retrievable anchor. Again, this anchor is available in 10 pound, 16 pound, and 20 pound versions. The next anchor I'd like to show you is our stowable version. On this model, it's available in 16 pound and 20 pound versions. The main difference between this anchor from the original anchor is the ability to store. Once your zip tie is loose, you can take the head of the anchor and you can collapse this thing down, making it fit in just about any storage situation. To get it back up, slide the head back on the shaft, connect your zip tie, and you're ready to go. Again, this anchor is available in 16 pound and 20 pound. The next anchor I'd like to show you guys is our all new Anchor HD. This anchor is available in 16 pound and 20 pound versions. The main difference between this anchor and our original anchor is we have reinforced all the flukes with gussets and just made a heavy duty version of our original Cat River anchor. I'm very excited to launch this new anchor. Still wondering if a Cat River anchor is for you? Well, this is my original Cat River anchor. I've had this anchor for 8 years. It's been hung up, it's been beat up, it's been used, it's been stuck, but at the end of the day, I still have my original Cat River anchor. Our release system and our design of our anchor is the longevity factor of our anchor. So I just wanted to take a few seconds and show you the original Cat River anchor. Next thing we'd like to talk about is some apparel and stuff we have available on our website, and I'll let Christy talk.
We have some merchandise available on our website as well. You can find us at www.catriverankers.com. We have hoodies in dark gray and light gray. This is the front here, and then the back with the nice big catfish on there. We also have hats available in 2 different models. We've got this crypto hat with red embroidery. And then we have the camo hat with the orange embroidery. We also have small and large boat stickers available. This weekend, we are going to be running a 15% off sale with discount code CatCon, CatCon, and you can get 15% off your entire cart, whether it's merchandise or anchors. You can take 15% off everything.
And I'd like to touch on that. We do offer a flat rate shipping fee of only $10. So everything beyond $10 we take care of. So if you order anchor, it's $10 to ship. And that is also going this weekend on our website.
We would like to thank the Catfish Conference for allowing us to be on your show. And we hope everyone has a great weekend and find some great deals with all the vendors at the Catfish Conference.
And again, our website is www.catriverankers.com. Thanks, guys, and have a great day.
Cat River Anchors.
All right. Well, that was Cat River Anchors. They shared a video with us, and they gave us some cool deals. So if you go to the catriveranchors.com, you'll save 15% off everything on their website. And more importantly, on a big anchor, they offer $10 flat rate shipping. So that's going this weekend for the Catfish Conference. What do you think about that, Steve?
Well, it's a good deal. Good deal for sure. And the reason these guys didn't come live with us today, because I think they're in Tawakoni, Texas, fishing a tournament. We've got a couple of our vendors that got up there and realized that they didn't have cell service or Wi-Fi. So
yeah,
that's our best. But yeah, good company. They've been around quite some time, and they've got a good product.
Yeah, and they had someone that was going to come live for them, but life happens sometimes, and people get sick, especially with COVID. And we definitely don't want someone on here that's not, not that they have COVID, but that they're sick and on here suffering. I definitely want to be on a live stream. So anyway, catriveranchors.com, 15% off for a conference special, $10 flat rate, and they'll ship that out to you. Next up, we're going to have Cooking with Mike Chavez here in just a minute, so stay tuned. All right, guys, Cat River Anchors is up right now, but after that, we have Mike Chavez cooking some delicious catfish.
Well, yeah, I'm ready for that. It's a shame we didn't have a taste division or something.
I know. We should have made Mike come here.
Yeah.
we got sandwiches here, though. We got sandwiches. And somebody's eating it. Look at it. Got Ryan over there.
Is it that time already?
It's almost that time. It's almost lunchtime.
Well, time is flying when you're having fun.
That's right. All right, y'all, stick with us. All right, everybody. It looks like Mr. Chavez is about ready to go. And since he's cooking, we're going to give a little bit extra of our time to Mike Chavez. So let's bring him up here. Mr. Chavez, are you there?
Howdy.
Hey.
Hey. How y'all doing today?
Doing great, Mike. How are you?
I'm doing really good, really good. I ain't got to work tonight. I'm good.
There you go. You got some good stuff for us?
Man, I got some stuff right here that make your tongue come out and slap your forehead. I promise you.
Hey.
Well, we're ready. I wish we could taste it. Kevin said we should have just brought you down here and let you cook down here.
Next time. Now you know. We can do that. We can do that.
Y'all, Mike also has a YouTube channel called Fishing/Cooking with Mike Chavez. Make sure you go check that out. I'm sure that our moderators will put that in the chat. So go check him out, especially if you like what he's about to cook for us. So, Mike, why don't you go ahead and get cranked up? Tell us what you're about to do.
All right. What I'm going to do today, now you can make catfish a number of ways. Now, you can blacken it, fry it, bake it, whatever. Today, though, I'm going to be doing some Cajun style fried catfish.
Oh,
I love the Cajun flavors. I make a lot of different Cajun food on my channel besides fish. Now, fishing's first in my name of my channel. I love to fish, but when I ain't fishing, I'm cooking. Everybody got to eat. So let me show you what I got here today. All right.
All right, and I'm gonna give you full screen, Mike.
All right. So what I got here, I'm gonna do it 2 different ways. I got some fillets and I got some whole small catfish.
Wait, you said that wrong. It's filet. If you
I'm sorry.
Yeah, filet if you're cooking Cajun.
Jeremy, if you're out there, Jeremy, Creole catfishing, a filet. You got that right, Kevin. So now, when you do a whole catfish, it's good to go ahead. What I've done is filleted half the fish. And so what I do is take the other side and cut some slits in it. What that does, it helps it cook all the way through. Okay. Now, for the Cajun style catfish, I've got some Louisiana hot sauce, some crystal hot sauce here. So we're going to take and put some of that crystal hot sauce down on them fillets. Give them a nice rub down. Give them a nice massage. Get inside them slits you cut. All right. Do both sides. Flip them fillets over. Put some of that crystal hot sauce down on. Now you can use any kind of hot sauce you want. I just happen to have some crystal hot sauce. You could use Tabasco or whatever you like, whatever floats your boat. Now, I also got some Louisiana Cajun crispy fish fry, seafood bread and mix. So I'll put it in this bowl here. You can see if you can see that. Let me move this around. So I lay these pieces of catfish down in here. Now, it's best to let these fillets sit for a little while with the hot sauce on them. But
so I see you got. Is that a whole fryer you got in there?
A what?
A whole fryer.
A whole fryer. I got a cast iron
catfish with a tail on it.
Yes. That's a whole fryer. That's a whole little.
We call them fiddlers.
Fiddlers, yeah.
Fiddlers. There you go. Little fiddlers. So it's nice. Keep them little catfish. If you're gonna eat some catfish, keep the little ones, y'all. Always let the big ones go and make more little ones. So I'll put it in this bowl. Put the lid on. Give it a nice little shake. All right. So we'll take these fillets out. Now with this fiddler, I like to drop some breading down in them slots that I cut. Okay. Shake off that excess, lay it down on a plate. Take the fillets. All right. So those are ready to go. Make sure you can see this good. Let me kind of change my angle a teeny bit.
Hey, Mike.
All right. Yo.
Hey,
yes,
I might have missed that, but did you dip the fillets in any kind of milk or egg or anything?
No, sir.
So it's
no, sir.
Okay.
Hot sauce.
The liquid was the hot sauce. I got. I'm on board. Okay.
Okay. Now, normally, if I'm not doing Cajun style, I don't put them in any milk or egg. I like to do them dry. I like the way the breading comes out better. I don't like that thick, heavy breading. So this does it good. So I got my cast iron skillet with some peanut oil in here. Want this up about 350. So there you go. That's above 350. So I'm going to lay this fiddler in there, meat side down. Lay this big fillet in there. Lay this other big fillet in there. Let me get my utensils over here. Move this on over. So nice peanut oil, and I got a little fillet off of that fiddler there. And we'll push that down in there. So you want to let this cook at least 3-4 minutes. You want to be able to, you want to make sure that fish is cooked all the way through. So are you seeing me all right?
Oh, we see you perfectly, brother.
Okay, because my picture froze on my
That's
phone.
all right. Hey man, we see that fish frying in there. We getting all moist mouth here.
But like I said, this is going to take a little while. I know we got a whole lot of time. So what I've done.
Hey, Mike.
Bring you over here. Yes, sir.
Can I ask you? You said peanut oil. Is that your favorite oil to cook fish in, or can it be canola oil? Is it a
you can use canola oil. Peanut oil is cleaner. It lasts longer. It takes the heat well.
Okay.
It has no taste. It doesn't add any kind of flavors to the whatever you're cooking.
Gotcha.
So I like peanut oil. You heard on Duck Commander Phil said, well, cooking with peanut oil. That's what he's talking about right there, bro.
Okay.
Do some frog legs or whatever. So I got some finished product right here. So once I take them out of the oil, I like to put them on a rack. I don't like to put them on no paper towel or anything like that. Reason being, paper towel will tend to make them a little soggy on the bottom that's holding the paper towel. Now, and also to finish them, I got some Cajun seasoning. Now, you can use any kind of Cajun seasoning you want. I just happen to have amazing Cajun here from Heaven Made Products. I really like Heaven Made Products a lot. So once they come out of the grease or out of the peanut oil, you want to sprinkle your little bit extra seasoning on there. Whoop, I got the wrong thing open. Wrong side. Do a little sprinkle on there to give them a little extra. So let me back y'all up here so you can see me. So now comes, there we go. The best part of this is this right here. Man, that smells good. I tell you what.
Taste.
Y'all ready? Are you ready? Taste. Oh my goodness. Ain't nothing like some fresh fried catfish.
Mike, did Mama ever teach you not to talk with your mouth full?
Yeah, but Mama ain't here. Mama's in the other room. Mama's in the other room. She'll probably give me a bunch of grief over that, but you know. I made some homemade tartar sauce now. Tartar sauce is pretty easy. Use some mayonnaise, chop up some capers, put a little sweet pickle relish in there, a little hot sauce, and put your little tartar sauce on there if you like.
So
give it one more time.
How do you know? How do you know when the fish is done, Mike?
Good question, Steve. Let me show you. So let me bring you back over here. I have a handy dandy thermopin thermometer. So just so there ain't no question, take and stick your thermometer in. That's 140. I like to get the fish up, I don't know, about 180 degrees or so, 160. So these are probably ready to flip. We're over here talking and eating fish. Man, that's good fish. I'm getting a little throat burn off that Cajun seafood.
Hey, that ain't no fair, Mike.
I hear you, Steve.
Yeah, Kroger didn't have fried catfish, did they? So, Mike, you cook a bunch of stuff on your channel. What's some of the other things that you cook?
Well, I'm barbecue. I love barbecue. So I'll go out and grill. I have several grills and smokers out there. One of my favorite things to cook is ribs. I got several rib videos out there. I like them sweet and spicy. I like spice. I don't know if you noticed that yet. I love some spice. I'll do whole chickens, half chickens, turkeys, briskets, pulled pork barbecue, Carolina style pulled pork barbecue here in southeastern Virginia. We like the Carolina style with the vinegar sauce on it.
How often do you cook catfish?
How often do I cook catfish? Not often enough. I'll tell you that right now. Because I don't keep catfish when I'm fishing out there. I don't keep catfish hardly. You know, I'll keep every now and again. I'll keep one or two small ones, but I need to do it more often. I mean, it's so easy. You can get just any kind of seafood breader, dry the fish off good. Don't dip it in milk and egg. I don't like to do that. If you like to do that, knock yourself out. But
I love to do that.
well, that's fine. That's fine. If that's what you like, that's cool. But the reason I don't like it is because it puts the breadings too heavy on there for me. I prefer a light breading. I don't know if you can see that, but wait a minute. Hold the phone for a second. Wait a minute. Let me go ahead and do this fiddler now. Now these darn things this is the best. You get them on the bone like this. So we go down here. I probably can't see this, but you just scrape it off with your fork. Oh man. Now that's what I'm talking about right there.
That looks good right there.
Oh, let's find out. Hey! Oh my goodness gracious.
I'm glad lunch is next, man.
Yes, sir. I got some hush puppies I'm gonna cook up here in a minute for me and Mama to have lunch. I got some homemade coleslaw. All those recipes are on my channel, by the way, if you want to go check it out.
Yep, and me and a couple other people share this channel. So if you want to scroll up in the chat, you can check out Mike's channel. Also, we had a question. Do you save your oil and run it through a filter, or are you just like a one-use type person?
You can. Now, if you're using a deep fryer, you can do that. But for the pan frying part of it, I'll toss that. I got a little strainer basket, little handheld one. I'll go through there and get all the little crunchy stuff out so they don't burn in the bottom. But no, this oil, once I'm done with this oil today, I'll let it cool and just toss it.
Awesome. Anything else you want to leave us? Any more questions for Mike?
Well, Mike, I did see you catch a big fish the other day, didn't I? You do not only cook, you do catch fish too.
Yes, sir. Well, I fish up on the James River and on the Chickahominy River. Chickahominy is a feeder, feeds into the James River, and I like to feed the confluence of the two rivers. My biggest fish in the Chickahominies, or actually it was my boat's PB, was 85 pounds. That was a couple years ago. I got that on video, and here about a month or two ago, I got another 60 pounder out of there.
That might be
so I've caught.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, you probably saw that 60 a couple months ago. The reason I started doing these cooking videos, I work a lot. When I work in the shipyard, we overhaul the reactors of the aircraft carriers, but I ain't gonna go into all that. Anyway, when we're doing the job, we're working 12 hours a day. We usually get two days a week off, 2 days a month off. So that's not, I really don't get to fish much when we're doing that. So I started, but I do cook. Everybody got cooked. So I started throwing these cooking videos up, and they're taking off pretty well. I'd rather be fishing, to tell you the truth, but I love to cook and I love to eat. I've been cooking all my life. Mama taught me well.
Well, Michael, we appreciate you coming in here and showing us your recipe and showing everybody how to cook. Not everybody knows how to do that. I generally burn the catfish. So
you got to watch that heat. You got to keep the heat around 350. And once again, get you a good thermometer. Okay, this happens to be a Thermopin. This is one of the best ones out there. They run anywhere from $75 to $100, but they're well worth it. They last forever. They're super accurate. That's the secret to cooking meat correctly, even barbecue. You need to get that internal temperature correct.
Well, now,
okay, and
that fiddler that you just cooked, I noticed you cut one side off.
Yes.
When I get them at restaurants, they're both sides are on. That's
how I cook them too.
Is there any benefit of cooking one side off?
It just cooks it quicker. It helps it cook quicker. And we lived in Texas back in the 80s. I'm telling on myself. And they have these catfish houses in Texas. And it was all you could eat. When they bring the fish out, they always fillet one half. So you get the half with the bone and the half with the fillet half.
Okay.
So that's where I kind of got that idea. And I've always liked that idea. And another thing, when you get these fiddlers like this, you see, once you scrape that meat off, then you just go caveman on them, Oh my good, and that right there, that's the best part. Look. awesome.
Chris Flores said that he's having barbecue beef ribs for lunch today, so you should be proud of old Chris.
Oh, Chris. All right, Chris. Yeah, man. Barbecue beef ribs. I
And
don't do beef ribs a whole lot because you don't get a lot of meat on them. But anyway, that's another video.
Hobby Nerd Adventures said he just spent $50 on DoorDash. Thank you, Mike Chavez.
All right. You're welcome. You're welcome.
And then Terrible at Fishing said, my goldfish is starting to look delicious. Don't do that. Don't cook your goldfish.
No, don't eat that at goldfish. That goldfish, you don't know where that goldfish has been. You don't want to eat that.
Well, cool. So just another plug for Mike's YouTube channel. He's at 4.99 thousand subscribers. So he's almost
Say it ain't so.
5,000. So go over there and check him out. And I never ask people to subscribe because I don't want people to tell me to. But I guarantee if you check it out, you'll like what you see and you'll want to subscribe.
Oh, yeah.
So go check out Mike. He cooks a lot of meals and shows you the ingredients and everything you need to cook it. So it's not like he's just showing you the ingredients and then the end product. He shows you how he does it.
Right.
And we got to
my videos tend to be a little long because I like to do that step-by-step process. So, I mean, if you can hang in there with them long videos, awesome. I mean, you'll learn. I'll show you how to do it for sure.
Awesome. And Kentucky Big Cats and Bourbon just shared his link. And Painting Services by Steve with another donation. He's dropping the dollars today.
Hey, thank you.
Oh, boy. Here you go. Put them in my pocket. Here you go. Right.
Hey, just real quick, our other vendor, Catfish, you can definitely tell he's in the business because look what Mike's wearing.
That's right.
But,
hey,
yeah,
I got to represent,
Yeah.
We're like pro staff, but better. Just ask Claire.
I got you.
Well, thanks a lot, Mike. We appreciate you coming on and sharing your passion with us.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate you asking me, y'all.
All right.
Have a good one.
Hey, great conference. I'll be watching.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, before we go to lunch, we're going to do a recap. And to do the recap, we're going to bring up another important member of the CatCon staff, and that's CatCon Herve. Herve, your mic is muted.
How are we doing, guys?
Good.
Hey, Herve. How's things going today?
We're surviving. We're surviving. It seems we're doing a great job. I see plenty of comments right and left. I see all those donations on the super chat over here. It's pretty awesome, and right now the feedback of the community is pretty impressive. Everybody's having a good time.
Have you been watching?
I've been watching from the beginning. Yes.
How are we doing? We can't see ourselves. Is everything good?
Everybody is looking pretty.
Well, I got this new monster rod holder hat on, so I'm looking fresh. You're looking pretty fresh too.
Hey, check this out.
Yeah.
Well, y'all, we're gonna recap real quick, just the first half, and then we're gonna go eat some sandwiches. And we think Herve wanted to be here, but he's taking care of his family today, and we're gonna leave it there. And he's a husband and a dad first, right?
That's right. That's right. Family always comes first. And today was a day of need for the family. So I had to delegate all of the work to the team. And you guys are doing an awesome job. And I appreciate everybody. I appreciate you, Kevin, for what you're doing. I appreciate Steve and all the team that's on the other side of the screen that you can't really see. And of course, all the CatCon Nation. I mean, everybody is just phenomenal. All those vendors have been just pouring their souls into the content today. It's beautiful to see. So I'm delighted, truly delighted.
Willard Young just said that Mike hit 5,000. So thank you guys for going to support him. He's a good guy.
Yep.
And you're absolutely right, Herve. It takes a whole team, and I'm the latest addition to the team this year, and I'm just so thankful. And I can tell that there's a lot of passion that goes into this just by talking with you all. And so it's an honor to be a part. So let's recap real quick. Let me go to the top of my little script here. First off, we had Lyle Stokes from Catfish Weekly and Panfish Weekly open us up. Oh, look at that. Fishing with Big Mike dropped the donation for your and Steve's dinner. Thanks for putting this on.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. Fishing with Big Mike is a huge supporter of Palmetto Cats, so I thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting Catfish Conference. So we had Lyle Stokes again from Catfish Weekly and Panfish Weekly open us up this morning, in grand fashion. We had the Rod Rippin Catfishing Trail come in this morning and talk to us about their catfishing tournaments. After that, we had the All-American Catfish Tournaments come in, and they're offering a giveaway on their Facebook page. So if you go check out All-American Catfish Tournaments on Facebook and follow the instructions, they'll be doing a live raffle where you can win a rod and reel combo. And all these things that I'm talking about, I think Herve has been updated. Herve and the team have been updating the site. So if you go check out catfishconference.com, right, Herve?
Exactly. So as we go, if you go on catfishconference.com, you are going to see on the left side of your screen, if you're on a laptop or a desktop, you're going to see the video, the live feed, and on the right side, you see what's coming up. So you know what 3 or 4 items, you know what's going to be pretty much on schedule for the next hour, hour and a half. And if you just scroll down a tiny bit more, you get the full schedule. Everybody should be aware of the full schedule. And please go on our Facebook page or whatever social media you'd like to use. Share the schedule with everybody so we all know what's going on. But as Kevin said, as we go, we update the websites. Some vendors have their own pages on the Catfish Conference. So when you click on their picture, it goes straight to their pages. And if we have YouTube guys, well, we redirect everybody to their YouTube channel. And again, take a second to acknowledge all those guys. They are working hard. Everybody has had a hard time in 2020 and 2021 with the COVID thing. So them taking the time to create some really awesome content. I mean, we've seen a few exceptional videos earlier today. Go and subscribe to their channels. It takes a long time to produce that 30-second minute of, a few minutes of videos. It takes a long time. So thank you, everybody, and go and say what you think to those guys. They deserve it.
Yep, absolutely. And one of those guys, or one of the YouTubers we had early on, was Denny Ransom, Float Fish Adventure, and he talked about his channel and kayak catfishing. So if you're into that sort of thing, you can go check him out. He was on at 9:15 this morning. Again, all these are Eastern times too. So the most up-to-date schedule has that on the side, Eastern times. Seaark Boats was up next, and they were in the rain at Lake Wheeler, waiting to get out on the water, and they showed us a couple models. I think the Dynasty models is what they showed us. And they talked to us about how backed up the boat industry is right now, that after you have to wait almost a year to get a boat now. So they're working hard. They're affected by COVID as well. After that, we went on the Smooth Moves boat seats, and that Smooth Moves with an S. And they came on and talked about their pneumatic seats, their air seats, and their mechanical seats, and how you just take your boat seat and put it on their system.
On their pedestal. Yeah.
That's right. And they offer that in a pedestal and on a bench type model boat. And they're offering 10% off until next Friday at noon on their website. So all you had to do was watch the Catfish Conference, CatCon 101. All right. We'll check that out in just a minute. Hagen Grubbs donated $9.99. Steve has been good to me. I wish I could do more. Great show, guys, and thanks for everyone involved. You want to respond to that?
Hagen, we appreciate you guys, and if you do have time sometime now between now and tomorrow, stop by. We'd love to have you live.
Awesome. Yeah, it'd be nice to meet Hagen and Landon. I think Landon is the superstar.
Yeah, he's the star of the show.
Next up, we had a recap. And then we had a special video by Fishin and Stuff, Keith, which was awesome.
I love that guy.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
that was great.
And we're going to show that video again while we're on lunch break. So if you missed it, we'll show it again for you. But Keith did an excellent job on that video. And basically, he talked about Herve. What's your opinion on that one? Did you feel what he was conveying in that video? Do you feel the same way?
Absolutely. See, everybody's going to miss the real physical Catfish Conference for all the reasons he mentioned, but really that sense you can go and touch all the products that are there. You see all those boats, and you can interact with people, the product, and it goes beyond that digital boundary that we have right this second. And I get that sense of brotherhood, that sense of community that we get for at Catfish Conference, which was pretty accidental, but it became a real massive family. Everybody knows each other, and that's what it's all about. It's about all getting there and having a fun time and being with your friends and all the guys that you don't see, you just see people online. It's not the same. So he was right. He's right on all the lines. So yeah, he really captured that much better than what we could.
And it was fun to watch.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
And it was fun. It was fun.
Next up, we had MondoCat, which showed us some of their rod models, and they talked about how their products are made in the United States, and they're very proud of that. They showed us some dip bait and a dip bait worm that has the reverse, what do you call it, the gills on it?
Yeah.
So that it picks up the actual dip bait. And he had some a de-hooker, or no, a line cutter. That's what, a line cutter and a fishing net, and then a bank rod holder.
Yeah.
So they're offering free freight on their website for any order over $30, except for the giant net. He said that he just can't ship that for free. But go to MondoCat. They're offering free freight over anything over $30. Next, we went over and visited with Frank from Jeff Jones Marine, who again echoed the boat manufacturing and engine troubles that everybody's been having. But I think the most interesting thing about that segment was he talked about a junior angler pro staff program that he's starting for anybody who is any kids who's 10. I think maybe he'll go up to 16. It's 14 right now.
Right.
But you don't have to be in the state of Kentucky to do that. He's only got 6 spots. And basically, he'll make a pro staffer out of a junior angler. So if you fit those qualifications, or you have a son or a daughter that fits those qualifications, contact him at jeffjonesmarine.com. He said all you got to do is Google. And he actually gave his number in there, so you can scroll back and check out his number.
We truly expect everybody on over here to call him.
Yeah.
He needs to receive a few hundred calls today.
He made a terrible mistake today. But somebody in chat said, be careful calling him because you might end up buying a boat. So he must be a good salesman.
He's a good one. He's a good one. And again, I think we can't highlight enough like the fact we need to support the youngsters out there to get them on the water. And some people are not. They need that. So everybody, this is a great idea. You should really follow the trend and either help the guys at Jeff Jones, maybe expand that from 6 people to more, or do something that's really inspired by them. It's really important.
I expect to see more companies doing that now that Frank has kind of broke the mold on that. I expect to see more junior angler pro staff programs now. I think he's hit something special there.
Oh, he has. Oh, yes.
So he's not running any promos because he doesn't have many boats to sell, but he did come up with that junior angler thing, which I thought was awesome. Then we visited with Kaleb Page of Slime Line, and he showed us their new neon orange line, the slime line, the leader line, the big spools, and then the new stretchy line, not bait. That's like gum on the bottom of your tennis shoe, which I thought was awesome. But they're offering 15% on all slime line products on their website. So you want to go check that out. And then we had Cat River Anchors, a video from Cat River Anchors, and they came on and showed us an anchor, a new reinforced anchor that they have, and they're offering 15% off during CatCon and a $10 flat rate shipping fee on all of their products, which on a big anchor like that, you ship anchors too. So that's expensive.
Yeah, it's going to cost more to ship that anchor than $10.
Yeah.
Or does me.
Yeah. So he said anything over $10 shipping, they'll cover that. And then lastly, before we got to where we're at right now, we had Fishing and Cooking with Mike Chavez come on and cook some delicious fried catfish. What did you think of that, Herve?
I'm hungry.
We are too.
I'm hungry. I'm almost upset at that point. So he did a great job. I mean, you could smell that fish over there. The only thing you wanted. Maybe that's one more reason why we're missing the real Catfish Conference. You can't just put your hand on that fish and go and grab it and run away with it.
Right.
So
the discount codes won't be on the website, but the links to the discount codes will be on the website, correct?
That's right.
If you're talking about our website or CatCon website, Terrible at Fishing was saying I don't see the discount codes. Herve is putting the offers over there, and you have to actually go to their websites. Now it's up to the vendors to put the codes on their websites. But as far as traffic, the traffic is going through CatCon website.
Exactly. So when the vendors give us the coupon codes, we try to update them as we go on our website. But even if we don't have one, just come on the website, click on the vendor's icon, you go straight to their website, and most likely everybody's going to have something, a banner of some sort, just up.
Uh-oh.
He must have got a phone call. That happens sometimes. So when you get a phone call on this platform, when you're on a phone, it does that. It'll go do that thinking thing. Well, like Herve was saying, just go visit the Catfish Conference website. That's www.catfishconference.com. And there you go. Tim Bischoff, Kentucky, Big Cats and Bourbon. Just put that link in the description for you to make it easier for you. All right. What do you say we go eat some lunch?
I am, but I'm going to do something that out of the ordinary. I just was handed something from my is everybody? Yeah.
I'm back. My computer went dark, so backup mode.
But yeah, my shop manager just handed me something brand new from Monster Rod Holders. I think I'm going to just share it real quick.
You guys are going to love this.
Real quick. This is a new color for Monster Rod Holders.
I'm going to take you off real quick, Herve.
The nice fluorescent orange. This is good. This is going to be new. That's all I'm going to show you right now until my turn to show Monster Rod Holders.
Yep, and it was just delivered.
They
right?
just delivered. Arnell just dropped them off just a minute ago. They had to show me, so I'm pretty psyched about that.
Look who's excited about bright orange, chunky cats. Oh, man, awesome. Well, Herve, before we go to lunch, do you have anything to add?
No, guys, everybody's doing a great job. Once again, we thank everybody for all their involvement.
Yes.
It's beautiful to see, and we can't wait to see you in 2022 for the real in-person events. But in the meantime, help us grow the audience. Try to share, our website, and try to share that live show with as many people as you can, because this is only going to make next year even bigger and even better. So everybody's doing a great job. Thank you.
Awesome. Well,
Thank you, everybody.
We're going to go eat some lunch. When we come back, we'll have Tim Scott talking about Flathead strategies. You're not going to want to miss that, y'all.
Absolutely.
All right. Until then, y'all, we'll see you. Have a good lunch. Oops.
Hey guys, fishing and stuff. Today, we're at the 2021 Catfish Conference. Well, we're in my building, okay? But this year's Catfish Conference is virtual, so technically, we're at the 2021 Catfish Conference. If you don't know who I am, I have a channel on YouTube, and it's called Fishing and Stuff. And believe it or not, I build fishing stuff. I do lots of different kinds of DIYs. If you've never seen it before, go over and check it out. I think you'll like it. This year is my 4th Catfish Conference. And this year's Catfish Conference is kind of cool if you think about it, because I hear people all the time saying, I wish I could go to the Catfish Conference. It's too far away. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it. This year, everybody gets to go. And everybody gets the benefit of the great savings that they have at the Catfish Conference. From my experience, there's 2 times a year that's best to buy fishing gear. The first best time of the year to buy fishing gear is Black Friday. All the different catfish vendors have good deals on Black Friday. The other best time of the year to buy fishing gear is at the Catfish Conference, because at the Catfish Conference, they get all the vendors together and you can find just about anything you're looking for. From bait tanks to terminal tackle, it's all at the Catfish Conference and it's all on sale. And though I'm gonna miss the in-person Catfish Conference, there's some other good things about this. I mean, it usually costs me $600 to $800 to go to Kentucky. I rent a car, get a motel room, pay for gas, pay for eating. You can spend all that money on fishing gear, plus you ain't even gotta pay for parking. Yeah, this year's Catfish Conference is gonna be awesome, but there's still things that I'm gonna miss about the in-person Catfish Conference. So I made a list of the things I'm gonna miss about the in-person Catfish Conference. Anyway, the first thing I'm gonna miss about the Catfish Conference: hanging out with other YouTubers. The Catfish Conference is basically like a big YouTube meet where you can see just about any fishing channel or any channel having to do with catfish in general. They're there. But I love going to see the other YouTube channels that show up at the Catfish Conference. And let me tell you, there's some characters there.
Really? Double hit man. Yeah, right now.
Another thing I'm gonna miss about going to the Catfish Conference in Kentucky, even though this is a virtual catfish conference, we're not gonna get to catch the virtual catfish. Every year Big Cat Fever brings a virtual catfishing machine to the Catfish Conference. And it's really fun to watch the kids of all ages try to catch catfish on this thing. I mean, it's a blast. It's always one of the biggest hits of the Catfish Conference. I'm also gonna miss the Catfish Cook-Off. Every year at the Catfish Conference, they have a Catfish Cook-Off, and they let teams enter into a competition where they all cook different catfish recipes, they pick judges, and they give out trophies to the winners. And that's just another thing to miss about the in-person Catfish Conference. When you get to go to the Catfish Conference, there's pros there, there's tournament anglers, there's every level of fishermen there you can think of. I mean, you can really learn a lot from these guys. Plus, if you see one of them walking around, you just whoop out your phone and say, "Hey man, can I do an interview?" And they'll tell you anything you want to know. I want to ask you a question. What's your secret to catching big catfish?
Go where there's lots of big catfish. I mean, it's the dirty little secret, right? You know, man, I don't catch catfish in crappy lakes.
Luck. I mean, Liz got to have luck, but I guess the secret is time on the water. You got to fish a lot too.
Bait would have to be number one, and then putting in the work. You know, if you go out and sit in one spot all day and just say, "Oh, the fish on spot," you know, that's what I feel like a lot of people do.
What's the most important piece of gear you use catfishing?
Be a rod and reel, because you can catch bait with a rod and reel if you had to. Then you can turn around and catch a big fish.
With the number one bait that I like, it would have to be bait tanks.
It's genius.
It'd probably be my good looks.
You'd probably.
I catch anything with that.
If you can only use one bait the rest of your life.
Gizzard shad.
Okay.
It's hot dogs soaked in Kool-Aid. Gizzard shad.
Gizzard shad.
Easy peasy.
In my water system, it would be skipjack herring.
Probably had to be skipjack.
Probably Moon.
But be careful, because every once in a while, they'll lie to you. Mr. Tuttle Spud.
Total Spud Productions.
I just had a question for you. What's your favorite catfish bait?
It's a hot dog.
At the Catfish Conference, you said you soaked them in cherry Kool-Aid.
Hey, weren't supposed to tell nobody about that. It's a secret. Hello, Dieter.
Hey, Dieter, I got a question for you.
I got an answer.
If you could only take one bait, what kind of bait would you take? Come on now.
One bait. I have to say.
One bait.
You know what I want to say?
Say it.
Strawberry jelly chicken.
Now at the Catfish Conference, you said shad. Kind of busted you there a little bit, didn't we? See there? You can't trust a fisherman. And something else I'll miss is looking at the boats. Oh, they got boats. They got pro cats. They got storm cats. They got bay boats and pontoon boats. You name it. And they got them all in one location. That's what's cool. And you can see all the new features and the new boats that's come out on the market. And you can make plans in your head for what you'd like to have. Even though I can't afford one, I still like looking at them. Something else I'm gonna miss about the in-person Catfish Conference is all the catfish gear. There's nothing like getting to pick up a rod or a reel that you've been eyeballing for a while and getting to feel how smooth it is or feel the action on it. Or getting to handle all the terminal tackle they got there. I mean, they sell everything, even the best clothes for catfishing, you'll find it there. But you're also gonna find it here today and tomorrow. But the number one thing above everything else that I'm gonna miss about the in-person Catfish Conference is getting to see you guys face to face and talk to you. I really am gonna miss that. So get your credit card out, get ready to save you some money. I got mine out. Anyway, I got some shopping to do. So as always, I appreciate you watching, and I'll see you on the next build.
A lunch break. We have some deli sandwiches, some chips, and y'all know I like the Diet Mountain Dew. We'll be back with Tim Scott here in just a minute, so sit tight. Hey everybody, I'm coming back from lunch a little early because our next guest has a wealth of information, and I thought, well, while I'm eating lunch, why don't we go ahead and bring Tim Scott up early so that he can share a lot more of his knowledge with you. So he's getting set up. He's in the stream below. As soon as he's done getting set up, we're going to come back early. So if you know people who went out of the stream for the lunch break and they're waiting till 1:10 to see Tim, go ahead and get him back. I'm going to bring Tim up here in about 1 minute. All right, so we're going to start a little early. All right, everybody, welcome back. It looks like Tim is about ready to start. Let me bring him up on screen. Hey, Mr. Epic Catfish, Tim, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
Awesome.
Kevin, I just wanted to say in the beginning, this thing's turning out way better than I even expected. It's fantastic. You and Steve have done great.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Well, it takes a team, and I'm just thankful. I don't think you heard you say hello.
Hey, Tim, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Steve. How are you?
Good. Thank you for doing this for me.
Hey, great.
Well, and Tim decided to come on early, or agreed to come on early, because Tim has a wealth of knowledge, and we want to give him every bit of time we can give him. And you're talking about flathead strategies in this segment, correct?
Yeah, that's what we'll try to stick to anyway. You know me, I go left, I go all different directions, but I'm going to try to keep it precise and to the point because we don't have a lot of time.
We have until 1:35, so that time is yours. If I see any questions, I'm going to give you full screen. If I see any questions in chat or we have any questions, we'll pop back up and interrupt you, okay?
Kevin, do you have that little preview intro that you could play for everybody?
I don't. Is that on your YouTube page?
It's not public. It's the link I sent you.
Okay, I'll have to check my email for it. Can we get started and I'll bring that up?
Yeah, I either texted it to you or I don't know if I emailed it to you. I might have.
Okay, I'll look for it for you, buddy.
Okay.
All right, take it away.
All right, everybody. The Catfish Conference is going well, and I'm happy to be here. I made that little Flathead intro. It's a movie to show you the kind of stuff that a pretty straightforward, simple Flathead pattern that everybody should know about, but a lot of people, surprisingly, they kind of shy away from that situation. And I wanted to show how tight they are to cover. I wanted to show, and you'll see when you see that. So let me move on. Flatheads in most part of the country right now are in what I would call a preservatory state. That means that the water's cold. They're not really feeding. They may feed occasionally a little bit, especially in the south, but they're pretty much in what I would call a hibernation phase. And the first pattern that really presents itself, even from the south all the way to the north, is when these flatheads are first waking up from their homeostasis, is what you'd want to call it, where they're just surviving, and they're located in a lot of different basin holes and situations where it's going to be sheltered from current. You're going to have maybe some faster current involved, and then it'll drop down into a little basin hole. And when the water's cold, they'll tolerate each other so well. You might have 30, 40, 50 flatheads in a small area that if you can find them and you can throw your baits in there and you can get lucky enough that they're going to feed for the hour or two, it's some of the fastest flathead action you can find. I think, Kevin,
and Tim, I have your video for you.
Okay.
All right, I'll pull that up.
Behavior and habitats, but we're quite challenging to target consistency. I spent years discussing the root equation that would lead me to flathead success almost anywhere I fished for these enigmatic monsters. I needed to come up with a patternable constant that allowed me to choose where I would fish on any river, anywhere they swim. And over years of studying both scientific and anecdotal evidence, as well as boatloads of time on the water, I coined one of my first basic equations that still works today, back in about 1989. The success of this equation lends itself well to flatheads, since they are simple cortex creatures driven by inherited instincts, meaning they are equipped with a simple behavioral plan for survival and mastery of their environment, basically the second they're born. Once all the special environmental oddities such as floodwater, cold fronts, dropping water, fierce competition for real estate, and more are thrown out of the formula, a simple truth to flathead catfish location reveals itself. Armed with this knowledge, my good friend Sean Liggett and I demonstrate flathead location during the height of the flathead pre-spawn period on the Mississippi River in a side channel located just 50 yards off of the main river in high water conditions. I've chosen to include this footage to demonstrate a puzzling behavior trait that is more common than most anglers imagine, which makes flatheads even more interesting to catfish fans all over the continent.
Oh, he's got a jolting hit, and now it's doing nothing. See it on the bear moving. Yep, you got it. Yep, pick her up, feed him down if you'll go. You've got it. I mean, that was a hell of a hit. I have seen him move slow. Slow. Just barely move. I think it's a pretty good donkey bait. I think it was that yellow one, that smaller yellow one. Put a tiny bit of pressure on him. You feel that? He's there. He's there, dude. He is there.
That's a donkey.
Is it? Good. That's one thing. When you get a hit like that,
That is garbage.
you get a hit like that and he barely moves, you can almost always guarantee he's freaking giant.
I don't know if it's a giant.
It's pretty big. This isn't that much current. He's better than 20. He is. Oh, he is barely hooked. I know. Barely hooked. Oh my God. Look at them. They've been just beating them. He's just been eating and biting.
When I even pulled on him a little bit, he didn't even move.
Yeah, he didn't move.
My knuckles are screaming, "Don't do this!"
Well, at least it's from good fish. Oh yeah,
yeah.
Very nice.
Look at the tail.
Oh yeah, it's been in the mouth of other flatheads. Look at that.
That is crazy.
Oh yeah, that's everybody thinks that's fanning. That's not.
Not
This
fanning.
right here is one big bite mark right here. You can see where the upper is. You can't really see where the lower is, but I mean they'll suck onto them like that. There's another. That's probably a fin mark.
I mean, he's probably 25 pounds.
Yeah,
I'd say.
is.
Yeah.
That's the first good one of the day, and boy, he popped it, but he didn't move hardly at all. When you're fishing wood, if you're fishing tight enough to them in the daytime, a lot of times they don't go anywhere. You could wait and wait and wait, and they just sit there.
Let's let him go.
Oh, he's a beast. He's already getting pissed.
He bit good though, and I thought he actually missed it, and then it was almost back to like the bait.
And then I had not even a quarter, a half inch of skin.
Oh yeah,
That's all it was hooked
oh
to.
yeah. I've seen it time and time again this time of year in June when they're set up on wood. And they hit it, and it's that violent hit. I bow the rod a little bit, and they just sit there. Unbelievable. But the difference between fishing moving areas and fishing at night and fishing at daytime in this wood cover is they're already home. He may have moved up 5 feet. He may have moved up just a little bit, got behind your bait, boom, popped it in, and then sat there. There's some 9 foot of water down by, just right around here. I'd like to get a little tighter and maybe a little bit out here. See if we can't pull another one out of this.
All right, Steve. Great video.
Tim,
sorry. Steve is right here.
Hey, Kevin, I had some technical difficulties. I had to use my phone for that. Can we switch back over? Because I think I'm backstage with the other one. I'll turn my phone off because there's a bunch of static.
I don't see you backstage.
Really?
We can take you off until you get ready if you want.
Well, it says you're backstage. Only the host can see you. Because I finally got that going.
Make sure you're clicking on the Friday link.
On the what?
On the Friday link. There's 2 links. There's a Friday and a Saturday.
Okay. I will.
All right. Well, we'll let Tim get that situated here, and we'll be right back with you. Steve, how was lunch?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Kroger Deli was treated us good today.
Yeah, we had some Kroger Deli sandwiches and some chips. We can see him fine on YouTube. Yeah, he's having some sound issues, and so that's what he's trying to work out. And we'll get him back up on screen here in just a minute. He's actually down there. So, but you're trying to get on your computer, right? All right, we'll let him get that worked out. As soon as we're ready, guys, we'll come back on. Here he is. He's coming in now. We're getting it worked out. Technical difficulties.
Yeah, well, this is brand new for everybody, so we're going to run into that, but we'll get it lined out.
There he is. We see him. As soon as he's ready, we're going to put him back up on screen. All right, we got you now, sir. We can see you. Can you hear us?
I can barely hear you. Let me
okay, well, we can hear you fine. You go ahead.
Good thing we decided to come on early.
Yeah, but you can go ahead. We're live and everybody's waiting for you. So why don't you go ahead and start?
I'm about to get it here. Well, I know why.
We can hear him fine. Yep, there you go.
Here we go. Here we go. Technologically challenged as I am.
You have to put the earbud in to get sound.
Yeah. Well, I was hearing it from somewhere, and I didn't remember that. I didn't remember. Yeah, you know, I get so excited about this stuff, all this technical stuff. I wasn't even sure what time I was going to be on. Everybody's asking me, when are you going to be on? Well, I think I'm right after Mike Chavez. I don't exactly know what time that is.
All right. Well, we watched your video, and it was great.
Okay.
So thank you for that. But we're going to turn it over to you so you can get started.
All right. Well, like we just kind of got to visit, that was pretty much the height of the spawn. In my part of the country, which is middle of Illinois, the height of that pre-spawn is really right before July 3rd, 4th, somewhere in that territory, the week before, the week after. And that's when the flatheads are basically sitting inside that cover for the most part. They're not really traveling. They are holding real estate to be able to attract females in to lay their eggs and spawn. And they start fighting for that. And as you saw in that video, that's when these flatheads look really beat up, especially the males, because the males really have to, they have to fight for the right to hold the best cover so that the females are because the females are only attracted to, they don't really realize how big they are or how, it's a whole different thing than the terrestrial animals. We can, we recognize who we are and what we are. And what we have decided over millions of years how we're going to pass on our genes. And flatheads, as nearly as we can tell, since they're such simple creatures, they have to rely on holding the best and most suitable, most successful type cover. And that means that it's got to have a little bit of current sometimes. I mean, yes, they will be cavity spawners if cavities are available. But a lot of times there's no cavities really that are available on rivers, on natural rivers like the Mississippi. You see, I've watched a lot of things where, they put barrels in the water and they do the noodling thing and all that, and they will actually tuck back up underneath that stuff. But places like the Mississippi, it's more or less basically rocks and logs is really what's going to attract them. So that's how I know how I'm going to target these fish. So I'm going to, especially that period of time. Let's go back to what I was talking about before. That basin hole thing, I really didn't realize that for quite a few years until I really, and I kind of just sort of lucked onto it. I don't know, 15, 20 years ago, I started fishing earlier and earlier for flatheads. And a lot of people, they thought that you really shouldn't go flathead fishing until after July, but nobody really did it very much or very successfully in the earlier months like May. Now, when you're talking about the South, May is like prime time. I mean, prime time. It's really warm, but up here in May, the water temperature might be only 42, 45, 46, 47, 48, 50 degrees. So you're really, if your intent is going flathead fishing, you're really kind of taking a risk back in those days, whether you were going to be able to be successful or not. So I started fishing the more of the summertime type stuff, the wood, the rocks, the things like that, a little bit too fast a current when I first started. But then I got onto these slower water basin holes, and usually it entails a shallower section of water and then that bottom drop, because that current's washing over that and giving them like a little safe haven. And those are your classic wintering areas. And so when you're finding them on that situation where they're waking up, they're going to start feeding, in short amount of times, I've actually been able to go in there and catch 25 flatheads in one anchor without moving. It's pretty crazy. It doesn't happen often. It's kind of rare. So let's move on to past May, when we start to go to June 1 here, more or less May 1 in the south. Anything past about St. Louis, you have warmer water. The Mississippi River comes from Canada, so the water starts out cold and it takes a while on that main stem to get down here. So let's talk about what I'm going to look for as far as strategy wise on the Mississippi River. If we don't have a lot of high water, if that snow melt isn't so egregious and we don't have a lot of high water, it's fairly normal water through May and into June. I like it the best because I can target bigger fish, because if the water comes up quickly when it's still cold, they don't really want to hang out in that stuff. So they'll move off of that main channel and start going into the secondary channels and into the tributaries and stuff like that. Normally, on a normal year, I have my giant flatheads that will do their spawning in the main river or very close to the main river, which is kind of interesting, because on years that it's good like that, I will have great success with fish over 50 pounds, some over 60, some 70s, and an occasional 80, and once in a great, in a blue moon, a high 80s. And I will target stuff like primary trees, like what you saw in that video. So that is not very far off the main channel. Once you get way back in the backwaters, it seems to have smaller fish. Now that 25 pounder we caught was not a very big fish, but it's a pretty standard fish. So I felt pretty comfortable showing that. I didn't want to show some, ridiculously huge monster and then, try to do a pattern based on that. I really don't want to do that. So generally speaking, I'm going to use live baits, but I'm also going to use cut baits. I'm going to use shad, moon eye, even cut sucker that time of year, especially early in the year. Before we get into that where these flatheads are set up and going to do their business. Because if they're really concentrated on doing their business, they're interested in fighting and they're interested in attracting females, and then they are interested in watching the eggs, taking care of that fry. So I'm gonna stick close to the main channel. I may go into a single offshoot, but I'm going to be really resistant to going to a secondary or a tertiary offshoot that's way off that main channel. So I'm going to look for ledges, nice hard ledges. I don't like to fish that real shallow gradual stuff before it dumps down into the main channel, because it's too hard to target. Obviously you can catch them almost anywhere, but if I'm going to go and target flatheads all day, I'm going to need 50 baits that look just like this. Here's of course it's not alive. It would normally be shaking around like this, but I'm gonna use basically bluegills because they're hardy, they're easy to get, and they're easy to keep alive. I can go to the main river, or I can go to an offshoot, catch 50 baits in a short amount of time, put them in a nice live well, aerated really well, and they do really well. So that is what I'm going to use. And I don't usually, in the pre-spawn, I don't usually use them any bigger than this. And we talk about, we've just started to talk about donkey baits. But this I would not classify as a donkey bait. This is about 6 inches long. It's a normal bait for the pre-spawn period, because they're not really, at least where I fish, they're not really into attacking giant baits that are this long in that pre-spawn. It's still fairly cold all the way up to middle of, June 15th, all the way up to July, where I fish. But if I was to go south, I would have no problem using my summertime donkey baits. I mean, the great big ones, using 7/0 circle. I don't know if you can see that, but basically 7/0 circle hooks like this, or, large J hooks. A lot of times in the early part of the year, I'll even use smaller ones like this to target gargantuan flatheads, in the 3 or 4 inch range because I'm trying to place baits near that cover and close to their face, because a lot of times they're not wanting to come out. They're all about maintaining that real estate and protecting it, as you can see by all the bite marks on that fish. I mean, there's bite marks on the tail, there's bite marks on the gill plate, and they'll bite. I've got pictures of giant flatheads, like 70 pounds, with giant bruises like that wide. Let me put that down. That wide and this tall on their belly section, because they'll actually grip onto them and drive them out of their spaces sideways. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty cool. And I've seen it with my, in giant fish tanks with my own eyes. So let's go back to targeting these fish. So normally I'm going to use, in the early part of the year, I'm not going to tackle up so huge. Like I don't normally use a bunch of 50-pound tests. Usually I like to use 25 or 30 because I'm going to be fishing these basin holes. And flatheads in the early part, we'll use this again. So in the early part, they may inhale a bait like this. Boom! And it's all the way in their mouth, and then they'll spit it almost immediately. And then they may go back to grabbing it like this and moving. So it's really kind of important. And in the early part of the season, a lot of people think they're on to dinks, and they're not. It's that flathead, just like in that thing. They hit it once, boom, and then just sort of sat there and pulled back. And when that water's still cool, the propensity for them to just kind of turn and let go. And if you're a flathead fisherman, you know that this happens. You get a good bite from a great fish, and then as soon as you're waiting for it to put pressure, waiting for it, and it's just kind of rocking back and forth like this. Sometimes that means small fish, but a lot of times in the pre-spawn that means big fish. He's just not going anywhere, or they just back up. And let's see if I can get this right. And all they do is pull their tail this way and then that way, and they just back up with the bait. And it's very hard to get a hook set into a fish if you're just waiting for him to pull down. So most of the time, just like Sean did in that video, you got to pick that rod up and kind of go towards him. And every time he pulls just a little bit with that bait, you got to feed it down just a little bit. Let me go sideways here. Just every time you feel a little bit of pressure, and you're almost just balancing that rod in your hand. And so every single time, every little pull like this, you're just you're keeping the line not tight, but taut. You can't give him a bunch of slack or you won't know what he's doing. But if he'll pull back and you just feed that rod all the way down like this, and it gives him a little bit of confidence. So as he backs back up into the cover, he'll actually take that bait into his mouth a little bit better. And then you do the long, slow sweep like this, and he's on. So I've had a lot of success with that, especially early, because I actually applied that technique that I learned from light binding channel cats to flatheads when everybody thought it was impossible. They thought, no way can you get no way is that even a light biting fish, because I heard it from people all the time. Well, if he doesn't pull the rod down, it's not a big fish. Well, that's absolutely not true. You can get humongous fish. I mean, like the biggest in your river, pull very tentatively, move very slow, and possibly not even, a lot of times let's hook this thing up. So I've got my 7-aught circle hook, which I prefer, and this is a Team Catfish one, so I can actually set the hook with this. It's not a full circle. If you set the hook with a full circle, it's all over. But at least with this modified circle hook, if he takes it down and I'm busy with another, fish or rods or whatever, it will hook himself. But if I have to set the hook, I can't, as long as I don't, do the bass and the big like that. So let's hook this thing up, and I prefer for flatheads with this positioning right here. All right, so whatever usually faces downstream in current, these flatheads will come up and sometimes bite half of it just below the hook right here. And the only way to really know that, because you can't really see underwater, is when you get your baits back. And a flathead's mouth mechanics, and my thumb is replicating the bottom lip and my fingers are replicating the top lip. So since they have an underbite, one side pushes, the other side pulls. So depending on which side that it's on, the side that is against the scales, it will get scaled. It's not like a channel cat. A channel cat have a big dumb bruise. If a big channel cat comes in and hits us, whack, and he'll hit it, and it'll have a big bruise in the side. So when a flathead does it and it's real light and you get your bait back, you didn't even notice that there was a bite hardly. I mean, it just looked like bait almost, and you get it back and there's a swath. And if it's a little fish, it'll have a fairly round curve like this. If it's a big one, it'll be almost straight across and wide. So if you got a 1-inch tooth pad like this wide on one side and not the other, you know you contacted a big fish. You just didn't have a chance at hooking them. And that actually happens a lot. And it happens even in the post-spawn period, believe that one or not, when the fish are sedentary. Now, when they're on, you never miss a fish. I mean, I've went complete days where every rod that goes down, you're just going to hook them. And then the next day, well, you might be lucky to be 50%, even with that technique. And sometimes, especially in the early part of the season, you'll get them where they're all congregated. I will have to switch away from live baits. They'll hit live baits, but they won't eat them. So I'll have to switch over to like a cut moon eye, a cut shad, a shad head, something like that, and you'll start picking up fish. And my next seminar I'm going to talk a lot about listening to the fish, and that is going through your program from A to B, and then deciding, because of course if I go to the river, I want the flatheads to bite the way, and I want them to be located where I want them to be located. I want them to bite the way I want them to bite, and I want them to fight the way I want them to fight. But if they're not willing to do that, I can't just keep up my same program. I can't just keep bombing baits and doing this and doing that and expect to be able to catch flatheads. I've got to change my techniques. I sometimes have to downsize circle hooks down to a 5/0, and sometimes I got to use channel cat type rods on them, and I become successful, because with my preconceived notion, I was not successful, and I wasn't going to be successful until I actually listened to the fish. But there's going to be more on that later. So let's go with what I like to target specifically on the Mississippi for both numbers and big fish, because not everybody's going to be a monster hunter like me, because let's face it, not everybody has the availability of huge fish right where, or within an hour's drive like I do. So let's just say that if I'm looking in the season that we have coming up, and that is the pre-spawn. And as a matter of fact, in the South, it's going to come faster than it comes for me. It's going to be 2 months before I even get to do this. But guys in the South are going to be able to do this right away. And if Kevin remembers, I saw in one of his videos, he was going from one part of Santee Cooper or the Cooper River or something like that. And I ended up texting him. I said, Kevin, there's your flatheads right there. I can see them in your video. And what it was an old wooden bridge that actually has current on it. And, if you're looking for epic spots in lakes, it's kind of rough to do. But if you can get something that has like cover that is there all the time, and a bridge is one of those things that you can, there's several bridges that I fish. I fish the abutments. I fish, there's some wooden bridges that have 100 yards of and it doesn't even have to be epically deep. It only needs to be 10, 12, 13, 14 feet deep, as long as it has the right current. So I can basically tie up to this bridge and move down it. I can just march down, and I might catch 10, 12 flatheads on that, from 5 to 50 pounds. But there's always flatheads at this particular bridge or that particular bridge. So bridges is one good thing. The other thing is rock walls. If you've got a steep rock wall, especially stuff that has rocks that have fallen off into the water over the last 100 years. So you got big boulders laying down at where that rock wall comes down and it meets that bottom. Well, flatheads can use those to position behind. They can actually get up on top of them. They can do the same thing with dams. You've got big obelisks that block current in dams. Sometimes they'll even be 12 foot on the top of them, waiting for bait fish to wash by them. Sometimes they'll be at the base, and a lot of times they'll be in front of them. And believe this or not, when that water is coming towards you, sometimes I will anchor and throw into the dam, let that bait sink, bump along the bottom until so here's your obelisk that's like straight over and straight down. It's just a big concrete thing like this. So I have to cast here upstream as it bumps along the bottom and gets caught in the front, because there's a water push in front. So it's heavy current coming this way until it meets that object, and then right there at the bottom, there's this little zone of the right speed of flathead current. Flatheads don't really love no current. They don't really love high current. They like that medium current. So if you can get that, there may be 5 or 6 fish stacked in there, and you have to throw until you can figure out how to get that line hooked on that concrete and your bait down at the base of it. And as soon as you do, bam. I mean, it's on, because you can throw everywhere, and you really don't contact any fish until you get in that situation. But that's keeping your mind open, feeling around with your rods, playing with the size of your bait, playing with the size of your hooks, the size of your, and believe it or not, the size of your line and the tension of your rods. I keep up to 15 rods in my boat at all times. I keep that heavier action rods with 50-pound test. I keep the longer, more limber stuff. I keep even channel cat rod stuff, because I may have to switch over in the middle of the day, middle of the evening, whatever. I may have to say, okay, the big rods aren't doing it, so let's bring out the limber stuff and let's start casting sideways, because flatheads will also, they're not always, I mean, probably 80% of the time they're cover oriented, but there's lots of times when they just love that certain current, and there may be a hole right here, and then the lip on the outside may come up, and they're just scattered along these, and there's really no cover there. But if you can throw out on the side and have that bounce around till it gets caught, or maybe it bounces, so it's almost like all these guys that are bouncing for blues. I kind of do it for flatheads. The only difference is it's not on a continual move. It will hit the bottom, boom, 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 get caught. And you know that because the rod kind of bows down pretty hard like this. And then if that's going to work, you'll get bit within 2, 3, 4 minutes. It's usually not on the move, or it's usually not really fast. But if you get hit between after the cast 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, or if you don't and you pop it off that thing and it moves again, you get close enough to a flathead in a strike zone. So let's just say, just for purposes here, this is a flathead. All right, let's get the brown side. So if this is a flathead, here's his mouth, and then in an elliptical circle, well, not a circle, but there's a zone around him that through his lateral line, he can detect a bait fish that wiggles. He can also smell, and his barbels have taste buds on them. They're basically a chemical antenna. So as proteins and amino acids there, and which is basically blood, basically slime coat, things like that. As they're washing through that water, he can detect which side it's on and decide when to move. Now, the problem with flatheads is they're not big movers. Channel cats and blues are, but flatheads love to stay sedentary because they're actually probably in freshwater the best ambush predators that we have. They have stealth technology that they've perfected over millions of years. Their slime coat is thick. They're not tall like bass. They're shaped like this, so that when this bait fish gives off his little vibrations going through the water, there's a certain amount of echolocation. So they have a lateral line themselves. So when they get up to a rock face, their signals are bouncing back towards it. It kind of knows what's going on. If there's a bass nearby and it's a hard-bodied fish, there's a lot of these sound waves that are bouncing right off that bass right back to this fish. And this little bait fish is now aware of that. With flatheads, I don't think that, a lot of people say, well, that bait's nervous because there's a flathead there. I don't think that bait fish are very aware of flatheads because of their shape, for one. Their shape is like this, so you get little vibrations that come through like this, and they're not hard-bodied, and their slime coat's thick, so it's almost like absorbing those vibrations. The only thing that really bounces back on a flathead, basically on a lot of catfish, is basically their air bladder, because it's kind of a hard thing. But in flatheads, when it comes out of them, it's round. When it's in them, it's actually also a very small profile. So there's not a lot of sound that comes back. But I don't want to bore you with science all day. Let's just say you want to be successful at catching flatheads. One thing you want to do in the early part of the year, or at least this is what I do, you want to move a lot. You want to spend about 15 minutes on like a really good spot. You want to get your baits, as you saw in that video. you want to start out in the beginning, out away from the stuff. But if you don't get any bites, you want to move it closer to the cover. So you have to imagine what's going on underneath the water a little bit, so you don't throw your and just waste your baits throwing right into the stuff. Now I can't really see. Yeah, there we go. Got a question.
I'll read it to you. If shad do not vibrate or give off any rattling sounds, then why are people using those demon dragons? Do you have anything, any kind of insight on that?
Oh, no, that's not really what I meant.
Okay.
The Flathead is great at detecting sound. Okay, they have very good lateral lines. They are really adept at picking up sounds. And even a softer body bait that has a long wave, they can detect that very well. There's another attraction factor that I think is it's more of a theory of mine than it is a proven fact, because it's almost impossible to prove. But I think that the eye on a shad, and we all know it actually collects light really well, because in any picture, when you picture a shad, the eyes glow. And flatheads especially have great night vision, probably 100 times better than us. And so that glowing eye seems to be somewhat of an attractor for flatheads, and I think possibly blues and channel cats. We don't know, but we do know one thing. Catfish are ultimate predators in our waters, and they have evolved to take advantage, to have an upper hand on all of the prey fish. Now, the prey fish, of course, they have evolved, other things to help protect them. That's how nature works. It's checks and balances. But, flatheads and channel cats and blues they're very good at ambushing live bait. Because if you think about it, there's not, and I've run underwater cameras in lots of rivers, especially in the wintertime, even when they're, fish aren't really, bait fish are likely to die. There's not a lot of cut bait just laying around in these rivers. I believe that flatheads, blues, and channel cats are way better than we think at attacking live baits. I don't think they're adept at eating them necessarily. Like a blue will suck in a great live bait, but a channel cat, they're live bait killers, it seems. They need to hit it several times, and they'll choke a bit. I mean, they'll choke a big bluegill down like this, but it takes them a long time to do it. I mean, they'll stuff their mouth over it and stuff like that. So it's really hard to hook them. But as far as them, as far as catfish having the super advantage, I think they do, and they've actually evolved to tailor their eating times to have the biggest advantage over these bait fish.
So, good question. How do you find out when the spawn is in your area? Is it about water temperature?
It is. It's not totally water temperature. Water temperature will exacerbate it, but it's basically the length of daylight. And how I figured out, when I kind of came up with a formula. I talked to, back in the ProCats days, I talked to a lot of different people on the internet almost daily. And I figured out guys that were on the water every day. So I would talk to guys from Canada all the way down to Texas. And I kind of figured out this formula, which I'll talk about it sometime in the future. But this is a little hint. With every 1 degree of longitude, it seems to either go faster or slower by 2 weeks. So if my actual spawn is July 4th, you go 1 degree in longitude south on the Mississippi, because it's a cold water river anyway, you can expect it to happen 2 weeks earlier. Now, if you get onto a tertiary river like the Tennessee that actually starts out a lot warmer, you can almost go 3 to 4 weeks earlier. So, as the hard spawn is here, and we know the hard spawn is here because actually the success rates drop, because 50% of the fish are on eggs. So all the males are kind of out of commission once they do that. Once they're actually watching the eggs, and that usually happens about July 4th. And the other way we know is that upstream migration hits its peak, and people that are wade fishing below low head dams on medium-sized rivers have a way bigger success rate the week before 4th of July and the week after. So the flatheads are actually making themselves available to be caught at that period of time, because they're looking for other classic spots, and a lot of the spots get full early. So that's why you don't have like super giants that get caught up at these dams, but you have that small to mid-range get caught below those low head dams. I think a lot of people know guys that like will at certain times they'll get their stuff out and they'll wade below these dams. They have them on the Fox. They've got them on almost every river that's like a medium-sized river across the United States. There's a few low head dams. So we can, in a lot of this stuff, there's anecdotal evidence, there's fishing evidence, there's scientific evidence that I've paid attention to pretty much for 30 years. And I've actually been able to kind of figure these things out in big part by talking to fishermen. I mean, fishermen are a valuable resource as far as figuring out fish timing and movements and their habits, because there'll be things that you just never hear about in certain waters, but then start hearing about this odd thing there, and then I'll start thinking about it and say, okay, have I been overlooking something? I need to go back to the river and research this a little bit. Pretty interesting stuff. So we talked about the overwintering situation. We talked about when they're in these basin holes before they start to spread out. And we know that it's not fully water temperature, because there's times when water temperature is high about April 15th, when they're still April to May 15th, when they're still in these basin holes and they don't leave. But if May 15th gets here, even if the water is low temperature or high temperature, they'll disappear, because they cannot afford for the temperature to dictate their spawn. They also have to have a marker from it's basically called a diurnal marker. So, and that was a hard principle for me to learn. It took quite a few years of actually being on the river and keeping that concept a forefront in my mind. Okay, when do these fish disappear? When are they still here? When is it going to leave? And I can't just do it in one season. I've had to do it over like 20 seasons, so that, floodwaters will kind of, and this is going to get a little complex, floodwaters will kind of throw a monkey wrench into it, because these basin holes during floodwaters have too much current for the water temperature. So they will move, but they won't just spread out and go to like regular haunts, or they won't go completely off unless it's high water for a sustained amount of time. And then they'll go into the tributaries, and they will find areas where the current is acceptable to their needs. They will do it. And it's kind of rare where I fish, but last year it happened. I mean, there wasn't hardly any big fish left in the main channel because our water was so high all year. They went up into the, major tributaries, and then even the small feeder creeks off of that. And we know that because a lot of the fishermen had great success in those areas last year specifically.
Hey, Tim. So, man, I'm sitting over here taking notes. You got a wealth of knowledge. We got about 3 minutes.
Okay.
3 minutes left. I know it seems like it just went by quickly.
All right. So in those 3 minutes, I'm going to try to cover that whole post-spawn period. And it's going to be tough, but it's a little bit different than the rest. All right. So the post-spawn period, we've got hotter water temperatures. Spawn's already done. Since the water's hot, now, as opposed to when it was cold water, they're accepting of each other. They'll lay right next to each other. Blah, blah, blah. But once that water's hot, they need more food. They need more, whatever, and they'll start fighting it, and then that's how they'll separate. And that's why you hear of guys saying, "Hey, I've had to put a bunch of time in the summertime to catch one big fish," and that's pretty much the truth. Almost anywhere, if you're fishing rivers that have lots of different cover. It may not be true in like the Tennessee River, where you've got a large amount of water and a large amount of water stacked up on top of it, and then you've got all these creek mouths and all this crazy stuff happening. It might not happen, but on a regular river that holds flatheads, you are going to have to put more time in. I said 15 minutes before. You're going to have to change that to a little bit deeper water. And I should say that in that flathead strategy, especially in the pre-spawn, I don't fish much over 15 to 16, 17 foot of water, because they can't control it. As soon as it becomes deep, it's the layer of little fish. The big fish are holding that medium zone, that 5-7 feet all the way down. As long as there's current on it, there's all kinds of cover with no current. Okay, but it's got to have that right amount of current. It's that nice, gentle sweeping through current. And you guys will see that this year in my YouTube channel, because I'm actually a flathead specialist more than a blue cat specialist, although you'd never know it by looking at it, because I didn't start till it was blue cat season. And that's what we do. So anyway, let's get back to this. The flatheads post spawn, I have literally sat on spots for 4 hours, and it is against my nature, but I know I have to do it because I have to get into me ambushing fish instead of just me throwing it in front of their face. Very different situations, pre-spawn to post-spawn. So by the time August hits, I'm fishing deep water cover like sunken barges, big trees off of drops. I'm fishing ledges. I'm fishing sweeping banks like this with maybe a whole host of trees like that, but I'm fishing more like 15 to 25 foot deep, sometimes 30 foot deep, sometimes 20, 22. I'm using more live baits again like this and bigger. So and I'm also using, which I'll be talking about how to fish. Well, I hope I'll have enough time when I do my later one. I think it's 5:30 or something like that on listening to the fish. So I've got to pay attention to the fish. Because I'm going to adjust my tackle, but sometimes I'll use the biggest hook I can get a hold of, and I'll use 200-pound test leaders because I'm fishing sunken metal barges with giant catfish underneath them. So many times with my 80-pound test leaders and my 50-pound line, I've actually hooked into big ones, and they steer me right into the barge and snap, break it right off. And yeah, there's some crying going on in that, and there is some regret.
Steve said there's no crying in catfishing.
There's no crying in catfishing, Tim.
That's right. I don't cry, but I think about it so long. It's like you lost a dog. Like your family pet went away. You're like, oh my gosh, it haunts me. Every huge fish, if you fish a long time, from the bite how big fish is, especially a flathead, because a flathead will hit it like this and it won't even hesitate. It'll do that long, slow pull, and then it'll hesitate. And so we know, and I know from experience, that if that pull down is 12 inches or more, based on a flathead, they're usually 48 inches long because they pivot right on their dorsal fin. So dorsal fin that's sticking up, they pivot this way, they pivot that way. So if you have one going eat, he's short. If you got one that's going whoop, and then it hesitates and it's going like that, that's just because his tail went one way, his head went the other way. They swim like whale sharks. So when I get a 13, 14-inch pull down in 30 foot of water on a sunken barge that's been there for 30 years, my brain will not, it will not forgive me for days, sometimes months.
Well, we thank you so much. I'm glad you're able to come in a little bit early. Gave you a few extra minutes.
This is so fun. I mean, just talking about catfish. I mean, that's what we do. But all my friends have heard my story so long. They've actually been fishing now. My catfishing friends. I'm not telling them anything new. This is kind of cool to have an audience that thinks my stuff is kind of cool and new.
Yeah.
Well, Tim, you've been a big hit in the chat. I've been watching the chat. You've been called anything from the professor, all the way down to
scientists.
So
you know what? I love those guys. Those guys are fantastic.
Listen, if we don't
especially for men to compliment each other, that's like an unheard of thing.
Welcome to the Catfish Conference.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
When we get back for real, I need you to come do a for real seminar with us.
Well, get ready because I'll cast 3-ounce egg sinkers down the aisle in mid crowd, and I've done it before. I've stood on tables like it's the back of my boat, cast down the middle of the aisle. People are like, "Oh, don't worry, I'm not going to hit you." But I bring my own flathead silhouettes and my own trees, and I'll position them like that, and we'll have like what did they used to call that thing where all the cool stuff popped up on the wall.
Teleprompter, maybe.
Yeah, something like that. But I do pictures and I do drawings and all that stuff.
Transparencies.
Exactly. But it's done from a computer. I used to have a guy that did it for me, but it was very interesting.
All right, well, we got to let you go, man. We're gonna have you again at 5:30.
Yep.
So if y'all loved what Tim was doing, check back in at 5:30.
Get ready for the donkey baits. Can you see that? Get ready for the donkey baits because that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about donkey baits and gigantic stuff.
Awesome. All right, man. We'll see you then.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Well, we're going to move right into our next our next guest.
Come on
because it's time. It's about 1:40, and we want to keep this thing on track. So we're going to bring in Mark Pickett, the fishing magician.
Finally.
Oh, what's up, man?
What's up? It's good to see you guys. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, we're glad to have you on, man. And Mark has a YouTube channel called The Fishing Magician 2.0, right?
Sure do. Yes, sir.
And how long have you been doing this particular YouTube channel? Well, tell us how long you've been doing YouTube, and that'll give us how long you've been doing this.
Man, let's start from the very beginning, I guess. I originally started YouTube probably very beginning of middle school, and I would film with my parents, and I would use my dad's and mom's little like camcorder and just like take it around and stuff. And after I joined the Air Force, I wasn't able to fish in my first base. I was just really busy with like work and all kinds of other stuff like that. And just kind of getting used to like the lifestyle. And then when I got here, I decided to start my YouTube channel up again. There's a lot of good fishing over here, a bunch of different species I had never caught. I never caught a blue cat before I'd been here. So started doing my research, met up with some local guys. They were giving me some tips, and then I just started exploring on my own, and the rest is history.
And so you came from where your first YouTube channel was just The Fishing Magician, right?
Yeah, it was just The Fishing Magician 12. And I think it's because I started when I was 12 years old. Now I think about it. That's how that was when I first started.
And you grew up where?
I grew up in California. I grew up in like Bay Area type area. So like I was 45 minutes from the San Francisco Bay, and I was like 30 minutes from the Sac River and the Delta. So I did a lot of fishing out there.
And what kind of fish did you ever do any catfishing out there?
I did do catfishing, but a trophy cat out there was maybe like if we caught something over 18 inches, like we were happy. If we got something over 18 inches. And I'm looking back at the pictures now. I always look at the pictures, and it's just little babies, me holding them up. And I was so proud of those fish back then. But once I got here, it was just a game changer. Catfishing is completely different over here.
So that's why we probably don't see too many Californians in chat.
Yeah, it's not a huge thing. It's not a huge
like
thing.
Catfishing, what are we?
Californians, yeah.
So tell us a little bit about your channel. What makes your channel unique?
What makes my channel unique? I don't know. People are always saying in the live chats, like the live streams I love doing, just like connecting with people and just being personable with everybody. Like I feel like I know most, if not all, the people that are in my lives just by like communicating with them and talking with them. Like I see the regulars that are always in there. And just people like having conversation. I feel like they're there with me, having conversations. And yeah, just really the whole catfish community is just really awesome.
And what waters do you fish?
I fish the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., some parts in Virginia, and some parts in Maryland. So it's mainly the Potomac. Every now and then I'll hit the Shenandoah River for smallmouth and stuff like that. But I've just been focused on the catfish recently.
So what's your biggest catfish out of the Potomac?
Ooh, biggest catfish out of the Potomac was this year, and it was 54 pounds. And I've been grinding real hard for that fish. And anyone knows that fish, the Potomac, anything in the 50s and 60s, that's about as big as they get in the Potomac.
Really?
So it's definitely
as far as you know.
As far as I know, yeah. Unless you're Haz, he catches the 60s.
So what is your inspiration to start YouTube and to continue doing it?
Oh, my inspiration initially was, I would say, my parents. Just fishing with my dad all those years when I was young, and just like getting better and better, and just always wanting to like be better and catch more species and learn more knowledge and stuff. My dad was like, you should just like take this to the next level, like show people what you got. And I was like, yeah, it's a good idea. So that's why I started the first one. And then once I got here, I found myself in multiple situations where I was like, man, I really wish I had a camera on. And that's when I decided, I was like, I need to order a GoPro and start this thing back up again. And I think it was the day I got circled by sharks in my kayak in the Chesapeake Bay, where I was like, all right, people are not going to believe me unless I have a camera. So I ordered the GoPro like next week. And then ever since then, I've been filming.
Tell us about that shark story. That's interesting.
So I was it was my first trip out on my kayak, actually, in the Chesapeake, and I was probably a little further offshore than I should have been. And I don't have a pedal drive. I have just the standard paddle. And you're shaking your head at me already. And I was trolling for striper, actually, and I wasn't having any luck. And I was close to about 1.5 miles offshore when I noticed something on my right side. And in my head, I'm like, that could have been what I thought it was, but I don't want it to be. So I ignored it. And then a few minutes later, it popped up right again in front of me, and I saw the fin, and I was like, no way. So I'm like casting at it with my swim bait. I'm like trying to get it to bite. He's not touching it.
Oh, so you wanted to catch it?
I wanted to catch him, yeah. But he wasn't biting anything. So after
No,
that, I
'cause
started
he wanted a donkey bait. He didn't want
he probably would have pulled me further offshore, and I would have been in trouble. But yeah, he followed me all the way in until about 0.5 mile offshore as I was paddling back. It was kind of nerve-wracking, but at the same time, I mean, it's what you got to deal with.
Yeah. You have about 2,400 subscribers, something like that. And that really has taken off here in the past, 6 months.
Yeah.
So how hard is it to manage? And thank you for your service. I know you're in the Air Force.
Absolutely.
You're active duty Air Force, correct?
Yes, active duty.
So y'all go check out the Fishing Magician. He serves our country and provides us with some catfish entertainment.
I try.
Tell us how hard it is to balance being active Air Force and trying to have a YouTube channel.
Yeah, it is. It gets a little difficult. Also, I'm married. I have a wife. I'm in school part-time also. And then obviously I got this YouTube gig working full-time. And it is a lot to balance. Time management really comes down to a lot of things. You just have to prioritize the right things. And yeah, there is that little bit of stress every week where I'm like, I need to go out and I need to, film a video. Really, you don't need to, but you want to. You want to need to, And I try to make time with that as best I can. And luckily, my schedule that I have right now works out for it pretty well. So I work 4 days and I'm off 3. And the first day is usually dedicated to school, which is actually starting up in a few days again. And then the next day is usually dedicated to filming. And then the last day in the evening is usually dedicated to live streams. So I try to mess with it when I get extra days off and stuff like that, keep things balanced.
Awesome. So does your wife support you 100% in your YouTube career?
She does, yes. She's actually sitting over here getting ready to go to work. But yeah,
well, bring her on screen to say hello.
And
that's
coming on.
That's your best half right there. Hello.
Yeah, she's very supportive. She's been supportive since the very beginning. There was a point in time where I was debating on quitting YouTube just because I really wasn't seeing the growth that I had seen in other people's channels, and I was really struggling, and everything was kind of stagnant. But once I started doing the live stream thing and doing that, things started picking up, and then here we are today on a large platform with the greats.
Hey, you got to start somewhere, man. Everybody started somewhere. So we appreciate what you did and your time you spent with us today.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Tell us about that picture behind you before we go.
Yes, that picture behind me was hand drawn by Ricky's Creations. And he just kept saying, I got something in the mail for you. I got something in the mail. And I had no idea what it was. And I got it one day. And it was a little tube. And I was like, what is this? And I pull it out. And I'm like, oh, my gosh, let's go get a frame right now. So we hopped in the car, went to Michael's, got a frame. And, yeah, he hand drew that for me. I actually have it on my sweater right here. Have it on a bunch of sweatshirts and T-shirts now. But, yeah, he's awesome for drawing that. Big shout out to Ricky's Creations for drawing that for me.
He's the same one that makes the lights.
He does. He makes the light. He made Chunky a light, me a light, Chris Flores a light. He did a rod. He does all kinds of stuff.
He's very talented man.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. So Mark, milestones are one thing that us YouTubers, we kind of look at. What do you think the next milestone is for you, and how do you plan on getting there?
Milestones, I like to take them one at a time. I like to celebrate the little victories. So right now, the next goal is 2,500 subscribers. Just keep building the community, keep it positive, keep people coming in the live streams, and just keep being myself. And people overlook that a lot when starting YouTube. They want to be, guys, check out this, and they just want to be somebody that they're not. And I promise, just be yourself from the beginning, and people are either going to like you or they're not. And that's just the best way to grow your channel. Just stay positive.
Wise advice.
Exactly. Yep.
Awesome. Well, somebody was asking about your gear. You want to go over what gear you use?
Just for like catfishing in general.
Yeah, like for your fishing rods and stuff.
Okay, yeah. For mono, I usually run around 25-pound Maxima. I've been fishing with Maxima for a long time, and my standard catfish rods are my 7.6 Muddy River Catfishing. Shout out to Chris Flores, man. Great gear, great guy. And Abu Garcia 7000, left-handed. I'm a left-handed reeler. I know it's a little weird, but and then I also have my my 10.5-foot Penn Squadron 2 surf casting. It's a little bit longer rod, helps me get out in the river a bit more. And then I also have my 7-foot Penn Power Stick. It's more of a boat rod, but I do use it from the bank pretty often. When I'm running braid, I usually go with 65-pound. I haven't tied it on in a while, though, because most of the spots that I fish are pretty rocky, and I've lost more fish than I would like to admit from using braid. So I made the switch to mono, and I've never looked back since then. So
awesome. Well, we got about a minute left. What do you want to leave us with today?
I'll leave you with I encourage you to go check out the channel. Like Kevin said, I don't like telling people to subscribe and stuff like that. But if you like what you see and you enjoy the content, I encourage you to subscribe. Keep sticking with me with the live streams. We got a lot of things planned this year. I'm super excited for Flatheads. They're coming soon, spring and summer. But yeah, guys, check out the channel. Let's keep the positivity going, grow the live streams. These guys are awesome. Big thank you to both of you also for putting this on. And Steve Douglas, especially Chris Flores, for reaching out and letting me have this kind of platform. So I really appreciate you guys having me on today.
It's great having you, man.
Absolutely. Thank
Good
you.
luck with your channel, and we hope to see you at 2,500 soon.
Oh, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Maybe that'll be today. Y'all go check out Mark. He does live streams, and something that makes him successful is that he reads every single line of chat in there. And
it's hard sometimes.
As a fellow live streamer, that's hard to do sometimes. So
it is.
You can really get to interact with Mark, and he's a really good guy. It's a good family show. He doesn't have all kinds of cursing and crazy stuff going on there. And I highly recommend it. Go check him out.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Take care.
Thank you, guys. You too.
All right. Yeah, Mark's a good guy. I've been watching him for a while, and he serves our country, and he's out there fishing. So, I mean, what more could you want in someone to support?
Hey, we love our soldiers.
All right. Well, up next, we're going to have Xtreme bait tanks, but until then, hang with us. We'll be back. All right, guys, we got Tim Scott live down here. Just want to give you a little tour of the setup. There's a big catfish mounted up here on the monster rod holder wall. He's got a big flathead over there. And the studio is pretty simple. Got a couple chairs here, a desk, microphone. We got 2 computers going, a big ring light. Just walk around here. We're right outside of the Monster Rod Holder warehouse. So it's pretty cool to see where they're made. And then right outside, we have rainy weather. There's some nice pictures in here, some nice art. Got the American flag flying. Got some magazine. But I know y'all saw the technical difficulties just now, and I hope you can look past that, because we're trying to get this thing as smooth as possible. But I hope you're enjoying it right now. If you don't mind, go hit the like button, share it out, subscribe to the Catfish Conference, and help us out a little bit.
Cat River Anchors.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Mr. Douglas had to take a quick phone call. You know, he's a businessman, so he's got a lot of irons in the fire. But we're here, and our next vendor is Xtreme Bait Tanks, and I'm going to bring Mr. Damon up on screen. Hey, Damon, how you doing back there?
I'm good. How you doing, Kevin?
I'm doing great. Well, we're happy to have you on here, and looking forward to what you have to show us. There's Mr. Steve coming back. There's Damon.
Hey, sorry about that, Damon. I had to take a phone call.
I understand, Steve. How you doing?
Good.
Awesome. So, if you wouldn't mind telling us about Xtreme Bait Tanks, how you got started, and where you're at now with the business.
Awesome. Well, hey, thanks for the invitation to be on today. We're in beautiful Somerset, Kentucky, right off of Lake Cumberland. I've been doing the bait tank since 2017. What's going on with the business is mind blowing. What we've been able to do in the last 4 years to basically take a cookie cutter approach to a bait tank to what we call build a tank today, and that's really been where our success has come over the last couple of years. When we designed our website, it wasn't just a place to go order a tank, but to actually customize your tank. And what I mean by that is, these tanks are designed to do three things. They'll circulate, filter, and oxygenate your bait water. So anybody that does live bait fishing, these have also been referred to as outdoor aquariums. The goal is to keep your bait as good, if not better, than when you caught it. So when you're ready to put it on the hook, you've got the absolute best opportunity possible to get that big fish on the line.
Awesome. So you want to show us a few of your products?
I do. So what I've set out here, like this tank right here is a 50-gallon. We started with our 20-gallon, which is over here. These are called the Signature Series tanks. The Signature Series tanks are 26 inches tall. That's been a pretty standard size for tanks. The smallest Signature Series is 20 gallons. Now, with Xtreme, 20 gallons means bait area. We call it a true 20. It's actually 30 gallons of water. And then we go in increments of 15. So we go from 20 to 35 to 50, 65, 80, and 100. Then what we did, we started getting requests for what we call a shorter tank. So we took those 6 tanks and we cut them down from 26 inches tall to 18. So by knocking off 8 inches, we turn a 20 into a 12. We turn a 35 into a 23 and a 50 into a 32. And the reason that people have liked the idea of the shorter tanks is maybe for transporting bait in the back of their truck. A lot of the rails of the back of the truck are 20 inches tall. So a tank like this, and this was designed for crappie fishermen, they can put their tank in the back of their truck, tarp over the back of the truck, and have their tank secure in the night and not have to worry about someone stealing their tank. So there's also some lower profile boats, bass boats and such, where these lower profile tanks come in handy as well. The other tank that we come up with is called our saltwater series. We started getting into these ocean boats for tuna, king mackerel, you name it, anything that's live bait. So we've got a series specifically designed for offshore. But the interesting part of that particular tank is where these tanks have a 1-inch air gap. And the purpose of that air gap is serves as an insulator. Heat prefers a solid surface to transfer through, but by creating that air pocket in here, it breaks the transfer of heat. So it helps to prevent these tanks from heating up in the hottest of days. Well, when you're offshore, and there are some baits, like up in Massachusetts, New Hampshire, where they're tuna fishing, they call them cold water herring, where that bait needs to be 40-some degrees. So we actually developed that saltwater series with a 5-inch wall, not a 1-inch, but 5, and it's 2 walls. One of it is insulation, and the other half is an ice chamber. So it's really an off-the-grid version of a chiller where they can pack that ice into that without that ice actually touching the bait water. It just helps to keep the tank as cold as possible for a long period of time. But that's really what we have as far as the bait tanks. Now, as other products, a lot of people know Xtreme for the oxygen box. And this was the original oxygen box. This is a 12-inch box by 5 by 5. And how this came up, Kevin, was we had gotten requests for something to improve the quality of people's live wells. So yeah, they've got their bait tank, they're keeping their bait good, but on a lot of these tournaments, they're all about the CPR. They want to be able to return that fish in good, if not better condition than when they caught it. They love their boat, but their live well was just having issues. So we came up, we thought, what makes an Xtreme bait tank so good? Like I said, those three things: it'll circulate, filter, and oxygenate. So we created a box that does that. So this particular box will have a filter system, it's got a pump and a venturi, and it's a submersible. So you could submerge this into any body of water and basically turn it into an Xtreme tank. And it helps to keep your catch alive. From there, we got requests for 110 because these were 12-volt systems. So as of yesterday, we actually got our prototype done, and we now have a 110. So same concept. The filter is twice the size. The 110 pump in there, so all you have to do is just plug this into the wall, and it will circulate, filter, and oxygenate that body of water. And what's nice about the 110 pumps, Kevin, you don't have to worry about burning them up. These things are designed to be left on for weeks, if not months at a time. Where with the 12-volt system, they're more for a long day or potentially an overnight.
That's awesome. So I'm curious about the anatomy of a bait tank. A lot of people may not know that, inside what the inside of the bait tank looks like. And I know it'd be hard for you to show us, but can you just kind of describe what the inside looks like?
Well, actually, that probably wouldn't be too hard here.
Okay.
We took out all the corners. One of the things that we learned was you don't want to have corners in a tank. So like for people that are trying to keep shad in live wells, one of the challenges they have is the shad will go up into the corners and they start bumping in. That's where the red nose comes from. So all of our tanks are designed such that you don't have the corners. Drop this right here. So this is a 12-gallon tank. So inside of it, you got two compartments. You've got your bait area and your filter area. So all the bait water will come in. It goes through these bags, and as that water is filtered through these 200 micron bags, that filtered water drops down into the bottom of the filter compartment. The pumps pick them up, and then all the tanks right here is an air line. So as the pump puts water back into the bait area, it infuses air microscopically into the water, and that bait is getting a constant flow of filtered, oxygenated water.
That's excellent. See, I've never owned a bait tank before, so I just for the first time, I think it was last week, I saw the inside of one, and I didn't realize you had all that the filtration inside of it.
Yes. Yeah. So as you can tell by the tank, we want to keep it as sleek as possible, but everything goes on inside the tank. Everything is submersible, and it's just the way to go. Now going back to the build a tank. The regular tanks, what I call standard tanks, they were just the tank, no drains, no skimmer, no 110. They just had the 12-volt pump or pumps depending on how big of a tank. So with build a tank, you can now click on whatever tank you want, and upon checkout, you're going to be asked about 6 questions. Do you want to add a lower drain? Not everybody wants a drain. Some people like a drain, and people say, well, how do I know if I want a drain? If you've got carpet in your boat, I wouldn't want to drain my tank, my dirty bait water into my carpet. So you pump water in, you pump water out. But you've got some boats that are fiberglass deck, they've got scuppers. Yeah, makes sense to have a drain on it. It's a little easier way to go. When it comes to the skimmers, this is interesting. The skimmer, so these tanks filter from the bottom up into the bags and back around. The skimmer is at the water line at the top. So yeah, it'll draw some surface grime off of the surface of the water, but the real purpose of the skimmer in its inception was when we put 110s into the tank. So these tanks can be built with just 12, with just 110s, or a combination of both. And it's very popular for people to add 110s into the tanks, because what they'll do, think about this. This is pretty interesting. If you've got a long weekend, you're going to fish, and you've got bait in your tank, you get done fishing for the day, you want to go back out again tomorrow. But on a 12-volt system, what you have to worry about is the battery that you're hooked up to going to last you throughout the night? Because I'll tell you one thing, and anyone who's done this knows it doesn't take long for your bait. If they don't, these are life support systems for your bait. If that battery dies, your bait's done. So the 110 option allowed you to just get back from fishing. You don't have to transport your bait again from another tank to this tank, holding for the night and back in. Because the more you handle them, the less they're not in very good condition by the time you're done. You leave them there, you put them to bed, you disconnect the bait tank from your battery, and you just plug it into your wall. You wake up in the morning, your tank's running, your batteries are charged, and you're ready for a second day of fishing.
I think that's super important.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure Steve can attest to that much more than I could. Keeping your bait alive.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Yeah. So the 110s are really for the overnight. And I'll tell you, and we've become very popular with bait and tackle shops for what we call long-term bait storage. These 100-gallon tanks where we don't even put 110s in them, or excuse me, the 12 volts. We just put 110s in them, and they just plug them in. And the other neat feature about these tanks is I've learned in the last 4 years, and all the travels that I've done, all the different boats that I've been on, there's a gazillion different types of bait, and not all bait is created equal. So I knew that a cookie cutter approach to a bait tank was not going to be the solution for everybody. Here's what you got to take into consideration. And these are the kinds of conversations that I have when people call. Where are you from? What's your region? What is your bait? What size is your bait? And how much bait do you want to keep? So what people say, they'll say all the time, how much bait will this keep? Will this tank keep? Again, it depends on the size of your bait. So as a rule of thumb, I'll tell people, if it's less than 6 inches, 2 to 4 pieces per gallon. So if you've got a 50-gallon, for example, you're looking at 100 to 200 pieces. If you're bigger than 6 inches, you're looking at 50 to 100, 1 to 2. You got to figure that out. Once you find that magic number, then you know what your tank's capable of based on the bait, type of bait that you fish with and the quantity. And you could probably get away with more than that, especially if you're going to put bait in it right away and then fish on it throughout the day, and you start to reduce that population.
So what about weight on those tanks?
Right. So as far as I know, these are the lightest portable bait tanks on the market. And this cavity that's in here, instead of having a solid surface, which we talked about the benefits of not having that, but these are super light. So this is about 45 pounds. The 35 is 60 pounds. The 50 is about 75 pounds. That's with the lid on it. So people's like, hey, can you put handles on these? And you can't, because this wall is really thin. So if you had handles on here, they would just try to pick it up and it would probably rip the material. But what I just recommend is just take the lid off, and you could lip it right here, and a lot of people pick it up. But yeah, they're super light.
Awesome. So what are you running any promotions for the Catfish Conference?
We are, glad you asked. So 2 promotions. We just came out with the oxygen box, the 110 version. So this can be purchased on Amazon. This retails for $225. This was our promotion last year where we did something with that. But the challenge of doing this online instead of in person, this is going to retail for $395. But through the April 1st or the end of March, it's $300. That's an email. You can go online. You can get my email at extremebaittanks.com. Or if anyone's doing a bait tank, we're going to do a complimentary cutting board made out of the same HDPE. This is a food grade, high density polyethylene material. That's what we make our bait tanks out of. And the reason that we prefer this, Kevin, is because it has antibacterial properties. It helps if you keep your tank clean, which is really easy to do if you just wash it out when you're done. You don't have to worry about it affecting your bait in a negative way with growth and that kind of stuff that goes in that can go on inside these tanks. So if you go to the website and you order any bait tank, there's a comment section. In the comment, put Catfish Conference 2021, and you will get, this is a $60 cutting board. We'll include that with your purchase. You don't even have, that's all you got to do is just let us know that you saw this, put it in the comment section, and it will go out with every tank that you do that with.
So just to reiterate, if they go to your website, extremebaittanks.com, they go to the comment section after or before they buy something.
So you have to design your tank. And upon checkout, there's going to be an option for comments. You just put it right in there. But I think it says special instructions.
Got it.
And I don't know how much time we have left, but there's one other thing I want to make sure we talk about, which is the refurbish program.
We have five more minutes, but what was your other promotion? You said something about $300. I missed that.
Yeah. So instead of $395 on the 110 oxygen box, we'll do them for $300, and that includes shipping. So that's going to save about $120 on the unit.
So Damon, I had to step out, but where are people going to utilize the 110 box at?
So there's
they're
homemade jobs. There's a lot of people that have spent a lot of time creating these masterpieces, these 1,000-gallon or 500-gallon tanks, and they got the spray bars and you name it. We've dropped the 12-volt oxygen boxes in there, and it's been a game changer.
I'm on board. I'm on board.
Yeah. So the 110, they can now use the 110, but the problem is it's long-term bait storage. It's constantly conditioning that water. The 12-volt system was not going to last for that. So we had to come up with the 110, and that's what we have. And these are magnetic drive pumps, which are the best pumps to use as far as heat transfer from the unit to the water, because you don't want that.
Right. So if a guy's got his own bait tank, like he wants to keep, I know Chris Flores got an old freezer out back. He keeps his bait in. He just buys this piece from you, drop it down in his container, and he's good to go.
And it will circulate, filter, and oxygenate that water. Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah, that just made things simple.
Yeah. So you got about 3 minutes if you wanted to talk about the last thing.
So I want to tell you about a refurbished program. And again, I'm the only one that I know that does this. And there's a lot of extreme bait tanks on the market that go back even before me. If you have an extreme tank, I don't want to ever see a bait tank in a corner collecting dust not being used. So I came up with a program a couple years ago, and it's been a home run. And it's called a refurbished program. And what a refurbished program is this. Let's say you've got a 35-gallon tank. For 35% of what that tank would retail for, I'll bring that tank back. I gut it. I drop new welds on it. I water test it, and I put all new pumps, plumbing, strainers, whatever needs it, whatever we're putting in the new tank, I put in that refurbished tank, and it comes back out with a 3-year warranty. So this is a way for you to take a tank that you already have, and what I've learned is sometimes the people will take these tanks and they try to make an adjustment on it, and it messes it up, and they don't know how to put it back together. Or a pump went bad or whatever. But if you've got an old tank, for 35% of what it would cost you for a new one, I'll take it back and kick it back to you with a 3-year warranty, as if it's a brand new tank. It's just in an old shell.
That's awesome. So they can save a lot of money on that.
Exactly. If they've already got the tank.
Right. Well, awesome. We have about a minute left. Is there any last parting words you want to give all the people in chat?
Absolutely. So as we've expanded, we're in our shop here in Somerset. We just closed on a building yesterday, 2 days ago, and we're going to be moving to a 5,400 square foot facility. And what's nice about Xtreme is I don't order parts and pieces and try to assemble tanks. We do everything from scratch, from A to Z. We have all of our material, all of our flats for the bottoms, the sides. We have our CNC router. We do all of our own cuts. That's why if somebody calls us with a custom size, we can take a look at that. And if it meets the needs of the tank and the bait, we can cut it. So these tanks are touched by me from A to Z up to you, right into your boat or the back of your truck, whatever it may be.
Awesome. I do have one question. How often would somebody need to clean their tank?
I recommend when you're done, it's just like anything else. The better, and there's a lot of catfishermen out there that, they may not be just catfishermen, but the one I'm thinking of in particular, filthy. But if you just take a Mr. Clean magic eraser and fresh water, no chemicals, and rinse this thing clean right up, and like I say, they'll stay brand new. So and never let the bags dry dirty. When you go to clean these bags, you take them off, you turn them inside out, you rinse them, you let them air dry. Never let them dry dirty, and these will last you a good season if you take care of them.
But you do have replacements in case they do.
Yes, sir.
Clean. Okay.
Again,
awesome.
Back to the website. Knobs, if you lose a knob, filters, no more gaskets, whatever it is. We've got it all on there, and you can purchase that. Yes, sir.
All right. And some people are commenting on the price, but I'm sure I can speak for you and say that you're getting something quality. And this is for someone who really uses live bait all the
Right.
time. Yeah.
And I know it's a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, but it's also a lot of money to create what I created to be able to do this. And I also have been told by many people who made the investment, I wish I would have done this years ago. I would have been so much more money ahead, so much more bait. A lot. Think about just the loss of bait and the cost of that. When a system like this can keep that, eventually these things pay for themselves. And there's no expiration on these. I mean, these things can last you for decades if they're taken care of.
Amen. Cool. Well, thank you for being on here.
Damon,
You're very welcome.
You've been with us for quite some time. I appreciate you sticking with us and hanging with our live special due to the COVID.
Hey, well, it is what it is. Great idea. Thanks for the invitation to be on board.
All right. Hopefully we'll see you next year in person.
All right. You guys have a great day.
You too. Take care.
All right, y'all. What a great presentation. I like how he's way far back so you can see his whole setup.
Mm-hmm.
He really thought about that. All right, next up in a few minutes at 2:20, we're going to have XL Boats. So stick around and
how much
we'll
time
be
we
back.
got left?
How much time we got left till XL Boats?
Yeah.
About 4 minutes.
Well, while we're waiting, if you are enjoying the show, why don't you hit us up on the comments there and let us know how we're doing. If there's anything you need to see, let us know. Just see how we're doing.
Yep. Be nice.
Be nice.
All right, guys. We'll see you in a few minutes.
He's all right.
All right, so I got some of Mr. Steve Douglas's employees here, and Steve is somewhere around here, but I'm asking them, what is Steve Douglas really like? What is he really like? Remember, you gotta have a job after this is over.
Right. Well, I mean, I gotta say that it's been a pleasure. I got to Evan over here. He got me started with Steve. Huge fan. So when he first told me that he worked with him, I was like, oh my gosh, get me his autograph, get me in there, do whatever you got to do. And ever since, I got to say, it's been an amazing experience.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say, I'm let down now.
His moments, you know what I mean? But, I mean, hey, my fishing game has been stepped up tenfold since working with him. I've learned so much about this industry.
Steve must be around.
Yeah, you know. But for the most part, I mean, I have the best job, ever. You know,
That's
I've been
awesome.
doing this for a long time. I've managed a bunch of different places, but I got to say, I'm very happy where I am.
All right. We got any truth over here? I mean...
All right, so let me lay it down real. He's all right. No, I'm just joking. He's a good guy and all. He's got his moments, of course, like Ryan said, but for the most part, he really does care about, not just this company, but he does care about us as employees. He cares about you guys as customers, and, he really wants to do whatever he can. Let me turn this down. Hey, sorry turning down Epic
Sorry,
Catfish.
Tim. Sorry, Tim.
Yeah, sorry I had to do it to you, but, he really does genuinely care about you guys. He cares about the industry. He cares about the business. He put his heart and soul into this, so, he definitely shows it on a daily basis and everything, but outside of that, as you may not know, he's super organized. He has things ready before he releases stuff.
He's coming.
Nah, but he's a good guy. He's all right.
Well, there you go. You heard it. Steve kind of creeped in there, so I don't know if we got an honest answer, but you guys can get with me later on that.
Yeah, I got it.
Hope you're enjoying the Catfish Conference. All right, we're back, and next we have Xtreme Excel Boats. We just did Xtreme Excel Boats, and we're going to bring up Jeffrey here. How you doing, sir?
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm doing really well.
We're making it. We're trying to have some fun and doing it at the same time.
Glad you were able to join us today.
What's that?
Glad you were able to join us today.
Absolutely. It's nice to be back at Catfish Conference. I actually missed last year, so I'm excited to be here.
Awesome.
Well, tell us a little bit about the company, and then we'll get right into what you're going to show us.
Of course. Excellent. Now, I was going to be joined by our head of sales, Dave. He might pop up here in a little bit.
I saw Dave coming in. His camera is not working.
Yeah, so he'd be audio only at this point. He had to run out, but he'll be around to get me out of hot water if I start to.
He's there. He's up on screen.
Okay.
Hey, Dave, how you doing?
Good. How about yourself today?
Doing well.
Good.
Go ahead there, Jeffrey.
Yeah, you're good. See, I made sure Dave didn't have video because I'm the pretty one.
Brief
so.
history on Excel Boats. In 2000, Excel had been around for quite some time. However, in 2008, an F4 tornado leveled the plant, actually killed an employee. And the new Excel boat company was started about 2 years after that. Now, Excel pretty much cut their teeth on building tough boats for Arkansas timber hunters. Heavy-duty gunnels, bracing. We quickly developed a reputation for building one of the toughest duck boats in the market. And now we carry a broad line of boats, hunting, fishing boats, introducing a bass boat this spring. And, our StormCat is, one of the toughest catfish boats on the market, 160 gauge aluminum standard. So that's brief little background on Excel.
Cool. Jeffrey?
Yeah, no, just that's exactly right. We have a passion for these boats, catfishing in particular. It's been a really great market. We've loved really diving in over the last couple of years, and really happy to be providing a boat of this magnitude.
Awesome. Well, what have you got to show us today? I see that you've queued up a few videos.
I have. Now, hopefully, this will all work. You guys so far have been almost flawless in your technology, and I swear here, it never works. So, if fingers crossed that this comes out right. But first, I want to talk a little bit about our Cat Pro, which is one of the first catfishing models that we came out with. And Dave can probably give us a little bit of a lead into that a little bit better than I can. And then once he's ready, we'll hit that very first one in line there, Kevin.
Is that the one with the blue shirt?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Dave, you want to lead us into this one?
Okay, I'm sorry, having audio difficulties. I can't hear Jeffrey, so it's difficult to follow along. So you might have to.
You want to lead us into the which boat is it, Jeffrey?
Catfish Pro.
Catfish Pro. Talk about the Catfish Pro, Dave.
Okay, Catfish Pro. We introduced this boat several years ago. Steve Douglas is very familiar with this boat.
Yep.
He got the first Catfish Pros, and we built this 24-foot monster boat, and nobody had the slightest idea how popular this boat would become. It really surprised us. A very tough boat built on our Viper hull. It drafts in very shallow water. It takes on some good chops. So it's a good, versatile, all-around catfish boat, or just fishing boat in general. 66-gallon live well, 30-gallon fuel tank. Has all the right standard features, options, offered in a 21-foot and 24-foot side and center console.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to take you guys off screen and we'll show that video.
Perfect.
All right.
Just going to take a second and take all three of us off.
This morning I want to tell you about a really special offering that the guys at Excel Boats have come up with. Now, beside me today, I've got the new Cat Pro 24. And if you're a serious catfishman, tournament guy, or just a weekend angler, this boat has every feature that you could possibly imagine. This model 24-footer is rated for a 225 motor, We've got it outfitted with a Yamaha 150 super high output motor, all the motor you need, whether you're running big water or on a lake like Fern Lake beside me. Right here, we have a huge 66-gallon aerated live well. If you're fishing a tournament, you got that 40, 60, maybe even 80 or 100-pound fish that's gonna win it all, you're gonna be able to keep him alive here in the live well. Love the leaning post for long runs. It's great, super comfortable. Below me here, we have space for an optional Orca cooler. The center console itself is full of features. Hate clutter in the floor. You know, if you're fishing a tournament, you don't want to be stepping on rods, on tackle. We've got upright rod holders here, built-in tackle box right here. Another smaller live well that you can use for smaller fish or for bait fish. These storage boxes down each side, and these things are huge. One of the coolest things about them is that the back box and the front box do not have a divider. So if you've got that big 7, 8, 9-foot casting rod, you can fit it right here in our built-in rod hole. On this model, we've got a front storage box. If you opt out, there's a space here for a second optional Orca cooler. 3 across the front seating, 30-gallon fuel tank here in the bow. With the fuel tank mounted here in the bow, it helps balance the weight of this boat, gives it a much better ride. Perhaps the best thing of all, our unique CatPro hull that gives you a very smooth ride. It gets up on step or on plane really easily, so you're gonna have a smooth ride no matter how big or how choppy the water is. CatPro 24 from Excel Boats. You can check it out at excelboats.net or be sure and visit your local Excel dealer and see why this is just another reason that Excel is the boat to own.
All right, that was an interesting video.
Yeah. One of the things that I love most about this boat actually is it's incredibly versatile. So not only does it make a really great catfishing platform.
Oh, crap. I messed up there. I clicked the wrong button. Hopefully he'll come back in. Dave, he was talking about the boat we just shown, and hopefully he'll come back in. He got kicked out. Can you hear us, Dave? Sorry about that, buddy.
I tell you, something will always go wrong. If it can, it will.
Go ahead and continue.
All right,
so those videos back up. But.
Right. So the great thing about it is that we have so many customers that will not only use this for catfishing or any kind of species of fishing, but they'll use it a lot for duck hunting. And out here, we have a lot of duck hunters, and it's one of the things that we pride ourselves is that this boat, it can be used for anything, any water, big or little.
Awesome. You want to queue up the second video and talk about that boat?
Absolutely. So let me just queue this up real quick. Hopefully Dave might jump back on. I'm not sure if he
Dave,
there he is.
What is the next boat you're going to talk about?
So we're going to talk about the StormCat 230. Now this is our premier, our largest catfishing platform.
Dave, do you have any comments on the 230? I don't think Dave can hear us anymore. So we'll go ahead and we'll just.
All right. Well, I will let me cue this up and then we'll jump right into this. This is a boat that is only a few years old, actually. It's part of my time here. So I was a part of the development of this excellent boat. Let me just pull this up, talking and typing at the same time.
Yeah, I got you.
Very good. Okay, so now this boat is the largest boat that XL has ever built. Now, this is a nice chance for me to lead into our brand new facility in Tennessee that has opened up just this year. And let me tell you, now trying to open up a brand new facility in a pandemic will get your heart racing just a little bit.
I bet.
Increase your blood pressure just a smidge. But it's really come out really nice. It's a beautiful new facility in Union City, Tennessee. Great folks there, and we continue to rank up as we go along. We've got a lot of models coming out of there now. All of our Bay Pros are going to be built out of there, and of course, the StormCat 230. It's the largest boat we build, and it is a primo boat. Like Dave had mentioned earlier, it's 160 gauge aluminum. It comes standard in that boat. It is a tank, and it's big and it's beautiful. So I've got this next video for you. We'll go back out to J. Paul Jackson. He's going to tell us a little bit more.
Cool. And as we look at it, and I just want to prepare you, there's a couple questions about pricing. So maybe if you can be ready to talk about that when you come back.
You got it.
Excellent.
At Excel Boats, our engineers set out to design the best catfishing boat on the market, and the StormCat 230 is the culmination of their efforts. This boat features 150 gauge thick aluminum hull, comes in at 23 feet long, 102 inch wide, and has 28 inch sides. Additionally, it features our famous acceleration pad hull. This hull has a 14-degree rise on it with lifting strakes, so it will get you up on step quickly and provide a smooth and stable ride. Whether you're running on a large lake in a high wind or on the Mississippi River with barges throwing up rollers, this boat has a hull that's made to take the waves, to get you where you want to go safely, and of course, more importantly, it will get you home again. From bow to stern, the StormCat 230 is loaded with great standard features. Starting in the bow, we have 4 storage boxes, 1 for your anchor, 2 smaller boxes, both to the port and starboard side, and in the center, a very large 4 cubic foot box. Also, the bow has an integrated trolling motor mount, and it comes pre-wired for your electronics. Another great standard feature is the full height walk-through windshield, complete with wipers and 1/4 inch thick tempered glass. Coming off of the foredeck, we've integrated a 9-gallon insulated ice chest. We've also equipped the StormCat 230 standard with deluxe seating for the captain and 3 passengers. With a huge built-in 63-gallon belly fuel tank, the StormCat 230 will let you stay on the water all day long and make those long runs to where the fish are without having to worry about stopping along the way at the marina to refuel. The quick fill 80-gallon live well is the largest and most versatile live well that we've ever produced. Of course, it has a large lid and it comes standard with drop-in panels, so it can also be used as a bait well. Taking a look at the transom, you'll see that it has a built-in splash well to protect you even when you come off the throttle running fast. Additionally, we've added 2 5-inch integrated transducer mounting plates and a mount for a kicker motor. Introducing the new StormCat 230 from Excel Boats, the latest addition to the CatPro line.
Awesome video. Listen, we got about 3 minutes left, Jeffrey. So do you want to address that pricing and we can watch your last video too?
Well, we'll forego that last video. I will tell you that you'll be able to find it on our YouTube channel. It's a really fun video. They take that StormCat out and fill it with water, really to emphasize some of the
seen that one, yeah,
of that boat. Yeah, it's a really great little video. It's something that we pride ourselves on, is the safety issue.
So you're saying the StormCat is now built in the new facility?
That's correct. So that boat will be built exclusively in the brand new facility in Tennessee.
How are they available now, or is this just starting to be in production?
They are available now. Yes.
Awesome.
Now, in a very small quantity, very limited. Of course, you know, you hear it from every boat manufacturer. It's tough. It's tough out there. I mean, trying to build right now is tough, and it's kept us limited a little bit with this model in particular. It being such a large build, it's a little more time consuming, and
we're running really short on time, so I really want to get that pricing question answered. And if you were running any promotions, sorry to rush you there, Dave.
Yes, I know everybody's definitely looking for that pricing, and I really wish Dave would stay on because he's going to be the one to really address a question like that. But in fact, Dave, are you? You can ask Dave.
Dave, are you able to hear us now?
Yeah, I'm on.
All right. Will you talk about the pricing for your boats? Yeah, I think he's still having issues.
Great. And he's really the one to do that. Of course, these are all coming through dealers, our really great dealer network. And they're, of course, going to be the ones that will be able to really get you that information on their particular pricing. On that, we have a really great dealer network. You can go onto our website, And there's a great big dealer locator right there. You'll be able to find where your closest dealer, put in your zip code, find one there, and they're going to get you hooked up.
And a lot of boat manufacturers do that. They don't put the pricing right on the website. They just give you a roundabout because you have dealers that have to, they have to make money too.
Right.
And so they put whatever they value the boat at.
Yes, absolutely. And then, of course, we do have a special running right now. I will tell you on our online store, we're doing 15% off anything in the store with code Catfish Conference 2021.
Catfish Conference 2021. All right.
Yes. Well, Jeffrey, we appreciate you guys coming on. Tell Glenn, if you guys see Glenn, thank you for his support over the years. I did drive this boat for 2 years. It's a great boat, very well built, and I appreciate you guys getting in the catfishing business and helping other folks out.
Absolutely. We appreciate both of you. Great conference, guys.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
All right, guys, we'll be back with CatKing here in just a moment.
Okay, let's find a boat.
Let's go fishing.
Biggest thing about catfish for me is the accessibility of spending time with my kids, getting them out of the house, away from all the electronics and stuff, and just spending some true time with them, teaching them how to catfish like me and my father did when I was growing up. We did a lot of bank fishing, but it was definitely some good memories for me that I want to pass down to my kids as well. Hopefully they're taking it all in, and one day they'll be able to take me catfishing. This brand, what it embodies, is way more than just apparel. It's a lifestyle. It's a family. It's nice to have a company in the catfish community that cares about the sport as much as we do.
I'm really thankful for my dad getting me out of the house, even though sometimes I don't want to. Either it's too cold or too early. At the end of the day, these memories will last forever.
This is the most important part of what we do, is to release these big fish. So my son can take his son fishing just like my dad did to me when I was young.
All right, let him go, baby.
One lifestyle, one passion, one brand.
All right, everybody, we're back, and right now we're going to bring up Mr. Al Noraker with CatKing. How you doing, Al?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Good. How about you?
I'm very good, thanks.
Well, we thank you for coming on and spending a few minutes with us. And you know, as we talked about earlier, we're just going to let you introduce yourself and the company and tell us a little bit about what you got for us today.
Absolutely. Well, it's our pleasure to be here. Obviously, you know, we really miss not coming to the Catfish Conference. Unfortunately, we're living in that COVID world right now, so all of these consumer shows that we spend a lot of time at haven't been happening, but this is a great option. So for us at CatKing, one of the reasons that our work at consumer shows is so important is because we sell everything consumer direct. We're available either through KastKing.com or, of course, on Amazon. So we have a lot of new customers that maybe hear about CatKing, but they haven't had a product in their hands and they can't go to a store to see it. So they want to know more about it. So that's why we go to all these shows. And so we really miss it when we can't do that. So CatKing has been around about 7 years or so. We're growing very, very quickly. In fact, I'm told we're one of the fastest growing brands within sport fishing today. Most people will buy Amazon or CatKing through Amazon, but we also have a very strong website, which is KastKing.com. And that, of course, is spelled KastKing.com. We just launched a new website at the first of the year. It's awesome. In fact, if I can share that here real quick, I'll go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Terrible at Fishing, for the $5 donation. He said, I love CatKing.
There you go. That's good. Okay, let's see if I can find that here. Okay, so if you go to our website, this is the first thing that you'll see just on the home page and a few different images across this page. Some of our pros, some of our products, but it's very easy to navigate. So if I was just to look at the reel page, I can go down to casting reels, spinning reels, line counters, or of course round bait casting reels, which is really, in the catfish world, a lot of people know us for our rover bait casting reel. But I'd really encourage all the listeners to check out KastKing.com. I think you're going to be quite surprised at the scope of product that we offer, between rods, reels, fishing line, a lot of tackle bags, fillet knives, tools, accessories, even apparel type items. I think you'll be quite surprised at everything that you're going to see there. So I won't spend a lot of time on the website. I'll just kind of get back to talking about some products, because I think that that's really what everybody wants to.
That's right. They want to know.
They want to hear about, right? And then we're also going to share with you a discount code. I'm going to mention it right now, okay? Because for everybody watching, for the next 3 days, if you go to KastKing.com and pick whatever items you want, go ahead and put them into your checkout box, okay? And just above that, there's going to be a discount code box. And you're going to type in capital S as in Sam, capital H, capital C, capital S 15. So anything you want from CatKing for the next 3 days, that could be reels, rods, line, tools, anything, 15% off today through Sunday using that code SHCS15 in your
That's from
checkout.
KastKing.com, not Amazon, right?
That will not work on Amazon. that only works on KastKing.com.
Awesome. Okay. Show us. Didn't you just come out with a new rod?
I did. That's going to be the first thing I'm going to start with because that's what's got all the buzz going right now.
And I'm going to give you full screen so we can see it well.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so first of all, it's an awesome rod for the catfish guys. It also happens to be one of my personal favorites. I like catching big fish, whether it's freshwater, saltwater, you name it. I like catching big fish. So I built this rod specifically for big fish. This is the new CatKing Kong. Okay, and I got to give credit to my son for that name because he called me in the middle of the night one time telling me he wanted to share with me an idea he had for the name of this rod because he'd been using it during testing and loved it. He said, that is the strongest, most powerful, but still lightweight rod that I've ever had my hands on. And so he had that name, CatKing Kong. I think it fits it very, very well. Some of the features of this rod are, first of all, the components, okay? So we're using heavy-duty components front to back. Going to keep those reel seats firmly in place. Big lockdown reel seat. The foregrips, you're going to love this foregrip. If you can kind of see that it's got little finger slots in this. So it's a high-density EVA wrapped by a rubber wrap over the top of that. Has a little bit of cushioning softness in it, but these finger wraps are absolutely awesome. In the back, we use that cross-wrap rubber wrap. Now, it's very slip resistant, but it still comes out of rod holders very easily. I like that a lot. If you happen to be a guy that needs a gimbal, there is a gimbal included on 3 of the models, and that's protected by a rubber butt cap. Guides, double foot stainless guides, titanium inserts. I mean, really tough. If you're using braid, you're going to love these guides. So right now we have 5 different models in the CatKing Kong, all the way up to a 6.5 foot one piece that's rated 50 to 100 pounds. Now, that's really not a rod that the catfish guys are going to be using, but certainly our guys offshore that are fishing for halibut and other big saltwater species, that's an awesome rod for that. In fact, I'm a little embarrassed by this, but we've already sold out of the 7.5 foot spinning model just in about the first 2 weeks of launch of this product. One more item I'm going to mention about the design on these rods, and you'll like this. We call it the strike tip, and this is a nice bright
green.
Yeah, we do too. You know, I make a couple rods in the salmon steelhead line that have a bright orange strike tip, and they really like that for those low light conditions, even at night. But you know, if they're fishing in dark, rainy weather, it's really, really popular. The chartreuse, we think it looks great on the rod, and it's extremely functional. So all 5 models of the CatKing Kong also have the bright chartreuse strike tips. They're all 2-piece rods, with the exception of that one 6'6", 50 to 100 pound rated rod. They're all 2-piece. They're also easy to store. If you don't just have a big boat, you can put them in a rod locker all the time. So that's CatKing Kong. That's the newest rod from CatKing. It launched literally just 3 weeks ago, and like I said, we already sold out of the one of the spinning models, but we're working fast as we can to get them back in stock, and we've got the others all ready to go right now. It'd be a great opportunity if you use that discount code right now.
Absolutely,
Sunday to pick up some of those.
Yeah, I have a couple friends, and we talk about rods all the time, and that's been the buzz, is that Kong rod.
Yeah, I know. It's really gotten a lot of press out there, and that's what it's all about. So we're excited about that. Let me show you 3 different reels that really pair up nicely on the Kong rod or some of our other rods as well. So very traditional, the Rover reel, big round. We make this all the way up to a size 90 reel. This happens to be a size 70, big line capacity, about 30 pounds of drag, big power handle, level wind style. This has been our best seller in the catfish community for probably 5 years. It's really a bulletproof reel. We sell tons of these. But we were asked to come out with something with a little bit more drag power, even about the same line capacity, but the drag power and a weight reduction. Okay, so we've now come out with the new Recon. Okay, again, this is a size 20 Recon. Again, big power handle, over 30 pounds of drag in this reel. Okay, level wind design, but graphite body instead of the heavier aluminum body. The weight difference between these two, we're talking about 20%, 15 to 20% lighter weight in the Recon reel than on the Rover. But the Rover is still a, tried and true, proven bait caster for catfish applications. Then, one of my favorites. Now we're talking weight reduction, size reduction, but even more drag power. This is our low profile, okay? Looks like a basic bait caster, bass style reel, but on steroids. This is a size 300 low profile bait caster. It's called the Capstan, all right? Has a double paddle handle, okay? And it has a great braking system. I'll take this side cover off, and it has a centrifugal braking system, very similar to what you'd find on many of the standard bait casting reels out there. This reel has over 35 pounds of drag in this small frame.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. Plenty of line capacity, thumb bar instead of either a push button or a lever switch. So they really like this. Very easy to turn that over, but it stays very low. I'll go ahead and just throw it on a rod here real quick. Very easy to handle. Looks great on the rod, but plenty of line capacity and no doubt plenty of drag. Our salmon steelhead guys, our offshore saltwater guys, and certainly this has become a favorite within the catfish community. So our Capstan, low profile, wide body bait caster, that's a home run. Pricing, let's talk about pricing a little bit. This is the most expensive, okay? But we're talking around 10 ounces on this reel. We're talking around 16 ounces here, and maybe a little bit less, 15 to 16, and then around 18 to 19 ounces, depending on the size for the Rover. So that's definitely the lightest, lowest profile, and more features. Pricing wise, you're looking at around $119 here. You're looking at around $69, $79 in that range for the Recon, and depending on the size, from 49 to 79, 89 on the Rover style. So,
but over the next 3 days, everybody, if you use that capital SHCS15, those prices will come down a little bit.
Absolutely, 15% off is a great way to get started with either the Kong or maybe you've been a round reel guy for a long time, right? And you've seen guys out there with these big, beefy, low-profile bait casters and wanted to try one. First of all, they cast awesome. That centrifugal braking system, I've casted up to 20 ounces of lead with that centrifugal braking system on a Kong rod and literally launched it the length of from a home plate to the outfield fence on a baseball field, no problem. I mean, it'll control that brake, and it's very easy to adjust. So I think you'll really appreciate the Capstan for its easy casting ability. And again, you're going to love the drag power. I mean, that is a beast of a reel.
So there's one question.
Sure.
Was the Cat Tech line discontinued?
Cat Tech was discontinued. It was. We had two other brand or lines of catfish rods. We had CastCat, which was an all glass rod.
Okay.
And we had Cat Tech, which was a composite rod. Okay. It had some of the same features as Kong, similar guides. It had a bright chartreuse strike tip, which everybody loved. And I think that's a lot of the reason some guys are coming back to us and say, boy, sure wish you hadn't moved away from Cat Tech, right? What I've done with Kong is, even though the line is a little bit shorter, there's not quite as many styles right now, but we will be adding to that, is this rod is even beefier than the Cat Tech rods, a little bit lighter, but the handles are really improved over this. Plus, you still have the great double-footed guides. You still have the strike tip. You still have the strong reel seat. You've got everything that you need, and at a lower price than what Cat Tech was.
Awesome. Is the low-profile reel available with a power handle?
Very soon. In fact, I have a sample I can show you.
And then the pricing on the Kong rod.
$79 for Kong rods. Okay. Cat Tech was around $99. So even though this has more features and some of the better improvements, it's $20 less than what we were before. That's another reason we made the change. We wanted to bring that price down on that big fish rod. So here's a look at what the power handle will look like. This will be available, I'm going to say within 4 weeks, roughly, as an accessory to the capstan reel. It won't come with it, but it'll be an add-on accessory you can buy from our performance shop on KastKing.com.
Awesome.
Okay.
Well, we're about out of time, Mr. Al, but wrap up. Do you want to share that discount code one more time and tell them where they can use it?
Absolutely. So remember, this is not on Amazon, even though we've got all of our products in both locations. This discount code only works on KastKing.com, SHCS15. From right now through the end of the day on Sunday, 15% off of any KastKing products. And when you go there, please don't forget to look at our #1 selling braid. This is CatFishPro. This happens to be 80 pound in the green color. Okay. And my favorite item, every catfish guy who's using braid, you've got to have a pair of braid scissors. 2 of my favorites right there, and really appreciate your time. And we hope to be a strong member of the catfish community for a very long time.
Well, we certainly appreciate you guys supporting us over the years. I know you've been there 3 or 4 years in a row.
Yep.
We would have been there this year if we hadn't had the COVID deal, but appreciate you guys so much, and look forward to seeing you guys next year.
Yep. We'll be back. Can't wait, guys. Y'all
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You too.
Awesome. You too.
Okay.
All right. Next up at 3 p.m., which is about 3 minutes, we'll have Kayak and Cats. So we'll be back.
There we go. Oh, well. There we go. Oh, yeah. Nice fish.
All right, y'all, we're back. Next up, we got Kayak Mike with Kayaks and Cats. Let me bring him up on screen. How you doing, Mike?
Hey, what's up, Kevin? Hey, Steve.
Hey.
How you been today? How's the weather down there?
Actually, it's really nice. The only thing that kind of stinks is the Ohio River's blown out. I live up in Cincinnati, so we really our only real river to fish for real big blues is the Ohio River. But hey, I'll take snow and blown out, or I'll take warm weather and blown out river over snow any day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, I'll take pretty much anything but wind. And we don't have snow in South Carolina too often, so I'm not really worried. But the wind is the only thing I don't want to fish in.
Mm-hmm.
So you're here to talk about the Kayaks and Cats tournaments, correct?
Yep. Yeah, I am.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about how that got started? What's your role in it, and then we'll go into what it's all about.
Absolutely. So the way it started was Anthony Shane Waldridge. He started a local in-person scene down at Taylorsville Lake where they had a bunch of local tournaments. They would get together in person, and then they moved it on to Facebook, and they started doing month-longs with Ohio or with Kentucky only, and then it opened up to Kentucky, Indiana, and now it's Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio for the Facebook regional month-long tournaments. They still have a monthly in-person tournament down at Taylorsville Lake, and I was fishing other various tournament scenes. I became aware of them. I hopped on board. They didn't have a formal leaderboard, so I started doing a formal leaderboard for them. And then just over time, relationships grew. I asked them if they want, because we used to get requests constantly. Hey, can you grow your group? Because people from other states wanted to join us. So we were like, you know what? Let's just make a national brand as well. We'll keep our regional scene because in our world, we fish nationally. And it's really tough for some waters. Like Steve definitely knows, your Ohio River catfish are not going to compete with your Alabama, your Tennessee, your South Carolina. So it's important to keep your regional group. But now we also have a national scene as well, which is awesome. So our national scene, when we started that last October, we had a couple test tournaments in 2020. And then we really went live in 2021. Now, every single month it's called the Fishing Chaos app. Over on the Fishing Chaos app, every single month, there's an open tournament. Anyone in the country can join. It's your 7 biggest fish over the month, and it's all based on length. And I'll go over the length versus weight debate here in a little bit. And then you have a slot tournament where literally, if you have channel cats in your water, anyone in the country can win this tournament because the slot tournament is your 5 biggest fish of the month, but they cannot be over 32 inches. They can be up to 31.75, but they can't break 32. So anyone in the country can compete, even if you only have channel cat waters. And then every single month, we always have one tournament that is a shorter tournament. Not everyone can commit to fishing 4, 5, 6, 7 times in a month. Maybe they need to plan. Maybe they have a family and they want to plan for a 1 or a 2 day event. So every single month we have a 1 or a 2 day event, and we can do anything we want, any sizes we want, any types of fish that we want. That's another awesome thing about doing everything online is like last month, for example, we did 2 over 2 under 24 or 2 over 2 under 25 inches catfish over 2 days. It was our 2 over 2 under 2 day tournament.
And so that's what I was going to say. I was going to kind of interrupt you. You talked about month longs. So unlike a lot of boat tournaments, most kayak tournaments are done over apps and online, correct?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about how kayak tournaments take advantage of those apps. And, you know, I know what you do, like taking pictures of fish, but go ahead and tell everybody.
All right, so we do length as opposed to weight. So the way the length works is you take a picture of your fish on a qualified measuring board. There's 3 in our scene that are allowed: your musky bumper, your catch board, and your Rapala. I apologize, I forget the full name of it, but it's a Rapala board. It's a $15 board. It's nice and cheap. And you take a picture of it, and the way we police it is there's a GPS and timestamp on every single photo you take. So our month-long events, I can see where you caught that fish, and I can see when you caught that fish because of that GPS and timestamp. But that brings up another thing, coordinates. Coordinates are a big deal, especially to tournament fishermen. I'm the only one who has access to them and 2 other judges. And since we all live around the country, there's no real concern about cheating. And our fees are the app fees, which is considerably cheaper than getting a polygraph. So at these big boat tournaments, you got to have a polygraph, or no one's gonna take it serious because they want to be sure nobody cheated during that tournament. How do boat tournaments do this? They got to hire a polygraph. $250 to $700. Polygraphs are not cheap. I looked into it. Our police is $3 on a $50 entry fee. per person, and then I go in and I look at everything, and I'm competing against people all over the country. So the only person who could cheat is me, and I'm not driving to Texas to go fishing for the weekend. You know what I mean? So that is the good and the bad of doing it online. Is of course the coordinates are available, but another advantage is we can literally do anything we want. There's no limitations to us, and you know how boat tournaments are limited to whatever they can legally catch. So I believe in the Rising Sun tournament, you can only bring one flathead over 34 inches, one blue cat over 34 inches. So they're limited. It's a 5-fish limit, but they're limited. We can do
South Carolina, you can only keep one over 36.
exactly. So if you got to bring them back to weigh them in, you're not getting a true sense of who caught the best fish. You're getting a true sense of who caught the best fish in that state's limits. With us,
True.
If it's a one-day tournament, if it's your 5 biggest fish, you're going to know who did the best that day. Those 5 biggest fish are going to be there, which leads me to the length versus weight argument. So I do apologize. I have a family. They're about to go pick up the 8-year-old, so they're about to go leave.
Go for it, man.
All right, so we get dinged a little bit because we do everything based on length as opposed to weight, and the argument is a 40-inch fish isn't the same here as it is 100 miles south. A 40-inch fish here might weigh 20 pounds, 25 pounds, 30 pounds. A 40-inch fish 100 miles away might weigh 40 pounds, 50 pounds. So people say, hey, you're not actually getting a true result of who caught the biggest fish. Our argument is it doesn't matter. As long as every competitor agrees to a set of rules, that's all that matters. So, I don't really see an argument for length and weight. The only argument is a tiebreaker. And at the end of the day, catfish get so big, the chances of a tiebreaker are slim to none. So,
so the length tournaments, what I've noticed also is that it's better for the fish too, because you're releasing it right away. After you take your picture, right where it was caught from.
Yes, that's another advantage to doing everything online via the kayaks. Our CPR, you got to submit fish that are alive, obviously, and when we take our pictures, they're in the kayak and out of the kayak 2 to 10 minutes, just depends. 10 minutes is like the very, very long end. Colder weather, there's not as much of a rush, but in the warmer weather, and all these kayak guys, they're great. Like, we really emphasize getting those fish back in. Is that dog barking really bad in the background?
That's all right. Keep going, man.
Okay. When they left, the puppy started whining.
Okay.
But yeah, where was I at? I was talking about the length. But yeah, the CPR. We're all really big into CPR, and the great thing about that is there's almost little to no risk of a fish dying in any of our tournaments because they're in and out of the boat 2 to 10 minutes. And 10 minutes would be like that fish is just not cooperating because sometimes it is really difficult to measure a fish in a kayak.
So for someone who might want to get involved in the Kayaks and Cats tournament, what would they have to do? So
first thing I would suggest, message me personally, Kayak Mike on Facebook. But if you have the Fishing Chaos app, go on there. Look up the Kayak Catfishing Tournaments group on Facebook, Kayak Catfishing Tournaments and or Kayaks and Cats. The Kayaks and Cats brand name specifically is for the Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana scene. And then the Kayak Catfishing Tournaments, that is the national brand. And another great thing about doing these online is we can have fun with the type of fish that we're fishing for. So last month, for instance, our tournament was, I think, 5 biggest fish in our regional, with the kicker being a shad. You can't have fun with that, in other types of tournaments because, you can't just bring a shad in the way. Well, it was just our little way of having fun. Sometimes we'll throw a panfish in there as a kicker. Sometimes we'll throw a completely different species out there.
Did I just hear him right? He throws in a shad for a kicker?
Last month we did. In the regional scene, we had a kicker. So it was your 5 biggest fish, and your kicker fish, your 6th fish, was a shad.
Oh, you can use the shad. So you can use the shad for that. That's not a game fish, though.
No, it's not a game fish. We just did it for fun. That's another thing.
Okay.
That's another thing with the online tournaments. You can literally we can separate it to only channels, only blues. We can separate it to multiple species throughout the month. So it literally is limitless to do the tournaments online. The only The cons, obviously, is you're not there in person. You're not seeing it. You know, you gotta trust the anglers too.
So this Chaos app, is that your all's app in general, or is that just an app that for everybody in America?
It's an app for everybody in America. And the great thing about this Fishing Chaos app is even if you don't want to participate in tournaments, you can log your fish in there. And, you know, they're coming up with statistic systems. They're coming up with ways you could log weather, barometric pressure. So let's say this time of year rolls around next year. I might be able to do a search, 50 degrees, water levels this high, where was I catching fish? And it'll pull up all the GPS tags of where I was catching those fish and how I was catching those fish. So
go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were finished. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Ohioan for Live 42 said, ask him if that's for Ohio born and raised as well.
If that's for Ohio born. I'm not sure what that means. Was I Ohio? All right. Well, I mean, if he's asking me, I was born in Pennsylvania. I moved out to Cincinnati, Ohio for college. If he's asking if Ohioans can participate, anyone can participate. The regional we have right now is only Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, but the national, anyone in the country can participate. If you have catfish in your waters, you can participate.
So Kayaks and Cats is the brand using Catfish Chaos?
Fishing Chaos. Yep. Kayaks and Cats is the brand.
Members do you have in the Catfish and Cats?
Give me 1 second.
And if somebody wanted to join your membership, how's that happen?
So the best way to do it, if you go to the Fishing Chaos app, go to the clubs, just join the clubs. We don't charge any club fees. I personally, it's not that I don't think they're worth it. It's just there's nothing we can offer right now as far as you giving us money to join a club. So that's the best way to do it on there. But since we do everything online, we post all our results to Facebook. Look us up on Facebook, the Kayak and Cats on Facebook, or the Kayak Catfishing tournaments on Facebook. That's the best way to become a member. We have about 200 people in the group nationally, and we have about 480 people in the group regionally. When the weather starts warming up, you get about 15 to 20 competitors every single month in every single tournament. Right now, when it's cold, people are in tree stands, and it's cold. People don't want to fish. So I'll be honest, you're lucky to get 5 to 10 anglers in a tournament. But when it gets warmer, it's gonna get up there.
So membership is just kind of like an arbitrary term or a term that we have to use. There's no actual like membership cards or anything, right? Yeah.
Nope, we don't do anything like that.
And since you're not charging to be a member, the fees are just to run the app, right?
The fee, so we don't even charge a fee.
That's what I mean. But to enter the app through the app, you have to pay a fee, right?
You got to pay a fee per tournament. You can join the app completely free, but when you join a tournament, so a great example, our monthly tournaments are $60 a piece. It's $50 to enter and $10 for big fish. The app will take a percentage of that overall fee. It sends me the rest of the money. I put everything, and this is actually my biggest talking point is transparency.
Right. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Yes. In our scene, when I post results, I literally post what hit my checking account, what the fees were, and how the payouts are going to be. First place gets 60%, second place gets 20%, whatever our breakdown is, everything's 100% transparent, and it happens the day after the tournament's done. There's no waiting 2, 3, 4 weeks to get paid. You're not reaching out to me to get paid. You get paid the day the tournament ends, and there's complete transparency. Everyone knows what's being put into that pot. That way there's no questions after the fact.
And so after the tournament, the app takes their percentage. Is it a 100% payout for each tournament?
100% payout. Yes. I don't charge any
anything. You're just doing this for fun.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm doing this for fun. I just love it. I'm obsessed. Like realistically, I probably don't have a shot at winning all the tournaments I'm in. I'm just obsessed with tournament fishing right now. So I enter everything.
You have a YouTube channel as well. Have I been seeing that?
He does.
Yes. Yeah. Kayak Mike on YouTube.
And they've been sharing it down, just so you know, they've been sharing it in the comments for you.
Oh, that's really appreciated. I haven't been able to watch I'm going to be rewatching it because I've been working all day. My work computer's right above this one.
Gotcha. Well, we got about 1 minute left. You got anything you want to leave us with?
Some shameless plugs.
Okay, go for it.
Catfish, they hooked us up with these new shirts.
Oh, they're cool.
It's the only company out there making kayak catfish, or any only big company out there making kayak catfishing shirts at the moment, and they let us be part of the entire process. This shirt that you see me wearing, I literally designed it with 4 other people, and they took our input the entire time. I want to thank Never Lost Anchors. We would have been in their booth at CatCon this year. We're going to be in their booth next year. Sandy Drifters. If I'm forgetting anybody, I do apologize. I know you guys got to get out of here at 3:15.
Well, and you can always come in chat and thank those people in chat if you wanted to.
I'll go do that right now.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Mike.
Thank you, guys.
I appreciate you coming on and being a part of this.
Will do. I'll see you next year.
Take care.
All right, y'all. Up next at 3:20 p.m. Eastern, we have Capt.Terry Rogers, who's going to share guide secrets and qualifications. So make sure you stick around for that. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back. All right, guys, we got Tim Scott live down here. Just want to give you a little tour of the setup. There's a big catfish mounted up here on the monster rod holder wall. He's got a big flathead over there. And the studio is pretty simple. Got a couple chairs here, a desk, microphone. We got 2 computers going, a big ring light. Just walk around here. We're right outside of the monster rod holder warehouse. So it's pretty cool to see where they're made. And then right outside, we have rainy weather. Ugh. There's some nice pictures in here, some nice art. Got the American flag flying. Got some magazine. But I know y'all saw the technical difficulties just now, and I hope you can look past that, because we're trying to get this thing as smooth as possible. But I hope you're enjoying it right now. If you don't mind, go hit the like button, share it out, subscribe to the Catfish Conference, and help us out a little bit. All right, everybody, welcome back to the virtual Catfish Conference. Next up, we have Capt.Terry Rogers, who's going to talk to us about guide secrets and qualifications to be a guide. And I'm going to bring him up on screen right now. Capt.Terry, how are you?
Oh, pretty good. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing good, Terry. You looking good back there?
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, awesome. Well, tell us about your guide service and how long you've been guiding, like kind of like your qualifications to be able to talk about this subject.
Well, just a second. Let me adjust this real quick. I'm sorry.
Go for it.
Sorry about that.
We want you to be in frame. We want it to look good.
Yeah. Oh,
We got 323 people in here watching us on YouTube and Facebook. Make sure everybody hits the thumbs up and shares it out.
Yeah, definitely share it because the more people we get in here and watch and enjoy this stuff, the better it will be for us all. We'll be able to spread the word about catfishing, get more people interested and into it, and I'm all for that.
Amen.
Awesome. Well, Terry, I know you're a guide on the Ohio River, and not everybody knows it, but in order to do that, you must have a license to guide on any and if I can say this right, navigable waterways.
Yes.
Explain a little bit about that, if you could. If somebody wants to be a guide, what does it take to be there?
Well, to be perfectly honest, it's a lot, and it's a whole lot more than what most people really realize that goes into that. Whenever I first started, looking into it, a few years back, I messaged some other guys, some reputable guides across the country, and just asked them, just flat out, what does it take? And I got answers that would probably blow some people's minds. There's a lot that goes into it. The main one being your ability to find fish, day in, day out. I mean, you have people that's out there that's going to be, that are expecting fish to be put in the boat. I mean, that's what you're there for. You're not running the guide service to go sightseeing. You're running the fishing guide service.
That's a whole different thing.
Exactly. So if you don't put fish in the boat, you're not doing your job. And you have to have the confidence in that ability to do that day in, day out, different water conditions, whether it's flood conditions, low water conditions, cold, warm, summer, spring, fall. There's a whole myriad of conditions that you have to be able to produce fish day after day after day.
So how long have you been guiding, Terry?
It's almost been 5 years now, and I've kind of, eased my way into it. I didn't, have a whole big, fanfare, and publish this and that, hey, look at me, I'm a big guide now or anything like that. I just kind of eased into it. And I think that's about the easiest way and the best way for people to do if they wanted to get into it. And also to address Steve's question earlier, as far as, your license and stuff to do this, if you're on any kind of federally controlled navigable waterway, you have to have a, your U.S. Coast Guard's captain's license, or what's commonly referred to as a six-pack license.
Six-pack.
And that allows you to carry up to 6 passengers for, to charge them, for profit, to run a business, whether it is a sightseeing trip or a fishing guide or whatever. And, doing all that, there's a lot involved just in that. It isn't just the U.S. Coast Guard's captain's license test. Once you pass that, you still have to have your Transportation Workers Identification Credentials card, which is commonly referred to as an acronym, TWIC card.
Okay.
You have to, your drug test, annually. You have to do, you have to be CPR, first aid trained and certified. You have to have criminal background checks. I mean, there's just all kinds of stuff that people don't know. And a physical, you have to have a physical, just like, these truckers out here. with a DOT physical, you have to have physical. There's just a lot of stuff that goes into it that comes along with it. A lot of people really don't think about. Once they really start looking into it, they get a real big eye opener.
And did you talk about insurance? I might have missed it in there. You also have insurance.
That's another thing, I was going to talk about was the expense. Your initial expense of starting up a business. Once you have your captain's license and all that stuff and everything's good, well, you got to think about your expense. You got to look at, your boat. Is it capable of taking, 2, 3, 4 people out? Do you have the room? Do you have the gear for it? And if you have all of that, if you look at everything, say, yes, my equipment will suffice. Well, then, like you talked about, the insurance side of it, then you have to have, your business insurance, which, it's not cheap. I mean, it isn't like you're just insuring your boat as a private individual just to go out and fish. I mean, this is a business license. You're running a business. And also, whenever you do become, a business, you really want to go with applying for and obtaining a LLC, which is a limited liability.
Right.
Limited liability
co-op
company.
Yeah.
So that will, if anything ever did happen, well, that's the company would be in trouble instead of, you and your personal, your personal effects like housing and all that stuff. There's a lot to really, really think about.
So you've got fuel, a boat, insurance, your captain's license, which probably takes a lot to get anyway. And and there was a fifth thing. What was that?
Let's see your insurance, your initial, startup for all your equipment. Let's see your physical, your transportation workers identification.
That's what it was. But with all that, not to mention, now you got to go get bait every day. Every day.
And the thing is what gets me, is, a lot of people are like, oh man, I'd love to do that for a living. I'd love to fish for a living. I don't fish for a living. I take people fishing. I'll tell you what, I can count on one hand the number of times in the last 4 years that I have picked up a rod and actually fished while my clients were fishing. I don't fish. I take people fishing. I mean, and that's just me. It's a personal thing. It's their trip. It's not my trip. It's not me to get out there and fish. It's their trip. They're paying me money to take them fishing. So I'm not, I'm worried about making them happy, not me.
Tell everybody where your home body of water is.
I primarily fish the confluence of the Mississippi and Ohio rivers here in the very, very far western part of Kentucky. I fish the Mississippi and Ohio, and also the Cumberland River and the Tennessee River. It's all in the very, very far western part of Kentucky here. It's a great place to fish. There's abundance of anything from 1 pound channels to, triple digit blues. I mean,
except when I come with you.
Exactly. Well, that might have been the year right there. Maybe I got that out of the way.
To give you some credit though, I scheduled something to come down and fish with you when the Mississippi River dropped 20 foot like in 2 days. So it wasn't. It dropped the bottom out of it. It wasn't good, but
it kind of turned them off.
You did manage to get the skunk out of the boat.
Yeah, we did get the skunk out of the boat. We're not going to put a whole bunch of fish in there, but we did not get skunked.
But that is an excellent place to fish down there. I know you've put some guys on some 80+ pounders down there. So
we've hit a lot of fish. We haven't hit the triple digits yet, but we're getting closer. I took multiple 60s and 70s on the boat. Last spring, we had that 85 pounder that I've got a video on my YouTube channel. That's Hooked on Cats with Captain.Terry Rogers.
Say what is that again?
Hooked on Cats.
Hooked on Cats with Captain.Terry Rogers. Yeah, that's my YouTube channel. And if y'all want to look at that, the viewers here, y'all can flip over to that. And that's a nice 85 pound blue that we put in the boat. And that was the first trip of last year.
That's awesome. Yeah, we have some moderators in here that are putting links down, so they'll grab your link and put there. So we've kind of talked about, and I don't think it was intended, but to be a guy, we've kind of set a negative light on it. But there's got to be some positives to it. What after all that work, after all that stuff you put in, that hard work, the money, the time, what is the payoff?
Yeah, to be perfectly honest, I know it's probably going to sound kind of cliche or kind of corny and stuff, but whenever I see somebody's face light up and smile from ear to ear and their eyes are the size of $50, that's my payout right there. I mean, seriously, you cannot beat it. I mean, I put especially the kids. I put this one little guy. He'd never caught anything over about a 4 or 5 pound channel cat before, and last year I put him on one that was it wasn't huge. To me, it wasn't huge, but to him it was a monster. It was like a 38 pound blue, and he just was over himself. I mean, he just could not believe that he was holding this big 38 pound blue, and the smile and the laughter that was priceless.
Now he'll remember that all his life.
Oh yeah, something like that. They'll remember there for all their lives. And it doesn't get any better than that. It really doesn't. I mean, I run a guide business, to make people happy, to kind of like that. And that's what I want to do. If I can't do that, that's one thing about my guide business. If I don't make them happy, they don't owe me anything. I have a no fish, no pay policy. If I don't put fish in the boat for you, you don't owe me a dang thing at the end of the day. I can't take people's hard-earned money and not produce at least one fish for them. I just can't do that. It's just a personal thing. It's not a requirement. It's not a good or bad thing. It's just something personal.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I know a lot of guys will prorate their services like that too. So you're saying you just don't charge them anything. You don't prorate. You just don't charge them anything.
No.
That's good. I mean, it's very honorable of you. So what do you fish out of? What kind of boat?
Well, nothing right now.
He's in the Seaark family.
Oh, okay.
Nothing right now because last November, 1st of November there, I sold my Seaark Pro Cat 240. And I'm getting a new boat. It's the new Seaark Pro Guide model, where it's 26 foot and it's basically.
I thought you got the Dynasty. You got that big boat then, huh?
Oh yeah. I didn't get the Dynasty. I got the Pro Guide. I wanted it for more room for the clients in the back.
Yeah. Well, one thing I'm gonna tell you about Terry. A lot of people don't know Terry's easy going like that, but he's hardcore. The man used to jump out of airplanes in the service. So
really?
He's a parachute.
Yeah. Thank you for your service, Terry.
He's a veteran, and I'm gonna say he's a crazy one. Jumping out of a perfect good airplane.
See, some people would consider it that, but I was a paratrooper with the 82nd Airborne Division for almost 10 years, and that was probably one of the best times of my life. I loved it. A little crazy, but man, I tell you, nothing like it.
Well, we appreciate your service, Terry, and we got some awesome people in the catfishing industry. So, yep.
Oh yeah, we do, definitely. I mean, yeah, that's one thing about guiding also is that you meet so many good people, and tell you the truth, and I mean I am being 100% truthful. In the years that I've been doing this, I haven't met one person yet that I could not talk to just like I'm talking to you guys right now. Just like we've been friends for 15, 20 years.
Catfishing does that to you.
It really does. It seems like all these trips that I go on, that I take all these people out on, you get a cross section of America. You really do. I mean, I'm taking anybody from corporate executives out to the blue collar worker that goes and works a 9-to-5 job and sometimes 60 and 70 hours a week. It's a cross section of America, and it really I don't know, gets you in tune to what the rest of the United States is really about,
right?
Because you get opinions and you get views on things. You get, we talk about anything and everything from, from what we're having for supper and what we like to eat to politics and world affairs. Who knows? And yeah, and that's one thing also I want to talk about just real quick.
Go ahead.
Is the ability to do that. That's another thing about, being a guide for, all you guys out there that might be considering, getting into the guide scene, is that you better have a very good conversational type attitude and conversational skills. Because if you can't talk to people, you ain't gonna last very long, because you have got to be, nice and polite. You've got to be able to, converse on several subjects, anything and everything. And if you can't do that, you might as well really not even start, because you just got to be able to talk to people and keep them talking, because whenever there's a slow day out there on the river, there ain't a whole lot to do except for sit in the boat, and float down the river.
And at the end of the day, I mean, you're providing a service, customer service, so you can probably catch all the fish you want. But if you're not pleasant to be around, you can't hold a conversation, they're not going to have a good time. They might pay you for that service, but you probably won't get them back, right?
Exactly. I mean, I want everybody that comes out with me to have a good time, laugh, cut up, and just have the best time they've ever had out in a boat, like that. It's what my main goal is for whenever they're riding home and talking to their partner or their buddy or their wife or whatever, to look at them and say, man, that was fun. I had a great time. We need to do that again. That's my goal, is to have somebody, their happiness, I guess.
Yeah. So how does somebody, and I know you said you're without a boat right now, but when you get back into it, if somebody wants to fish one of the areas you guide on, how do they get in contact with you? I mean, they can see above your head, but I'm sure you want to talk about it.
There it is right there.
How much do you, can you give any prices?
Yeah, I mean, I can. I mean, because, it's, you go to the website and look at it, or I can just, tell you all right here. I mean,
Go for it.
One and the same pretty much. My price is what I charge. It's $165 per person per day. That's an 8-hour trip. I provide all bait, tackle, and equipment. All you got to show up with is something to eat and drink for lunch and a valid fishing license. And that's about it. And you can contact me. You can text me or call me at 270-210-4308. You can go to my website, hookedoncats.net, and that'll tell you a lot right there, because I have a lot of info on there about prices and where we fish, equipment, pictures from the past years, a little bit of everything on it.
So 160 per person, or if you got like 4 people, it kind of 160 for base, and then you add a few for each one.
Well, I just try to keep it as simple as possible. I do 165 per person per day.
Mm-hmm. I got you.
Where it's 1 person or 4.
I got you.
That's just the easiest way for me to do it. I know some other guys, do it. They have, they start at say, 200, and it's like $50 per person extra.
Yeah.
Different people do it different ways, and
there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there's not a right way or a wrong way. It's just, that's just the way I do it, because it's, I don't know, for me it's easier to count that way.
So on your boat, do you require that your clients CPR all the fish, or do you have a weight limit, or
15 pounds and over? Anything over 15 we put back, and that's on the very front page of my website, I believe. You can keep as many as you want under 15, but 15 and over I always put back, just because that's just, like I said, that's another personal thing. I know there's a lot of beliefs out there, a lot of opinions, but it's just my opinion, is that I think we need to put a little bit larger fish, back for for the stocking of future generations.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Any more questions for Capt.Terry?
I'm good. I just want to acknowledge Capt.Terry. He has been a friend to mine for many years. I'm sponsoring, of course, with Monster Rod Holders.
And I do appreciate that.
He has been on my side since the beginning of this Catfish Conference. He comes to my booth, helps me work it. I can't thank you enough, Terry, for your support over the years. You've been a great guy and a great friend, and hope we got many more years to come.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the Catfish Conference. You know, I love going. I love meeting everybody. And as you can tell right now, you know, I'll talk to anybody if they want to talk catfishing.
Yeah,
That's just me.
and he also comes down and helps me with the Captain Mad Jacks tournament every year. So
yeah. I
unfortunately, the COVID has messed us up, but I certainly appreciate you chiming in and helping us out today, Terry.
Hey, no problem. Anytime. And like I said, anytime you know you need anything, just let me know, and I'll head on up to your shop or whatever. And I do appreciate you know you being the sponsor of you know, not only myself but this whole Catfish Conference thing. You know, I mean it has blown up over the past few years, and man, I tell you what, it's one of the best things in catfishing, you know, that's going right now. And unfortunately, this year, yeah, we couldn't do it in person. But maybe next year, all of us can get together and you know, high five each other and call it good.
We're looking forward to it.
I think that's going to be the biggest one yet. After not having one, people are going to be fiending for it.
I think so too. I think it is going to be, you know, everybody just be ready to get back out and get to it, and it'll be a big one next year.
Awesome.
Thank you, Terry.
Oh yeah, yep, definitely. Appreciate
All
you
right.
having me, and
Sure.
and you know, I hope everything else goes well today and tomorrow with the Catfish Conference.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Have a good night.
Take care.
All right, you too.
See ya.
All right, y'all. Next up, we got a little recap here. I think we've been having a good day today.
We have been having a good day, although we do have one hiccup. I just got an email from Tennessee River Catfishing Club, and of course, life happens. He had to work late. So
we'll find a way to fill that spot later today. I'll be creative. We'll try to find a way to fill it. But for right now, let's go over this little recap here. First of all, we had Rod Rippin Cat. Well, first of all, we had Mr. Lyle Stokes open us up this morning from Catfish Weekly and Panfish Weekly. Then we had, and if you see me looking off screen, I'm looking at my lists and my notes. So we had the Rod Rippin Catfish Trail on this morning at 8:35, and they talked about their tournament trail. Next, we had All-American Catfish Tournaments, and they're offering, if you go to their Facebook, you have a chance to win a rod and reel combo. So you want to go over to All-American Catfish Tournaments Facebook page and follow the instructions on that page to enter that raffle. Next, we had a kayak angler by the name of Denny Ransom. He has a YouTube channel called Float Fish Adventure, and we talked to him about how long his channel went on and a little bit about kayak catfishing. So you can go check that out later. And we thank Denny for coming on. Next, we had Seaark Boats in the house, and they showed us two of their what model was that boat?
Dynasty. The
Dynasty models. Yeah, they showed us they're in the rain over at Lake Wheeler, and they're waiting on it to clear up. Hopefully, it's cleared up for them now.
And then they had the big one, the one you like,
Well, that was Jeff Jones had one of those.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, so they had one. All right, we got a donation from Rock Bottom Cats. He said, "Thank y'all for doing this, Kevin. You're killing it." Well, I got an awesome co-host here.
Yeah. Well, you're doing most of it. I certainly appreciate it.
But they talked about how hard the boat industry, their COVID's hitting the boat industry, and how they're backed up on their awesome boats. But they showed us around one of the boats and had some good conversation. And next we had Smooth Moves boat seats, Smooth Moves with an S, and they came in and showed us their pneumatic air seats and their mechanical seats. And they told us about how you just take your old boat seat off and put on their universal base, and you can mount that in your boat or on the bench seats. And they have a discount code on their website for 10% off until next week, Friday. So 1 week from today at noon. And all you have to do is put on there that you watched the Catfish Conference, and you can get 10% off. All right, next up, we had a little recap. And then we had a special video by Fishin and Stuff. We've actually played that twice. Keith from the YouTube channel Fishin and Stuff did a fantastic video about Catfish Conference and what he'll miss and what everybody who's been will miss, and did kind of leave on a positive note and tell us that, this is next to the best thing we can, or other than being there, the next best thing. So we'll play that video again. If you missed it, we'll play it later. And then we had MondoCat on. MondoCat told us about their rods and how all their rods and their products are made in the USA, and they're proud of that. And they also showed some dip bait and then a dip bait worm with the reverse fins on it, so it holds it in. They have some apparel too. Kayak Mike throwing in some cash, $50. Thank you guys for having Kayak and Cats on early in the show. Looking forward to meeting people in next year. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. And so that's his hard-earned money because he does all that for free. So thank you, Kayak Mike, for that. Y'all check his YouTube channel out, and Kayaks and Cats as well. And then MondoCat has free freight on all orders over $30, except for their giant net. So go check them out if you need some new rods or dip baits or nets. They have all that stuff there at MondoCat. Next, we visited with Frank at Jeff Jones Marine, and he also had an empty boat lot. And he talked about how hard COVID's hit the industry, but he did show us one of what boat was that? The Seaark with the couches in front?
Easy Cat.
Yeah, so he showed us that boat, and then a lot of boats without a lot of motors because it's hit the motor industry
but
too.
He did say he had a few 21-foot G3s with motors on them ready to go that he can make some deals.
In stock. And he gave his phone number out. But if you didn't catch that, you can go to jeffjonesmarine.com. He also is starting a junior angler pro staff group. So any angler between 10 and 14, and Steve tried to convince him to do 16, maybe he'll change it. He's choosing 6 pro staff anglers, junior pro anglers. So if you're interested in that, contact Frank over there at Jeff Jones Marine. And then we had Kaleb from Slime Line talking about the new neon orange slime line, and then, of course, the green that they've had. Talked about the leader line and how strong it is. Showed us a little contraption they built to test that. And then they had the crappy line, right? The stretchy,
crappy line.
Crappy line.
Crappy line.
Yeah, the crappy line. He said that.
Crappy if you're north of South Carolina. Yeah. Crappy if you're in Kentucky.
And speck if you're in Florida.
Yeah.
But he said it was just like gum on the bottom of your shoe. It stretches, but doesn't affect the hook set. And then he talked about all their list of products and gave a discount code or a discount of 15% running during the Catfish Conference on all Slime Line products. So go check that out. Thank you, Tom Harris, a.k.a. Papa T, for the $5 donation. Thanks, guys. Great show. Make my reservation for next year.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you so
much. So, yeah, Slime Line to go get that 15% discount. Next, we had a video from Cat River Anchors, and they showed us their anchor system. And then Kevin is in Kentucky, so he has to say crappie. I don't know if I can do that. But they showed us their Cat River Anchors, and they have a new reinforced bulky anchor. I can't remember the name of it, but they're doing a 15% off or discount during the Catfish Conference. Out on their website, and they're offering $10 flat rate for shipping. So on an anchor, and Steve confirmed this, on an anchor, it costs way more than $10 to ship it. So take advantage of that. All right, next we had Catfish Cooking with Mike Chavez, and y'all got him to 5,000 subs on his YouTube channel. So thank you for that. But Mike Chavez came in here and cooked some delicious fried catfish for us and ate it in front of our faces, which then took us to lunch break. When we came back, we had an amazing seminar from Tim Scott talking about flathead techniques, and we had to cut him off because we ran out of time.
That man can talk, and he not only can he talk, he knows what he's talking about. That's and right. Has a wealth of information.
So hopefully all of you took notes, but the good thing about YouTube is you can go back and check it out if you missed it. He'll be back at 5:30 today to talk about listening to the fish and showing us some donkey baits. Then we had the Fishing Magician, Mark Pickett from the YouTube channel, the Fishing Magician 2.0, talking about fishing in DC. Then we had Xtreme Bait Tanks up talking about their products And let's see, if you go to their website and anything you order off the website, you put in, I forget what the discount was. I apologize. But here's the great thing. If I get a promo wrong, all you got to do is go to the www.catfishconference.com, and our buddy Herve has put it up on the website. So go check out that. But Xtreme Bait Tank showed us a bunch of different items, and it was a really informative vendor experience, at least for me. I'd never seen a bait tank up close, and he tipped it up and showed us the insides and everything. So go check that out. They are offering let's see, a refurbished program for 35% off what you could buy a tank for. They'll refurbish your old tank if you have one. And then let's see, they have their 110 Oxy box for $300. So they're running that special as well. Let's see. Then we had Excel Boats. They showed us talked about their new facility and the boats they're building, and the StormCat will be built in the new facility, and it is available now. Didn't you say it's available now?
Yep.
Yeah, so go check that out. Let me see. Got to get my notes up here. Yeah, 15% off. Excel's offering 15% off on their website, and you just got to use the code Catfish Conference 2021 for that. We're breaking up. Okay, sorry about that. Hopefully it'll come back. Next, we had up Al Noraker from CastKing. He talked about the Kong rod and the new low-profile reel and the other reels that they have on there, and they're offering for 3 days only a discount code only at KastKing.com, not on Amazon, for for 15% off anything on the site until Sunday. And that code is capital SHCS15, all capital SHCS15 for 15% off of your order. And then we had Kayak Mike visiting from Kayak and Cats, talking about that tournament trail. And then we just finished talking to Capt.Terry Rogers about guide secrets and qualifications. Woo! That was a big recap.
Yeah.
And next, I know this is a anticipated vendor coming up here at 3. Actually, right now, we're going to bring him up here in just a second. We have Catch the Fever, Mr. Caleb Page. We're going to bring him back up. Looks like he's ready.
We do need about 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Yeah. Caleb will be with you in 2 minutes. Give us 1 minute. All right, we're back. We had to take care of something. There's Caleb. Caleb, you're going to have to unmute your mic.
Can you guys hear me okay?
There you go.
We got you. We got Caleb Page up on here talking about Catch the Fever products.
Yes, sir. It's good to see you guys again. Long time no see.
Yeah, you changed your shirt and your background, and you're ready to go.
I did. I was going to dye my hair and do all that for you guys, but we won't take it that far.
Well, cool. Caleb, I'm going to give you the screen, and you can take over, okay?
All right. Hey, everybody. So in case you didn't already know, my name is Caleb Page. I'm with Catch the Fever Outdoors. And Catch the Fever is a company that we started in latter part of 2015 and introduced rod models into the market at the end of 2016. When we got started, there was only a couple great companies that was already in the catfish industry. Jerry Clown with TWC was one of those great players that really set an example in the catfishing industry. Another brand that was out there was Bottom Dwellers Tackle, and just a couple others. But when we came on the scene in 2016, being here based off the East Coast, fishing bodies of water like the James River, that's a tidal river. It's got extremely strong current and then turns around and flows the opposite direction. And then fishing lakes here in North Carolina, we decided that we wanted to create our version of the perfect catfish rod. So in 2016, we did that, and we came out with the Big Cat Fever rod series. We started with the medium heavy and the heavy power models. We were just a startup, so we could only afford to start 2 rod models. We started that in 2016, incorporated a payout where if you catch a state record using our products, you have the opportunity to earn up to $15,000, which 3 months later, Zach Royce did.
It happened.
Twice. And man, you want to talk about a scary time, a scary but exciting time that was. We'd only been in business for a short amount of time, and Zach popped that record. We worked with Zach. It got our name out there. Luckily, we had a good product to go behind that hype, and the company has grown ever since. So that's where we're at. Yes, sir.
Thank you for that. So obviously we have the Big Cat Fever rods that everyone has been using forever, and you have different models of that. What do you have to show us today?
Well, I've got a few of our rod models here. Of course, some of the rod models that I'm going to show you are out of stock, such as our medium heavy Big Cat Fever rods. Still to this day, no matter what we do, we cannot keep medium heavy rods in stock, no matter what we do. But I can still talk to you about those rod models, show you some of the rod models that I have here and what they're made out of and what got us to where we're at today because of these rod models. As you can tell behind me, I don't know how well you can see the black rods. They kind of blend in. But our Big Cat Fever rod models, we started out in black, ranging from medium light trolling rods that we worked with Zach Royce to design. Medium light, medium heavy, heavy, and now this year, extra heavy. These rods come available in black with the foam handle and black with the cork handle. And of course, everything you see right here is the exact same on our white rod models. It's just, as you can see, the only difference is the blanks are white. What we found that some anglers wanted a white blank just because they're nighttime fishermen. They like that visibility of that rod blank. So we accommodated those anglers. Me, I've always loved the black and red. It's very subtle. It's not very loud. It goes with everything that's on your boat, no matter what color boat you're in. What your setup looks like. These rods always pair it well, as does with the white rods. But taking you through our rod models and the reliability behind these rod models since 2016 when we released. You start here at the bottom. We come up here with a gimbal. You've got premium grade A cork on all of our rods, aluminum double locking reel seats. And of course, we've got our oversized hook keepers and then to the stainless steel reinforced guides going all the way up the top. Of course, these rods are made from S-Glass. S-Glass is a great, really one of the best. I hate saying the best because everybody has their version of the material that they like the best, but the S-Glass blanks are really hard to beat. And of course, there are some things that are incorporated in this rod with the S-Glass that has really carried us this far in making this a very dependable and very durable rod blank. We do not mind telling our anglers what the blanks are made of. Of course, as a manufacturer and doing what we do, we're not going to say everything, but for the most part, that is an S-Glass blank.
Come on, Kaleb, give away the secrets, man. We all want to know.
That's okay. I have learned that you give what you need to give, but you leave some to the mystery. Because we are a manufacturer out here.
I'm just picking.
And dependability is definitely something that we've made a name of. But this is S-Glass blanks. Of course, there are some other things that make everything possible with this rod. But the S-Glass rod, it's a great rod model. And also what really sets these rods apart is really the action of these rods. And I know I can't show you guys this whole rod just because I got the camera zoomed in. But really a light tip that loads that rod up properly is going to maximize your hook set. You know, like we talked about in the slime line segment, for every action is a reaction. And the materials that are in your rod and the action and the power that it has is really going to depend on your hookup ratio and how many times you're going to hook up and how many times you're going to watch that rod go down, pop back up, and say, man, I don't know what happened there. But it's important to remember that there's more to just choosing a rod and getting the right hookups. So many times you see a guy who gets the right rod, like this Big Cat Fever rod that I have in my hand, but he doesn't have a solid base. You know, for these rods, guys, for all you out there, I know this has nothing to do with selling my products, but it's something important to remember. You want to make sure that rod rack on your boat or wherever your rod holders are mounted to is a solid base. Because just like in drag racing, if you're spinning, you're not winning. If you have a base that is not solid and this rod is flexing like this rod cannot do its job in loading up properly. You start with a solid base, then you go to the right rod, then make sure you got a good sharp circle hook, and everything will work just as it should.
And I just want to apologize to all the people on Facebook. I guess Facebook we have reached our streaming limit on Facebook, and they have shut it down. So
that's good. That's a good problem to have.
We're still on YouTube though, so we can still keep rocking and roll.
Well, good deal. Well, and then going over here to our white rods, like I showed you guys just a second ago, this is our white rod model. Very popular amongst anglers. And like I said, the actions on these rods and the powers are set up, designed to help you catch more catfish. Now, something a lot of guys have asked us about, and this is something that we work with Zach Royce on designing, and that is, this is our Big Cat Fever trolling rod. If you're a drifter, if you're a troller, this rod model is designed for you. They say, how do you know that that rod and that blank and everything about that rod is perfect for drifting and helping you get hung up less? Well, anybody who knows Zach Royce, he does not own an anchor. I am not like Zach Royce. I do have an anchor. I like to drift and anchor, but when we were going to design a rod that was perfect for drifting, we knew he was the man because Zach does not own an anchor. He is a big time drifter. He was getting hung up at times, but what we wanted to do is design multiple blanks, and Zach drifted through gnarly stuff we eliminated those blanks, went to the next blanks that really showed that they get hung up the less and helping that bait crawl over the structure. These rod tips are designed to give to planer boards, so you're not deploying your planer boards. Guys, I know planer board fishing has exploded in the last year, and these rod models are really going to aid when drifting and trolling with those planer boards. When those boards come up over ways, this rod's going to bow just as it should, and then when it comes over structure, it's going to unload off that structure and not hook set it like a more stiffer rod. Also, indestructible tips on these rods. As you can see, that tip is bending back to me. I got my head in there. As you can see that, so that way you don't have to worry about that sensitive of a tip breaking on you. So that's a really cool feature on the trolling rods. So,
and every time you do that, I get nervous.
I get nervous too. I'm going to be honest. Every time we do that, even though they were designed with that awesome feature in there on that tip, I get nervous too. But you got to trust it, and
yeah.
I trust it.
Somebody said they wanted to see the wobble.
The what? The tip?
Yeah, they want to see you wobble it.
There you go. Let me see if I can get it. Let me see if I can get it. Everything's reversed on camera.
Yeah.
Let me back that down.
There you go.
Very, 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 very soft tip on those rods right there, guys. As you can tell, that tip is extremely soft. And that's how you want it. And another thing we saw, guys, that we're doing during the wintertime, especially right now, they're downlining with these rods. They're downlining with those, and you can detect every little bite. When a fish just grabs it and he just kind of sits there with it, you're going to notice it on that rod. It's a very finesse technique. I actually used it this spring. I'm a big shallow water fisherman. I love in the springtime anchoring up in 2 to 5 foot of water, catching those 30, 40-pound fish running up in the river and watching these rods load up. The reason I like a super light rod when the springtime is because those fish are oftentimes walking sideways. They're not torquing the rod straight down, and they will do that, but a lot of times the water's so shallow, they're swimming sideways. And when that rod starts to load sideways, I don't want them to feel any tension at all. When that happens, you're best to just let them load the rod, not overreact, and let them load that rod. This is a great rod for that as well. Another one that guys ask about all the time is our Big Cat Fever bumping rod. This is probably the sweetest rod in our fleet. I just absolutely love this rod. This one is near and dear to our heart. We work with guys like Jason Jackson and people on the Mississippi River to design this rod. As you can see, everything is quality to a T, all the way to the wraps, the finishing, the bevels. Everything about this rod is a premium product. This is what we call a custom BT8 blank. This is a carbon and graphite rod that's mixed together to give you a super lightweight finish that's very strong with a backbone that can set the hook on fish that are 60 feet deep, big blues, small blues, it doesn't matter. The great features on this rod is one, the lightweight reel seat with being able to keep contact to the blank with this in your hand. You want something that's going to be very lightweight in your hand. You don't want something big. You don't want something bulky. You want something that's going to be extremely lightweight and still being able to keep contact on that blank, detecting the bites. The other thing is the 3K carbon handles. These handles, I'm going to get in real close to you guys. These handles wash up really well. They clean up extremely well. And really the main feature on this rod, when we got into the bumping rod market, we instantly tried with any market we get into, striper, crappie, it doesn't matter. We look for the weak points. We're not really weak points, but areas that people have the most concern. For bumping rods, you're building a bass rod on steroids, so to speak. You need something that's extremely sensitive, but something extremely strong, and that's very hard to do. I mean, even some of the best bass rods that are out there, they break. You know, they're just, it's the nature of the beast and what you're trying to design. So what we did about that, and guys, you're not going to be able to see this, I don't think. Yes, you can. You can see right there, that is a carbon belt that is X-wrapped going all the way up. You can see it going up this rod blank that's weaved going around it. And what that is, that's wrapping around that blank, structurally reinforcing it all the way up the backbone. So you can pull back and put as much tension on that rod as possible and not having to worry about it snapping off in your hand or anything like that. That's just a really good feature. We try to problem solve. This did just that. So,
well, you know what question I have a lot in chat? I probably don't even need to tell you.
Don't say Hellcat.
I didn't.
I'm just kidding. What's that question?
Well, that's exactly what it is. So I know you were prepared to probably ask, but
no, I joke about it. I'm glad that guys are asking about it because I'm going to go ahead and tell you this is going to be the biggest move that has ever happened for our company. And the fact that we cannot even talk about anything other excites me because I need it to be that way, brother. I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to tell everybody at home, we have everything that this company has built until this point coming in the Hellcat form. So we've put everything into this product. We've put everything that this brand has into getting Hellcats here. We are not accommodating the East Coast with Hellcat rods. We have shipments coming in to accommodate America and really introduce the Hellcat rods properly. I do have a sneak peek. People have seen our green Hellcat rod. We've done it at giveaways. We've done it at tournaments. We've shown sneak peeks. And for anybody who wants more information, we're going to be releasing a video on Monday. The sneak peek of us flying to the West Coast, putting the Hellcat rods through their paces. Here at Catch the Fever, we don't just design products. Like I said in the Slimeline segment, we do everything possible. We spare no expense with showing our customers just what they're getting and what they're in for. And on Monday, we're going to release the sneak peek. And then I believe, if I'm not mistaken, my office manager, well, she's not really my office manager. She is the brand's left-hand person, Ashley. She is not here at the moment, but I believe it's this coming Friday, 1 week from today. We're going to be given the full spec list videos, the full story of how the Hellcat rods came to be. But I've got an orange Hellcat rod here that I'll show you guys.
Orange one. Ooh, okay.
The first time ever for the Catfish Conference. And this is it right here. Guys, you're able to see that right here. I mean, this is going to be, make sure it ain't upside down. But if the orange looks a little like it's hard to focus or really be able to see it, it's because this paint coat is so ridiculously bright. I promise you, it's almost like a powder coated finish. I wish I could get it. See, even on camera, it doesn't even show what I'm seeing right here. But this orange is going to literally, you're going to see it from space. You're not going to be able to hide that you're fishing with a Hellcat. If you don't want to be noticed on the water, do not fish with this rod. You're better off sticking with the Big Cat Beaver rod in black and red. Because guys are really going to see this from a long ways away. But this is a Hellcat rod. People often ask, what is the difference in the Hellcat rods and the Big Cat Beaver rods? And we've got at least 3 videos explaining that. But 1, it's going to be the blank. 2, it's going to be the top tip sections of this rod and the features that are built in on that point of the rod. That really adds cost. It really changes things compared to what the Big Cat Beaver rods are. Also, they're going to be a little bit lighter blank. You're going to be able to tell when you're holding a Hellcat. Reel seats are different. There's just a lot of really cool features on the Hellcat rod models for guys that want to step up into that next tier. A lot of people have been asking, price point stuff. They are going to be more expensive than a Big Cat Beaver rod. So just letting you know. But those Big Cat Beaver rods are always going to be there as something bulletproof that guys can get started in and really fish professionally and, recreationally. And if you want to get into a Hellcat, you'll be glad you did, because they'll come available in high vis green and orange.
Awesome. So some people have been asking about where the rods are made.
Yep.
I believe I know the answer to that, but if you want to go ahead and answer.
Yeah, no, we use a well-known manufacturer overseas. We actually work with multiple manufacturers these days from China and Korea. So logistically, we pull from both. Here lately, a lot more from the Korean manufacturer, just because it's a little bit easier to get stuff from there.
Oh, okay.
We've been working in the industry. We've been working with other brands from iCast, who really not even in our market, from the bass market. We've really formed relationships with other brands to really help us make sure that we're manufacturing these rods to the highest quality and to make sure we get them here as fast as we can for the size orders that we buy. So, yeah, that's a good question. We love those questions.
Do you have any other rod models anticipated for any other fish other than catfish?
We do. Of course, we got into the striper rod market. This is the striper stealth rod right here for all you cat fishermen who are also striper fishermen. We are in the striper market. And yes, these rods are completely different than a Big Cat Beaver rod. If you are a cat fisherman who buys one of our striper stealth rods, you're instantly going to know that is not anything close to what a Big Cat Beaver rod feels like. We worked with anglers like Mike Smedley. Anytime we get into a market, we immediately identify who is the best out there. If we can't get the best, we look for if the best has a brother. And if the brother goes with the best fishing all the time, we want to get to as close as the best when we're looking to design a product. Guys like Mike Smedley, Chip Braggs, all them guys helped us design the striper stealth models. We did really well in the striper market. Now we are working with some of the pro anglers like Whitey Outlaw. We have designed a full-fledged crappie fishing rod lineup. There's about 21 SKUs of crappie rods coming out. We've been working for over 2 years to develop. That's a lot of SKUs, and it's a whole bunch. Saltwater Fever is coming out, Inshore Fever. That's going to be coming out if we can get it out this year. We've got a lot of commercials that are filming next month for the Inshore Fever products. Going with some of these shows here on the coast, meeting up with some of these guides that absolutely catch a lot of big cobia, a lot of big redfish, trout, everything. We work with them in designing a 6-rod setup that's going to be for the saltwater market. These are things that we have never talked about before, so you're hearing it here first.
First time.
This is the first time you're hearing it. There's a lot of things. When people ask us, what are you guys doing? Where are these rods? Where are our rod models? They just don't understand how many things are going on here in this showroom that we're only so many people.
Well, we're humans. We're all impatient. So, I think not answering, you've done a lot of things very very reputable and very honestly, and I think everybody appreciates that, man. You're an honest guy, and you just answer as you can.
That's it. That's it. I'm not going to hold anything back. I'm here to answer questions. And
well, the next question, people want to know is, are you offering any conference specials?
Yes, right now. So just like with the slime line, if you follow the Catch the Fever brand, we do not run sales. We usually only run sales through a small 3-day period around Thanksgiving, but we are going to make an exception today. It's 15% off on Catch the Fever products that are in stock. I have to make sure I say that because Ashley told me she was going to come here and kill me if I didn't say in stock. So don't call Ashley and ask her next week or a month from now. It's only for what's in stock today. I wish we had everything in stock, but we do still have a lot of rod models in stock. Some of our extra heavies. I didn't even get to talk about that. Some of you guys that are interested in our new Big Cat Fever rod extra heavies, we've got some of those rod models in stock. You can save 15% off on those for the Catfish Conference right here.
And that sale's running until Sunday, right?
That's exactly right. We're going to run it till Sunday. That way guys who are catching this later can still get in on that offer. Absolutely.
Awesome.
Kaleb, I may have missed it because I had some technical difficulties I had to deal with, but
yes, sir.
Did you cover anything about that catfish behind you?
No, I did not. This is the famous
story about that.
Yeah, absolutely. This catfish behind me is actually stolen. It belongs to Dale Lowe, and I have stole it for over a year and have not given it back. Dale, if you're watching this, I'm going to give it back. It looks so good here. But our pro staff angler, Dale Lowe, caught this catfish. It was about 1.5 pounds off from the world record. It's a funny story. We were fishing the Ice Bowl tournament. It was me, Tony Caton, my business partner, a few others, and Zach Royce. We were fishing on the boat. We were catching a ton of fish. Dale called us. He said, Kaleb, I just caught the world record. I said, Dale, the Virginia state record is the world record. That's 143. He said, I know. I've caught it. I said, Dale, I know he's seen it. It's not the world record. He sends me a picture. I turned around and I said, guys, Dale caught the world record. There is no lie. He caught the world record. Guess what Zach Royce says? Yeah, Zach Royce looks at me. If he's watching this, he's going to laugh. He's like, so does that mean we have to stop fishing? Like, yes, that means we have to stop it. Zach he was fishing to the last second. He was like, I love you, Dale, but I'm trying to beat your world record. I'm like, no, we ain't beating that. Like that's going to be hard to beat. So Zach and all of us, we start reeling it up. And Zach was really, man, he was like, if I can't get first, I want to get second. He's just a competitive guy. So we reel everything up. We head to the weigh-ins where my good friend Austin Sarton was the only one in the tournament had built a custom live well to accommodate the measurements on a world record. They had this fish in there. And let me see if I can get it all in there. And when we opened the lid, it's one of them things where your mind just doesn't comprehend really what it's seeing. It's never been seen before. It's unreal. And he decided he could have went and immediately weighed that fish right in. We all know what happens when a fish sits in a tank for a tournament setting. They can lose several pounds. But he really, Dale cares about the Ice Bowl tournament. It's a big deal for him. So he wanted that to be the grand finale, weighing that in the Ice Bowl. So that fish sat in the live well for about 6 hours. They weighed it, and it was 141. So it was so close. They took it to official scales, and then they released that fish, and it got to swim off. So it is a world record today. But I just think that was so cool. Dale could have rushed off to the scale, but he decided to sit there and really present that in front of all those guys, and we all cheered him on. And it was just –
How awesome was that?
You'll never forget. What's that?
I said, how awesome was that, though?
It was amazing. I was so glad to be a part of that and be able to see that. But that is today the biggest fish that's ever been caught on a Big Cat Fever rod, and I hope it doesn't stay that way. I know with the sport, the way it's growing, the fish, I believe, have always been that big. It's just we're starting to make better gear that can actually catch those big fish. So we're going to see them.
And that was caught on Kerr Lake, correct?
Kerr Lake, also known as Bugs Island. So if you hear John H. Kerr Lake, Bugs Island, that's the fish. Now, and we're coming up on springtime. So in between Clarksville and the rivers, if you look at it on a map, this year, there's going to be 4 fish over 100 pounds that's going to get caught in that little stretch. Those fish stage up there getting ready to go to the rivers, and I'm probably going to get people, local guys here, they're probably going to come burn the down. But they know, that's just in the springtime, that's a hot area for catching big fish. And, Steve was talking about coming down there and fishing maybe sometime, or he was asking information. And, that's just a good place to catch big fish during the spring. Really anywhere, but it's a place where I'm going to be at this spring trying to beat that. So.
I'm actually trying to head down there here real soon.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. That'd be great. There's a lot of great guys out here that would love to take you out. Just you probably don't want to announce it. You probably look like Kevin Van Dam trying to stand on the front of his boat with people around. But you got a lot of people out here that really think a lot of you guys, so they'd be glad to have you out here.
Well, good deal. I appreciate your time today, Kaleb. And as always, you've been with us since the beginning. We look for a longer relationship down the road.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. And I appreciate all of our customers for tuning in and watching. It means the world that you guys shop with us. And if there's ever anything we can do, just let us know.
Good deal.
All right. Thank you.
Take care.
And so that's 15% off until Sunday. So make sure you go check it out. I saw a lot of guys asking about price points. You can get all that stuff from the website, the Catch the Fever website. We'll be back in just a minute with Haz Life Fishing coming up. All right, everybody, welcome back. And we apologize for the Facebook feed. I'm not sure what happened to Facebook. We probably have to shut everything down and restart it. And so we apologize to anybody that was on Facebook and has transferred to YouTube. Not sure what happened with that. But we're going to move on with the show. Next up, we have another YouTuber, Haz Life Fishing. How you doing, Haz?
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Oh, man,
Hey.
I'm out of frame.
Yeah, you might want to tilt up the screen a little bit.
Yeah, let's do that. I thought
You
I was
too tall.
for a second there. Kind of tall. Hey, how's it going? Good afternoon, everybody. Man, I appreciate you guys. I'd like to give a big shout out to Steve Douglas and Kevin MondoCat for you guys putting this opportunity together and giving somebody such as myself a platform to come out here and showcase, about myself. So I wanted to just say that first. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Well, your channel is Haz Life Fishing. What's your real name? I know people call you Haz, but
So my real name is Steven.
Okay.
With a PH. My mama named me that. But I've been Haz like since I was like a teenager. I did music back in the day, and my rap name was Hazmat, so that kind of stuck. Everybody called me Haz for short, and it just stuck from there.
and ever since he told me that, I've been trying to get him to throw down some bars on the live stream, and he won't do it.
How come you don't do it on your YouTube channel? Throw a little out there every now and then.
Because I retired from the rap scene a long time ago. When I went into a career in corrections about 7 years ago, and when I went into that career, I decided to leave that life in the past and changed and just did some different stuff. I mean, I do love to create music. A very creative person. That's why I love to do this. YouTube gives me a platform to showcase my creativity. So
Well, you should be able to do your own music without getting those strikes then, huh?
yes, that is a good idea. That is a good idea. I should put some stuff together. I know Kevin, he put a little rap together about Chunky Cat, so we're gonna have to do a little collab. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brandon, the Baltimore Angler too.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna shout out another guy. There's another fella that helps me a lot at my Captain Mad Jacks. Fish a lot. I think, am I saying that right? Fish a lot. Anyway, he calls them beats, but he does that beat stuff too. So
okay,
it's good when you got free music.
Yes, it is because in YouTube it's hard to put music out because obviously they're gonna flag it if it's anything commercial.
So are you fishing today?
Yes, I am. I'm out fishing today. I only caught one. The river's kind of been rough on me today. It's funny how the river goes from day to day, but we've been catching a bunch of this river slaw today.
Oh, no.
As somebody called it on one of my live streams.
Oh.
Whoa, that's
No. Yeah, that's what happens when that tripod falls over. So, yeah, I know that river slaw pretty well fishing Cooper River.
Yeah.
Now, y'all don't have too much grass in the Ohio River.
That doesn't look like grass. That look like we get leaves.
Oh,
If you fish that trash line, you're going to get them leaves. So.
Right. All right, here he comes back in.
all right.
Hey,
Sorry about that, guys.
That's all right, man. Chris said, come on, Blue Cat Rod. Chris said, come on, Blue Cat Rod.
Shameless plug right there. Oh man, I know Blue Cat, man. A bunch of
All right, so listen, how long have you had a channel for?
So I've had a channel going on about 19 months now, 20 months. I started my YouTube channel back in August of 2019. Is when I started my YouTube channel.
And you do edited videos too, but your main source of video content is live streaming, right?
That actually just started in the last 2 months. I was just doing editing videos for the first 18 months of my channel. I wanted to get into the live streams, but I knew you had to have 1,000 subscribers. But once I found out about StreamYard and Streamlabs and that you can go live, it was on ever since. And that's when my channel went from doing this, a little bit of this, and then it just shot straight up once I started doing the live stream. So
now that's interesting because I've noticed the same thing, and live streaming has kind of been one of those things that's taken off since COVID. Have you noticed that as well?
Yes, I have noticed that. Obviously, with COVID, you have to social distance from a lot of stuff. That's also put a lot of people out on the water, and it's brought a lot of people together in the YouTube community and the catfishing community. The catfishing community on YouTube is very big. I'm super blessed to be a part of it. We look out for each other. We'll, if somebody's having a problem, issue, something, we can donate money. We raise funds. We get stuff together and help each other out. I know avid fisherman, me and him, we got together and did a collab just recently and put a package together. We just shipped it out. Avid just shipped it out about 2 days ago to somebody in the catfish community. It's going to be a surprise, but they'll be doing an unboxing on it very soon. So
awesome.
We had some of my viewers donated money as well, and I appreciate that. You know,
I remember that the other night. That's really cool. We can't wait to figure out who it is.
Yes,
so
yes. You guys.
You're in Washington D.C., right?
Yes, I'm in Washington D.C. right now. The Potomac River is behind me. I was actually out here yesterday on the boat with my wife. She caught her new PB twice, an 8-pound and a 10-pound. She's taking baby steps, which is good, so we can get her on some bigger fish, you know. And then, but man, that 8-pounder, she was tired after fighting that fish. She didn't want to cook dinner after that. I was like, all right, well, I guess we're doing Lito's Pizza and some wings tonight.
Now, Steve was telling me, we were talking about you earlier. He said he's jealous.
I'm jealous. That boat of yours is sweet with that cutting cabin and everything. Dude, pick her up and go take a nap.
I love it. I love it, man. That boat is sweet. I've been looking for a boat for a long time. I was looking at the Seaarks. I've been looking at aluminum V, but I have a big family. I come from a big family. I have 6 children myself, and I have 7 brothers and sisters, as well as parents and stuff. So I wanted to get something that everybody can be able to enjoy, especially on the bodies of water that I fish. We have the Potomac River here, but 50-mile drive from my house is also the Chesapeake Bay. So I wanted something that I can enjoy in both waters.
Awesome. So what do you primarily target out there in the Potomac?
On the Potomac River is catfish. That's pretty much all I come after. There is, smallmouth, largemouth, carp. I do come out here and carp fish in the spring and summertime, so I don't have to buy my bait like I have been doing lately. Which we're not going to talk about that.
No, yes, we are. Yes, we are.
I had to spend $60 one time on a carp, and I was getting a whole bunch of flack for that.
Yeah, he had to buy a live carp for bait, and he said it would have lasted him a couple of weeks, but he said that $60 thing, and we were all like, "What?
What?"
Yeah, it was because they were alive at the time, so it was like $4.99 a pound or $3.99 a pound. It was something crazy, ridiculous. But I mean, I have carp that I got today. It only cost me $11. I was never going to go back to that one again. I was just desperate at the time.
And that's something interesting in DC. There's a lot of Asian markets, right? And so they sell things.
Yeah, there's like 10 within like 15 minutes from me. There's Asian markets everywhere. And that was, so when I first got into catfishing, I got skunked like my first 5 times when I started catfishing. I was trying worms, I tried bluegill, cut bait, I tried the catfish dough and such, and I wasn't having no luck. And then I watched Chunky Cat's live stream, and he was saying that he uses white perch and eel and has very good luck on eel. So I went and found me an Asian market, and I went and bought me some eel, and I've been catching catfish ever since. And it doesn't work in the wintertime, but spring, summer, fall, eel in the Potomac River, hands down, best bait.
And that's something like you don't see a lot of. You don't see a lot of people fishing with eel.
You don't.
Outside of the Potomac River.
Like Chunky has a rod for eelhead. Like he calls it eelhead. And he throws it out there. I caught my PB at the time. It was 52-pounder, and I caught it on eel. And it was in January. It was in the winter, which was surprising because eel doesn't do that very well in the winter time.
And you've had a good little season. I can't call it a year because it kind of goes from 2020 to 2021. But you've caught a few big fish. You want to tell us about those?
Yeah. So in my first 4 months of catfishing, I caught a 52-pounder in January. I was fishing like a mile down from here with Fishing Magician 2.0. Me and him, we get together and fish a lot. And man, my rod was going off. Man, we were going crazy. The rod was just doing this, and it was the biggest fish of my lifetime. I just started fishing about 2 years ago, and I was doing a lot of bass fishing in the beginning of that. But man, when I hooked onto that 52, it was like that was it. I was just hooked ever since. And then a year later, it was like 2 weeks short of a year later, on January 2nd of this year, literally right over here to the left of me, about 200 yards, I caught a 62-pounder on live stream using Chunky Cat's rods. Like that was like kicked me off into another gear. Once I was asking Chunky which rod to use between the Muddy River and the Whisker Secret, which rod to get. He was like, come borrow both of them and test them out yourself. I was like, okay, cool. And I went out and caught a 62-pound monster on that. And right after that, I caught it on the Whisker Seeker. That day, I ordered the Whisker Seeker immediately. I was like, I need me one of these. Oh, man. That was amazing.
So you just said you just started fishing 2 years ago, like fishing at all?
Fishing at all. Like, I didn't come from a fishing background. My family
That's
didn't
unique.
fish. My friends don't fish. I just once I started fishing and I started doing YouTube, that's how I started getting fishing buddies. Like, I've got so many fishing buddies now, and they all hit my inbox and DM, and come on, let's go fishing. I don't care. Like, let's go out and have some fun. Like, you know, I just love to go fishing. I like to meet new people and then have a good time. So that's
Well, I mean, catching 50s and 60s will get you a lot of friends.
it definitely will. I had a guy come Catfish Jimbo. He called me up. I didn't know of him before. He drove all the way up to from North Carolina to come fishing with me a couple weeks ago. Man, that was super amazing too, man. Yeah, I'm just super blessed. I've been meeting a whole lot of people. Fishing Magician, Brandon, the Baltimore Angler, those were the two people that I first started fishing with when I first started my YouTube channel. So they definitely gave me a lot of pointers and tips and steered me in the right direction.
You recently hit 1,000 subs, so you're doing well.
Yes.
What is something unique that people will see when they come watch your channel?
We're gonna have a lot of fun. I like to do the live streams. We're gonna have a lot of laughs. My channel is fishing 100%. I know on YouTube it's Haz Life on YouTube, and then I have the Haz Life Fishing on Instagram and Facebook, as well as my website that I just dropped. But my channel is just fishing 100%, and it's family, fun, friendly, fishing oriented. We have fun. We do a lot of laughs. I make fun of myself. If I do something stupid, we're going to put the bloopers up. Like, you know, I'm new to this, and I'm just showing my growth so that other people can see and do it the same way that I did it. I can tell you guys exactly how to do it, and you guys can go out and do the same thing. We can have some fun together.
Awesome. So tell us about this merch you got on. We got about 3 minutes left.
All right, so I got the Haz Life merch. It just came in yesterday, and the website just went up yesterday, hazlifefishing.com. I have the hoodies right here that I'm wearing myself. I'll show you the back of it. We got the sweet doggy on the back. This is my signature right here. When I catch a big fish, we go, sweet doggy, every time I catch a big fish. I did it in one of my YouTube videos, and when I went back and edited, I was laughing at myself so hard, and I was just like, it's stuck ever since, and everybody loves it. So that's what we call big fish when we catch them on my channel. I also have the dry fit as well with the Haz Life logo right here up in the front on the breast, and then we got the sweet doggy on the back. We got the beanie hats that I'm wearing right now, and we also have Haz Life sun visors with the sweet doggy right there on the side too. And we're actually going to give away 2 beanie hats today, right now. 2 of these right here, we're going to give them away. I already have 2 numbers in my head. I can't even see the chat or the comments.
Well, I'm going to tell you, we're going to do that a little different way because we have 353 people in here. So doing numbers is kind of logistically not smart.
Did you not learn anything from?
We'll give away 2 beanies, and we can pick how we're going to give them away.
Hey, Steven, did you not learn anything from Chunky Cats a couple weeks ago?
I know.
He did that number thing and had to buy like 5 hoodies to give away.
So I do have up random.org, and I have a list randomizer. And what I've done is I've gone into chat and I've copied everybody from chat.
Awesome, cool.
And you just tell me how many. I got everybody loaded up in here. Tell me how many. So what are we doing first?
We're doing the 2 beanie hats. We're giving away 2, 1 to each person. So let's pick 2 winners.
Tell me how many times to randomize the list.
Let's do 2. Let's do 2 times for the first.
Steve can verify. Randomize. That's 1. And randomize again. The number 1 is your brother. Do you want me to go into the?
Let's do that again. Let's do that again.
We'll randomize one more time. So Hobby Nerds in
Adventures.
Chat is his brother. So if you've been chatting, you're loaded up in here. And Country Boy Catfishing.
Country Boy Catfishing. Yes, that's a great winner. That right there. He supports a lot. He's always in the community chatting. He even goes out and does his thing. So appreciate that. Yeah, let's get it. Let's go on to the next one.
Thank you to 3+1 Outdoors for the $9.99 donation. And I'll let y'all read that while I load up the randomizer one more time. So I'm going to load it up again so we have the newest participants in there. That way, everybody who's chatting right now will get an opportunity to win from Haz Life. So thank you for that donation. Let me load this up real quick. All right, everybody's chatting. Give me a second. Haz, tell us about your most recent video you put out while I'm doing this.
My most recent video was I bought my boat. I bought a new boat. It's actually older than me, 1987 Sportscraft offshore, 22 foot. And we had a bunch of snow and I had a bunch of water in my boat. So I had to get that. I had to pump that out, get that out of there. I didn't have the trailer, the bow up high enough, so I had to put it up more so that the water would drain out. Figure that out. I'm a new boat owner. I appreciate being on YouTube because I get a lot of tips from everybody, and I appreciate all the tips. I take them. The tips cost me a lot of money because, but we're learning. We're getting it done.
All right, I've got it random. I got it loaded in.
Okay, we got it loaded in. All right, let's go.
All right, tell me how many times, Haz.
Let's do 4 times this time. 4 times.
All right, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And this is for Haz Life Beanie. Your brother was first again. There's some kind of conspiracy going on.
He won again?
But the next one is Trophy Seekers Outdoors.
Trophy Seekers Outdoors. All right, so we got Country Boy Catfishing and Trophy Seekers Outdoors.
So both of you contact Haz Life. Tell us where they can contact you.
hazlifefishing@gmail.com. You can email me there, and I will ship those out to you guys tomorrow. If you get in contact with me today, I'll ship those out tomorrow morning. Also, those of you that are going on the website to buy some merchandise, we have a code CatCon, CatCon. It's going to give you 15% off your entire purchase, and that's good until next Friday. You can go on there, you get 15% off.
And there's no caps or anything. It's just CatCon.
Just CatCon, CatCon, no caps.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for doing a giveaway, man. And we're out of time.
Well, good luck on your YouTube channel. We'll be watching you. I did notice that you had your wife out yesterday, and she's got Jazz Life.
Yeah,
that's
Jazz
her.
Yep,
Yep.
She was out on the boat yesterday. She loves it, man. But thanks, you guys. I appreciate that. I always check out the Haz Life on YouTube. And, Chunky Cats is up next. I'm going to stay tuned and watch that. Can't wait.
All right, man. Good luck
Take
fishing.
care.
Thank you.
All right. All right, cool. We got Chunky Cats up in 2 minutes. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Little short break there. Not much downtime, but I think you guys prefer it that way. Next up is a channel called Chunky Cats Fishing, and we have Elston Perez. What's up, Elston?
Hey, how you doing, Palmetto?
Hey, how you doing?
How's it going, Mr. Douglas? I'm doing great. There you go.
Y'all are twins.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Chunky or Elston has a YouTube channel for called Chunky Cats Fishing, and Steve has exclaimed that this is his favorite bank fishing YouTube channel.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, he puts on a good show. If you haven't seen it, go check out his light show. He's another angler that fishes the Potomac River as well. And didn't you get harassed the other night by some people they wanting to know what you were doing, or not harassed, but had a few people seeing what you were doing while you were doing your live stream?
That kind of happens all the time, but I finally had, I guess, DC cops asking for my fishing license, but he was the coolest person, and I told him that I had it in my phone. I would have to kill the stream to chat, and he says, you know what, go ahead, continue on. But yes, DC at nighttime, you're gonna have all kinds of people from homeless to cops and in between.
Oh,
in between, yeah.
Thank you for the donation, Texas Tiger, $5. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, Chunky. So I know that you have a lot to show us, so I don't want to delay. I'm going to give you the screen, and if you would just start off with how long you've had your channel, and then go into what you have to present for us today. Okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Go for it.
All right, so my name is Elston Perez, and my YouTube channel, as Palmetto said, it's Chunky Cats Fishing, and I do something kind of unique. I've started painting my rods with fluorescent paints. You can get them from Home Depot or Lowe's, and then I use a lot of black lights. Fluorescent paints will only work if you have the black lights. My YouTube channel, I've had it running for about 5 or 6 years. To be honest, I don't keep track. We're slowly growing, and I'm really happy where we're at right now. And I just want to show you how I get this asked all the time is, Chunky, when are you going to do a video how you paint your rods? I'm not sure if we're going to actually spray right now, but I'm going to show you kind of the process and kind of go from there. If you want to tune in or say anything, Palmetto, let me know, but I'll kind of carry on.
I will go for it, man.
I want to say a big thank you to Painting Services by Steve. He's an absolutely big supporter to some of the catfish YouTubers, and he was very nice enough and generous to send me 6 rods, a bunch of reels. So we're gonna do the demonstration on his rods he sent me. They're actually Bill Dance rods, and this is just a standard catfish rod, 7 foot. So this is the first part is that when you have a rod, people ask me all the time, what do you do to prep for a paint job? Do you ask me, do you sand it? Most of the time, I do not sand it. Will it help? Absolutely, it would help. It's going to help with adhesion. I just get plain Windex, any kind of Windex, or any kind of material that is not too soapy. You don't want to use too much soap and water. Just kind of take off any kind of grease, dust, or just your standard finger oils from your hands. Give it a quick wipe down, clean it. Like I said, if you do want to sand it, I would do 220 sand grade or less than that. You don't want to go too coarse, but even if it gets a little bit scuffed up and scrapey, you're gonna add so much paint. So much paint that it will cover up the scratches. Now, kind of be aware that if you do this, I get asked this all the time. Will the paint flake and crack? And most of the time, it's no. But yes, it's happened. We'll kind of get to that point here in a second. So step 1, after you've cleaned your rod, the first part you want to mask off. See, put this down, is where your reel goes in. You don't want to paint this straight in right here, because it's really hard to get that paint and primer to take it off. I put a little bit of tape here, and I kind of know more or less how much adjustment I need to go in and out. So you want to tape this section right here. I don't do a lot of tape, but it's probably even better not to even paint nothing in this section right here. The next thing is that when you're gonna get going here, you want to put this inside in here in your ferrule, and then mark this part with the plain pencil. Put it all the way in straight, mark it off, take it out, and then tape this section. You don't want to have any paint in here. All right, so let's go on to primers. I have two favorite primers, and the easiest one for most people to use is going to be the Zinsser 123. It's a water based, but it adheres very strong. And if you prime this on a nice day, within an hour, you can give it 2 light coats, give it a light sanding after a couple hours, and you can start adding your fluorescent paints. Now, if you do want to use the oil base, so any kind of oil base. This is an oil base primer. You definitely want to give it 2 light coats in one day, but let it dry overnight before you start doing your fluorescent paints. So right behind me, I have all kinds of different fluorescent paints. And for the last couple of years, I've been using the Home Depot brand, and they look amazing. People love it. But I recently when I was getting ready for this, I started to use the Lowe's brand. And the Lowe's brand, if I can pop this open here. I should have had this ready, and I can't even open my spray cans.
Live television.
I have probably 30 spray cans here, if y'all can see that, and I can't even pop it open. All right, we'll pop those to the side here. So one thing is that the color's a little bit different. It is more yellow, the one from Home Depot. It's more yellow. This one it's kind of a yellow slight greenish cast, and it's a little bit more nicer and visible in the daytime. You don't have to so much use black lights, but this one will tear up your finger. You start to spray 3 or 4 rods, and it really hurts. Yes, I had a little gun that you can add here, but I started liking the colors from Lowe's, but they both work. Whatever's closer to you, Home Depot or Lowe's. Right now I'm going to start using the Lowe's brand, but I just want to point that out is the tip, where it's more comfortable on the finger. Step 1 is after you've primed. Sorry guys. After you prime your rod, this has been completely primed. The whole thing, 2 coats. I did use the water-based primer on this, and after it's been primed, then you want to start doing your fluorescent paints. And you want to kind of have an idea what, as a matter of fact, believe it or not, I did this pattern backwards, but I'm making it work out. This only has primer, This has 1 coat of the fluorescent yellow. For some reason, it looks really bright here. 1 coat. This has 3 to 4 coats, and then from this point on here has 5 to maybe 7 coats of fluorescent paint. The more, the better. But fluorescent paint is like a liquid powder. It's going to dry very fast. So by the time you have your rod, you spray your first rod, you go to the next section. This is kind of setting up, not dry, but you can kind of grab it after about 10-15 minutes. You can kind of give it multi-coats. You can probably give it 3 or 4 coats in less than an hour. So you prime the whole thing, then you start giving the color you select as your main color, whatever you select. I like this new color from Lowe's. Where are we at? Okay, so this rod, this is the next step. After you're done, you painted your whole top piece or whatever, your rod yellow. You go to this part here. After you paint it yellow, or whatever color you want to spray a thin coat of oil-based clear. That's what I do. Once again, for the longest time, I had been using from Home Depot. It's an oil-based clear. I picked up some Lowe's. I have not tried. You want to give it a light coat of clear to protect it. Then you have to let that dry overnight. You have to let the clear dry overnight before you start to mark off and mask on your next color. So what I do here is on this one, I'm going to kind of give you an idea what the pattern's going to be. This is an actual finished product. I'm kind of jumping ahead, but the pattern is this: main yellow and just a little bit of orange in between. That was the pattern on this one here. So this is how I would do it. You mark in between here, then you get and then you mask off however big you want this section to be. If it's 1 inch, 1.5 inches, or 2 inches. This one doesn't have the pin, but you can see where I marked off with the slight pin right there, pin mark right here, and then I masked that off. It would have been easier, believe it or not, to do the red first. I don't know why I did this backward. I've only been doing it for 2 or 3 years, and boy, did I mess up on this one. But anyways, I made it work. You mask off. Then before you start getting your next color, the colors I'm looking at right now is the yellow, once again, from Lowe's, and the red orange from Lowe's as well. If anyone saw me go live yesterday, we were using, oh boy, I don't even know the rods right. All right, so those are the colors that I used yesterday on that live stream. You have to go after the yellow. Don't start putting that red orange over this. You have to go back to white. You have to prime white, let it dry for an hour, and then start using the red. It's gonna take. You have to have a white base for fluorescent paints. So you want to make sure you go back to primer and then you start from scratch on the next color. Here we go. Next section. So this one, go ahead, Palmer. You have a question? For
You
me?
just had a question. It seems pretty cool. You would think that the paint would crack when the rod bends. Does the primer keep that from cracking?
It does, and that's a great question. Since that was brought up right now, I had one incident happen on some rods. It was when, I'm not sure if it was the rod clear coat that was on there or I used the wrong primer. One primer that I'm gonna stay away from is this is a shellac base. Shellac means it's alcohol based. Alcohol means it dries very, very fast. Within 10-15 minutes, it's completely dry where you can actually sand it. This, for some reason, didn't have that flexibility. And if you see right behind me, that's my studio wall right there. Those 4 rods, I use this primer, and when it's flexing like that, it's cracking and the paint is shooting off, and it breaks my heart. That's why they're on the wall. If not, those are fantastic rods to use to fish with, but it for some reason I blame it on the primer. Do not use the shellac alcohol base on that. You can use the water base or oil base. Oil base, let it dry 24 hours, or at least let's just say at least 12 hours overnight before you start giving fluorescent paints. All right.
And anybody else who has questions, we're gonna let Chunky keep going. He's got about 8 minutes left.
8 minutes. Oh, well. All right.
He can come back and answer questions
All right.
in chat, though. He
Time
can come
goes
back
really, really fast.
Yeah,
All
you
right,
can come back and answer questions in chat, though. So go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's the yellow. Then this is masked off. Then I went to primer. Then that's when you start using your fluorescent paint. This has one color of the red. This has about 2 to 3 coats, and then this already has like 5 to 7 coats. You want to give it a lot of coats. Yes, it's all a buildup. When you take off the tape, yes, you have an edge. You will have an edge, but then after this dries, do not clear coat this until you take off all the tape. Once you take off all the tape, well, I didn't do it on this one. I don't want to do it now. You take off all the tape, you start to give it 2 or 3 thin coats of clear oil base. That clear will dry very fast. You can give it a coat every hour or so. It depends on the weather conditions. And what you get, this one here only has 1 coat of clear. And when you start to give it 2 more coats, this little edge here where the tape's at, you can see how crisp the lines are. It starts to go away. These rods, you'll never have the same finish as the manufacturer has their finish. It might hold up really, really well, but do they chip a little bit every now and then? So what else are we going to talk about? So, for instance, a rod can turn out looking really, really nice. This is the a plain, just a prime rod, and that's the what Haz Life was just talking about. This is the famous, we call it the eel head. We use this rod. I use this. I went fishing with this rod for over 3 years. So this one has paint, the yellow from Home Depot, and it's also been wrapped with high reflective tape. This is high reflective tape, and then I did a little bit of silver in between the eyes, and this one looks absolutely fantastic. I like to do both things. And this is high reflective tape, but it's also fluorescent. So when that black light hits it, it kind of illuminates. And one other thing I just thought about right here, the tapes you want to be using, when you start to mask off the tapes, you want to use delicate surface. Anything that's not going to adhere to the paint job extremely strong cements, such as blue tape, delicate straight lines. This one I use, it's automotive tape. This one's only used because sometimes I don't follow the contours of the rod. I make my own measurements, and sometimes it's at an angle. I need to use this, but this one will let paint bleed through a little bit. This is another really good one. Frog tape, the yellow, not so good. I prefer this purple. You can all find this at Home Depot or Lowe's, but what the tape you don't want to use is just that plain simple painter's tape. You're gonna have a lot of bleed through, such like this. But this one is automotive, and I can stretch it. This is a really stretchable.
Hey, Chunky.
All right, Palmetto. What else? What are we missing here?
Well,
Really quickly.
I know you wanted to do a giveaway.
Yes.
So we have to get that loaded up too.
Right. load it up. So anyone who's never seen, this is my wagon. I have 5 black lights. That's how I get this this illusion, the effect. On go ahead and load it up, Palmetto, and we're gonna give away The rods are not finished just yet, but it's going to be a spinning bill dance. I will paint this one unless you don't want to paint it. You can take it like this. You can have this one or the painted one. Go ahead and pick someone.
Yeah, and somebody was asking how they win. All you have to do is be in chat.
Just be in chat, yeah.
And I'm gonna load up the
I won't
list
even
of
ask you to
chat.
subscribe. I don't like to say that word. I try to skip that. Oh, subscribe to me. So
Yeah. So I am loading up chat right now. You can continue to go, Chunky, and I'm gonna load it up.
all right. So anyone who's never seen my wagon, I'll kind of talk here real quick. See if I can face this down a little bit. There's my wagon. I have a deep cycle battery in here. I have an inverter. This thing has been on for 6 hours, never went dead. I run 3 of these bars, 2 here, and then 1 in the front facing upwards. It's just a lot of fun. I have a lot of fun. Mr. Steve Douglas was nice enough to send me some rod holders, and we're still trying to work and see if I can set these rod holders on my wagon. I still haven't perfected it yet. For right now, I'm doing something a little bit different, just PVC pipes and that. But we're still they're gonna go on the boat. I'm gonna get my boat ready.
All right. How many times do you want me to randomize it? 1 through 5.
Let's do Mr. Lyle's from Catfish Weekly. His favorite number is 1.
All right, here we go.
This one's for Mr. Lyle.
Jared O.
Jared O. Okay, yeah, nice.
Jared, he said pick me, Chunky. Well, the randomizer picked you, Jared O.
How many people we have in here, Palmetto?
Well, there's 372 watching, not 372 in chat, but 372 watching.
Okay. Let's
Steve,
do one more. Pick one more.
Okay, we'll do one more. All right.
Now, the rods are not painted. It takes me time to fix them up, let them dry properly before I can pack them out. So it might be a couple of weeks. Be patient.
All right, just email chunkycatsfishing@gmail.
Just like the YouTube channel name is. Exactly.
All right, I'm going to randomize it again. Jordan Pratt.
All right, there you go. Congratulations.
So email chunkycatsfishing@gmail. And Steve has a special thing to do too.
I do. Chunky, I know you like orange. We have just come out with this new orange rod holders.
I saw it.
I guess if you was to paint that thing orange, that rod, well, it's too late for that, isn't it? Because you done gave it away. Well, dang it. But anyway, while we're in Chunky's feed here, we're going to give these away too, as well. May not go to the same people, but
okay.
I think that's better though. The more winners, the better, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. I appreciate you doing that. Well, I'm
all right.
My segment. Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
Chunky?
What's that?
How many times?
This one, let's do 2 times.
All right, randomize 1. And again, all you have to do is be participating in chat and randomize 2. The winner is Angel Hernandez.
Congratulations.
You know, Angel, you're going to be the first person to own 2 of the fluorescent orange monster rod holders. So send me your address to catfishinginfo@gmail.com, and we will get these sent out to you.
Awesome.
Amazing. Awesome.
Well, Chunky, we thank you for coming on, man. We're out of time. But, man, you were always a pleasure to watch. Y'all check out Chunky Cats Fishing on YouTube, and you'll get to see the rods that he just showed you glowing in the dark.
Absolutely. Yep. Thank you. See you later. Take care.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Douglas.
All right. Up next, we have SlimeCat Rods in 1 minute. So we're going to go off screen, then we'll be right back. We're just going to stand up and stretch for a second. All right, we're back. We stood up and we got the blood flowing. You know, I think it's the lividity starts setting in at 7 minutes. That's when that's when the blood starts to pool. So we had to get up. Next up, we have SlimeCat Rods. We're going to bring them up on screen right now. How you doing back there?
Oh, not too bad. How much stuff?
Yep. Good. Do me a favor, turn your phone sideways.
Turn sideways.
There it is.
There you go.
All right. So introduce yourself and tell us about the company a little bit.
All right, guys. As you guys know, I'm Justin, one of the owners of SlimeCat Rods. Me and Ryan Lee, we started this here back, I believe, about 6 months before the last Catfish Conference. We come into the Catfish Conference. We come in. We got really good. We've done good since then. When we come out, we originally we went to want to build the best.
Yeah, pros.
Did treat.
Yeah.
No, you guys are good. I'm just giving you full screen.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. It grows. Anyway, so when we come out, we decided to we wanted to build the best. So I started learning how to get into building composite rods. So I started off with the composites. I have built. So far now we have roughly I think 35 different types of rods. So I've got a lot of rods behind me to go over for you guys. But since then we built, like I said, a lot of good rods, and we're pushing to still just give the best, and that's pretty much what we're all about. So we've got a lot of line. We've got the green, we've got the orange, we've got it in 30, 40, 20 in each color. We've got a new reel that come out just here 2 weeks ago, and then we've had the original reels, and then we've got some rods.
Yeah, why don't you show us those reels up close to the camera there so people see them?
Yep, we'll go through that right now. So this is one of my favorite times of the year is bumping, and that's coming here. Everybody knows as soon as it gets warm, bumping season is one of my absolute favorites. This has been a reel that I have been playing with for a year. I've got it to where I want it, and this is a very phenomenal reel. I done a video on the SlimeCat page here a while back. We done a drag test on this, and we got anywhere from 35 to 38 pounds of drag out of this reel. It's got a 6-to-3-1 ratio. This thing is an absolute winch. It'll hold roughly about 200 pounds of 60-pound to 80-pound braid. So it's plenty of line when you're bumping and stuff like that. I also use this reel on my walking sticks, which is one of my favorites as well. We've also have the original. A lot of people seen these. They're all a little bit different. I know a lot of people say they're the same or whatnot. This is a affordable reel. Like I tell everybody, a lot of people say, they're like, well, I don't see you fishing with them out of your boat. I fish 7 days a week. I put absolute torture on just about everything. I mean, I break ABUs, I break these. It's just, they are affordable, and it's what our people wanted, so we built them. Now, I can tell you there's a lot of people that would be mad if we quit selling these, because there's a lot of people that don't have any issues with these reels. They're a phenomenal reel. Kirsten uses them on her rods when we're fishing out of the boat. This is actually the 6,000 right here. And then we've got the 7,000 as well. Here's the 7,000. It's a little bit bigger. I think it's a tad bigger than an actual 7,000 Abu Garcia. Let's see here. We've got, of course, the 30-pound Monster Mono. We've got the 40-pound Monster Mono as well. We carry them in 1,800 yards, 1,200 yards, and 600 yards.
People are asking about price points on the reels and the line.
Price points on the line. I knew you were going to hit me with that. I believe the line.
They can check on those on the website, right?
Yes, everything is, all the prices are listed. I do a lot of the fishing. Jackie and Ryan, they take care of a lot of the prices. I do know now, like the bumping reel, I believe it is at, everything is on sale. We've done a Catfish Conference sale, so everything right now is on sale on the website. But I believe they're 105 or 110 right now. I know these are down to 74 for them. And then we've got the rods, which the originals are down to 74. The B2s are at 94 right now. And then we have the new carbons coming. So everything is on the website, www.SlimeCatRods.com. And all the prices are marked down, $10 off each rod and $15 shipping. So we'll go through some rods here that I like to play with. We'll go ahead and get this started. This is one of my favorites. This is a walking stick. What I use this for is I like to walk baits behind me when I'm anchored. This is a very efficient way to catch fish. I love this rod during the summer times and the really active season because when they peg this rod, they peg it and they are hooked. I have caught many, many big fish on the walking stick. This is actually one that a new reel seat that is not out yet. It will be coming eventually. It's got the fill through so you can fill the blank completely. It is very light. This is a custom reel seat that I designed as well as the new V2, which we'll get into the new V2 here in a minute. Here's our bumping rod. Again, paired up with the SlimeCat reel. This is a awesome combo. If you guys like to bump, this is a phenomenal combo. It is very light and it's very, very sensitive. We carry these in a 7'6" and a 7'3". The 7'6" is extra heavy. The 7'3" is in a heavy. Go with. So here's our original extra medium heavy. This is the V2. This is the one that is at $94 right now. This is also a custom reel seat that I designed. This reel seat is phenomenal. It feels great in the hand. It's comfortable. It's light. So that is definitely a huge upgrade. These nuts do not come loose. When you cinch them down, I have never, and anybody that has the new V2s will tell you, them do not come undone. I mean, you literally got to, even with no reel, I ain't gonna be able to get it. I mean, they lock down, like literally lock down. They have to break the bottom one. Sometimes it's a lot easier, but yes. So you will not have that problem of these coming loose. So we've got the V2s. We've got the medium heavy, extra medium heavy, heavy. We've got them in green. We also do have the new orange. It's got the V2. I still got the wrapper on here. Pop this off. This is the orange V2. This was actually going to be our Catfish Conference only rod. But since that got canceled and we're doing it this way, you can order this online. It's the orange, has the yellow wraps. We'll go ahead and shut the lights off real quick. It's not completely dark, but it gives you guys a kind of a good view. One of the biggest things that people love about SlimeCat rods is we use a high quality UV reactive paint. These rods are very clean looking. When you see them in person, they just blow your mind. They're absolutely beautiful. The reactive paint that we use is top notch. It glows like crazy. You put a blue light, blue LED strips, anything like that will make this stuff pop. So that's the orange V2, an extra medium heavy. We do have that in the kayak rods as well. So we've got a 6-footer. Here's the 6-foot. We think about the kayak guys and we think about the children. This is an awesome rod. I know I have a lot of kayak guys out there that are placing really good in tournaments and they absolutely love the short butt and they love the short rod. Building a composite blank, I was able to keep this 6-foot pretty much the same action as a 7'6" would be. So we do have 6-footers. We got the 7.57 as well, which is a medium heavy. Great for the children. So if you got kids that like to fish, this is an awesome, awesome rod for your kids and stuff like that. Like I said, I'm gonna have so many rods here. Which one do we need to go? We have ultralight. So we've got striper rods as well, guys. If you guys haven't checked out our striper rods, these rods are awesome. Not only are they awesome for catching stripers, if you're a channel cat fisherman, if you fish waters that your average fish is 15, 20, 30 pounds, this is a perfect rod. It will handle, I actually boated I think it was 72 pound blue cat in about 1.5 mile current on the medium striper rod.
Hey, show us that wiggle one more time. Show us that wiggle one more time. People like seeing that.
I like seeing that wiggle. Yes, this is a very, very sensitive rod. I mean, you can absolutely noodle. I don't try to flex mine all the way around to the real seats. My rods are built with a high-end backbone. So a lot of these rods are made to just have that parabolic bend.
Hey, show us that camo grip again. I'm a fan of green, so I'd like to see it up close.
Okay, so one of the new additions that we have coming, I played with the composite and I played with the composite. This is the camo green handle, of course, which we have rods coming in the camo green. We got the camo orange. Here's two parts. Here's a orange and a green carbon rod. This is one of the originals. I've actually ran over this rod. I tied 240-pound line to a reel, a deep sea reel, and we ended up breaking the reel before we broke the rod. It ended up flipping me head over heels. Actually, here's the reel that we broke. So we tied 240-pound, and we let her have it after running over it, after beating it on the ground. The carbon is absolutely tough. One thing I love about the carbon rods is you're able to do so much more. You're able to get that parabolic blend and make it exactly how you want it. The composite, I love the composite. The composite is awesome, but you can still only do so much with it. The carbon is very expensive, guys. This is a expensive blank, but it's well worth the money. I've got the upgraded eyes on it. As you can see, I don't know if I can get that in the camera. So we've got the upgraded eyes all the way down. It's got a bright orange tip. We did do this in an 18-inch handle, and we done it in a 14-inch handle. The biggest thing about handle length, I am short, but I hear a lot of people, they like the short handles. The thing about the short handles is when you get into current and you get on big fish, you lose a lot of your power. I like the longer handle per se because when I'm hooked up to a 50, 60, 70, 80-pound fish, I got full control over that fish no matter what happens. If I need to drag him to the boat, I can drag him to the boat. My rod, especially on the carbon, on an 80-pound fish and 4-mile-an-hour current, I have got many videos up. Since Christmas, I've caught 20 fish over 70 pounds, 14 of them being over 80, the biggest being 91. They were all on the carbon rod, and people still give me crap because I was reeling it in one-handed. You just have so much more power with the carbon on them big fish. So that is a new rod coming out. We're gonna end up doing series of probably carbon in most, the 10-footers, the kayak rod.
Hey, Justin.
Stuff like that. Let's see.
Hey, Justin. They want to see. Do you have a pink rod back there and a joker rod?
A pink rod and a joker rod. I believe that is the only ones that didn't make it. I do have a pink rod. This is not the exact pink rod. This is a carbon pink rod that I built for her to test out. So this is a test blank. This is not the true pink. This is a light pink. I just had them shoot this. I don't think I have a pink. Oh, actually, I do have a pink. If you give me 2 seconds, I'll grab a pink.
All right. Well, he's going to go grab that, grab another rod for us. So he said, I believe he said $10 off per rod and then $15 shipping. Maybe the person behind the camera can confirm that for us.
I do know that it is $15 for shipping, and
all right. So here's one of the pink carbons that I built. We have pink composite rods that just come in. They're on the website. The only difference is they have green wraps instead of the yellow with the orange. This one has a pink handle. The ones that are on the website have a black handle. But eventually, we will have the pink handle coming and the bright pink probably on a carbon eventually. We have a lot of rods.
to finish answering your question, yes, it's 10% off.
It's 10% off?
Yeah, it's $10 off, my bad.
$10 off each rod.
So $10 off each rod and $15 shipping. Is that the conference special?
Yep, I believe. Yeah, I'm pretty 100% sure that is the special. $10 off each rod.
How many rods can you ship for the $15 at one time?
Good question.
It has many as you want to buy. If you buy 20 rods, I guess we're shipping them for $15.
All right. What about the reels? Any deals on the reels?
Yes, everything, like I said, everything is that way. So everything's $10 off, line, everything. Lining.
No, that's what I was showing you. The line's not.
Yeah, I'm not, okay, so I'm not sure on the line. I'm not sure on the line. But yes, most everything is $10 off, and then $15 shipping, and that's for as many rods as you buy.
Yeah, the line seemed the line you would lose a lot on that line. But yeah, so the reels and the rods and are $10 off.
Yeah,
I think he's saying, and then the shipping is $15 flat.
Right, exactly.
And how long does that last? Do you know?
We started that. I know we started it like 2 weeks ago. I think we're going to run it here for another week, maybe 2 weeks. I'm not 100% sure on that. That was probably questions I should have asked. But I knew I had a lot to go over here. But yes, we do carry 12 footers.
It's $10 off rod and reel, and it does not include apparel or line.
Okay. Jackie, there you go. Exactly what she just said.
And the crappy rods are not $10 off either.
And guys, we are coming out. We're going to hit the market with everything. We're coming out with crappie rods, bass rods. Eventually, we're aiming to build rods for pretty much any species you want to fish for. Here's another one of our rods that we have sold a lot of. It's the 10-footer and the 8'6". If you're a sturgeon guy, the sturgeon guys absolutely love these rods, and they are both some monster fish on the 10-footers, the 12-footers, and the 8'6". The 8'6" is one of my favorite rods, even for a boat. I use that thing in the boat all the time. I love it for my outside rods. I'm able to get a really good spread, and when I'm pulling boards, it's phenomenal for pulling boards. When I built the carbon rod at 7'8", and that carbon rod is awesome. I like it for doing everything as well. Let's see.
Awesome. So does that ship and maybe the better thing to do would be to all the discounts and everything are on the website, correct?
Yes. Yep. Everything's listed. So yes, if you just
and those of you in chat, it's tough to do these live things, and sometimes you can't. You're trying to go so fast that you can't remember it right off the bat.
Right where you're at. It's like I know I got 20 minutes. You know. That's what I told her. Like, I'm an in-person. Hey, if I was on the boat and where I was relaxed, we'd be cool. If I was fishing around, we'd be cool.
Yeah. You offer any two-piece rods?
What's that?
Two-piece rods.
Yes, we do carry two-piece rods. These are the 8'6" and the 10-footers, guys. And this is one thing that I took into account. I noticed a lot of two-piece rods, they come apart. And a lot of reasons that they come apart is because they're only shanked so far. I made sure to shank these things. I mean, when you shove this all the way down, this is barely shoving it. And that's not always seated. So I'm going to pull that off there. That's how far we shank down. Okay. And now if I really shove that on there, it is hard to get off. So it will not just fling off. You shove it down on there. And I mean, here's the suction. It creates a really good suction, so that is not just going to come off. So that is one good thing about the two-piece rods. Once you suck them down, they're sucked down. If you want to make it a one-piece, drop some glue in there, and you ain't going to get it off.
Well, Justin, we got about 1 minute left. 1 minute till we got to let you go. So is there any last part?
You guys have a way to do giveaways, right?
Yep, we do.
Okay, what we'll do is I'm gonna have you guys pick just 3 people and have them message the 3 winners. Have them message the SlimeCat page, and they're gonna get a free pick of any rod they want off the website that's in stock.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to say that again, man. You broke up.
Okay. Pretty much just do 3 drawings. The 3 winners pretty much get a free pick of whichever rod they want off the website.
3 drawings.
Oh, wow. Awesome. Well, while I'm loading that up, go ahead and keep talking.
All right.
Did you even go over the pink rod? Because I interrupted you.
The pink, well, yeah. So yeah, we got the pink camel handles. We've got these are the pink carbons. We've got the orange carbons. We've got orange in spinning, casting. we've got a lot of rods, guys. I mean,
how many models do you actually have that is on your website?
we have around 38 out, I think now, and we've got about probably 15 or 20 more coming.
38 different
Yeah.
types? Oh, mercy.
Yeah, we've got a lot of different rods. I mean, we've got, well, you know, I built the extra medium heavy. That is a favorite to many. That's basically a heavy backbone on a medium heavy tip. So, you know, when you have medium heavy, extra medium heavy, and heavy, and then you got the colors. So the colors is a big thing. We try to do a lot of different colors for people that they want. Being that we're building such a high-end composite blank and carbon blank, it's really expensive. So we have to pick which colors we want to do. Eventually, we're going to have, you know, almost all the colors in stock, but we're still growing. You know, we do awesome. We're selling a lot of rods. We have a lot of supporters. I think everybody that supports me, that supports SlimeCat Rods, we're doing great. We're advancing forward. We're always looking to build the best. And so that's why, you know, like I said, I pushed into learning how to build carbons, and it's only going to advance from here. So, but yeah, that's, I think I covered a lot of it.
Awesome. Well, I almost got it.
I covered, well, the new features. Yep. Covered that. Yeah.
I'll have to reload here.
Of course, most of you that haven't seen, this is the bumping reel seat. This is another reel seat that I had designed myself. This is an awesome bumping reel seat. It is aluminum. You do not lose any feel on this thing. I bump, like I said, I bump and walk big 300 yards, up to 400 yards, and I can still feel with a 2-ounce weight on the mud bottom. And I catch the heck out of fish that way. That is an awesome way to fish for sure.
All right, here we go. The first winner. How many times you mean to randomize it the first time? 1 through 5.
Just do 3.
1, 2, 3. Catfish Cameron. Catfish Cameron is the first winner. And we'll randomize it one more time. Catting with JR is the second winner. And Texas Tiger is the third winner.
Okay, well, congratulations, you guys. Make sure what I need you to do is just go to the SlimeCat page, the actual SlimeCat business page, not the family page. Join it if you have to, or follow it. There is a message button
on Facebook.
On the Facebook, hit that message button. That'll send you right to Jackie. Tell her you wanted the Catfish Conference tonight, and then pick what you want. She might even let you pick the reels. She can kind of maybe give you a breakdown on what you can pick, but pretty much any rod that you want out there that we have in stock, and probably a reel, or if you want a reel or whatnot. So,
awesome.
Awesome.
Well, Justin, we appreciate you guys participating with us today, and hope you do well with your sale. And I look forward to, I know it was tough this year, but next year come on back and we'll make a good day of it.
Right. Yeah, I was really looking forward to actually coming this year, and then but doing it this way, I mean, like I said, I'm a people's person. Like, I like to do it face to face.
Right. Yeah.
Unless I'm fishing. But all right, you guys have a lovely night. And
all right, you too, buddy.
Like I said, thank you for everybody that's supporting SlimeCat, and thank you for everybody that's tuning in, and thank you guys for putting this on.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Take care.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Well, we're a little behind schedule, but it's good that we're behind schedule because somebody won something.
Yeah.
So we're going to bring up Tim Scott from Epic Catfish, and his next chat is about listening to the fish. Hey, Tim, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. How much time do I have?
You have until basically 6 o'clock.
All right. So I was getting ready. If we didn't have enough time, I would switch my whole thing to something else. But that's
all right. 26 minutes.
Okay. So listening to the fish is something I've been talking about for probably 30 years. Well, at least 25. because I got that preconceived notion at sometimes, like I was talking about in the other one, that I wanted to fish the way I wanted to fish. And I had to come to the realization if I was going to be successful all the time or most of the time, I was going to have to tailor my fishing plans according to what was going on, because I'd get to the river and it wouldn't even be anything like what I expected it to be. I looked at the internet, I did whatever, they changed the current on me. There's grass coming down, there's this, there's that, the other. So you have to really be kind of versatile. And I explained earlier that I keep approximately 15, back in the day, I even used to keep up to 20 different rods in the boat of different lengths, of different line size, of different everything. Because, especially when you fish in as different situations that I do, I might be fishing a mid-sized river one day, and I might be fishing a very large river like the Mississippi the next, all the way down to a small tributary. So I've got to be prepared with all of my. I've got to have everything from 3/0 circle hooks all the way up to 16/0 circle hooks, and I kind of laid this out, and this is a big tray of potential baits that I would use on a Mississippi River trip. So, and of course, this is my wife's cookie sheet, which I'm glad she's not watching this right now. But
you're gonna be in the doghouse, man. You're gonna be in the doghouse.
Yeah, what's new? So anyway, here I've got about a 12-inch or 13-inch Asian carp. That may be a particular bait that I can use, all the way up to a grass carp that's about 16 inches long. So one of my favorite baits is of course, the golden red horse sucker. Now this has the tail cut off of it, so I could even fit it into a bag. It's about 18 inches long. Now, of course, when you use baits this big, you're going to want to know that the activity level is enough that big fish are going to take a bait like this. And you've got to pay attention to what they're telling you, because if you're fishing and you're getting big fish that aren't really taking baits very well and you're missing a few of them, and it doesn't matter if it's blues, flatheads, or channel cats. If you're having a hard time with your normal size baits, you better not switch over to big baits. Otherwise, chances are you're going to be, a big goose egg is what you're going to get. So, like we said earlier, this is about my normal size of bait, and I am going to start with my pattern that I think I'm going to use. Like, let's just say I think they're going to be on wood. And if I think they're going to be on wood, I'm going to start targeting wood. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3 pieces of wood. And if the fish are not telling me that they're on wood or are active enough to be on wood, I'm going to quickly change over to pattern B, which may be rocks. If that doesn't work, I'm going to go to pattern C, which might be drops. It might be deeper water ledges. I might start throwing smaller baits as with larger baits to see if I can get some sort of reactionary bite. If I can get a reactionary bite, that tells me a little bit of something. If I'm catching fish in faster water but not slower water, that tells me I need to gravitate towards that faster water, or the other way around. So as the day goes on, I am zoned, and sometimes even as much time as I've had on the water, sometimes it takes me 4 or 5 hours to get through the whole program if I decide to go systematically. Sometimes I'll jump around, but you almost always have to go systematically, because you could skip over something that's going to pay in either numbers of fish or big fish. So let's kind of go over a few things. If you're going to have big donkey baits like this, you better have big donkey weights like that. And I mean, I don't know if you can see that, but this thing weighs approximately 2 pounds. I pour them myself. I did a video on it, but normally I can get by with a 12-ounce sinker in that fast water and big baits. Now, if I'm throwing something like this for flatheads, or even if I decide to throw something this size for blues, a lot of times, especially with flathead current, all I need is between a 3 and a 5/0 circle hook and a 5/0 egg sinker and a 7/0 circle hook. Now, if I'm in big blue cat waters, I might start out throwing something like this sucker head right here, and then I may graduate towards something like this giant grass carp right here. But if you're going to throw a grass carp like this, a single hook is not going to be to your benefit. So usually it's a double hook rig. And I've got my largest double hook rig right here. And if you guys can see this, this is a 16-aught circle hook right here. And this basically goes on the head. And all this is really doing is ensuring that if they hit the head first, which they don't normally do, but if they do hit the head first, I can actually hook that fish. Now, if you would imagine, you cannot just tie up a 16-aught circle hook with 80 or 100-pound test. This is actually 200-pound mono that they use for marlin and sharks and all that crazy stuff. You can't really tie an overhand knot in it, so you got to have a crimping tool. And then I use a no-knot snell and actually use crazy glue to keep it together so it doesn't unravel. But what I usually do first is I usually take 80-pound test and I'll do my dropper with a 10-aught Team Catfish, which will go at the end. Let me quickly hook this bait up here real quick. So we'll go through the, let's just say we'll go through the eye skull. Yeah, it's still frozen, so we'll go through the nose bridge. All right, that through there. And I'm going to make sure that it doesn't turn my circle hook sideways, because actually I probably should have used a longer situation. But basically I'm going to make sure that this is like that, and I'm going to go through the belly a little bit. Probably should have just hooked this thing up before I even started. But as you can tell, this big rig right here has got this circle hook, and a lot of times I'll even wire this so that it doesn't lay against the belly right here. I've got another situation I'll talk about later, but basically, if you're going to throw monster baits, you got to be prepared. The fish have to actually be active enough to deal with this, unless, of course, you're on a more of a situation where you've got numbers of big blues that are constantly on to big baits. But on the Mississippi, they'll go from small baits like this little tiny piece of I mean, I've caught 80-pound blues on this just as easily as I've caught them on this, but sometimes you have to eliminate small fish. And that's the only reason I ever throw these giant donkey baits, is because there may be too many small fish in my area right along with the big ones, and I don't want to waste time on that. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with small fish, but if I'm on a monster hunt, I don't want to deal with those small fish as much. Now, this is a pretty good go-to bait, whether it's live or dead or cut. It's either, it can be whole gizzard shad like this. I do not prefer them in the hot water, so I'm going to kind of leave this alone in the hotter period, but I do like it in the winter and in the cooler period. So gizzard shad's pretty good in the cool water, and it can be good anytime, but I don't prefer it on the Mississippi because it just hasn't paid off in the past. All right, so if the big giant baits is not something that I need to do, because most of the time I don't need to do the big donkey baits. I like doing it; it's kind of fun, but I'll opt for a piece like this. If you can see that weighs about maybe a quarter pound, and this works most of the time because, and yes, one bait. So basically, I don't have to worry about oversizing my baits into a giant donkey bait if I've got big catfish located in certain areas and there's not small ones mixed up with it. Now, flatheads, I don't normally have that problem because big flatheads chase out small flatheads. But in the case of blues, if you go to the James River, you go to the Mississippi River, you go to the Tennessee River, you've got a lot of fish that are of different sizes inhabiting the same area. So the one reason to switch from something like this to something like this is to ensure that you're going to catch monster fish. But that's pretty much all you're going to catch. You're going to not catch those. Well, you could literally catch 20s on these giant baits, and you can literally catch teens because, if they get the back end of the bait, they'll get the whatever. But it does help eliminate fish. And anybody that's a big trophy hunter on the James will tell you that. Just upsize your baits and do all that stuff. So let's get back with listening to the fish. So we listen to the fish as far as what we're going to do for baits, because they're going to tell you. And every single anchor, it doesn't matter if you fished yesterday or you fished this afternoon, every single anchor is an experiment, because fish behavior changes hour to hour. I mean, day to day, hour to hour, it does. I mean, you get a little bit of a flow change. say they shut the dam down a little bit, it's a little slower, or you got an influx of water, you've got all kinds of things that are going to change the attitude, the feeding mode of these fish, and you got to be prepared to handle it. And one of the things that taught me about this was all those years being a guide, which I don't guide anymore. I mean, I got a certain few amount of people that are my old clients, but there is no, when you're a guide, there is no, at least this is how I looked at it. There's no such thing as failure. So, I mean, I would beat the bushes as hard as I could, but I had to keep my mind open and be smart to what's going on. That was whether I was fishing for big channel cats, flatheads, or blue cats. It doesn't really matter. So, not accepting failure makes you widen your mind to all of these different possibilities and see, but if you just open your mind and don't pay attention to the results, well, then it's kind of messier than just sticking with one program. So if you're the kind of person that can say, okay, this is on acre 1, this is what happened on acre 2, this is what happened on acre 3, and I started with wood, I went to rocks, I went to this, and nothing's paying off, then you got to say, okay, let's go with pattern B or C and find the fastest current or the slowest current or anything in between. Just start to key on that situation, because if you can key on that, then that is part of your success. I talk a lot about science and understanding, the ins and the outs, the crazy science stuff, but make a long story short, that sometimes complicates things for people. And sometimes it's just as easy just to keep things simple. And so by keeping things simple, it's just going through the motions of that and paying attention to the water that you're on, because really the Mississippi is a very diverse situation. And every time you get into a smaller river or a different river, more or less a river that use small river that is covered in water because of the dams, then you have pretty much less of a diverse situation. So if you want to stay into big fish, you want to stay near the main channel. That's pretty much true on anything. But with a lake situation, you have less current, and I'll just use the Tennessee River as an example. I mean, you can go into creek mouths that have barely any current, half a mile an hour current, and you can still contact big fish. But that doesn't really happen too much on the Mississippi. You want to be on those epic spots. You want to have you want to dial your baits in. You want to have the right rods and things like that. And once you put that whole equation together, which sounds a little bit more difficult than what it really is, you get the keys to success on that. Are they on those drops? Are they on those rocks? You want to use your electronics, to locate fish. And especially once you learn your electronics well enough, you can actually watch fish in active position. Now, I know a lot of guys don't believe in this, but non-active position, when I see fish on my fish finder that are just basically kind of stationary and kind of maybe hovering off the bottom or just straight and down, I don't really call that an active fish. That could be a hovering fish. It could be just a fish biding its time. I mean, it could be 80 pounds because it shows up on my fish finder this long. But it doesn't necessarily mean that fish is going to feed. Now, if I move into a situation that's got a good drop and I see fish, what I call nose down, tail up, and I don't have to see all of them that way. I just have to see a few of them that way. And especially if I come up on a ledge and it's just like a straight current wash and there's that ledge coming down, boom, boom, and it bumps down again, and I see fish nose down, tail up, I can pretty much assume that these fish are going to be active because I'm right about 90% of the time. If I mark that, I go up above them, I make sure I have the proper distance, and I throw on top of them basically, or in front of their face. It's usually a bite within about 5-10 minutes. Now, the deeper the water, the longer it takes. You gotta slow down in 50 foot of water or more. But if you're in 25 or 30 and you're fairly close to your target fish, whether it be 10-pound blues or whether it be 20-pound flatheads or 80-pound blues, it doesn't really matter. You should expect some sort of success within 15, 20, 25 minutes. You don't have to wait an hour, because in my experience, you're wasting your time after an hour in shallow water, and I'm calling shallow water 25 foot and under. But to really start targeting really huge blues like I've been able to do, I had to throw my channel cat and my flathead mentality out. Because when I first started fishing in the big water, down by St. Louis and below, I started fishing 25 foot, which is deep for channel cat / flathead fishermen from the north. So I had to throw that out and say, I got to pay attention to this 50 foot. I got to get in that main channel. I got to get off the little main channel drops. I got to fish wing dikes. I got to try to put my baits, whether they be big or small, in areas with heavy current and, a nice catfish attracting situation. Maybe you've got a rise at the head of a large hole. Maybe it's a short hole. Maybe the river comes off and it crags down like this, goes over, goes back up, and they sit in that interim part, that just that little zone that's breaking a little bit of current, and they can pop out and they can get up on that flat ledge and target fish. And that's another thing I want to bring up. Any of these big rivers, they have deep water populations of bait fish. Okay, so a lot of people don't think about that because shad really don't hang out real deep unless it's cold and you're in a more of a lake situation. They don't it's swift a current for them to hang out down deep in those in those epic big giant blue cat spots. But we have skipjack that will go deep. We know that, and we also have moon eye, which in my section, moon eye are a big bait fish of blues. And so you get big blues that they can feed in that deep water every day that they want to, because those moon eye are down deep. As there's a few of them up shallow, but they're usually under barges and in dark spots, but they like that deep, dark stuff. And so they're able to feed it. And it used to kind of baffle me. I used to think, what in the world are these 50, 60, 70-pound blues doing hanging out all day, all week, all month in this real deep, craggy stuff, especially in that super fast water? I thought, how that's like this big around going to hang out in that super deep, swift water? The stuff where if you're throwing a 3-ounce egg sinker and a little bitty bait, all it'll do is blow up, just come up in the certain. So until I started using stuff like this and baits at least the size of pretty much this, I wasn't on the blue cats like I did once I started doing that. So it was huge. It was a huge epiphany to me, basically, like the light bulb turned on. And once that light bulb turned on, I was able to pretty much, as long as I knew where my population of fish were on the Mississippi River, because mine's a little bit different. I'm up here in the real northern stretch from Keokuk, Iowa, down to St. Louis is usually my stretch. So wintertime isn't very good for blues here. And I have to travel 6 hours to get to blue cat land in a lot of cases, 4 to 6 hours. So I would go down there in the cold water and wonder, why don't I have big catfish here, or even any good catfish? And so once I started fishing a little bit colder water and a little bit, from warmer all the way to cold, I saw my population disappear. And then I read a few things that, showed that the blue cats are highly migratory, going from, the Missouri River all the way up to like North Dakota, in just a few days, 400 and some miles. Don't quote me on that because I don't know how far it is. But I kind of got that. I got a handle for that migratory population of blue cats. Flatheads are migratory, but not nearly as much as blue cats populations, because they will go hundreds of miles in less than a week. And they'll go from my area down to like, the middle Mississippi, or even down all the way to Louisiana where Creole's at. So I've had to be able to maximize my time. I've had to do channel cats in the spring, all the way up to about June 1, flatheads from June 1 to about July 4th. And then I've had to, in July, this is kind of terrible. So I have to go north I got to go 2 degrees longitude north just to get back on a fishable population of flatheads. And then after that, by that time, the fish have done in blues. Let me preface this: blues migrate north better than flatheads and channel cats in stable, normal water. High water, they don't seem to come up here as hard. Low stable, clear water, they seem to just make it up here in a short amount of time. So when the water comes up, and especially water starts falling off in temperature in the fall, they seem to beat feet down to Memphis or wherever the heck they go. I don't know. I haven't followed them down that far. But and getting back to listening to the fish, you got to be able to use your, after a time on the water, you got to be able to use your instincts as well. You got to say, you know, I've been fishing the main channel. It's not doing too good. So maybe I need to go up on these shallow flats. Maybe I need to go into the, you know, the tributaries and, you know, the little creeks that flow in. And it's not that situation is always a great pattern, because in the areas that I've fished and the experience I've had over 30 years tells me that main river is usually the best all around situation from being able to target good fish. Now, there are several problems with it. Most boats, a lot of boats are not equipped to handle that main river. I mean, you need a pretty big boat. I mean, you can fly around in a little 16-foot John boat, but I don't think you want to do that on that swift Mississippi with gigantic barges, you know, crossing this way and crossing that way. And you definitely want a boat that starts. So your anchor situation has to be really good. I mean, the first time I went down there, I had a regular anchor, busted it off on pretty much the second anchor. So I had no choice but to throw an 80-pound cinder block that I found on the shore for another 6 days. My hands were so tore up, I didn't even want to. It was terrible. But I did it anyway because I was young and pretty dumb. So when listening to the fish, and let's talk about, we talked about flatheads, talked about blues. So let's go back to the springtime, because that's when I like to fish for channel cats, and let's talk about channel cats. So channel cats are really probably the most picky, even pickier than flatheads, believe that or not, because they hang out in the spring in areas that they will locate in certain current, especially in shallow water, and they will be fed by the current. That's what they're wanting to do. They will eat things as small as the river bugs and the stone flies off the bottom of the river. They'll root around and they'll catch they'll eat those little tiny worms that are on wood that actually eat wood. They'll eat you know, nematodes and trematodes, and they'll eat frogs. I mean, they'll eat almost anything, mulberries, blah blah blah. But where I'm at is a shad-based river, and the shad, if I were to use most of the days, if I were to use shad this big or even cut them in half, they're fed so well in the spring, and there you are. I'm still going. Am I out of time?
I'm going to tell you, you got a 3-minute warning. We're going to take you all the way up to the next segment. So you go right on ahead. 3 minutes.
Let's do it. Okay. So, and I'll speak even faster. So if you take a little deal like this, you're cutting the heads off of them, and channel cats are pecking, dink pecking. They're not necessarily small fish. They could be gigantic fish. And I've proved it to my customers many times. So I'll switch over to the little tiny shad like this, cut that head off, and switch over to like a 2-aught circle hook. And we're catching 10 and 15-pound channel cats, and they're actually putting it in their mouth and pulling that rod down like it's a giant blue cat, because it's fast water. It's really, really exciting. I'm going to do some videos on it this year, and I'm going to demonstrate when those catfish are active and how they pull the rods down, what we have to do to get those semi-active fish to bite, and whether they're going to be in fast water a little slower, whether they're going to be off drops, whether they're going to be on wood, rock, or whatever, and how to capitalize on that. Now, there's also subtle rivers that I'm going to get into, and a lot of rivers aren't as epic as what I'm going to show you. A lot of them are slower, deeper, and they have very subtle little differences, but it will still hold catfish just almost, they won't be just loosely spread out. They'll actually be attracted to these areas. It's more difficult to know why. And it actually, I started out on rivers like that. And so I had to learn those little subtleties first before I actually got a jet on, you know, I got an 18-foot jet Seaark, you know, 1872 with a tunnel, and I can jump rocks and sticks and low head dams and all that crazy stuff. And I think, you know, the Seaark guy was on earlier, and I am a testament that Seaarks are one of the greatest boats ever built, because I've hit stuff at 30 miles an hour that would sink every boat but a Seaark. It's pretty darn crazy. So let's just say that's what we're going to get into this year.
That's awesome, man. Hey, listen, a lot of people are saying, when is Epic Catfish going to start his own live series? And you should do a YouTube channel called The Catfish Scientist or something like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about actually doing it maybe next week. It depends on how the fishing situation is, because Sean and I are going fishing Sunday no matter what. And we're going to – matter of fact, this is the baits I'm thawing out to go fishing Sunday. So
we were commenting on that. We were like, man, it must smell terrible right there.
You know what? It actually smells delicious. I love that smell because I know there's big fish after this kind of stuff. I love it.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. I was taught that the old schoolers had to teach the new young anglers how to test their baits. I know if I had a bait, I would do it. I would taste it. I'd like to see what does that bluegill taste like.
What's a bluegill?
Come on, show.
This is not as pleasurable as like a fresh shad, because I've been known to put fresh bluegills in my mouth as I'm unhooking other fish. Because if I got a bluegill, I'm not putting them back in the tank. I'll put them in my mouth. They're doing all this. I've even got pictures of that. But I don't know about this frozen stuff. Well, I don't think I want to do that.
It's customary to bite the head off of a bluegill when you're the old school guy like yourself.
And I went smelt fishing. I went smelt fishing on Lake Michigan as a kid. I don't know. I was probably 18 or 19, and them guys said, this is your first time smelt fishing. You got to eat one. And believe it or not, a smelt tastes a little bit like watermelon. It's amazing. But I did swallow one live, and you can feel it wiggle all the way down.
Well, hey, Tim, we thank you again for your second segment. And I think next year, I know Steve's going to have you on. Maybe have you on for 4 or 5 hours. I don't know.
I'm game. Shoot, I didn't even get a chance to look at questions.
Yeah.
Well, everybody loves you, man, and we'll try to have you back on.
Well, that's great, and I love them because they're really great. Everybody's positive. Chunky's awesome. Kevin. Can't ask for better than that.
Awesome. Right. Well, thanks a lot, Tim. We'll see you soon.
See you. Thanks for having me.
Well, next up is this guy. So I'm going to get off screen so he can get ready to go, and we'll be back as soon as they're set up. All right. It is my distinct pleasure to bring up the sponsors of the Catfish Conference, Monster Rod Holders, Steve Douglas and his team. How you doing, fellas?
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good. Hey, guys. I'm Steve Douglas. I'm the owner of Monster Rod Holders. To give you a little background on what we did, I started the rod holder business 10, 15 years ago due to me losing my 100-pound fish or a fish of a lifetime to a plastic rod holder. So I said, that's never going to happen again. And I don't know if that fish was 100 pounds or not, but in my mind, when I first started, I just lost that 100 pounds. But anyway, that's how Monster Rod Holder started. We've supported the catfishing community for years. We love our customers, and but we just want to show you a little bit about what we got going on and what we do offer. I do have, if I can do this right, it's backwards. I have Ryan Espinosa. I'm looking at that, and it's all backwards. He's my shop manager, and I have my sales manager, Evan McKinley. They're going to kind of take over and explain what we have to offer, the different colors, the different options, the bases. This is going to give them a good opportunity to sell some rod holders to you guys. So, and we do have all the discount codes they'll be able to provide. So I'm going to turn it over to which one wants to go first.
we would be working together on this.
All right. Well, here they are, guys, and thank you for checking us out.
All right, Steve, get on out here now. We got it.
Got it.
No. Well, first we want to start and say that, we hope you guys are having a great time so far. We know this is different from last year. We hate it just as much as everybody else, but at the end of the day, we want to do what's best for you guys, what's best for your family, what's best for us and our families as well. So glad we could get this together, get all of our vendors together and do this. So it's a great opportunity. Thank you all for coming in. Thank all the vendors. Thank Kevin. Thank Steve, everybody behind the works and everything. So now let's talk rod holders. So we have lots of different rod holders. We got 4 main ones here that we're going to discuss a little bit. This is kind of our newer series. We kind of came out with this about the middle of last year called the Talon 535. This is perfect for suspend fishing, drifting, dragging, and the best part about it is, even though it offers that lower 5-degree angle, you can also anchor up here at the 35-degree angle as well. So it's pretty universal. You're able to use it for almost anything. Crappie fishermen, they like lower angles as well. You could use this for crappie fishermen. So there's that. Now this right here, this is our bread and butter. This is what made us monster rod holders. This is our double action 3345. This is by far our most versatile, heavy duty, whatever you want to call it, rod holder. It gives you the higher angles of the 33 and 45-degree angles. What that does, that lets you anchor up, it lets you troll, lets you do whatever. There's also an unconventional 0-degree angle that we'll talk about in a little bit, but now we're going to go on to our other rod holders here.
All right, guys, we got the Stampede 22. This thing is a very versatile single action rod holder. Great for kayaks. It does it all, single action. And then we got our pretty much our economy rod holder, the HD 33. It's got that single action, and it's been doing what it does for a long time. It's a great rod holder.
Now, if you're wondering about pricing on these rod holders, any of our double actions, 4-inch stem, you're looking at $24. If you want the 8-inch stem options, which you do have available and we'll show you later, those are $26, and this includes all color variations. So, you get to choose what you like, and it's all the same price. Now, for the Stampede 22, running about $16 to $18.50 at the most. $18.50 is just the 8-inch stems, but $16. And then, of course, our HD 33, looking at $15. So, as you can see here, these rod holders on this beautiful looking rod rack, on the website, they sell for $349. Now, we do have a package deal that comes with the rod rack and 6 of our 3345s, as well as all mounting hardware and 6 economy base 4s to mount them to your rod rack. All under one price. That's $499. Now, of course, this is all before the discount, but we'll provide you a discount code later. So here's this. Now, we're going to talk about bases. Got your rod holders, now you got to attach to your boat. So this is where the bases come in. If you guys have any flat railings or just want to position on any flat surface of your boat, we have 3 different bases for you. We have our economy base 2. I know it's kind of hard to see because we're a little bit further away. It's a 1-inch by 2-inch 2-hole mounting base made of aluminum. We have our economy base 4. It is a 4-hole mounting base, 1.5 by 1.5 inch, also made of aluminum. And then we have our most heavy-duty base that we offer called the MondoCat base. Now, this thing is a monster. If you can see, it's 1 inch thick. It's 2 inches by 2 inches, once again made of aluminum. But those will be for your flat railings. Now, if you guys have a John boat and you guys have that rounded gunnel on the edge, we do make a base specifically for that. It's called the John boat gunnel base. I don't know if you can see it from here, but we do have a rounded edge. You just set it right on top, drill in your holes, and then you're good to go. Now, if your boat has round rails, we have 3 different sizes for you. Now, what these bases do is they use a clamping mechanism. So basically, you put your top portion on top, bottom portion on bottom, use the mounting hardware that we provide to lock it down for you. So the 3 sizes we have are the 7/8, the 1-inch round rail, and we call it the G3, but it also fits 1 1/4 inch. So not all G3s have the 1 1/4, but we made it specifically for that. Now, for you pontoon boat users, we do have a base that you're able to actually utilize the same clamping mechanism, but for the square rail. It is called the square rail base. Same thing, 1 on top, 1 on bottom. We provide the hardware, you lock it down. Now, the width on that it fits is 1 1/4 inch square rail. So as long as it has that, you're good to go. Now our other bases, these are for track systems. So if you have a Seaark boat, you know the track system goes along the side, looking at about 18 to 20 degrees, but we have two bases for you. We have our original, which is a single 1/2-inch diameter hole Seaark track row base. Once again, hardware provided, and the best part is it comes with no drill T-bolts. So you don't have to drill into your boats anymore. You don't need the carriage bolts. We got the T-bolts for you. The other base that fits the Seaark track row system is our double duty. Not only does it have the 1/2-inch, but it also has a 3/8 inch. So if you already have some rod holders that are 3/8 and you want to try ours, you don't have to toss out the old ones. You can just interchange them no matter what type of fishing you do. Now the other one we have, a lot of boats, War Eagle, G3, XL, others that have a track system that kind of comes down at a 45-degree angle. We have two bases for you. We have the original, which is stainless steel, 45-degree track row base. I don't know if you guys can see it from there, but it comes at a 45-degree angle. Once again, we provide no drill T-bolts for you. And then we have one specifically made for XL boats and War Eagle called the Double Duty 45. Now, same thing as the Double Duty Seaark, you are able to utilize both the 1/2-inch and the 3/8. Not at the same time, but you know. Anyways, the last base that we have to offer, guys, is for the Versa track system and any other boat that really has that 5/16-inch 90-degree or vertical track system called the Sidetrack 90. Once again, I don't know if you guys can see it or not, but it is straight up and down. Once again, no drill required T-bolt. So all of it comes per base. If you guys want pricing, just ask us and we'll be able to provide that for you later. So while we're doing this, go ahead.
Someone wanted you to put a rod in a rod holder so they can see how it sits up. Maybe something you can do before you go off.
We'll actually go ahead and do that. Bring this bad boy back out. All right, so we're going to kind of show a few angles here. Now, you know, we don't have as much room as we'd like, but you kind of get the gist of it. So we're going to start with the Talon 535. Got your first angle, about a 5 degree. As you can see, you do have a slight incline from horizontal, but it's only about 5 degrees. Now this is the double action part. You just insert it on the inner portion and bam, you got a 35-degree angle, as you can see here. Now same thing, 33-45, you got your 33 by using this back portion. And then if you want the higher 45, you just insert it here. And as you can tell, it's a little bit higher. Now this is the unconventional 0 degrees that we talked about. If you insert the butt of your fishing pole here and then lay it off to the side, kind of similar angle to the Talon. Obviously not the same, but a little bit similar. Now we don't necessarily recommend it, but hey, once you buy it, you can do whatever you want with it. So.
And then we got the 22-degree Stampede. Like I said, it does it all. You guys can anchor. You can get a really good drift with this as well. And then our HD, our classic, the HD 33, which is just a great anchoring rod holder.
Is that over there? All right.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. And, after you do the bank rod holder, make sure you mention the nets too.
Oh, don't worry. We're going to highlight the nets here in just a second.
All right, guys, we got our bank master, and it's for you guys that go off the bank. You know, a lot of these guys like to utilize the 8-inch rod holders to get it off the ground a little bit farther. It's amazing. A lot of people utilize this. I had this gentleman go down there and catch a 72-pound flathead with this thing. Came back, ordered 8 more. Bought his whole family some of these. Amazing. Right. We also, another one of our top sellers and one of the most affordable anchors on the market is our river anchor. It does have the spot for the chain to go to and for the zip tie. But for $65, free shipping, you cannot beat this anchor.
16 pounds, and that is unfortunately the only weight of anchor we have, but it's a great anchor. You can do it for everything.
All right, and then we got our new cutting board. We upgraded this from our red one. It's got 2 utility ports, one for your needle nose, one for your fillet knife to keep it nice and stowed away. Guys, this thing looks sharp with the white and black.
All right, and of course, and if you guys have any pricing questions, go ahead and fire away. Kevin will pop in and we'll be able to answer those for you, okay? Now, what we're going to cover are these nets. So this is by far our most popular net, the HD80. You know, I mean, honestly, we sell these like hotcakes. So a close second, though, would definitely be the HD 150, and we do have the specs available. Once again, if you guys want to know those, just ask your questions, and we'll be right back with them. And of course, this is our newer net. This is for channel cats, kayak fishing, or, you know, if you just want to catch smaller catfish, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. We have a perfect net made for you. Now, last but certainly not least is our corner T-bar. And as you can see here, we got some beautiful looking rod holders. So we do have an announcement to make. We have brought back our Slime Green Series rod holders. Now, the only variation we have at the current moment is in our 3345 and the green with black tips. And as you can see right next to it, we have a very beautiful orange with black tips as well, both available on the website. Now, if you guys cannot find it on the banner on the homepage, all you have to do is go to rod holders, go to double action 3345, and then it will be an option for you on the color variation. Now, back to the corner T-bar. We have two different sizes. We have the 8-inch that you can see right here, and we have the 12-inch. Now, of course, if you guys need specs and pricing, perfect, we got that for you. Now, this comes with separate pieces, and you have to have the center rod holder in place in order for it to stand up. If you do not have that, it will not stand up properly, so just as a notice. Now, these are sold separately from the rod holder, so once you buy the corner T-bar, you will have to buy the rod holder separate. Of course, 3345 is a staple, but if you like the down rig or spider rig, you can always go with the Talon 535 as well. So I think
one more thing, guys. I know you guys want these the Talons of these. We're going to have these coming soon. Give us a couple weeks and we'll have them readily available for you guys.
Now to top it all off, or go ahead, Kevin, and we'll.
Oh, go ahead, top it all off.
All right. So one of the biggest questions that we have had, you know, for the longest I know, at least since I've been here for a little over almost 2 years, is right hand threading and left hand threading. What's the difference? Why do we have it? You know, what are the advantages and disadvantages? Well, here we go. For right hand threading, that's what we consider the industry standard. So basically, you just turn it clockwise to tighten it. You know, pretty standard. The reason why we come out with left hand threading, which is counterclockwise or twist to the left to tighten it, is for your port and your starboard. You want the left hand threading on the port side and the right hand threading on the starboard. The reason why is if you are utilizing a fishing method where your boat is in motion, whether it's dragging, drifting, trolling, or any other method, what this does is whenever you hook up on a fish, it's just going to tighten more. See, it's not going anywhere. And same thing for left hand threading on the port side. It's not going anywhere. So that's why we did it. You know, it just adds an extra level of security for your rod holders, for your fishing rods. We know that it gets expensive out there, and you know we want to do what we can to protect it. Now, the left-hand threading is only available in certain rod holders and colors options only. So you know you can come check our website, see what we have available in left hand and right hand, and you know if you're looking for 70 plus, 80 plus pound catfish, you might want to think about doing that. But we're going to go ahead and hand it over to Steve, and he'll take it over from here.
All right, guys. I actually want to touch base on these nets again. I just wanted to let everybody know the HD80 net that we have. If I can get it out of the holder, it has a large net with a mushroom bottom, so that it does cradle the fish rather than bind it up in a V bottom. So it does have the mushroom bottom. Has a large 1 1/4 inch netting. It is coated with some type of vinyl plastic, so it doesn't harm the fish. And it is the lightest, most heavy-duty catfishing net on the market. Weighs in at like 3 pounds for this HD80, 3.5 for the 150.
3 pounds exactly for the 80, 3 pounds 14 ounces for the HD 150, and then 2 pounds 4 ounces for the HD 40. We actually just measured it earlier this morning just to make sure we got it right.
And for you guys that are fishing like heavy current in the Mississippi River, this net with the wide 1 1/4 inch netting allows the water to flow through rather than stick it in and the river wants to take you down river because it's caught the net. So this is one of the benefits for this is the lightweight with the 1 1/4 size netting.
Now, Steve, didn't Mike Greenwell put 117 pound? Was it Mike Greenwell?
Yeah, Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell put in a 170. So it'll hold more than I rated it for an 80 pound, but it will hold more. This is the 150. It'll hold the world record if you ever catch it. So One more thing I want to do before we leave. We are going to give away this set of slime green 3345 rod holders.
And I have everybody loaded up, Steve.
You got everybody loaded up?
Yep. Just tell me how many times you want me to randomize.
2.
Wait,
All right, here we go. 1. And we got a lot of people in there. Let me scroll all the way down. And again, Mr. Gadget Fishing.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Mr.
Right,
Gadget Fishing.
If you contact me at catfishinginfo@gmail.com, let me know your address. We'll get these shipped out. Kevin, do it one more time. I'm gonna give another set of the orange away.
All right, I got those right here. Here are the orange.
Yep.
So let me randomize it again. Want me to do 2 again?
Yes, sir.
Let Evan pick a number.
You know what? Let's max it out. 2 to 5. Let's do 5 random.
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Bluefins Fishing.
There you go.
There you go. Again,
Bluefin
contact
Fishing
me at catfishinginfo@gmail.com and we'll get these sent out. I know our time's about up. I just want to thank all of our customers over the years. We've been around a long time. We've been up and down, but I want to appreciate everybody's support over the years with Monster Rod Holders and the Catfish Conference. So we look forward to seeing everybody. If we can ever do anything for you, give Evan a call. He will take care of you, and or Ryan, either one. Either one can answer questions and take it out. So appreciate you. How much time we got left, Kevin?
0. But Monster Rod Holders is running a 15% off and free shipping, right?
Yes.
Yep, free shipping always.
CatCon 21.
No spaces, no capitalizations. CATCON 21.
Okay, Kevin, real quick, I want to thank my guy, Ryan Espinoza, Evan McKinley for helping me out, staying after work and helping me out. Without them guys, I wouldn't be where I'm at. So appreciate you guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, fellas.
See y'all. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Take it easy.
All right. Well, we're going to move right into the next segment, which is CatfishPro, and they are ready. Hey, fellas, how you doing? Yeah, they're watching the wrong stream. They're watching YouTube.
Kevin, can't hear you, brother. Can't hear you.
I'm not muted, so it's got to be on your end.
I don't know if we need to turn that one up. Or...
Well, guys, we'll be right back as soon as we can figure out this technical issue. All right, guys, we're trying to figure this out, and I'm just waiting for CatfishPro to come back in. But if you missed it, man, what a awesome bunch of giveaways from Monster Rod Holders. If you won that, send that to catfishinginfo@gmail.com. Send that to Steve, and he'll get those out. And then 15% off on the website using CatCon21 as the promo code, and free shipping. Free shipping. All right, so we got them back up. Let's see if this works. Can you guys hear me now?
Can you hear me? Nope, you're broadcasting now. Am I?
All right, well, Can the people in chat hear me?
Hey, you guys, we still ain't got no sound. We can't hear a word you guys saying.
Go.
I don't know.
So look at me. You go.
Give me 5 minutes.
Take it off. There's no need to take it off again.
All right. Well, I was going to let them go, but they can't hear me for the cue, obviously.
Let's take them to a short Catfish Clothing commercial.
Yeah, we'll show you a quick commercial real quick.
There we go. Oh, well. There we go. Oh, yeah. Nice fish.
That was a quick commercial for Catfish Crazy, who's got a new season coming up soon.
Season 2, yeah.
I'm excited about that.
Yeah, he's been, I think he went out to Boats Island a couple times this year already. So he's going to have a good show.
Awesome. And Catfish Pro is trying to restart, I think, and they'll be back with us. Just to shout some people out, we got Billy Wilson in chat, the Bullock Experience. Chunky Cats is back in here. Great presentation, Chunky. Shireen is keeping it real. That's a new YouTube channel. You've checked her out.
Yeah. She fishes in her backyard.
Yeah, she has the river in her backyard. She's able to go down and fish. Catfish Fever and Outdoors, Bluefins Fishing. What's the email for he won a rod holders? What's the email?
Catfishinginfo@gmail.com.
There you go. And I got Catfish Pro back down here. Let's see if we got everything worked out. Hey, there's Muddy River. He sent us some he says hello everyone. He sent us some pictures of some ribs earlier that looked like they came from dinosaurs.
Dinosaur ribs, yeah.
All right. How about now, fellas? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, perfect. Well, I'm not going to take any time since we're running over. So go ahead and introduce yourselves and tell us about Catfish Pro.
Hey, appreciate it, Kevin. Steve, thanks. Hey, sorry about all the trouble, folks. We finally got it all worked out and everything. I'm Mike with Catfish Pro. This is my son, Wild Man Mitch here. We sell, as most of you know, catfish bait. We do rods, do reels, we do hooks. A lot of our stuff is at Walmart, Academy, Shields. We're known, basically famous for our bait. And real quick, I'm going to let Mitch do a demo to kind of show you what makes our bait different. And take it away, Mitch. I'll step out of your way.
So just for those of you who aren't familiar with us, our bag does come in a 10-ounce resealable bag. So as long as you keep that bag sealed, it's going to keep your bait fresh. And so I'm just going to put a piece of bait in the water real quick, and I want to show you real quick what makes our bait different than anything else. So it goes on any hook. Doesn't have to be a treble hook. Doesn't have to be a sponge hook. This is our double offset tournament series hook. This is our 6/0. And so all you got to do is just put the bait in there, and it doesn't matter what kind of water you're fishing in, river, lake, backside of the dam. Our bait's never going to come
Now
off
I
the
see
hook.
why your dad moved out the way.
Yeah. Our bait's never going to come off the hook. It's going to stay on that hook. But it's soft enough that when it gets in that water, it's going to start making that river current. It's going to release that scent. And you're going to see that scent trail start to release within 30 seconds of that hitting that water. And 5 years ago, we only started with 4 different flavors. Now we're up to 11 different flavors. We have our original blood, chicken liver, and shad like we've always had. And then we've added our crawdad, skipjack, catappa worm, cheese, and shrimp, and then bloody shad and bloody skipjack that we've added to our assortment for bait as well.
Yeah, I stepped out of the way because he gets wild with that, Kevin. So what I'd like to do real quick is let you guys know on our Facebook page, we'd like for you guys to go by and visit our Facebook page at facebook.com/CatfishPro. Come by, join us, like us. We'd appreciate it. We've got 72,000 followers right now. We call them the Catfish Pro family. We'd love for you guys to come over and join us. What I'd like to do for a second is give you a little background about what we're doing. We started out with our baits. We moved into a rod. We didn't just jump into it. We studied them and practiced to make sure we get the right rod. This is made with S-glass, E-glass, and carbon graphite. Stainless steel guides. It's got the glow in the dark tip. I don't know if you can see that or not. It's got the little hook catcher right here for your hook. EVA handles. It's got a plastic reel seat. I know a lot of people gripe about the plastic reel seat, but this one has never broke or never come loose. So what we do is with it, and also our reels,
Yeah, reels.
our reels, we've got what we call the Catfish Pro Tournament Series 600 CTS reel. It is a 5-3-1 gear ratio. It's got 6 bearings in it. People want to know about the clicker. I don't know if you can hear that, but it's a pretty loud clicker. We have all these made overseas in China, but for us, we're lucky because here in Arkansas, just right up the road is Arkansas World Trade Center. So we got in contact with the WTC here in Arkansas. They have Arkansas representatives over in China that found a factory for us. And through them, the World Trade Center goes over and makes sure that the rods and the reels are built exactly to our specs before they get shipped out. So we were lucky that we got to design them and build them. And then we got the World Trade Center to protect and make sure our quality stays the same. Real quick, I don't know if I'm doing this right or not. And if I'm off out there in left field, Kevin, Steve, keep me posted. But we have
You're doing great so far.
We have some specials going on. We have the CatCon 10%. You can go to our website, CatfishPro.com. Take 10% off anything and everything on the website. Anything all the time over $25 is free shipping, period. End of story. If you spend $25 or more, you get free shipping all the time. This is our combo. This is the rod and the reel combo. That's what it looks like put together. We have got a combo special going through the Catfish Conference show. It's CatCon 29. Go to our website, CatfishPro.com. Enter that code. You can get this $29 off. So you can get the rod and reel combo for $99, free shipping, delivered directly to your door for $99. I don't think you can beat the price anywhere. We have a lot of
You said $99 for the combo shipped directly to you?
Yes, that is absolutely
That
correct.
is shipped?
Yeah.
It's we have a lot of people using our rods, using our reels. We've had nothing but great reviews on them. They're like I said, we call them the Catfish Pro Tournament Series. But yeah, go to our website, CatfishPro.com. Put that CatCon 29 in there, check out, and you can get a rod and reel delivered to your door for $99. And that's only good, though.
That's a great price.
That's only good through this conference. After that, they go back to regular price.
Yeah, so y'all better jump on it, man.
Yeah.
Go to, what's that website again?
It's CatfishPro.com.
All right.
And I'd like to talk to you real quick about what we call our tournament series double offset circle hooks. I'm going to move around here so y'all can get a good look at them. This is a 10-aught hook right here, and you can see the offset on them, and they run from 5-aught to 6-aught.
Or 10-aught.
Or 10-aught. What did I say?
5 to 6.
No, 5 through 10. Thank you, Mitch. And so that I ran through it awful quick. I know that.
That's all right. We were short on time anyway. You said you were going to give away a reel today, right?
Thank you for reminding me. Now,
I already have the chat loaded up.
I got all messed up and goofed up when we lost connection. So I got all paranoid. I got all panicked. And so it just messed me all up. So I apologize, folks, for that.
That's all right.
Yes, sir, Kevin. We're giving away free one of these 600 CTS reels to, let me get up there, show it to them right there so they can see that. What we'll do is let you do your random number deal there, and I'll let you want to pick a number there in Michigan.
Well, We're actually not doing numbers today, but we have a randomizer
Okay.
that we've been doing, and it's been doing pretty good. I've loaded up everybody that's in chat.
Okay.
You just have to give me a number between 1 through 5, and that's how many times I'll randomize it.
Three it is.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. The winner is Mark Clark. I like to call him, I actually see this guy a lot in chats, and his name is the Bridge Man.
Bridge Man. Well, hey, Mark, email me directly, mike@catfishpro.com, and we'll get that reel shipped out to you.
Mike@catfishpro.com.
That's correct. And kind of remind people, you can buy our stuff on our website at catfishpro.com, but you can also get it at Walmart. You can also get it at Academy, and you can also buy it at Shields. So, if you're out there in those stores and you want some of it right then, you don't want to wait on it, just go to one of those stores and you can go in there and get our products there at any of those stores, and mom and pop shops throughout the country as well. Big Rock Sports services tons and tons of mom and pop bait shops and stores. So you can go out there and find our product out there just about anywhere you're looking for it.
Hey, Mike.
Yes, sir, Steve.
I noticed when I jumped in here a while ago, y'all had like 15 flavors of bait.
We now have 11 different baits.
All right. My question is, who's the taster? Who's the taste tester?
This man right here.
I've been trying to get somebody to eat a piece of bait or something all night, and nobody seems to want to do it.
I'll tell you what,
cupcake.
if someone eats a piece of bait, I'll buy one of your reels tonight.
I'm not eating one.
I got my wife over here. She's been itching to shop, man.
Hey, we the way it's designed, I guess we could have a little wine and cheese party.
We're just funning you there, Mike.
I know that, but hey, real quick, that brought up a real quick deal here, real quick. And we get a lot of people laughing at us about this. Is why do we make our bait square? And I wanted to tell everybody now that everybody's watching here and I hope this makes sense to both of you, is in a wind tunnel, if you put a round object in there, that wind's just going to blow over it. And the river's kind of the same way. It's got that current, so it's moving. But if you take a square object and you place that square inside that wind tunnel, it's going to blow that square every which way. And so same in a river current. You put that piece of square bait in there, that current's going to start moving it around. It's going to rock it every which way and start knocking those corners off and start putting that scent trail out there in the water a lot quicker.
That's smart.
And so
Hey,
that's the reason
more
why
catfish science for you right there.
Yeah.
We get a lot of people asking that, thinking we're crazy, but there was that behind the reason why we did what we did.
There's a method to your madness, huh?
Yeah, a method. There's a little bit of method to all of our madness. Absolutely.
There you go.
Awesome.
Yes,
Well, thank you guys very much, and I'm glad we got you on here enough time. And remember, 10% off and free shipping, $29 or more, right? Or $25 or more.
$25 or more, free shipping, and that's every day, 7 days a week on that. But CatCon 10 gets you 10% off through the show, and CatCon 29 gets you a rod and reel combo for $99.
There you go. And I'm sure our moderators will put that in chat. And it's also at www.catfishconference.com, as well as a link to the Catfish Pro website. So go check them out.
You guys, I appreciate it. Sorry for all the trouble we caused y'all. Thanks, everyone. Y'all get a chance, go check us out on Facebook.com/CatfishPro.
Thank you, fellas.
You bet, Steve. Y'all be good. Have a good day.
Take care.
All right, bye.
All right. Up next, we have Chatt Cats in about 2 minutes. So we'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, we're back. You know, we like to stand up and get the blood flowing there a little bit. So next up, we have a well-known YouTuber, Mr. Joe Jellison from Chatt Cats. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
How you doing, Joe?
Pretty good, Steve. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Well, we thank you for joining us. And, you know, we brought you on here for a couple reasons. One, you've been around for a while, right? How long have you had this channel going?
I mean, I've had a YouTube channel since 2013, but really started taking it seriously. I think it was 2015. So, yeah, quite a while. I've actually kind of scaled back with it the past couple of years just due to guiding.
Yeah, because you're a guide. That was my next point. Tell us about that. How's that going?
Yeah, so I'm actually about to start my first guide trip next weekend. I'll actually be doing some crappie trips. Usually the month of March is crappie season because the crappie will move back into the creeks, and but I'll be doing that for 5 weeks or so, and then I'll fully transition to the catfishing. But no, I mean, it's been great. I'm a full-time guide in the summertime when I'm not in school. I'm a school teacher by profession and a wrestling coach. So, and in the wintertime, you won't see me really on the water at all. If I'm out, it's usually like more therapy at that point, just trying to get away from everybody. You know, but we actually just wrapped up our wrestling season a couple of days ago. And so now I'm just ready to kind of get back to it and see what we can do. So,
well, what made you want to start doing YouTube?
You know, I've always had a passion to kind of share with people, you know, with what little I know, and being a teacher, that kind of comes with the territory as well. But, and then the money factor a little bit as well, knowing that, hey, I could actually make money doing something I love. So why not try to actually make it something a little more serious with my passion? So I was able to do a few big collaborations with some of the Googans, as we call it, like One Rod, One Reel Fishing, and Xtreme Philly Fishing, you know, YouTubers who really weren't known with catfishing, and pretty much doing collaborations from the very beginning really kind of got me on the radar on YouTube.
I did a collab with you too.
Yeah, Steve, absolutely. So
Yeah, I had a little kitten on the boat, I think, when you came.
Yeah, I was still a newbie. So, of course, you're the veteran, you know, the sport, which is good. But, yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, being able to work with people, networking is probably the biggest thing, you know, when it comes to YouTube, is being able to, you know, share with people the passion you have, and networking and, you know, learning. It's kind of like a piggyback type thing. You're really just, you know, kind of rubbing off each other with ideas and knowledge and all that good stuff. So that's really, I guess, kind of how I got into it, was doing, you know, big collaborations with bigger YouTubers, and then everything just kind of started taking off.
So you had a couple of good videos go viral from the name, I think, if I remember right.
Yeah,
what's the last thing on a fish's mind or something? It was the dam or something. I can't remember.
What did the fish say when they hit the wall?
Yeah.
Yeah. What did the catfish say when you hit a wall? And I put "damn" in the thumbnail. So that kind of, I guess that kind of, you know, drove a lot of traffic at first. And then the freelining videos, freelining the raw chicken, was something that isn't really big here in the States. At least it wasn't back then, but you know,
chicken is taking off.
Yeah, now it's becoming kind of a big thing, and but yeah, that's the big thing. Is just kind of finding your niche with what works, and you know, I think that's what will help you be successful. So
yeah, those viral videos really help a YouTube channel. So if you ever get a viral video,
oh yeah, absolutely.
My viral video was catching fish on mussel beds. I think that's just was unheard of at the time, so that kind of went out. So
100%, just having something that's different, you know, will definitely draw attraction from other people to watch it.
And so the name Chatt Cats, you're in Tennessee, so does that come from being in Chattanooga?
Yeah, Chat for Chattanooga, Cats for Catfish. So, you know, I kind of was just playing around when I first was trying to develop a handle name for my channel, and it just seemed very catchy, pun intended.
Now you caught some big catfish on your videos, man. Tell us about a couple of the big ones and the ones that surprised you.
You know, my biggest is like 97.
Gosh.
And when they get that big, it's almost impossible to weigh them in the neck because just, you know, it's tough. You really want to do the measurements with it. And then, so I've caught 2 over 90, 97 being the biggest. And then, but the biggest surprise is when I was freelining raw chicken in the tailwaters of the dam. I call it the light tackle technique. So I like to use 10-pound line, no sinker, just pretty much a weightless rig, and use a 4/0 tail hook with a small, medium-sized piece of chicken breast. And I just threw it like from the turbine, you know, and then into the tail race and hooked a 51-pounder within like 5 minutes. So I tell people, you know, that, you know, most of the time when you're using chicken, you're going to get eaters, you know, 5-10 pounders, but every now and then you'll get one that will pretty much bring you toe to toe with a true river monster. So
how long did that take you to reel in on 10-pound?
I think 45 minutes.
Woo.
So, and I had to pass the rod off because I was on my trolling motor and the current was, I think, around 24K, which if you're fishing 24,000 below the dam and the turbines, that's pretty fast.
Yeah.
And I had to go through the bridge pilings and kind of like threading the needle with a fish that big. But yeah, I mean, it was an awesome experience. So
I guess what's odd to me and not to a lot of people is that our dam, you can't fish within like 200 yards of it. So, but your dam, you're saying you can go right up to it and they don't give
the
any.
the South is pretty lax on fishing dams. You know, the more north you go, the more the laws are a little more just tight, very strict. Depends on who's in charge, I guess, when it comes to government stuff. But down here, I mean, you can anchor up on the wing wall of the dam and you can actually get inside the turbine holes, and as long as you got your life jacket on, you know, it's pretty much your safety is in your hands at that point, type thing. So but me being on the river constantly, it doesn't really scare me. Of course, you know, I don't take clients inside the turbine holes unless I know 100% without a shadow of a doubt that, you know, we're going to be fine. So, I mean, and I don't even do that a whole lot. So,
so what, if people come watch Chatt Cats fishing on YouTube, what's kind of like your niche? Like what are they going to see? What makes you different than what they're going to see anywhere else?
You know, you got to be personable, I guess, is what it is. You know, when people watch your videos, sometimes they're not just watching to learn, they're watching because they like you.
That's right.
And I think that is a big thing that is important in the YouTube industry is having, you know, is being personable with people and being able to really relate with your subscribers. Because that's what they really want, is to feel like they have a place where they can belong when they're watching your stuff. So we have a lot of knowledge already on there with knowing how to catfish. But I think more importantly than ever, it's important to being able to really relate to that person, saying, hey, I believe in what that guy's doing, you know? And so I think that hits home a lot.
Where did this is kind of like you're releasing fish
back to the depths.
Yeah, back to depths. Did you just start saying that and then you had to stick with it?
I feel like I heard it somewhere. I don't know if it was from a video or if someone that I was fishing with said it, but it's just, I don't know, one of those catchphrases, I guess, where like when you see PR, you know, the bigger fish, you see them go back down. It's a very good feeling knowing that, you know, the fish is safe and, you know, is in good spirits. And, you know, you just hope you can catch it again one day. So it's kind of like, hey, thanks for the fight. And, you know, that was an experience that you hopefully won't forget.
Back to the depths.
You need to get a t-shirt, sell a t-shirt, back to the depths.
Yeah, right. I got my Chatt Cat shirt on, you know, but yeah, I need to put.
Where can we get those from?
If you go to my YouTube channel on any of my videos, I have a store called Storenvy, kind of like Teespring. It's just you can put all your merch on there, but on every single video, I have that link on there, and along with the guide prices too, if people want to book a trip. So everything is on there for people to go see and so forth.
Well, as somebody who's been doing YouTube for a while, and Steve could answer this, but since you're the guest, what's your advice to guys like me and others who have just recently started? What do you have to say about that?
It's a marathon, not a sprint. When it comes to growing a YouTube channel, you just gotta be patient with it and understand that it's not about the outcome, right? It's about the process. Just working hard every day with your channel, building your brand. I know, Steve, you've hit home with that a lot. And really just finding your niche. Like, that is the most important thing when it comes to marketing and just companies, is finding your niche that you can get people sold on. And that's what's going to help you be successful. So, I mean, because YouTube, it's like everybody has a channel now. It's just you got to find your bread and butter, I guess, with it, and just be patient with it, So,
do you agree with that sentiment?
I do agree with it, but like somebody else said before, you can't go to YouTube and be somebody you're not. You have to be yourself, and like Joe said, people will fall in love with you and your personality, not the content. I mean, look at me, big old fat dude, on fishing, and people seem to like me for some reason. So.
Yeah, they'll subscribe to you because they like you, and I think that really, makes it what it is, and your audience will find you, type thing. So.
Yeah, there's an audience for anybody.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%.
I think somebody said, and it might have been Fishing and stuff when I was talking to him, or it could have been Luke. They'll watch because it's an interesting video, and they'll subscribe if they like you.
Yeah,
100%. Yep. So, but yeah, that's what I.
And it's about what you put into it too. I mean, in the beginning, you put in quite a bit, because I think I remember when I took you out, I had like 80,000 subscribers. You had 4,000.
Yeah,
now you're over.
And you definitely had set the foundation down on teaching people about catfishing, because let's be honest, catfishing kind of used to be like underground type thing, like it wasn't really even a thing. You know what I'm saying? But now it's really grown, which is good. A lot of people are into it, and but yeah, you were one of the ones that inspired me to really start doing it, just because there wasn't a lot of people doing it back in 2015, 14. I mean, you had channels, but you were really the one really selling it to people. So
well, and you became a catfish angler too. But what you did was you started sharing your videos to Facebook, to other platforms, and you was aggressive with it more than me. And now you've got over 100,000 subscribers, right?
Yeah, it's like 100
something. So you get, I mean, the more you put into it, the more subscribers and things you'll get. You got to work it. It's not going to come to you.
100%. 100%. So,
well, we got about 2 minutes left, Joe, and I want to make sure that people know where they can find you. So, do you have a Facebook and stuff?
Yeah, I got a Facebook, a Twitter, obviously Instagram, and then the YouTube channel itself, right? So all that stuff is out in the public for people to follow, and if people want to book a trip, they can.
Yeah, that was my next question. Yep.
If they want to book a trip, they can go to sceniccityfishingcharters.com, because I do a lot of my guide trips through that company, or they can send me an email at joe.jellison@gmail.com. And once again, all that stuff is in the video description of all my videos. So they just got to go there and find it. It's there.
So go watch a video, click on the description, and all the links are in there.
And one more thing, thanks for putting this on for people to be a part of. I know it's a difficult time with the pandemic and everything, but I appreciate you guys taking the time to put this on for people.
Well, I appreciate you spending your time with us for a few
Absolutely. I'm glad to be a part. And
because Joe's got a huge family of girls downstairs or something, right?
Yeah, right. I got 2 girls and a boy. So yeah, it's definitely Rugrats here. But yeah, we make it work. So
cool.
Well, thank you, Joe. Appreciate
No problem, Steve. Kevin, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, take care.
All right, see ya.
All right, y'all. Next up at 7 o'clock, we're going to have Tangling with Catfish, and we'll be back shortly.
Okay, left side of the boat.
Let's go fish.
Biggest thing about catfish for me is the accessibility of spending time with my kids, getting them out of the house, away from all the electronics and stuff, and just spending some true time with them, teaching them how to catfish, like me and my father did when I was growing up. We did a lot of bank fishing, but it was definitely some good memories for me that I want to pass down to my kids as well. Hopefully they're taking it all in, and one day they'll be able to take me catfishing. This brand, what it embodies, is way more than just apparel. It's a lifestyle. It's a family. It's nice to have a company in the catfish community that cares about the sport as much as we do.
I'm really thankful for my dad getting me out of the house, even if sometimes I don't want to. Either it's too cold or too early. At the end of the day, these memories will last forever.
This is the most important part of what we do, is to release these big fish so my son can take his son fishing just like my dad did to me when I was young. All right, let's go, buddy.
One lifestyle, one passion, one brand.
All right, well, welcome back. That is a great commercial. Every time we play it, people have positive things to say about it. So without further ado, we have Tangling with Catfish. We're going to bring them up. Hey, back there. How are y'all doing?
Hey, guys. Can you hear us? Can you say something?
We can't hear you, fellas. All right. They're going to get that sorted out. But, yeah, a lot of people have said that commercial is reminding them of their fathers or grandpas or people that took them fishing. I think that's where it hits home.
Right.
Holy cow. Miss Mudtramp 0715 just dropped $100 donation. Great conference so far. Picking up some great products. A special thanks for you for putting it all together. Awesome community, and I'm I'm honored to be a part of. Becca Mudtramp.
Thank you so much, Becca.
Yeah, she's amazing. She's so generous, and she gives so much to the community, and especially for being someone who just joined not too long ago. And yes, you're right. We accept you with open arms, Miss Becca. So one thing it could be, fellas, is maybe if you have a microphone plugged into the phone head jack, then you won't be able to hear. But then that's not the problem. We can't hear them. So yeah, thank you. We got Bradley McClamrock. That's the first time I've seen that name. Wait for B.O.B. said boom. Slinging Baits is in there. Let's see who we got. Rick's Fishing Adventures. Bobcat Outdoors. Greenwell Fishing. Mr. Gadget won him some rod holders earlier. We got 407 people in here. Make sure you hit the thumbs up. Make sure you share it out. We still got more catfishing products in action left to go. Yeah, we're still having issues there. But hey, that's live TV, you know. I mean, that's live streaming. You know, you always have something go on. And, you know, the good thing is we haven't had any catastrophic failures.
Not yet. Hang tight. That's them right there.
All right, so they're calling Steve. And meanwhile, I'll come over here and talk to you. We got Glick's Fishing Adventures. Hey, guys, if you haven't seen this, check this out. Bright orange rod holders. Check that out. These are available at the Monster Rod Holder website, and these actually were given away. I forget who won these. We've given away 2. All right. Okay. Bring them back up. All right.
Yeah, try them.
Hey, guys, can you talk? No sound still. No sound.
No sound.
That's all right. We'll get them there. Yeah, these are sick. These are sick, right? And I don't even care for orange too much. You know, I'm a green guy. But, you know, even I'll say that these are too bright. These are awesome. These are not too bright. These are awesome. Nice and bright. Especially if you're like a Whisker Seeker fan. I mean, these would go great with your rods. Or CatfishPro. They have about the same color scheme.
Can you hear them now?
Let's check it. How about now, fellas? No sound. No sound. Try to go. Tell them to try to go out of the whole thing and come back in. We'll try that.
Go out of the whole thing and then come back in and try that. Yeah.
I'll do a quick. Hey, we got Peel and Drag in there. Catch a hog, right? Stick a pig. Catch a hog. Blue Fins Fishing. Realville Catfishing, Slinging Baits, Mark Clark, the Bridge Man, wants some stuff. Keith Keller, what's going on? Thank you for that. We got Isaiah Norman. Kevin, don't like him because of Clemson. Actually, they haven't gone out yet. But we'll get them back in here in a second. Haz Life was on here earlier. Great job, Haz. Great job. Avid Fishman, what's up, buddy? Jerry Davis. Let's see. Fishing and Cooking with Mike Chavez, Stick a Pig. That's what Mike Chavez does on his channel. He cooks a lot of pig and ribs and stuff. Yeah, those rod holders will save Chunky some time. They sure will. Ram Outdoor says those rod holders will be great with the new Hellcat rods. That's a good point. Those bright orange. All right, we got them. We got to see them popping back in. Let me see what I can do here. Oh, then they popped out. Tennessee Voles rod. Yeah, I guess that is a Tennessee Ernch. I don't know. Is that a Tenacity Ernch? They haven't come back in yet. Let's see. You're looking for a gooder fish? All right. I appreciate that. Fishing for more. Whiskers and Stripes is in here. Roger, I bugged Steve one orange, and there you go. You got it. You bugged him enough. Great job all day. I appreciate that. We got total angling experience in here. Charlie. Catting with JR. Yeah, until they come back in, chat it up. I'll shout you out. Country Boy Catfishing. Eric Burnside. Gadget said, I think I won the green rod holders. I heard Colonel Sandals was going to promote Dieter Melhorn as sergeant because he fishes with chicken. Love the orange. Stephen Corley says, good evening, everyone. Outdoors edition. Orally, Jesse. There's Peel and Drag again. Moonlight fishing. All right. Big Slim 91. Avid. Let's see. Who hadn't I seen? Dragonfire. There's one I hadn't seen. Jason Lamb. Now chat is going crazy. What's going on tomorrow? Well, we're going to be live again tomorrow, just not as long. Johnny Clary, welcome. Let's see. Brian Wilson, Billy Wilson, Billy Martin. Got two Billies in there. Busted Budget Outdoors. The orange does look good. Yeah, here it is one more time. I don't know where old Dieter is. Maybe he'll join us later. All right. They're popping back in. Let's see. Yeah, we hear you. Woo! All right. Cool. Well, it looks like y'all got a fantastic setup, and I don't want to waste any more time. So tell us who you are and tell us who you're with and tell us about some products.
Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm Jerry Klein with Tangling with Catfish. I got my brother Joe Lucky with me, Captain Mark Farrow, and Do It All Jason Rath. And we're Tangling with Catfish. So
show us what you got today. Yep, you're still good to go.
Well, first off, I'd like to thank Swerve and Steve and you, the guy on the microphone. I can't remember your name, but anyway, thanks for getting all this put together. I am kind of disappointed though. I always look forward to seeing Steve in that button-down plaid shirt with the chest hair sticking out. So that's a little bit disappointing.
Get you some of that.
But so just briefly, we're going to go over our products. Not a lot has changed this year with as far as anything new, but we still have the EXT series, which is our medium heavy, and the whip series, which is the medium. So we have the EXT in the black and blue with cork and that EVA blue camo foam, red and white in cork, and the red and black EVA foam. And then, of course, the high vis green, which is our top seller. It's cork and foam as well. This year, we did make a change to the pink EXT. It has the gray cross-cut foam on it now. And, of course, our other medium heavy is our monster rod that we went together with Steve Douglas on, another very popular rod. And then the Whisker Whip series is red and white with the cork and the foam, and the high vis green, same cork and foam. And then we have our 2-foot or our 10-foot two-piece, the extender series, which is the heavy action, the Whip XL, which is the medium. And we have both of them in the high vis green with the black cross-cut foam, and then the black and blue with cork and the red and white with cork. So that's as far as product-wise, rod-wise.
Can you show us some of the wiggle action on the rods?
Yeah, Jay, if you want to. So this is the Whisker Whip here. That's the medium action. And then Joe has the EXT, that's the medium heavy. So when we designed these rods, actually Jeremy Leach, the original owner, in 2006, I believe it was, came out with the Xtreme series, and that was the medium heavy action. And then I think it was Joe, my dad, myself, Mark, Jason. We all came out with the Whisker Whip because we needed a channel cat rod. So our original plan was for it to be just to target channels. Well, come to find out, it's just as popular with blues and flatheads now because of the soft tip and the strong backbone. So that's kind of how all that started. And then we came out with the comparable series in the 10-foot two-piece because when we were back then, and we still do it today, we put them out at a 90 degree on each side of the boat to widen our tack. So that's kind of how we developed what we developed today.
Do you have any new colors coming out soon? Somebody asked.
I don't know yet.
Okay, fair enough.
I've been kicking it around, and one thing I don't like to do is play follow the leader. We like to lead. So for me to just come out with an orange version now, I feel like a copycat, to be honest with you. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I get a lot of questions for a spinning rod in the green and the 10-footer. I get a lot of questions for another color that I'm not going to mention. But so it's possible. One thing I also don't want to do is inventory myself to death either.
So Steve has been using your rods for a while.
I was the first guy on pro staff of Jeremy Lee. So I got the first 6 or 8 rods that they put out. I still got one of them left. But yeah, I've been using the same rods for every video you see. I've got a Tangle with Catfish. Even though my monster rods say monster rods, they're powered by Tangle with Catfish. And I'm just not going to use. They're one of the oldest catfishing rod manufacturers out there. They've proven me. They've proven all over the United States. So I appreciate you, Jerry. You've done me good over the years.
Well, we appreciate you too, Steve. And so back in 2006, 2007, 2008, whatever, all of us were tournament trail fishing. So we were all over, and that's how we all became friends. So that's how I met Steve. That's how I met Jeremy. That's how I met everybody that's on my pro staff, pretty much, competing against each other. And then you hang out at the hotel at night or whatever, and it was different then. So, but anyway, I became good friends with Jeremy. Mark and I ran into some good fortune and picked up Jeremy as a sponsor. And then Jeremy and I became close in 2011. He wanted to move on to other things, so I ended up buying the business from him in 2011. So that's how this all came about. And the funny thing is, I think you can see the banner behind us. Well, that's actually the first banner from the first Catfish Conference. That was, I think, 7 years ago. Is that right, Steve?
Yeah, I actually made that for you, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. So Steve said, "Are you coming?" I said, "Yeah, I'm coming." And he said, "Well, do you have a banner?" And I said, "A banner? What do I need a banner for?" Steve, I don't even think I paid him for it. So I hate to bring that up, but.
No. Well, here's one thing, Jerry. I am going to toot my own horn. Your catchphrase. I did give Jeremy that. Feel the fight.
Yeah, because you're going to feel the fight. You keep it up. Anyway, so it's just funny how things evolved, because these are actually the 3 rods that we had. We had the extender was in orange and black. We had the blue and black. It was the Xtreme then. And then the channel cat rod. And we showed up with a bunch of rods, and we didn't have any. We didn't have anything. If Steve would have made the banner, we would have been standing there looking pretty funny. But we got a folding table. Went to Walmart and got some of those Berkeley garage rod holder display things. Screwed them to the table. Threw some shirts, and I think we had shirts and I don't know, some other things. But we didn't know what to expect. And I was like, man, I can't believe we brought all these rods, blah, blah, blah. I think the show started at 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock. I can't remember. But there was a side door that people found on the side of this garage we were in. And lo and behold, by 9:35, we sold out of everything except the free koozies. I mean, it was unbelievable. We even sold the display rods. And I think we even sold the Berkeley rod holders. We were selling everything. We didn't care.
Well, listen, Jerry, you was talking about the orange rod a while ago. If you sit and think about it, you're the one that set the standard. You had an orange rod in that 10-footer 6-8 years ago, right?
See, that's why I like you. You're more than just a pretty face, Steve Douglas.
That's right. You set the standard. So if you need somebody, you want to sell an orange rod holder, you sell an orange rod holder. Or rod, I'm sorry.
He's got the rod.
I was looking at my rod holders. They look nice on that orange rod you get.
They do look nice. And one other thing I remember about that Catfish Conference, and I know he'll remember this because you talk about food. Jason Rath, don't forget a thing. Little food truck out on the side of the building that sold the best fried bologna sandwich. I think I spent $300 on fried bologna sandwiches that weekend.
And that was just for Jason, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Listen, don't feel bad, man. Don't feel bad about loving food.
I worked hard for it.
There you go.
Anyway, I want to say one other thing. Thanks for putting up with the mask. I'm sure y'all know, but I just had twins about 6 months, 2 weeks ago, give or take.
Congratulations.
And God only knows where these boys' mouths have been, so I'm not taking any chances. So whether it works or don't work, I'm giving it my best shot.
Well, it's understandable. You got them youngins; they got to keep them safe.
Oh man, sure do.
Awesome.
I want to give a shout out to my pro staff. You see a lot of guys talking about pro staff and this and that on Facebook and social media. I got a pro staff that has been with me and with Jeremy from the beginning. So, loyalty kind of seems like it's just a word anymore, but these guys have been loyal. So, shout out to my dad, of course, Joe, my little brother Josh, Farrow, Jason Rath, Captain Ryan Casey with Show Me Catfishing, Jason and Daryl Massengale, Hollywood Steve Douglas, Captain Jason Briggs with Wheeler Cat Guide Service, Wayne and Connor King, John Allen, John Warden, Josh Mays, and Captain Mike Dugan with TackleBusterFishing.com. So not only are they pro staff, but every one of these guys is a personal friend of mine. So they've remained loyal. They haven't chased better deals, if you will. So I think that's a testament to our relationship and to the product, because most of these guys either guide for a living, where having stuff you can trust matters, and tournament fish. So it means a lot, and I think it says a lot about our product.
Amen.
Yep.
So right here at the end, as we're wrapping up, do you have any conference specials you're going to run?
Yeah, so I started this morning at 21% off everything on the website. A lot of people have been taking advantage of that today. Today's been crazy. So we're thankful for that. And also the blemish rods. So every year, any rod that's not to my liking, I don't ship out as new. I hold for blim rods and I sell them at the Catfish Conference. So, but I got them on the website, and it looks like they found them as well. But I get
good.
Emails still about them, but they are on the website. And I'm actually thinking about keeping them on the website and selling them throughout the year, because I do get a lot of people that are interested in those.
So you're running 21% off. Do they need a discount code or anything, or do they just go to your website?
I think it's CatCon 21. I'd have to check the website. I could be wrong, but it's something along those lines. CatCon 2021 or 21 or.
But it's up there on the website, right?
It's on the front page of the website.
Excellent.
And it applies for everything. We launched the new performance apparel last year. That's very popular. The t-shirts, we got the flex fit hats and the snapback hats, and the hoodies are on there as well. The 21% does not apply to the blemish rods, but they're already marked down to $45 each. And of course we ship up to 6 rods for the same price.
Did you just say $25 each?
Hannah, get on that website.
45. Okay, 45.
Still a great price.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then one other thing, and I just hit these two up as they walked in the shop tonight. So anybody that makes a purchase this weekend, so that's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, whether it be 20 rods or 1 decal, I'm going to put everybody's name in a drawing, and we're going to give away 2 guided trips with Captain Mark Farrow and Joe. So, and you'll be able to choose the Illinois River, the Mississippi River, down in the Alton, St. Louis area.
That'd be a great trip for somebody.
Yeah. So, I will try to.
If anybody buys anything this weekend off your website, they are automatically entered to win one of 2 guide trips.
Yes, whether one, and it can be any purchase, 1 decal up to 100 rods, whatever you want. And then if I can figure out how to do a Facebook Live next week, I'm going to have my twin girls reach in and draw the name.
Perfect.
I don't know how to do a Facebook Live. They're 6 months. They probably already do. So if I can't figure
Yeah.
it out, and we'll try to get it done that way.
Right. Well, Jerry, real quick, you say you've been busy today. So has our virtual thing helped in sales for you today?
I like the third one. For sure. Yeah. There's always a spike this weekend. You know, and another thing I wanted to say is this is the next best thing to being live. I mean, one of the great things about the Catfish Conference is you get to see everybody, of course.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of people's kids have grown up with us. You know,
right.
so that's but the other good thing is I don't have to feed these 3 hogs for 3 days. So I can afford to give a 21% discount. And
there you go.
It's also my way of saying thanks. You know, without the customer, we wouldn't be here 15 years later. You know,
well, I would like to see Mark show us one of your rods with the cork on it. Can he do that?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna give you full screen so we can see it up close.
This is the Whisker Whip.
The cork
medium action rod. It's got a cork handle, stainless rod seats, stainless steel eyes. The thing I like about this rod is the action. It's got a light tip, but it loads quick. It's a very good circle hook rod. We use these down in St. Louis guiding for basically, that's all we use is the Whisker Whip model. And it handles anything we can get a hold of. You can catch channel cat on it, you can catch blue cats on it.
Awesome.
See, and real quick, but one of the biggest mistakes I think guys make and they get in their head is they think they need the heaviest rod they can get, the heaviest tip. Well, it's the complete opposite actually, and one of the reasons they use that down in St. Louis is because it gives. So you think about drifting down the river, right? Well, there's ups and downs, right? If you have a rod that doesn't bend, you're not dropping down in those holes where those fish are sitting. So, you know, not to give out his secrets, but that's one of the benefits of the tip. Turn that. Another question, real quick. Turn that light off. The third switch. I don't know if you guys can see, but the dance party is getting ready to kick off here in a minute.
Wow.
Right. but we're not going to have that on video because that's going to be R-rated. Maybe X if Joe's involved. But another question I get asked all the time is how do the green rods glow in the black light? And I always say, you know, when somebody asks me if they glow, I think of the Berkeley glow stick. And so I wouldn't say they glow, but I'd say they light up quite nice. So that's what the green looks like under the black light. Just so everybody knows, I get asked that all the time. You can turn that on. Close it.
We get some requests for a pink rod up close. Do you have a pink rod?
Yeah. So like I said earlier, this is the pink and white EXT, and we went from the cork this year and changed it to the gray crosscut EVA foam. This year, the pandemic and everything else, business has been phenomenal. But one of the challenges it has created is my manufacturers having a hard time keeping up with demand, especially with cork. So if you go to the website, you'll notice that we're out of stock on mostly all the cork handled rods, except I think the green. So it's created an inventory issue with their being able to keep up and getting stuff in a timely fashion. But hopefully we're rounding that corner. Everything that I'm out of stock of, I should be in stock mid-March is my hope. So that's where we're at on that.
Jerry, what are you calling that handle again? What are you calling that handle again?
Huh?
Crosscut?
EVA crosscut foam, or as you call it, Kung Fu.
Where's the Kung Fu grip at?
That's the Kung Fu grip.
That's the Kung Fu grip? Okay.
The Kung Fu grip, then you tell everybody you came up with that, and next thing I know, your lawyer would be calling my lawyer, and I'd be broke.
Come on.
Anyway, hey, before you kick us off, Joe's dying to say something. You know Joe, he can't be quiet. This is the longest he's been quiet since I've known him.
Hey, we got time for Joe.
So anyway, I'm going to let Joe talk for a second and just kick us off whenever. But thanks a lot for everything. Thank customers, your loyalty. We appreciate you. We love you. Here's Joe.
All right.
Thank you, Jerry.
How much time do we have?
Do what you got to do, Joe.
Hey guys, hey, just to piggyback Jerry, none of this is possible without the customers. We love the Catfish Conference. We get to see people we haven't seen all year. We get to see the pictures, the kids. Like Jerry said, people have grown up with us. Being the original catfish company that focused just on catfishing, Hanging with Catfish was founded because there was a need, and Hanging with Catfish developed the solution to that need. We have had the same motto for 15 years, and it's a successful model for any successful business. That is to have a great product at a fair price with outstanding customer service. That is something why we are still the leading rod company in the market, but that's only because of the customer. Without you telling the stories, sharing it with your family, your friends, we would not be who we are today. It's amazing to think the company's been in business 15 years and has grown each and every year on production and sales. In the last probably 5 years, the sales have grown exponentially. That is because of the customers, it's social media. We appreciate the emails, the videos, the pictures you send through the website. Please continue to do this. Again, we miss you all terribly. We wish we could be in person with you. We highlight this weekend every year, something we look forward to. Jerry wanted to do something super special, giving 21% off of what we believe is already a very affordable product. Hopefully you all appreciate it. Thank you for supporting TWC. Thank you for being part of our family. We thank you all. Marco, anything you want to say, or Jay, before we close out? Steve, that's all.
Hey, Jason's got to say something. He got to tell him happy birthday or something. Come on, Jason.
He's good, isn't he? Hey, one other thing. Hey, Joe's in the insurance for all your insurance needs. Get a hold of him.
Hey, great job, fellas. I appreciate y'all's support over the years, and with my personal rods and support of the Catfish Conference. Y'all been great to us. Appreciate it.
Hey, Steve, tell Lisa hi for us. I mean, she's the highlight, really.
She is the brains behind the operation. I will tell her that. She looks forward to seeing y'all every year.
I know. We look forward to seeing her too, but we'll catch up next year. I mean,
all right.
We can't ever get an invite to the monster domain, so we'll just have to wait till next 2022, I guess.
Hey, I'm going to invite you, and if you don't come, then I'm going to really get on. Y'all are invited to the Monster Lair.
Or the Monster Studios.
Yeah, Monster Studios.
Hey, I'll have an excuse. I got twins now. I'm not going anywhere. I'll make sandwiches.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah,
thank y'all again, and have a good night.
All right, thanks guys.
Take care.
All right, well, we ran over a little bit, but we're going to keep on plugging. Next up, we have Glenn with the ACA. How you doing?
Hey guys, how are you? Tell you, TWC needed a disco ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, they gave some good, like he said, some good discounts on some already affordable rods. So,
I've been watching it all day. You guys are, thank you so much for doing what you're doing. You've been doing a great job all day. I'm sure you're probably talked out by now.
No, we got another hour or two on us.
All right, well, let's go.
What you got going on for us?
Good to see you. It's good to see you both. And like I said, thank you very much for the opportunity and everybody for tuning in. No, I mean, the ACA, we as you know, Steve, Kevin, we talked about it too. I mean, it's been in the works now for a good year and a half. And we finally got things launched in January, more or less, actually a little bit before that. And it's growing by leaps and bounds. Thanks to everybody out there that is supporting it. We're closing in at 1,000 members pretty quick, and we hope that will continue to grow, which we're pretty certain it will. The support has been, quite frankly, overwhelming and great to see. A little bit about the ACA when we started. We didn't want to be kind of like a BASS or an FLW. They do a great job with what they do. We didn't want to be tournament centric. So what we did was that we got together with a lot of the independent tournaments, and we created the first ever alliance of independent tournaments that's ever happened in the recreational fishing industry, which is terrific. And these folks have been working great together. They're putting on great events, and And at the end of the year, there's going to be all sorts of wonderful surprises and things to win. So there's a points race going on, and the Alliance has more or less taken tournaments off our plate. So again, our concentration, and if you look at the logo for the ACA, it says dedication, conservation, and integrity. And that's what we're focusing on. We want to focus on our members and our member services and what they want, and certainly conservation, education, and community services. So we're moving along with all that. We're, like I said, we're only a couple months into it, and we've got a lot going on and a lot coming up that I think people are going to be really, really impressed with. At least we hope so.
Mm-hmm. So at the end of the year, am I wrong? Are y'all having some type of banquet or something to celebrate?
Yeah, actually, we were just talking about it today. And is, you know, the Catfish Conference is such a great event, and tying it into that, so that the points race awards banquet, along with we're establishing a Hall of Fame for catfishing. We want to line up some speakers. And what's the hotel across from there? Is it the Crown?
Crown Plaza.
Yeah. So we set up in their banquet facility one of the nights. So people are certainly invited to attend. Those that win the points race, you know, we'll be giving away a Seaark boat to one of the tournament participants. So that'll be all great. But it's going to, again, the ACA was created to last for generations, to create fellowship within the catfish community, and that's what the purpose of everything that we're doing, including the awards banquet that we'll soon be planning for early 2022, and, you know, move it forward.
So what was the driving, where did the idea come from, the driving force for creating the ACA come from?
Well, those that don't know, I mean, I own Rig Wrap, and the catfish community has been very, very good to Rig Wrap for the last many years. And Steve, you and I have talked a number of times, you know, and the need for an association, an organization for catfishing, I certainly have been a proponent of for many, many years, and was hoping that something like this would be developed. And back in the fall of 2019, a conversation was taking place with a number of anglers and industry people. And I said, geez, it'd be really good to get an association together. And somebody turned to me and they said, well, Glenn, you do it. You're good at this stuff. And I kind of, you know, took a deep swallow and said, you have no idea, you know, what you're asking. You can't just wave a magic wand and disappear. But, you know, a lot of people in the industry got together. George Young, a gentleman named Steve Miller. You know, everybody's worked diligently for the last year and a half putting this together to make it the best it can possibly be. And we're just starting. This is just the start of it. There's so much more that's going to be coming, so much more that we want to do.
Talk about the membership levels, how much it costs to join, and what do you get for being a member?
Well, memberships level, you can get into it if you kind of want to just kind of play around a little bit to see some of the sites. Is our limited membership, which is $25. However, with that, you are not eligible for several of the activities, i.e. the tournament points race program, things like that. The next one, which is the most popular level, is the premier membership, which can be purchased either on a 1-year or 3-year basis, either on an individual basis or for family membership. And that's a couple and up to 3 children under 18. From there, you can go up to an affiliate membership, and that is usually purchased by our tournament directors and folks like that. There's a guide membership. We want to put together a very, very in-depth guide index of all guides throughout the country. And we want to, in the future, be able to promote that to the public. So if the public is looking for a guide for catfishing, they can refer to this guide and simply find somebody within a certain location, region, state, whatever the case might be. And then we have our sponsorship programs. And all of these come with a very, very extensive profile. So you can post a lot of things there. It can become almost your own little website if you don't have one already. And finally, we have our charter membership and lifetime memberships. And that's, as it says, I mean, the first 100 or so members, our lifetime members, are considered to be charter members. And then the lifetime membership is $1,000 one-time fee, and that lasts a lifetime. And special thanks to those that have already signed up for charter membership, and everybody, quite frankly, that has signed up. It helps. The resources will help us do our job. You know, we are, in effect, working for the catfish community. We want to do what they want us to do. And, you know, be patient, because a lot of this stuff takes time.
Excellent.
Yep.
So, what do you get a package when you join, right? So what do you get? We saw a couple guys showing off what they got when they got the membership package. What is that about?
Well, you're gonna get a membership card, first of all, and this membership card is a pretty powerful little tool, because on the back of it, and I haven't made mention of this, is a discount program. Now, it's over 800,000 businesses are involved with this, and we didn't call 800,000 businesses and line them up. We actually contracted with an organization that does a great job with this, and they're actually the largest in the world as far as what they provide. So every member gets that, with the exception of the limited members. And you can receive discounts from everywhere, from your local pizza place all the way up to the last week we did a live feed, and we were talking about this and showing people how to use it. And we actually found a deal from Ford Motor Company for $4,550 off manufacturer's listed price. Great deal. So you get your membership card. You get an ACA embroidered cap. You get an ACA decal. You also get where did I go with that? Here we go. Here's one of them. And you also get our ACA CPR decal. And these are all 3M heavy duty decals. These are going to last for many, many years. So that's what comes with the membership kit. And then you're also going to, with the discount program, you'll be getting emails once a week. And what they do is they break it up. 1 week it's hotels, another week it's restaurants, another week it's entertainment. It's really, really a great program. And personally, I've saved probably a couple $100 at this point using it. I just spoke with Brian Norsworthy, who puts together a great site which is Catfishing America. He actually helped his neighbor with a new set of tires. He just told me today they saved $80 using the program.
Yeah, it's a good deal.
That's great. Glad to see it.
So, we kind of discussed this when we tested the stream a couple days ago. A lot of people have a question about where the membership dues go. And, we talked about how it's early on in the process and you're still accepting members. So can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. I'd be happy to. First of all, the membership is, as you well know, I mean, Steve, you purchase caps and things like that. With the membership kit, there's a cost obviously involved with that, with mailing it now. Mm-hmm. So putting together the membership kit is costly. The discount program, we actually pay a fee per member for that every year. So that goes into it. So that being said, we are taking 20 to 25% of the gross revenue. Okay. And that's going towards conservation in our committees. We have 16 different committees, and we would love people to participate with that and help move this whole thing along. We can't do it ourselves. This is meant for the members and to be member driven, whether it be content, whether it be committees, whatever the case might be. We're looking for the catfish community to come on in and be part of this. And that's why we say, join the ACA and help us make a difference. So
it's going to take some time.
That's where the majority of the revenue will be going. We would like to build up more or less a war chest, if you would. So we have the resources to hire the staff and move things forward that way. Look at guys, I'm a business guy, I'm a marketing guy. I'm not an association director. We need to hire somebody that is really, really good at doing something like that. And that's certainly the objective. And if you go to the ACA website, which is the American Catfishing Association, or you can go to www.jointheaca.com, you'll see that on the about pages, you'll see that we have a full organizational structure. That's where we'd like to see the organization, let's say, within the next 3 to 5 years.
Awesome.
A lot of people are talking about Bill Dance. Tell us about Bill Dance.
Bill's a great guy. Going back to when I was first approached to do this, one of the kind of prerequisites to it is I said, you know, if I'm going to do something like this, or we're going to do something like this, we need to have somebody that really, you know, has a passion for this and is well known and respected, and to more or less, you know, be involved with this. And I said, how about Bill Dance? And a half hour later, I got a call, and Bill was in 100%, which is absolutely terrific. And not only Bill, but there's a lot of industry people, from Johnny Morris, you know, all the way across the whole spectrum of the recreational fishing industry, that have been so supportive. And there's so much coming. I can't say a whole lot because we're still talking with them. But when I tell you that there's some absolutely wonderful surprises coming for the catfish community, it's going to blow your mind.
Well, can't wait to see what you got pumping there, Glenn.
Yeah, no, we're excited to bring it. I'll give you a little tease of something that's coming next week.
Okay.
One of the things that you know, I think everybody enjoys is to be acknowledged. And we're putting together a program for the ACA members called the 100-pounder club. Okay, so if you're an ACA member and you catch a 100-pound catfish or more, okay, we are going to send you a certificate of achievement. We're going to send you a cap with a special logo on it, and we're going to send you a $100 bill. And we've got another surprise, and I'm not going to tell you exactly what that is. That's going to come with that. The first winner of this, he's an ACA member. He actually caught a 103-pound fish last week. We can't be exclusive of that, or we have to include him. It was Brad McCall down in the Carolinas. Last minute, when he was reeling in his lines, he brought in a 103-pound fish and actually won the event.
Awesome.
I've seen him ask that a bunch of times.
Yeah.
There's a question, and I'm not sure what it stems from, but is the ACA associated with Bass Pro Shop, since Bill Dance has a lot to do with that?
The ACA has made application. Bass Pro has a huge conservation fund, and we've been waiting from the IRS. We actually have a conservation foundation that we have established, and we're waiting for our 501c3 to come through from the IRS, which should be like any day now. We made application to Bass Pro's Conservation Foundation for a grant, which looks like we're going to get, to help us move our conservation efforts along. One of the things that we want to do is there's a company out there that is very, very well respected in the outdoor industry, and we want to contract with them to create a complete report on the catfish industry, so that when we go to any of the agencies, we've got a lot of good data in hand, and we need it to be current. So part of that money will be used for that. And again, just to move those efforts forward as quickly and effectively as we possibly can. So that's where the relationship with Bass Pro comes into play. And hopefully that they will be involved in the ACA in even greater levels. But that's a great start, quite frankly.
Gotcha. Well, we're wrapping up here. So what's any last points? I know you'll be on the spot tomorrow, but for tonight, what are any last words you got for us?
Well, you know, I've been seeing people give away stuff all day long.
Oh, that's right.
So
you want to give away your membership.
I thought we could give away. As a matter of fact, as I mentioned earlier, you know, I own Rig Wrap. So what I thought we would do is I've got our value pack from Rig Wrap. I've got a pack of our Easy Slides. We're going to put in one of our CPR decals, and you're going to get a free membership for a year, a premium membership. So there you go, Kevin.
Okay.
Let's go with
there is one more question that I thought was good.
Sure.
Does the ACA deal directly with conservationists to change laws and regulations, or will you?
Yes. As a matter of fact, Steve and I spoke about this yesterday. We're entertaining. I've got to put pen to paper on this. We have a conservation committee that we're creating and have created now, and we have a program we want to introduce, which will involve everybody that is out there making the effort for conservation in their region, state, local, whatever the case might be. We want to help people do what they're doing, and vice versa. We'd like help from them as well. So yes, we want to create a kind of like the Tournament Alliance, almost an alliance of conservationalists that we can work with and help any way we possibly can.
All right, I've loaded up everybody in chat just now. I just copied and pasted. What do you want to give away first? Are you doing one giveaway or a couple?
We'll do the one giveaway. It's a whole package, and we're going to be on again tomorrow morning. And if you don't win tonight, we'll do it again tomorrow.
All right. So what is the whole package? One more time.
The whole package. We've got a rig wrap value pack, a pack of easy slides, a CPR ACA decal, and a 1-year premier membership to the ACA.
Oh. Cool. All right. And what 1 through 5?
1.
All right. Here we go. Randomizing one time. Justin Cunningham.
Congratulations, Justin.
Congratulations. So how can he reach you to claim that prize?
You can give me a call and get me all your contact information. You can call 833-4-CATFISH, and we'll get you hooked up.
4-CATFISH. The number 4?
833, yes, the number 4-CATFISH. And if I may, Kevin and Steve, let me just do a shout out and great thanks to the supporters of the AC initially, Offshore Tackle, B&M Rods, and certainly Seaark Boats. The folks at Seaark have stepped up like I never thought anybody ever would. Steve Henderson and his whole crew have been absolutely just fantastic. The efforts and the that they've made have blown my mind, blown everybody's mind. So we're very, very grateful for their support.
Congratulations, Justin. Congratulations. 1-833-4-CATFISH. Somebody just put it up there. Our good friends. Yes. And put it up there.
You can email me directly. You can do it. Send me an email at info@acafishing.com. Again, anybody has any questions at all, if you have a certain direction you'd like to see us go, send us an email, make a phone call. I love talking to people and getting their ideas and getting their direction, because that's, Steve, last year when we first were putting this together, we were talking about this. We introduced this a long time ago only to be able to get ideas in, what people wanted. And a lot of what we've built on right now is what folks wanted to see, a lot of resources. We got some great tools coming that we're working on. So this is just the start, folks. What's planned for the future and how this thing is going to evolve, frankly, we hope it's going to blow your mind, because this is what it's all about. Catfishing is, by the way, I don't know if people know this, but in my research, I discovered this. Catfishing is the 3rd largest segment in the $50 billion recreational fishing industry. Bass is number 1 with about 15, 16 million anglers. They say panfish is number 2 and catfish is number 3. Now, Larry Muse, I talked to a while back, said, well, panfish is only number 2 is because we need bait.
Probably.
It's
all right, well,
probably true.
We have one more little spot to do, but thank you for coming on tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Guys, thanks for all you're doing. Thanks for the time. Thanks, everybody.
Right. Take care.
All right, well, we have one more spot to do, and that's the catfish spot. So we hope you'll stick around and check this out. I'm going to share it right now.
I would like to welcome everybody to this segment of Catfish Clothing. First of all, a little history about myself. I've been a guide on the James River for 11 years, but I actually been fishing the James River for 30 years. I always tell people, you never know what you're going to encounter on the river, be it on land or in the air or in the water, because the river changes constantly. And so we have to adapt and evolve constantly. I really enjoy fishing for the big blue catfish. They have been a challenge to me over the years on my quest to get that 100-pounder. I haven't attained that 100-pounder, but we've caught quite a few in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. So that's on my bucket list. I really enjoy having children out, grown-ups out. Some people just like to come out and do an eco tour, recognizing the comeback of the great bald eagles and the ospreys, various ducks. We have a host of wildlife out on the James River. It's just, I always tell people I've got waterfront property all the time. So I welcome people to step into my world and enjoy the river and the scenes that it provides all the time. The Catfish brand, I was drawn to that Catfish brand by people that were coming to the tournament wearing the clothing. And all these guys trophy fish. And so I started making inquiries about the brand. And it's synonymous with people that enjoy the great outdoors. People wearing the Catfish shirt, the Catfish sweatshirt, along with the hat and the mask and towels and all of that. So I got to know, I built a relationship. I didn't know it then, but he now owns Catfish Clothing, a gentleman by the name of Chris Kramer. And I've been knowing Chris, I would say maybe 18 years. It's been that long. And I'm very happy that the brand has taken a hold in the country, really. And I'm proud to wear the clothing and what it represents out on the water and on the land. It has a real good name behind it. The quality of the product, the sweatshirts are nice and toasty. I love the shirts. You got a real good variety. The hats fit like a glove, but you've got an option as to what you like. But just try it. Just try the clothing brand and see what you think. And I guarantee that you'll be happy in the long run with the Catfish Clothing brand. I'm very proud to wear their clothing. I know it means a lot to the owner, the company, but it means a lot to me too, because we all in this together, promoting, educating, and preserving, conservation. All that it entails means so much to me as a fisherman out there representing what I'm wearing. You know, when you have memories, you share them with people from all walks of life. I mean, it doesn't matter about your economic background or your religion, but if you're in my boat or I'm in your boat, that's time that we are spending together. And whatever happens in that 8 hours or 12 hours or 16 hours of fishing, we have that moment in time. And when I see little children catch their first fish, or you make a veteran that's been downrange, smile, heroes, okay, first responders, catch a fish, I'm overjoyed. I don't take these moments for granted, okay? And they're just precious to me. So everyone that gets in my boat, I value them to the highest because they're sharing their precious time with me, and I'm sharing my precious time with them. And it's a moment that we all share together, wherever you come from and wherever you're going back to. And when I'm wearing their apparel, I know that I'm representing a brand. I don't want to deface that brand. I don't want to bring any negativity to that brand. So when I put that clothing on, it's like a badge of honor for me.